This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The endless desert is dotted with sparse weeds, and a dilapidated earth-yellow house stands abruptly on the ground. The door creaked when the wind blew. The slender and powerful hands grabbed the door frame and pulled it open from the inside, revealing a face holding a dry grass stem. Jijioshu stood at the door and looked into the distance. I am the child of destiny. The back of her head suddenly hurt, and the toy ball that hit her head fell to the ground and rolled twice. She immediately turned her head and glared at the person behind her. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young man. A robot as tall as a person slowly approached, and the silver skin on the surface was dull due to long-term lack of maintenance. Read more classics and fewer novels. It held a basket woven with vines in its right hand, and its voice was a cute little girl's voice, with no emotion. Jijioshu was dissatisfied. That is the crystallization of human wisdom. Tianji, have you read the crystallizations of the A, B, C, D, and E book walls? Jijioshu laughed. I think the crystallization of the F wall is more interesting. She turned her head and walked out the door quickly, not listening to Tianji's chatter. Among the underground shelters, the most magnificent building is the library, which stores the knowledge left by humans for thousands of years, of course, including the meaningless novels that were once criticized by contemporary people. Tianji has no opinion on books, and has a natural respect for all knowledge. What it has an opinion on is Jijioshu, who can't help but imitate the people in the book when he reads a book. Jijioshu looked back at Tianji, and saw that it was still mumbling something, and couldn't help but curl his lips. The only person in this world who can talk to her is Tianji. It is also her parent and teacher. It has been with her since she was born. This is a dead planet. Humans suffered a catastrophe 10,000 years ago, and tried their best to cultivate countless embryos to keep as fire. Thousands of years later, the frozen embryos gradually died, and only Jijioshu was left. After the disaster, Tianji spent a long time to cultivate her. 19 years ago, a baby cried, and the dead planet finally ushered in new vitality. Jijioshu stood in the vegetable field and bent down to pull out a radish. The juicy white radish was covered with soil, and was only the size of a fist. This piece of land is the only land that can grow food. The total area does not exceed 1 acre, and it grows vegetables and potatoes as staple food. The land on Blue Star is desertified and polluted, with sparse trees and a malnourished appearance. It took Jijioshu and Tianji 15 years to cultivate this small piece of arable land. The resources on Blue Star are too poor, and it was dug up by humans in the past. 10,000 years is not enough for it to recover. She threw the radish back casually, and Tianji's figure swayed more than 10 meters away, and reached out to catch the radish and put it in the basket. She dug out 8 potatoes of different sizes in the potato field, looked up at the blue sky, and prepared to go home. The atmosphere of Blue Star is damaged, and staying on the surface for too long will feel stinging on the skin. The summer is hot, the sun is dazzling, and the sky is no different from usual. She squinted her eyes, pointed at one of the small black dots that was getting bigger and bigger, and asked, "Is that the bird mentioned in the book?" Tianji was collecting potato stems and leaves into a compost pile. He looked up after hearing her words. The ecology of animals cannot recover so quickly. Where did the birds come from? The two looked at the black spot in the sky, calmly patted the dirt on their hands, and turned back to the cabin. In the sky, an escape pod landed quickly. The fat Jeffrey kept wiping the cold sweat from his face. 12 people were squeezed in the small escape pod, and everyone's face was equally pale. Everyone looked back frequently. The wind and sea behind them were calm, and the large area of white gradually turned into light blue. Which galaxy is this? There is no network. We have run for countless light years. This galaxy is so remote that perhaps even life does not exist. What about our cargo? Don't think about that. Let's think about how we can go back without a spaceship. Everyone chattered, and the sound filled every inch of space. Jeffrey did not speak. His shirt was soaked with cold sweat. He looked down at the planet under his feet. From space, this is a yellow and blue planet. Since landing, no trace of human habitation has been seen. Whether this planet has oxygen is also a question. Perhaps they will be buried on this unknown planet today. The escape pod landed, and he saw a tiny green in the distance that was not even as big as a fingernail. Is that a human or an alien plant? Come on, this planet is so desolate that alien plants won't come. Let's avoid it. Who knows what will happen? The arguments continued, and Jeffrey made a decision. Grab your weapons, and we will land next to the green. No matter what it is, Anomalies sometimes mean life, and he is a businessman who likes adventure. The escape capsule landed, and no one spoke. Jeff A took a deep breath. I go out and take a look first. He did not bring oxygen equipment, and after being separated from the crowd, the escape capsule opened, and he carefully stretched out his left foot. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. There was a trace of joy on his face. This is a planet where you can breathe freely. He gestured to the people in the escape capsule, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the escape capsule one after another. One of them took an instrument to detect, shook his head and said, "This is a planet with nothing. This is the most advanced detector in the interstellar space, which can detect all valuable minerals. Obviously, there is nothing here." Stepping on the barren land, everyone looked around, and at a glance, except for the Lus, it was Lus, and only a little green was revealed in the distance. Everyone took weapons, and walked towards the green. God, I hope it's human. We can't return home with just the escape pod. Even if it's human, do you think they have a spaceship? Well, I hope they're a good-tempered race that can accept poor people like us. Hold your weapons, and be careful. Everyone quieted down, their expressions tense. The green color enlarged in front of them, they stared at the tiny area of plants, and couldn't help but chat. Who could eat such a small amount of plants? It's a human, right? Could it be a human? Look, there's a house in front. Amid the chaotic voices, the door of the house creaked open, and everyone immediately held their breath and subconsciously grasped their weapons. A girl walked out of the house. She had short hair, thin eyebrows, black pupils like a mirror, and a delicate little basket in her hand. Her facial features were impeccable, like a creation of God. Every bit was just right, and she looked better than the most popular in here now. The beautiful girl opened her red lips and said. Everyone was stunned. Jeff A stood in the front and greeted them in the Federal Common Language. Hello, I am Jeff A businessman, and they are my companions. We had an accident while transporting goods and accidentally landed on your planet. Please forgive our abruptness. The girl closed her mouth and stared at them with her dark eyes. Jeff A realized that the other party didn't understand, which was normal. There are countless races in the Interstellar, and each race has its own language. He changed to other languages, but the other party still shook his head. He changed several popular languages in a row, but still couldn't communicate with the other party. A mechanical head popped out of the door behind the girl. Jeffrey took out a USB drive and said excitedly, "Great, you have a robot here. If you don't mind, you can let it connect to our language code to learn." He gestured with his hands, trying to make the girl understand what he meant. Yoshio looked at the man in front of him with curiosity. He had red hair and green eyes, and his beard was also red. He was very strong and his arms were as thick as her calves. He just mumbled a bunch of words that she couldn't understand, and pointed at Tianji and shouted excitedly. She turned around and looked at Tianji. Are all aliens so stupid? Why is it different from what is said in the book? Tianji, please be humble. We haven't met aliens when humans are extinct. Yoshio shrugged. Okay, please ask the wise Tianji colleague to talk to our alien friends. Tianji came forward and carefully took the thing in the other's hand. It didn't have this type of interface, but it could set one now. It returned to the house with the USB flash drive. Jeff A became nervous and didn't know what he was going to do. Yoshio stared at their colorful hair and saw their nervousness. He picked a few tomatoes from the field and gave them to them very friendly. After sharing the food, the atmosphere between the two sides became much better. When Tianji came out of the hut again, under Jeffney's expectant eyes, it gave a steady and magnetic male voice. Hello. Jeff A and his group cheered. This planet is a lucky planet. Under Tianji's translation, Yoshio learned the origin of this group of people, and also learned that in the distant interstellar space outside the solar system, there is a federal system composed of countless galaxies. They interact with each other, technology is advanced, and people live and work in peace and contentment. This is not difficult to understand. There are many similar science fiction works and past literary works. Is this your Nani robot? Jeff A looked at Yoshio. Why would a girl like you appear alone on such a remote planet? Yoshio and Tianji looked at each other. Tianji honestly acted as a translator, and translated Jeffney's words conscientiously. Yoshio, I have been here since I was born. Poor child, maybe your parents were persecuted like us and landed on this planet unintentionally. They are great parents. You seem to be living well. Jeffrey looked sympathetic. Yoshio didn't need to say more. He automatically imagined her background. Yoshio sighed. His eyes fell on the wasteland behind Jeffrey. He thought he was the protagonist of the Doomsday Wasteland, but he didn't expect to be a cyberpunk blacklist. Joshi opened the door. Come in, and have a drink of water. Everyone walked into the small house, which was about 50 square meters, with only a simple small bed and a table. Jeffrey saw the socket beside the bed. Your parents are amazing, they can generate electricity in such an environment. Joshi nodded, they are really amazing. Fight for the survival of mankind until the last moment of life. Tianji poured water for Jeffrey and others, because there were not enough cups, they could only take turns to drink. It stood beside Joshi and whispered, the Interstellar people may be the group of people who left the blue star to explore the outside world. 10,000 years ago, human technology was already very advanced, and could go to the outer space to explore, but due to insufficient resources, only one spaceship was built, and the people who stayed on the blue star never waited for their return. Perhaps they ran out of energy, and could not return, or the inheritance of generations was interrupted, and they had forgotten the blue star they once were. Jeffrey and others were certainly not aliens. They had 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth just like Joshi. After drinking the water, the joy of rebirth gradually dissipated, and Jeffrey and others fell into depression again, because Joshi could not have a spaceship, and they would be trapped here forever like her. Gurgle, the sound of stomach broke the silence, and everyone's eyes focused on a thin man, who scratched his head. I haven't eaten for a long time. Jeffrey, there is food in the escape pod, go get it. Everyone rushed out. Joshi was curious about their escape pod, and followed behind. Before they took a few steps, a shadow enveloped them. Jeffrey looked up, and his face, which had finally recovered, turned pale again. He was stuttering as he spoke. Hurry, hide quickly, they are chasing us. Joshi looked up and saw a huge disc, and asked, who are they? Everyone ran back, and one of the women saw that Joshi didn't move, so she grabbed her hand and ran with her. The woman explained, they are pirates. We fled here because we were robbed by pirates. The man running behind said, they must have heard that Jeffrey is a member of the Aiken family, and wanted to capture him for ransom. Otherwise, why would they follow him to such a corner? Jeffrey looked at Joshi. Sorry, we have caused you trouble. Joshi looked at the spaceship in the sky, his eyes shining. No, this is not trouble. Chapter 2. The surroundings were too empty, without any shelter, and the only hut looked like a target for the enemy to aim at. Joshi said awkwardly, house. Jeffrey, no, the target is too big, you run in other directions, we will distract the star pirates. Joshi struggled to organize the interstellar language vocabulary weapons. I only brought a photon beam gun. Jeffrey smiled bitterly, took out the gun, and fired a shot for Joshi to see. A gun that can only fire 1 bullet at a time has no power to resist the star pirates' cannons. He just escaped from death, but fell into a desperate situation again. It seems that he is destined to be buried here. Joshi snatched Jeffrey's gun. Jeffrey's eyes widened. What are you doing? Joshi. Tianji, throw the person into the house. It's too hard to communicate with the other party, and Tianji must be translated. She is too lazy to say too much. Tianji stretched out a metal hand, grabbed Jeffrey by the collar, and threw him into the house. The 200-pound man was as light as a small stone in its hand. It did the same thing, and threw the others into the house, snatching 3 guns before throwing them. They didn't even have time to struggle, and fell to the floor one by one. Tianji gave a gun to Joshi, and each of his hands held a gun. His arms fell off his body, and sank silently into the yellow sand. The silver body entered the house, and a metal rope protruded from the cut of its arm. At a point on the wall, a secret door opened, and the scene inside appeared in front of everyone. There was only one instrument in the room, which was very large. The machine alone filled the entire room. There was a screen in front of Tianji, and 2 metal ropes quickly tapped on the keyboard below. Lines of code flashed by, illuminating its silver eyes. Jeffrey and the others stared at each other, and some secretly swallowed their saliva. The pretty girl and the robot Nani did not seem as harmless as they thought. Tianji looked at the silent crowd and comforted them. You should always be a little vigilant when facing strangers, but please rest assured that you are guests. Jeffrey looked at the machine covered with a thick layer of dust, and he still couldn't relax. How could the isolated girl and the robot know the cruelty of the star pirates? He said, no, I have to go out to help. You don't know how terrible the star pirates are. I can't let her face it alone. Tianji looked at him and nodded, then go. Jeffrey stared at Tianji for 2 seconds before turning his head out. He actually saw kindness in the eyes of a robot. It must be his illusion, right? Outside the house, the spaceship had already locked onto the only green in the desert and slowly landed on the side. The spaceship opened, and the first person to walk out was a green-haired person. The green-haired person was sloppy, walking unsteadily, swinging a gun in his hand, and staring at Ji Joshio like an eagle. He whistled, "Pretty girl, I haven't seen you before." Tianji's real-time translation came from the Bluetooth headset disguised as an earring, and Ji Joshio asked, "Who are you?" It was the Interstellar universal language, with a strange tone, as if he couldn't speak. Behind the green-haired man was a short man, with the same green head, who raised his gun and pointed it at Ji Joshio. "Put down your weapon." Ji Joshio raised his hands and shook them, showing his empty hands. "I have no weapons. This is my home. Who are you?" She spoke slowly, one word at a time. Tianji provided her with the pronunciation of many words in the headset, and she needed to pick out the content she needed from those words. The green-haired man reached out and pressed down the short man's gun. "Don't get excited. Look at this broken planet. Maybe she is a poor little person like Jeffrey, lost in this god-forsaken place." He walked towards Ji Joshio. "Have you seen anyone else?" Ji Joshio tilted his head and answered slowly, "No." "Has anyone told you that you are beautiful?" The green-haired man stood in front of Ji Joshio, staring at her with interest. Ji Joshio was still slow. "I don't know. There's no one here, only me. Where are you from?" The dwarf said in annoyance. "Why are you talking to her?" "We've seen Jeffrey's escape pod. They're here." Ji Joshio looked at everyone. She even took a step forward, stared at the green-haired girl's clothes and commented, "Very special material." The green-haired girl raised her gun and put it against her temple. She was still confused. "What are you going to do?" "Kill her." The dwarf was impatient. "If you can't do it, I do it." The green-haired girl put down the gun and said with a smile, "I'm going to take her back. Eric. She might be a smoke bomb released by Jeffrey, and there might be a gun pointing at your head in the dark now." The dwarf cursed loudly. "There is a small house here, which is obviously impossible to be built by Jeffrey. The way she speaks is too natural, and doesn't seem fake." Eric poked Ji Joshio's cheek with a gun. "Honey, why are you here alone?" Ji Joshio blinked and asked, "Are you their leader?" Eric smiled and said, "Of course." "That's good." Ji Joshio showed a sweet and harmless smile. "Eric, what?" Before he finished speaking, Ji Joshio grabbed his neck and pressed him down, and with the other hand, he held his arm and bit it down, and hit the opponent's abdomen hard with his knee. She was very fast, and her seemingly soft arms were instantly tense, and all the muscles were mobilized, making her movement so fast that there was a shadow. Eric also reacted quickly. After being hit in the abdomen, he immediately stepped back sideways, trying to escape Ji Joshio's control, but Ji Joshio was faster than him and kicked him in the chest again. She was even able to kick the gun under the yellow sand out, hold it in her hand, pull the trigger, and shoot the dwarf in the waist. "The aim is too poor." A voice came from the headset. "Ji Joshio, this is the first shot." The weapon in her hand was different from the gun she had held before. If her gun was either out of energy or out of bullets, she would not have picked up someone else's gun to use. "Tianji, one shot that misses is enough to kill." The dwarf's gun was aimed at Ji Joshio's head. Suddenly, two mechanical arms emerged from the ground. Yellow sand flew all over the sky. The strong wind mixed with sand and rushed towards people, making the dwarf's gun lose its accuracy. The mechanical arm pulled the trigger, and the firing speed of the beam bullet reached the limit of the gun. The bullet couldn't even keep up with the speed of the hand. Tianji said disdainfully, "Why is human technology not as good as before?" Ji Joshio chatted with it. At the beginning, there was only one spaceship, and it couldn't take away much things. It was inevitable that some knowledge would be lost. The shells formed by the yellow sand hit the ground one by one, and the people who were hit instantly lost their ability to move. A black hole appeared on the edge of the spaceship. Ji Joshio looked at the bullet flying towards him, and shot Eric's leg without hesitation, squatting and hiding behind him. Bullets flew past the two men, and Ji Joshio pointed his gun at Eric's head. "Let them stop." Eric couldn't help laughing, half mocking and half joking. "They won't stop. You might as well kill me." Ji Joshio glared at him, picked up the gun, he dropped on the ground, and took out a rope to tie him up. "The gun's energy is almost gone," Tianji shouted. Ji Joshio, "Got it." The yellow sand shook violently, and countless mechanical arms popped out from the ground and swung at the pirates. These machines that were fast and not afraid of gunfire were like the sickle of the god of death, and they would whip people away with a swing. In the small house, Tianji was operating the machine, looking at the remaining energy with heartache, and she hit people more fiercely. Ji Joshio shot Eric's right hand again, and saw the two pirates reaching into their pockets as if to take something out. She lay on the ground and shot through their arms in the shaking earthquake. Others who wanted to return to the spacecraft were all stopped by her. The spaceship shook, and the mechanical arm quickly wrapped around it to prevent it from taking off. Jiuxiu moved to the spaceship and climbed into it easily like a spider. Before entering, he pulled the nearest space pirate as a shield. Unlike the spaceship full of people she imagined, it was empty inside, with only one person coming out of the cockpit. The space pirate who served as a shield was forced to contact the incoming bullets and complete the mission given to him by Jiuxiu. The attacker fell to Jiuxiu. Jiuxiu looked left and right, walked around the spaceship, and confirmed one thing: there were really only 6 people in this group of space pirates. The ground vibration stopped, the yellow sand fell back to the ground, and Vase stumbled out of the house and ran to Jiuxiu to look up and down. "Are you okay? Where are you injured? Go to the escape pod and give medicine." Half an hour later, Jiuxiu's waist and abdomen were tightly wrapped, and she couldn't move. She sat on a chair and ate a tomato. She pointed at the 5 tied-up space pirates and said vaguely, "So you 12 people can't beat 6? The only dead space pirate was killed by his own people, and his body was buried in the yellow sand and became fertilizer for the land." Jeffney was a little embarrassed and a little nervous. Interstellar combat mainly relies on weapons, and there are more than one spaceship in space. Maybe they just reported the news, and new people will come later. Jiuxiu looked at the sky outside the window. "It's been an hour. Why haven't they come yet?" Jeffney, The woman who pulled Jiuxiu away before was named Imolan. At this moment, she touched her chin and thought, "Think about it carefully." At that time, the other spaceships were in the rear and did not launch an attack. Could it be fake? Now there is a new technology in the cinema that can copy the images projected by the projector many times. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Jeffney wiped his face. He really didn't want to admit that he was scared by the space pirates and lost his mind, so he made a wrong judgment. Jiuxiu nodded. "It seems that space combat does rely on weapons." "Who said that the tools used to convert movies can't be used as weapons?" Jeffney couldn't help but defend himself. "They are members of the Tingsha organization, notorious and evil, so they should be cautious. It is said that the Tingsha organization never fails, and the blood on their hands can dye a planet red. So when he saw the logo of the other party's spaceship, he was scared and panicked." Everyone was talking about Tingsha, and Jiuxiu couldn't help but look at Eric. "Is it so powerful?" The 5 space pirates were tied up tightly, and the wounds on their bodies were roughly treated. Jiuxiu had never killed anyone, nor had she seen blood. There were no animals on the blue star. The only blood she had seen was the blood she had shed when she bumped into something when she was a child. Tianji's arm had been reattached, and she pointed a finger at Eric. "He had an injury on his abdomen, otherwise you wouldn't be so relaxed." Jiuxiu stood up and limped towards Eric, and under his gaze, she lifted his clothes and saw his abdomen wrapped in white bandages. She was thoughtful, squatting in front of Eric and looking at him. A small monster is so powerful. It seems that there are many hidden talents in the outside world. Eric had no sense of being a prisoner at all, and stared at Jiuxiu with his raised eyes. "You can't understand or speak the interstellar universal language. Who are you?" The room was too small, and there was no other place to put people, so he heard everything Jiuxiu and Jeffrey talked about. "Jiuxiu, I said, I am the master here." "Eric, they are all strangers. Why do you help them but not me?" Jiuxiu made a gun gesture against Eric's forehead. "Because they didn't point a gun at me." Jeffney was moved and said, "Although I am very grateful for your trust in us, you must always be vigilant even if no one points a gun at you in the future. The outside world is very dangerous. This girl has never been in contact with people. She is too naive and easy to be deceived." Jiuxiu nodded. "Okay, Tianji, give them the antidote." Jeffney, "What antidote?" Jiuxiu, "The water you drank before was poisonous." Jeffney, There is a medical cabin in the spaceship." A red-haired girl like Jeffney ran in excitedly. Jeffrey chose to ignore Jiuxiu's words and said happily, "The medical cabin can be treated quickly. Your injury did not touch the bone. You can get better after lying down in it." Jiuxiu was very curious about the medical cabin. With Jeffrey's help, he walked into the spaceship to feel the medical cabin. Half an hour later, Jiuxiu was alive and kicking again. She looked at the medical cabin and fell into deep thought. Then, she asked Tianji to carry Eric to the spaceship and throw him into the medical cabin. Eric coughed violently a few times and looked at Jiuxiu beside him. "Eric, you want to heal me?" "Jiuxiu, why didn't you heal me before?" Eric spread his hands. "I was in a hurry to rob and didn't have time." Jiuxiu nodded and covered the medical cabin. I give you time now. When you are cured, come out and fight with me. She looked at Eric with her eyes downcast, and her black pupils were shining with vitality. Chapter 3. Early in the morning, Ji Jioshu walked out of the house, went to the temporary shed, and took Eric out. The shed was built with insulation materials to keep warm at night. The atmosphere of the Blue Star was destroyed, and the temperature difference between morning and night was huge. Her former sparring partner was Tianji. When human flesh and metal collided, Tianji had no reaction, and she was the one who suffered. Now she has a better choice. The two shadows were lengthened by the rising sun. Ji Jioshu punched Eric's chin, and her waist and abdomen were kicked by the opponent. She became more and more fierce, growing rapidly in the battle, and ended this morning's warm-up exercise with a last move of kicking. After the morning exercise, Eric lay on the ground panting. He covered his chest and laughed. His eyes were full of wonder. How did you do it? How did you practice to this extent without any resources? Ji Jioshu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said confidently, because I'm the best. Eric, Perhaps because of the language barrier, it is really difficult to communicate with Ji Jioshu. There was a lot of mockery in the shed. I thought he was so powerful, but he can't even beat a country bumpkin. If Eric wasn't so conceited, we wouldn't be like this now. I said that the people who parachuted down from above are all fancy moose, and they want us to die with him. All kinds of unpleasant words have never stopped since the first day, and Ji Jioshu was able to get to know this star pirate team better. Eric is the new commander, who was transferred directly from other places. His subordinates are not very convinced, so the team is loose, and there is no tacit understanding. Ji Jioshu said the truth, you are not as good as him, as weak as the cabbages in the field. She dragged the pirates out one by one and beat them up. The other four were not as tough as Eric. At least Eric was almost tied with her several times, while the others fell down like cabbages. Eric let Ji Jioshu tie him up and send him back to the shed. He laughed when he heard her words. The four people under the shed looked ugly. They were tied up tightly and sat on the ground with their necks stiff like quails without saying a word. After warming up, Tianji invited Ji Jioshu to have breakfast and reviewed the situation while eating. Your movements were not accurate enough. If you could kick his knee directly with the first kick, you wouldn't have received a punch in vain. It played the video, and Ji Jioshu watched the video while eating. Jeffei and others came in from outside. The house was too small to accommodate them, so they stayed in the pirate's spaceship at night. One of the yellow sand shells hit Eric's spaceship engine last time, causing the spaceship to malfunction. Now they are repairing it. The food on the table was very simple, with only a pot of boiled radish and cabbage, a plate of unopened nutrient solution, and a plate of compressed biscuits. The latter two were brought by Jeffrey. Blue Star was short of supplies, so Ji Jioshu's food was all boiled vegetables. She was amazed when she first tasted the nutrient solution and compressed biscuits. The nutrient solution tasted bland, similar to boiled vegetables, but the compressed biscuits tasted very fragrant and delicious. She didn't understand why Jeffrey and the others were so sad when they ate the compressed biscuits. Emolan saw Ji Jioshu eating boiled vegetables and compressed biscuits and couldn't help but touch her head. Emolan, the spaceship will probably be repaired the day after tomorrow. You pack up and go back with us. This place is too remote and secluded. She can't stay here alone for the rest of her life. She has to return to human society. She wanted to say something to comfort Ji Jioshu, but Ji Jioshu didn't give her the chance and nodded. Okay. She is looking forward to the outside world. After breakfast, she officially started today's study. Not only did she have to learn the Interstellar Universal Language, but she also had to learn everything about the outside world. Tianji used the interface to receive the information provided by Jeffei for Ji Jioshu to learn. Her progress was visible to the naked eye. In 3 days, she was able to talk directly with Jeffei and others without relying on Tianji's translation. Even her accent was corrected little by little. In the end, what she said was no different from that of a native federal person. She was like a sponge, absorbing knowledge crazily. The night was deep, and the Blue Star was quiet. Ji Jioshu and Tianji opened the underground secret door, walked into the passage directly to the underground, pressed the switch, and the darkness was dispelled. A huge mechanical empire appeared before her eyes, with metal houses spreading out in front of her, and wide roads extending in all directions. They were silent and dead silent. This was an underground city, which silently watched Ji Jioshu. The only sound in the whole city was the clacking sound she made when she walked. She walked to the tallest building, entered the password, opened the door and walked in. This was the Doomsday Research Institute, where she was born and grew up. She walked to a small house and started the instrument. Palm-sized blue electronic cards appeared in the void, with names written on them, densely overlapping. This was the tombstone of the Institute's employees. The one closest to the time had Jichen written on it. 2 words, that was the last researcher, her mother. Tianji's voice echoed in the crowded space. Only 1,000 out of 10,000 fertilized eggs can be conceived into embryos, and the embryos gradually die over 10,000 years, and only you are left in the end. You are the luckiest child. The flesh and blood made of machines should not be able to experience what loneliness and fear are, but in a long time, it did have human emotions for a moment. Due to lack of energy, companions fell into hibernation one after another, and the embryos died one by one. Fortunately, she is unique, with the most perfect genes and infinite potential. Ji Jiuxiao looked at the shining sign in front of him. I will find a way to save this planet. This is the origin of mankind, the past, and the hometown. After the spacecraft was repaired, Ji Jiuxiao did not prepare any luggage. She only had a few clothes, and the style was different from that of the Interstellar. The pure white fabric wrapped the whole person, like the spacesuit when people first landed on the moon. Since she was going back to human society, she couldn't be too special. She should start with clothing to fit in. 5 pirates were taken on board. Ever since Jeffrey said that the pirates could be exchanged for bounties from the federal government, Ji Jiuxiao looked at them with a bright look in his eyes. Before leaving, Ji Jiuxiao took a shovel and a flower pot, went around the back of the cabin, dug out a seedling, and put it in the pot. This seedling was different from the common weeds. It only had 2 newly sprouted leaves, moist and round. It was the only plant that did not grow in the vegetable garden. She took good care of it, and watered it every day. Perhaps it was due to lack of nutrition. After more than 10 years of watering, it still looked like this. I don't know what kind of plant it is. The spaceship slowly took off. She held the flower pot and looked down. The hut became smaller and smaller, becoming a dot, and finally disappeared from sight. This planet is vast. In history books, it is a blue planet, but now the sea is dry and the yellow area exceeds the blue. The spaceship is not a special model for carrying people, but a combat ship. The overall space is not large. Ji Jiuxiao ran up and down, curiously studying the function of everything. Imolan is the pilot, sitting at the front to locate the distant galaxy, and the dim light of the electronic screen hits her serious face. Ji Jiuxiao took out a thick spaceship manual from the drawer, and after reading it, he came to Imolan's side. Can I try it? The solar system is not stable and peaceful. It has a meteorite belt, and a large number of black holes. Imolan is not very reassured. Ji Jiuxiao begged, let me try, I just drive it for a little while. Imolan couldn't stand her pitiful look, so she stood up and said, okay, but you can only drive it for 10 minutes. Ji Jiuxiao, okay. Everyone gathered around them, talking about the interesting things they learned when they were learning about spaceships. Jeffrey pointed to a joystick. What is this? Imolan, I don't know, I learned about civilian spaceships, and I'm not very good at flying combat spaceships. It's written in the manual that this is a high-speed landing, used to avoid enemy shells. Ji Jiuxiao reached out and pressed the joystick down. Let's see how fast it is. Don't. Jeffrey couldn't finish his words. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made everyone unstable. The spaceship was like a falling stone on the blue planet, falling rapidly under the pull of gravity. The spaceship stopped, and Jeffrey wiped the cold sweat from his sweat. Still, be more cautious, don't touch it casually. Ji Jiuxiao, it's okay, I know what they are. I have to experience them first before I can better control them. As soon as she finished speaking, her hand pressed another switch. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. They stumbled back to their seats, fastened their seat belts, and held the belts tightly with both hands. Tianji, who had sat down early, smiled at them. The spacecraft that followed was like a drunk person shaking repeatedly, sometimes moving forward and sometimes moving backward, and even rotating 720 degrees, but always traveling on the correct route. She actually finished reading the manual. Except for the author of the manual, he didn't believe that anyone could finish reading it. Imolan was relieved. She is a very good child, with an amazing learning ability. I believe she can live well in the Interstellar. In half a month, she learned a new language. This learning speed is considered to be the best among the evolved interstellar people. A month later, before the fuel was about to run out, they arrived at a small planet on the edge of the Interstellar. As soon as the interstellar network was connected, everyone's optical computers kept beeping. Ji Jiuxiao held his chin and looked at the white planet below. As soon as the spaceship appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the patrol army. The huge star-killing logo on the hull was too eye-catching. Jeffrey dialed the line and communicated with the other party. Jioshio looked at the watch-like thing on their wrists. This was a popular interstellar communicator called an optical computer. She would also need one in her future interstellar life. The optical computer needed star coins to buy, but she now had a way to do it without spending money. In the temporary prison of the spaceship, Jioshio took the optical computer from Eric's hand and studied it in his hand. You need to unlock your pupils to open it, and there is a setting in my optical computer that it will automatically destroy once it is 1 meter away from me. Eric looked at her and smiled. I buy you a new one. Jioshio glared at him. Are you going to buy it for me in prison? Eric blinked at her. Beautiful girl with black eyes. We will meet again. Jioshio ignored him and tried to move the optical computer away. The screen that was showing the time just now suddenly went black. It seems that Eric did not lie. Jeff A finished communicating with the patrol team. The spaceship was detained by the patrol team in space. They sent the people back to the planet. The 5 space pirates in the spaceship were also taken away. Jioshio got the bounty as he wished. Before entering the planet, you need to go through the inspection first. Emolan frowned and glanced at Tianji. Jioshio noticed her gaze and asked, What's wrong? Emolan, private individuals are not allowed to own combat robots. While talking, everyone was scanned, leaving only Tianji. Anyone who has seen Tianji on Blue Star would not think it is an ordinary nanny robot. It is highly intelligent and can fight. Its program is different from that of a nanny robot. Once it is scanned, it is likely to be taken away for processing. Emolan, this robot is what we always carry with us. It is already very worn out. It doesn't need to be scanned, right? The patrol captain had a serious expression. No, anyone who enters the planet must be scanned. At the other party's urging, Tianji slowly walked into the instrument, holding the flower pot. Beep, a harsh alarm sounded. Chapter 4. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tianji. The patrol captain took out a cylindrical scanner as long as his arm, and walked towards it. This scanner can be used for more detailed positioning, and find out the cause of the alarm. Jeff A and others were a little nervous, but Jioshio calmly took the flower pot, and watched the scanner scan repeatedly. The scanner did not issue any alarm. The patrol captain frowned and asked Tianji to walk through the large detector again. Tianji passed safely, and the detector was very quiet. The patrol captain slapped the detector with one hand. Is this thing broken again? Her eagle-like eyes swept over Tianji. The metal light on the surface of the robot was dim. The height was about 1.5 meters, shorter than the average nanny robot. The style was not popular, like a product that was eliminated many years ago. Compared with a combat robot, it was even smaller. The small scanner repeatedly checked Tianji again. After confirming that there was no problem, the patrol captain looked at the flower pot in Jioshio's hand. Patrol captain, what kind of plant is this? Jioshio, I don't know. I named it Xiao Xiao. I brought it from my hometown. The scanner scanned the flower pot, and found nothing unusual, but the patrol captain was still very cautious. We need to test this plant to make sure it is not a disguised alien plant. Jioshio handed the flower pot over, and watched them use tweezers to pinch off a small piece of the plump cotyledon of Xiao Xiao for testing. She heard the new word and turned to ask Emolan, what is an alien plant? Emolan's expression was serious. Alien plants are our human enemies. They are plants, but they can move, have hunting consciousness, and are extremely aggressive. A long time ago, perhaps long before humans began to appear in the interstellar space, alien plants and alien beasts appeared together, competing with humans for resources on every planet. They are ruthless predators, born to reproduce and devour. There are countless armies stationed outside the interstellar space to resist the invasion of alien plants and alien beasts. Humans once had the upper hand, repelled the enemy, occupied countless galaxies, and multiplied and grew. Now alien plants and alien beasts continue to grow, and the pressure on the border is gradually increasing. Many planets have to be abandoned. Jeffrey sighed, you are a lucky child that they don't exist in the solar system. They are like hyenas, unwilling to let go of every bite of meat. The test results of Xiao Xiao came out, and no abnormalities were found. The patrol team returned the flower pot to Jioshio, and let them enter. After stepping on the new land, Jeff May received news from home before she was happy for a long time. Her face changed, and she hurried to the Imperial Star to deal with things. Jioshio rejected Jeff May's invitation to go with her. She couldn't rely on Jeff May's help blindly. Jeffrey said goodbye to her regretfully, but he was still worried before leaving. He took her to get her ID first, gave her his spare computer, and left in a hurry after adding his contact information. Standing in front of the Interstellar rescue station, Ji Jioshio took out a series of materials that Jeffrey had helped her to handle, proving that she was a poor orphan left on an unknown planet. The Interstellar standard for adulthood is 20 years old. She still has 10 months to go. The rescue station will provide monthly subsidies and temporary housing until she reaches adulthood, 3,000 star coins a month. The Star Pirate bounty obtained from the patrol team totaled 50,000. Jeffrey gave her all the money and wanted to subsidize her from his own pocket. Ji Jioshio didn't take Jeffrey's money. If she was really in trouble and had no other way, she would ask for help, but now she was obviously not in a desperate situation. She held the flower pot and waited for the staff to handle the formalities. Outside the Interstellar rescue station, a man pulled his hair and cursed. 10 communications a day urged me to find someone. She was not satisfied with so many actors before. Why didn't she find one herself? The man next to him looked worried. If it wasn't for the role, where would there be a thin person? You can't really find a patient to play. Nowadays, as long as people are healthy, they all have strong and beautiful bodies. Guangqi took a deep puff of cigarette. His face was haggard. The beautiful ones are not thin enough, and the thin ones are not beautiful enough. The movie is about to start shooting. It's too late to get a body shape now. As a casting director, he has never suffered so much. In order to meet the requirements of the chief director, he has searched all the actors, big and small, but they just can't meet the requirements of the chief director. There are too few people on this planet. Go back to Daco Star and try your luck. There are many young people there. He Guang Yu inside and turned on the light brain. Buy a ticket. He is a scout, and it is reasonable that he is not so miserable. Who made him have an unlucky friend and had to work overtime? The reason why they appeared here is that there is a very popular personal video on the Star Network. The image of the blogger meets the requirements, but they have been unable to contact the person. The chief director urged too much, so they simply went to the person's house to find him. After meeting him in person, they understood why the other party had not replied. She is a liar. She is completely different from the one in the video. The other party photoshopped the picture frame by frame, and the whole video was very natural. The appearance in each video was the same. The technology was so advanced that it could conceal the search of anti-Photoshop software. They lost an actor, but gained an editor. The spacecraft to Emperor Star was 5 hours away from taking off, and the two sat on the roadside in frustration. He Guang Yuan stared at the people passing by on the road, which was his professional habit. There were few people on this planet, and there were not many passers-by. The door of the relief station not far away opened, and he glanced casually, and then froze. He pulled Guangqi hard, and Guangqi said impatiently, "What are you doing?" He Guang Yuan didn't blink. "Look, look!" Guangqi turned his head and looked over, and was also stunned on the spot. She is the brightest light in everyone's heart. Her pupils are the same color as the night. Her too thin body is as fragile as glass, but it does not damage her beauty at all. Her eyes are so bright and firm, guiding the direction of the future. This is the character description in the script. The slightly exaggerated words made Guangqi's complaints never stop, but when he saw the girl, all the words had substance. He couldn't believe that there were such people in the world. He jumped up and rushed over to stop the girl. "Hello, I'm Guangqi, the casting director of Future. This is my ID. Are you willing to play a role in the movie? The salary is easy to talk about." The news of the audition of roles in Future was widely spread on the Star Network. The crew was famous, and the team was strong. Countless people fought hard to play a small role. He was not worried that the girl would reject him. Ji Jioshio stared at the other party curiously. After digesting a long string of words, he took the ID and inserted it into his light brain with a little unfamiliarity, and then handed it to Tianji to take a look. The ID is a chip embedded in the light brain. One side is fixed personal information, and the other side is generally a position certificate uniformly formulated by the company. For example, the first side of Ji Jioshio's certificate is the orphan information written by the rescue station, and the second side is blank, indicating that he is a vagrant. She observed Guangqi, and waited for Tianji to finish his research and hand the certificate back. The man in front of her hurriedly said, "You don't have to worry about the problem of mental strength. This role doesn't have many scenes. You just need to make an expression." He spoke too fast, with an accent, and mixed with some unfamiliar words. Ji Jioshio needed some time for his brain to process the information. Seeing that she didn't speak, Guangqi took a deep breath and tried to show a gentle expression. "How old are you?" "You are not yet an adult. If possible, I want to talk to your parents." "Ji Jioshio, I don't have parents." "I know that children of your age often have conflicts with their parents, but you shouldn't say that." Guangqi disagreed. Ji Jiuxiu, I'm already 19. How is it possible? Guangqi didn't believe it, and after thinking for a while, his expression became serious. You are so thin, your skin is as white as porcelain, and your body is as thin as paper. Have you been abused by your parents? This is a very serious behavior. Are you going to the rescue station to seek help? Ji Jiuxiu, She is 1.7 meters tall, and the man in front of her is at most 1.8 meters tall. How can you tell that she is a minor? The disaster damaged the atmosphere of the blue planet. Ultraviolet rays will hurt the skin. You can't stay outdoors for a long time. You can only stay underground during the day and go out to farm at night. White, it's because of not seeing the sun for a long time. Thin, it's because of malnutrition. She couldn't stand Guangqi's nagging, so she simply handed over the fresh and hot ID card. Guang Yuan and Guangqi squeezed together to look at the certificate, and the two stared at each other. Guang Yuan smiled. It doesn't matter, you can make your own decision. You have great potential. You can attract countless fans with just your face. Many people will like you and admire you. By the way, you are short of money now, right? Ji Jiuxiu was indifferent to the previous words, but the last sentence touched her heart. It would take a lot of money to restore the vitality of Blue Star. At least the atmosphere should be repaired first, so that plants can grow normally. Planets in the interstellar space basically rely on machines to maintain their living environment, and the same is true for the planet under her feet. Money is a problem, and now there seems to be a good solution. Ji Jiuxiu and Tianji decisively left with Guangqi. Before leaving, she went to register the information of Blue Star. The coordinates were provided by Jeffrey. After paying a handling fee of 1,000, Blue Star would be her planet in the future, and others could not occupy it at will. In the name column, she solemnly wrote 2 words, Hometown. The spacecraft headed for Daco Star, which is the most famous filming star in the interstellar space. There are many buildings here that can be used for filming. Most of the film and television works on the market are filmed here. The first question the director asked after seeing Ji Jiuxiu was, what is her mental power level? Guangqi answered quickly, even if she doesn't have mental power, you have to accept her, otherwise you can go find someone yourself. The director was a woman with a serious expression. She looked Ji Jiuxiu up and down several times and reluctantly said, okay. After all, it is much harder to find someone who fits the image than someone with mental power. Before the film officially started shooting, Ji Jiuxiu temporarily lived in the residence provided by the Daco Star Rescue Station. All rescue stations in the Interstellar are interconnected. The movie Future is about the end of mankind. It is not about imagining the future, but about recalling the past. The Interstellar has some information about the past. It is known that the end of the world has come and humans migrated from a certain planet, but too much time has passed, and most of the information is incomplete. The character played by Ji Jiuxiu has a total of 5 lines, and all the shots add up to less than 3 minutes. The reason why the director is so picky about actors is that this role is really difficult to play. She is a seriously ill scientist who fights until the last moment of the planet's destruction, and lives in the memories of the protagonists as everyone's spiritual sustenance. Therefore, the actor's body should look thin, but his eyes should be gentle, firm and powerful, and he should be tough, wild and dare to charge. This degree is not easy to grasp, and it always feels fake when performed. The most suitable candidate is an amateur who naturally fits the role and is not polished. After reading the script, Ji Jiuxiu looked through the information found by Tianji, and his eyes fell on the 3 words mental power. Chapter 5. In the interstellar era, humans awakened their mental power and could drive mechas to resist foreign enemies, but mental breakdown diseases followed. With the development of the times, human mental power was divided into 2 categories, one with aggressiveness that could control mechas, and the other for psychological counseling to relieve mental breakdown. The actors were all the latter, releasing their mental power when acting, and the audience was moved by their joy, anger, sorrow and happiness when watching the works, so as to achieve the effect of mental counseling. Actors with strong mental power can better drive the emotions of the audience, but if the mental power is below E level, as weak as ordinary people, the actors need to have stronger acting skills. There is also a type of actor who has no mental power and no acting skills, relying purely on their faces to attract the audience, called a vase. Ji Jiuxiu closed the information. She understood. It turned out that she was a vase. Not everyone can awaken mental power. Most of them are ordinary people. Perhaps Guangqi tacitly assumed that she, a person from a remote area, had no mental power, and did not take her for testing. Early the next morning, she asked for a hospital that could test mental power, and set off with Tianji. After paying the test fee, she entered the pure white machine, closed her eyes, and put her hands on the white wall according to the staff's instructions. Staff, suppose you are pushing this wall, don't use your hands. Try to imagine the picture in your mind, and push with the hands in your mind. 1 minute later, the test was over. 10 minutes later, the test results came out. The staff smiled and said, "Congratulations, your mental power level is healing level B." "Thank you." Ji Jiuxiao thanked politely, not very satisfied with the result. "I thought it would be higher. At least it has to be A level. The highest level of mental power in the Interstellar is S level, but S level people can be counted on one hand, and they are rare. Tianji, B level is also very good. No matter what the result is, it is worth being happy." Ji Jiuxiao, didn't you say that I am the most perfect? Tianji, do you believe the words that lie to children? Ji Jiuxiao, B level in treatment is already very high, and there are only a handful of B level people in the film and television industry, and the powerful talents are all in the army. The most popular industry in the Interstellar is the army. The talents in the army can be as rich and famous as those in the film and television industry. Compared with the film and television industry, the social status of the army is much higher. The threat of alien plants and alien beasts is increasing, and the federal government is secretly pushing the tide to get as many talents as possible into the army. Ji Jiuxiao sent the test results to Guangqi and He Guangyuan. Both of them were very shocked and pulled Ji Jiuxiao to audition. He Guangyuan said excitedly, "I didn't expect your mental power level is so high. I believe the next actress must be you. Today is a good day." He really found a treasure. Guangqi was also happy. He found such a good seedling. Let's see how the director scolds him in the future. He wants to throw the audition clip on the director's desk and be proud of it. Ji Jiuxiao auditioned a tearful scene. It was her first time acting. She couldn't get emotional, but she had a strong control over her body. She could cry when she said she wanted to. Guangqi took the machine to capture the mental power she released and watched her cry. The emotional fluctuations were not big, and the performance was a little stiff, but it didn't matter. With mental power, it was not a problem for the audience to empathize. The whole clip was half a minute long. Guangqi immediately started post-production, and Ji Jiuxiao stood by and watched curiously. Half an hour later, Guangqi handed He Guangyuan and Ji Jiuxiao a pair of glasses. "Put them on, let's see the results." He couldn't wait. The video on the screen was opened, and many things appeared around Ji Jiuxiao's empty space, including a white hospital bed and a brown bedside table. The air could even faintly smell the smell of disinfectant, and the sound of gunfire seemed to be heard by the ears. The scene and sound effects were added in the later stage, and the actors were surrounded by empty and clean when performing. Today's audiences like to watch real-life shooting and reject virtual post-production. The crew of Future shot real scenes and only used virtual scenes in the audition clips. When the first tear fell from the corner of Ji Jiuxiao's eyes, his mental power instantly pulled him into the scene. Before the video was finished, Guangqi and He Guangyuan quickly took off their glasses after watching the beginning, and tears flowed down their eyes. Ji Jiuxiao was stunned and asked, "Is it so touching? Why didn't she feel anything?" He Guangyuan wiped his eyes and looked at Ji Jiuxiao with a trace of horror. He couldn't describe his feelings just now. The emotions conveyed by the character should have been dull and sad, but the moment his mental power was spread out, the only feeling left in his mind was the pain in his heart. It was very touching, even a little bit touching. Guangqi, control yourself, don't release all your mental power. Maybe the feeling of extreme emotions made people feel a little breathless, and tears couldn't stop flowing down. Ji Jiuxiao, okay, I try. Going through the process again, this time Ji Jiuxiao was restrained, his expression looked more stiff, but he still touched the two. I burst into tears. Guangqi wiped away his tears. I don't believe this. Let's try another scene. The three of them tossed and turned, whether it was joy, anger, sadness or pain. Ji Jiuxiao's micro-expressions were almost the same, but they were very touching. Emotions rose and fell rapidly like a roller coaster, and the overly stimulating experience made Guangqi tremble and swallow a quick-acting heart-saving pill. Ji Jiuxiao silently looked at herself frozen on the screen, and had to accept the fact that she could only be a vase. It's difficult for me to control my mental power, she explained. Mental power has no entity, it is illusory, and difficult to control its strength. He Guangyuan thought of something, pointed at Guangqi and said, "You are a healing mental power, try to give him a simple mental counseling." Both of them are attacking E-level mental powers, and they can't be actors, but as behind-the-scenes workers with a huge workload, mental power can keep them full of physical strength at all times. It just so happens that I have been under a lot of pressure recently, and the accumulated emotions are piled up in my brain like garbage. If I don't clean it up in time, I will fall into a mental breakdown and become a fool. Deep mental counseling requires professional techniques. Ji Jioshu has never learned it, but it should be no problem to simply output mental power. As she recalled, she gently placed her hand on the back of Guangqi's hand. Mental power entered Guangqi's mental picture. His mental picture was very small and gray. She wiped the gray part clean. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. She let go of her hand and asked expectantly, "How is it?" Guangqi shuddered violently. His eyes were dull, and his lips trembled. He tried to smile. "It feels very good. You should also try the light source." Guangyuan took a quick step back. "I know you're going to cheat me when I see your expression. I won't do it. The counseling effect is very good. I feel relaxed all over now." Guangqi squatted on the ground and wiped his face. His voice choked. "But it hurts a lot." After he said that, Guangyuan became interested and stretched out his hand to Ji Jioshu. "Let me feel it." 2 seconds later, there was another person squatting on the ground. How to describe this feeling? It's like wearing short sleeves on a cold planet. Your hands and feet are frozen stiff, and then you hit the corner of the table hard. After the instantaneous sting spread, there were waves of pain and coldness invaded together, and it was painful. Every planet uses technology to maintain a constant temperature, but some tourist planets maintain natural weather. He was fortunate to experience the feeling of frozen hands hitting the table. Ji Jioshu's mental counseling was 100 times the pain value at that time. Guangyuan, I would rather suffer from mental breakdown than accept your mental counseling again. Is it so exaggerated? Ji Jioshu touched his nose. This is just a shallow counseling. It hasn't gone deeper yet. Guangqi, if you go deeper, there will be 2 more bodies on the ground now. Ji Jioshu sighed. He had planned to start a sideline business of mental counseling, but now it seems that it won't work. After the 2 of them recovered, they tried another audition without mental power, and the result was much better this time. Although Ji Jioshu has no acting skills, and it makes people feel a little uncomfortable, at least it doesn't really make people feel physically uncomfortable. It seems that before she becomes a powerful actor who relies purely on her body to perform acting skills, to increase the sense of substitution, her position can only be a vase. The sky of Daiko's star is white, and it always stays the same at all times. From dawn to dusk, the light source gradually weakens, like a light bulb that is gradually running out of power. There is no sunset here, nor is there a breeze blowing on your face. Ji Jioshu came out of the hospital and walked towards the rescue station under the colorful neon lights. The results of the physical examination were not optimistic. She was severely malnourished. The doctor said that there was no way to recover quickly, and she could only rely on eating more to slowly recover. He prescribed her 10 bottles of advanced nutrient solution. The advanced nutrient solution cost 1,000 yuan a bottle. Her heart was bleeding when she paid, but she had to eat it. Her body couldn't bear it. Now she was not on Blue Star. She had to work to make money, and she could no longer reduce physical exertion by sleeping a lot. Calculating the recent expenses, she covered her wallet with heartache. Tianji kept chattering. "Look at my skin, it's so dull and lifeless. I haven't taken care of it for a long time. I heard that there is a place to take care of robots next to the rescue station." Ji Jioshu patted its hands. "I think it's very bright, not dark at all. When the money for filming arrives, I will give you the best care. In human terms, you are just making empty promises." Tianji was dissatisfied. "Poor me, I have suffered so much to support you, and you treat me like this?" Its voice became that of an elderly woman with vicissitudes of life. She spoke word by word, quite desolate, and her expression was very anthropomorphic and sad. "I feel that you are more talented in acting than me." Ji Jioshu rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, clicked on the light brain to apply for a new financial account, and transferred half of the money into it. "This account is yours in the future. You spend your own money, not mine." The light brain is connected to Tianji's system, and it can be operated on her light brain without a password. Tianji quickened her pace, and her voice became a lively girlish voice. "Hurry up, hurry up. The maintenance shop closes at 10 o'clock. Why are you in such a hurry? You really don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are until you manage the household." Ji Jioshu muttered, and her pace was much faster than before. She glanced at the balance that turned into the beginning, and turned off the light brain with a pained heart. Filming, making money. Even if she was a vase, she wanted to be the best vase. Chapter 6. The crew of Future has made many popular movies before. Once this carefully made film was released, the box office sold better and better every day. Ji Jioshu, whose total role was less than 10 minutes, was too perfect because of the role setting. As the white moonlight, who died early, her popularity could even compete with the protagonist. Various brokerage companies surrounded her like hyenas smelling meat, but Ji Gyoshio refused them all. Once she signed with a company, it meant losing a certain degree of freedom. She didn't like being arranged to do things. It was difficult to develop in this industry without a company, and she would lose a lot of good opportunities. Most of the new invitations Ji Gyoshio received in the later period were similar to the previous roles, mainly to show her face as a beautiful vase, and occasionally to play an important supporting role in a bad movie. The first resume was dazzling, in sharp contrast to the bad movies that followed. Because of the positioning of the vase, she had many fans on the Star Network, and even more black fans. Half a year after leaving Blue Star, Ji Gyoshio no longer needed the subsidy from the rescue station. She took a look at the balance, and calculated how much money she needed to buy the machine to repair the atmosphere. A message popped up on the light brain, an invitation to a variety show. She received many invitations to variety shows, but they were all obscure variety shows that couldn't afford the money, and the famous big variety shows wouldn't invite her. She had never participated in a variety show, but she had seen pigs run even if she hadn't eaten pork. Variety shows were basically about playing games and chatting. She took a look at the name of the variety show and had never seen it before. It was not a sequel to a popular variety show, but a new show. She looked at the names of the director and producer, and they were also very unfamiliar. The only difference was the way the salary was distributed. It was not a fixed amount of money, but a profit-sharing model. The more the variety show earned, the more money the guests got. She carefully read the content of the variety show and forwarded a copy to Tianji. The name of the variety show is I Want to Entrance the Military Academy. The name is simple and straightforward, summarizing the content of the entire variety show. This program invites 10 guests to take the military academy entrance exam together. Today, when humans are still facing threats, the army is a very popular place for graduates. If you want to join the army, you must be a graduate of a military academy. Among the countless military academies, there are 7 military academies with the greatest reputation, which almost gather talents from all over the galaxy. Ji Gyoshio, what do you think? Tianji, the army has money, but the actors don't. The actors don't have money mainly refer to Ji Gyoshio. She is not popular enough, and her salary is not high enough. She can make corresponding expressions according to the director's requirements, but she can't move people delicately. Instead of struggling with acting skills, it is better to try to develop other side jobs. If it doesn't work, there is still the job of a vase as a backup. Ji Gyoshio, why don't you say that the army is dangerous and actors are safe? Tianji, if you continue to be a nobody, we will all face the risk of starvation. They pay a lot. You can't make a living just by relying on your face. Beauty also needs marketing, and marketing costs money. They don't have a company to invest money in, and they don't have money in their own pockets. Ji Gyoshio said angrily, why should I support you instead of you supporting me? Because I'm just an ordinary nani robot, maybe you can try to rent me out. Tianji said calmly. Ji Gyoshio, your style is too old, no one wants it. Tianji condemned, you actually had such an idea? Can't I even think about it? Ji Gyoshio was righteous. Tianji ignored her and quickly wrote a reply, studying and getting paid at the same time. Is there anything better in the world than this? It sent the reply and started searching for information about the military academy. After confirming the guests, I Want to Study a Military Academy began to warm up on star.com. No one has ever filmed such a variety show. The unprecedented content quickly made the variety show quite popular. Is the program group sick? Can you get into the military academy casually? The entertainment industry should stop taking advantage of the popularity of the military academy. It has nothing to do with it, and still tries to take advantage of it. Which unlucky artist dares to take such a job? It would be strange if he doesn't die of laughter. The director knows that being black and red is also red. He strikes while the iron is hot to attract sponsors. After having money, he invests in promotion, and the popularity gradually rises. Ji Gyoshio's fans and black fans all know that she is about to participate in this variety show. Fans persuade her to withdraw with great effort, while black fans happily mock her for not knowing her own limitations. Everyone knows the level of people in the film and television industry. Admission to the military academy depends not only on the results of the written test, but also on the mental strength test. People with high mental power would like to stick their mental power level on their foreheads to announce it to the world. People who never say anything as a selling point either have no mental power or have a low level. This is a variety show that is positioned by the audience as a pure entertainment. For a while, there was a lot of ridicule on the internet, and every participating guest was involved. There is an age requirement for military school enrollment. The upper limit is 25 years old, and there is no limit below that. If you are a real child prodigy, you can take the exam at the age of 10. The school system of the Interstellar is to go to school at the age of 10, 6 years of basic education, learn basic interstellar knowledge, and 4 years of differentiated education to choose the industry you want to work in the future. At the age of 20, you graduate from differentiated education and enter further education. The general university is a 3-year system, while the military school is a 5-year system. In the bloody storm, Yoshio packed his bag, got on the aircraft, and went to the accommodation arranged by the director team. There is still half a year before the military academy enrollment. During this period, all guests have to live in the same dormitory building. During the recording period, the program team will not prevent everyone from taking other jobs, but all the itineraries will be recorded. Yoshio arrived at the dormitory first, holding Xiao in her arms, and Tianji walked with her. The dormitory is 1 room per person. She picked an empty room at random to put her things in, watered the grass, and then went to get the study materials. The program is a live broadcast, and she was surrounded by cameras from the moment she entered the dormitory. The book is an e-book, a total of tens of thousands of GB, and a pile of folders is so long that it can't be pulled to the bottom. The content ranges from broad to profound. Yoshio sighed. You have to learn so much knowledge to enter the military academy. Interstellar people are so scary. Tianji nodded in agreement. It's not quite the same as our knowledge. You have to work hard. The knowledge left by Blue Star is mostly about technology. Cold metal is the mainstream of research, while Interstellar focuses more on mental power. The mechas of this era abandon the complicated operating consoles and use mental power to control the mechas, making the mechas move naturally and smoothly like limbs. The information provided by the program team was more detailed than what could be searched on the internet. It was explained in detail like a children's book, which was very easy to understand. Yoshio, the profound content can be written so simply and easily. You are worthy of being a professor. Tianji nodded repeatedly. As the two of them were immersed in reading, the barrage in the live broadcast room gradually increased. Let me see what this program is trying to do. With so much information, is this a book that people can finish reading? Isn't this military course material? Why is the program team doing this? There are elementary school textbooks. What are you doing? Is this person stupid? He really reads one book after another? Yoshio could not see the barrage floating on the screen, nor did he notice that all the other guests had arrived and were chatting enthusiastically in the living room. When Tianji reminded her that it was time for dinner, she turned off her optical computer and looked out of the window to rest her eyes. Barrage, what an ancient action. It is said that people in the past would look far away to prevent myopia. Now that vision repair technology is so advanced, myopia is no longer a problem. Yoshio's behavior is a bit old-fashioned. Yoshio went downstairs to eat, and everyone in the living room looked up, and the atmosphere was quiet for a moment. She raised her hand casually and waved, saying, "Hello, my name is Yoshio, and I'm glad to meet you." She kept walking while talking, and looked around after going down to the living room. Didn't the program team provide meals? One of the girls smiled and said, "We are discussing cooking. We just met today, so we cooked together to get to know each other." Yoshio had no objection, and enthusiastically made one of his specialties, boiled cabbage in clear water. But obviously this dish was not popular with everyone. After everyone tasted it, no one cared about it. Everyone at the table was talking happily. Whether it was real enthusiasm or fake courtesy, what was shown under the camera was a happy scene. Yoshio listened to their conversation, and Tianji's voice came from the earphones on her ears, and it was explaining the information of other people to her. Before this, she had not searched which guests participated in the variety show. Now, under Tianji's temporary tutoring, she could say some polite compliments. After dinner, the program team sent a study schedule. There was no teacher to teach here in person. They watched video recordings. There was a fixed study time every day, cultural classes in the morning and physical classes in the afternoon, but the guests were not required to attend classes. Yoshio stayed here for 2 days. Her daily routine was very monotonous. She had to eat, attend classes, and rest. At first, all the guests studied in the classroom, but later, there were fewer and fewer. In the evening, when she didn't have classes, she would read books that were not mentioned in the teaching video and practice questions in her room. She didn't meet the guests except for mealtime. A week later, the guests still insisted on making their own dinner. Ji Jiuxiu lost interest after participating twice. Although the food they cooked was delicious, it was too time-consuming. Cooking and eating also required chatting, which really took up study time. The food provided by the program team was not bad. It took no more than 20 minutes to eat a meal, which was convenient and fast. Until one day at noon, Ji Jiuxiu found that the whole building was empty, and she called the communication to find the program team with a blank face. Usually, the staff of the program team were not in the dormitory area, and they had their own cameras for shooting. They only needed to do post-editing. The disadvantage of live broadcasting was that it was sometimes too boring, so they would usually do post-editing and broadcast it again. Ji Jiuxiu, did they go out to study? The person who answered the call was a girl, whose voice sounded at the same time as Ji Jiuxiu, with a little hesitation. It's not time for lunch yet, right? Ji Jiuxiu, no. Ahem. The other party quickly changed the subject. Today is a day off, everyone is out playing, you can also go out and take a look. It's no wonder that she had this stereotype of Ji Jiuxiu, who only asked about food. In the past week, the most common thing Ji Jiuxiu said was, "What are you eating today?" Ji Jiuxiu was shocked. Studying and having a day off? In her cognition, shouldn't studying be serious and hard, trying every possible way to cram knowledge into your brain? What's more, there are only 2.5 months before the exam. The staff hesitated, and finally said bluntly, "Few people who come to participate in this program are really going to the military academy. This is just a gimmick of the program, and everyone is trying to get more shots to increase the popularity." Ji Jiuxiu suddenly realized that all the weird behaviors of everyone in the past had an explanation. She turned on her light brain, and clicked on StarNet for the first time to search for topics related to the variety show, I Want to Entrance to Military Academy. Chapter 7. I Want to Enter the Military Academy is quite popular on Star.net. At the beginning, it relied on the military academy to climb to popularity. Later, when the audience was tired of it, the popularity mainly depended on the efforts of the guests. While Ji Jiuxiu was studying hard, undercurrents surged among the guests, generating countless stories. In the comments of the audience, we can see that in the past half-month, some people were doing love variety shows, some were skirting the line, and some were live streaming to sell goods. The popularity came in waves, successfully making several guests popular, and allowing them to receive advertisements. Ji Jiuxiu was full of question marks, and searched for comments related to himself. There was everything in the comments. In chronological order, the number of comments was the largest in the first 2 days. Half of them praised her for her beauty, and half scolded her for being a vase show. 2 days later, the content of the camera remained the same. Ji Jiuxiu studied except for eating and sleeping. The audience lost patience, and a large number of people left the live broadcast room. 2 days later, the live broadcast room inexplicably attracted a group of study parties, who checked it every day to study together. If black fans entered and left discordant comments, they would be expelled by other bullet comments. Unlike other live broadcast rooms, her live broadcast room was peaceful and quiet. She saw the latest bullet comments. It's been half a month, and this is the first time she has opened the Star Network. Who in the family understands? Is this an ancient person? How can she resist playing with the computer? I will never criticize her again. With this kind of perseverance, if she doesn't go to military school, who will? Don't study, I'm tired of studying. If you can make money by pretending not to play with a computer, I can do it too. If you can do it, you can also start a live broadcast. If you can stick to it for half a month, I will give you 100,000. You can't go to military school just because you want to. Rubbish shows are trying to gain popularity, and you will be forgotten sooner. Unfortunate black fans should not try to make a presence here. Get out. When they found that Ji Jiuxiu was watching the barrage in the live broadcast room, the speed of the audience's screen swiping increased. One sentence after another passed through the screen, and the passionate confession gradually overwhelmed other comments, and red hearts filled the screen. Ji Jiuxiu calmly turned off the light brain, clicked on the information, and started studying. Tianji, you can take a break and go out for a walk. Seeing other people's children relax and play, and then looking at their own hard-working children, they always feel sad. Ji Jiuxiu, you spend the money for maintenance on me, and I will go out to play. Tianji immediately changed his words. You study hard, don't think about things at a young age, and you can play as you like when you grow up. Ji Jiuxiu, oh ruthless robot. In the afternoon, Ji Jiuxiu changed into sportswear, and went to the physical training hall. There was no teacher in the training hall, only a teaching robot, which was not as useful as Tianji. She first ran 10 kilometers on the treadmill to warm up. Her seemingly thin skin contained huge energy. Tianji stood aside and watched her training, skillfully logged into 10 small accounts to read the comments, liked the compliments when she saw them, and angrily criticized the black fans when she saw them, and reported all the insults. Time passed quickly, and it was time for Ji Jiuxiu to eat the most. She took the only lunch box from the robot of the program team, and ate it slowly in the corner of the restaurant, while others were still busy cooking. Halfway through the meal, a male guest sat opposite her, and put a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes in front of her. The other party smiled and said, "Try it, how does my dish taste?" Ji Jiuxiu glanced at him, changed a pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece, and put it in his mouth to taste, and objectively commented, "It tastes good, better than what the program team made." Male guest, "I added a little sugar to enhance the flavor, if you like it, eat more." Ji Jiuxiu searched for the other party's information in his mind. The male guest was called Chen Yun, a professional actor who was deeply affectionate. They had never had any intersection. "I have enough food." She declined the other party's kindness. "The lunchbox is not nutritious enough." Chen Yun smiled, "I see that you don't often play with everyone. Are you not good at socializing?" Ji Jiuxiu asked, "What is the criterion for being good at socializing?" "Probably getting along with people, eating or doing activities together." Chen Yun joked, "You don't seem to have joined the group yet. I eyed you as a friend and pulled you in." Ji Jiuxiu refused, "I don't like meaningless socializing. You are all wasting time." Chen Yun's eyes flashed with surprise, and he lowered his voice and said, "This is not a waste of time. The camera is the most important, isn't it?" Ji Jiuxiu finished the last bite of the meal, took the bowl and left, and said neatly, "No." As time went by, the popularity of variety shows gradually faded, the number of guests in the live broadcast room dropped sharply, and the topic was mainly driven by the edited programs. Ji Jiuxiu's activities were too monotonous, and the program crew cut the footage to just a few minutes. In these few minutes, half of the time was spent eating. After self-motivated learning, Ji Jiuxiu gained another skill to attract fans, eating broadcast. She eats so deliciously, and she eats every bite of rice and vegetables seriously. She never plays with the light computer, which is very delicious. Ji Jiuxiu is very satisfied with her current life. She has food and shelter, and she doesn't have to work. She only needs to study every day. When she is tired of studying, she goes to the training hall to relax and rest. Occasionally, she goes out for a walk. Life is so relaxed and comfortable. The only trouble is that I don't know what happened recently. Chen Yun chats with her every 2 or 3 days, saying that he wants to study together, but when studying, he always talks to her, and can't be driven away. Tianji analyzed Chen Yun's motives. Maybe he is pursuing you. Human courtship behavior is the same as animals, which is to try to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Then he succeeded and really caught my attention. Ji Jiuxiu clenched her fist. Her fist was a little itchy, and she wanted to hit someone. Tianji, if it's a human, if you clearly refuse, you probably won't continue. Ji Jiuxiu didn't understand humans as well as Tianji. She had not come into contact with humans as many times as Tianji, so she chose to follow Tianji's advice and go to Chen Yun to make things clear. In order not to embarrass the other party, she thoughtfully set the venue in a training hall with few people. Chen Yun, who received Ji Jiuxiu's invitation for the first time, dressed up carefully, with light perfume, a well-cut white shirt, and a delicate and fluffy hairstyle. Ji Jiuxiu believed Tianji's analysis a little more. As soon as they met, Chen Yun smiled. "Why did you think of asking me out today?" Ji Jiuxiu said straight to the point. "Do you like me?" The smile on Chen Yun's face froze for a moment, and he asked back, "What do you think?" Ji Jiuxiu didn't play tricks with him, and said directly, "I don't like you. Please don't disturb me from studying again in the future." "I never said I like you." Chen Yun's smile disappeared, and his face was gloomy. "Really? That's great." Ji Jiuxiu breathed a sigh of relief, and then said alertly, "Then you always disturb me. Are you deliberately affecting my studies?" Chen Yun opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a while. He reluctantly said, "Is there any misunderstanding between us?" Ji Jiuxiu believed that he had ill intentions, and his eyes looking at him became sharp. "Interstellar is not a place outside the law. If you harass me again, we will see you in court." As if she disliked Chen Yun, she left after she finished speaking, in a hurry. Chen Yun, A large number of mocking comments floated across Chen Yun's live broadcast room. "Has the Sea King finally fallen? Ji Jiuxiu is so straightforward. I thought she would be a little green tea. I became a fan. Pushing and pulling? Ambiguity? Is this the end? You can't do it. Sister is so cool. I love her so much." Qin Yun's face was dark. From the beginning, he told the audience that he would play the role of a sea king. During the recording of the program, he was ambiguous with people everywhere. Some guests were happy to act together, which made him successfully gain a lot of attention. After discovering that Ji Jiuxiu's live broadcast room had a very stable fan base, he set his sights on Ji Jiuxiu. She was pretty enough, had a topic, and seemed sensitive, introverted and unsociable. Logically, it should be easy to handle. Who knew that Ji Jiuxiu would come up with a straight ball, catching people off guard? What went wrong? After warning people, Ji Jiuxiu was reviewing the game with Tianji. Tianji reflected, humans are too cunning. I want to save this experience to the database. Ji Jiuxiu, I didn't expect that a simple learning variety show would be so dangerous. We must be more careful. The two reached a consensus, and the fans in the live broadcast room laughed. Qin Yun, I flirt with you, and you play hostility with me. Ha ha ha, I am so happy, Ji Jiuxiu is so cute. Shock! Who would have thought that the truth behind the ordinary entertainment variety show is like this? Learning is the right way, reject crooked ways. A month later, the popularity of the show has slowed down, and only a few regular fans are watching. Is it necessary to be so defensive? This is a live broadcast. Who dares to poison you? Well, he sat down opposite Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu refused the soup sent by a male guest, and was eating seriously without raising his head. People are evil, we must guard against it. While he rolled her eyes, you are really weird. If it wasn't for the recurrence of the previous disease, she fainted in pain before even the robot could shout, and Ji Jiuxiu sent her to the hospital. She would not pay attention to this weirdo. She still remembers how Ji Jiuxiu answered when she asked him how he knew she was unconscious. She said, I couldn't recognize you without makeup, and I thought it was a thief who came in to steal things, so I hurried into your room to catch the thief. You don't really want to apply for a military academy, do you? Looking at Ji Jiuxiu, who was eating quietly, while he couldn't help asking, you should work on your acting skills, and I will take you with me when I become famous in the future. A TV series she just aired had a good reputation and ratings, and now it is the most popular in variety shows. She was annoyed by other guests circling around her, but she found it interesting that Ji Jiuxiu ignored her. Ji Jiuxiu swallowed the food in his mouth and praised, you are such a good person. While his face turned green, and she couldn't explain to Ji Jiuxiu, who was like an ancient man, what the good person card meant. She casually said, okay, you work hard. It doesn't matter if you don't pass the exam, I cover it for you. Entering the military academy is just a cover. The essence of variety shows is still reality shows to attract fans. Only Ji Jiuxiu, a fool, took it seriously. No wonder he is so unpopular in the film and television industry. She shook her head, and put a piece of meat into Ji Jiuxiu's bowl. 1 month before the exam, the military academy began to register. The popularity of variety shows gradually recovered, reaching its peak when the program team asked everyone to publicly register for their favorite military academies. In order to avoid being slapped in the face later, most of the guests chose less famous military academies. When it was Ji Jiuxiu's turn, she typed 5 words on the keyboard, Theseus Military Academy. The official website of Theseus Military Academy appeared on the screen. The live broadcast room barrage was blank for a moment, and then it was drowned by dense words. Who gave her the courage to choose this military academy? It's good to study hard, but you can't be too ambitious. She was slapped in the face, knowing that she couldn't pass the exam, so she just gave up? Wake up! This is not something you can pass. The traces of the script are too obvious. As I said before, it's a rubbish variety show that attracts traffic. No one thinks Ji Jiuxiu can pass the exam. If he had this talent, he wouldn't work hard in the film and television industry. There are 7 most famous military academies in the Interstellar, and Theseus Military Academy is one of them. In recent years, in the joint exercises of military academies, Theseus ranks 2nd, and the first is the Imperial Star Military Academy. If the Imperial Star Military Academy did not recruit only the children of dignitaries, Ji Jiuxiu would have wanted to sign up. Since he has to take the exam, of course, he has to take the best one. Chapter 8. The exam was held in the school that they applied for. Before the exam, Ji Jiuxiu and Tianji bought a spaceship and went to Theseus Military Academy. The first day of the exam was about cultural courses. Tianji got up early in the morning and borrowed the hotel kitchen to fry a fried dough stick and boil 2 eggs for Ji Jiuxiu to eat. Tianji, this is an ancient ritual that can bring you good luck. Ji Jiuxiu was skeptical about this statement, but the fried dough sticks and eggs were very delicious, enough to suppress her doubts. The exam began. Tianji watched Ji Jiushu walk into the military academy, and it waited outside the examination room with other candidates' parents. The architectural style of Theseus Military Academy is mainly light blue. Ji Jiushu found the examination room according to the instructions, and after verifying his identity, he sat in a high-tech seat. When the time came, the classroom closed, and questions appeared on the screen, with a total of more than 500 questions. She clicked on the first question and began to answer the questions without distraction. These questions were all-encompassing, from history to chemistry, from the past to the future, everything was touched. You don't have to answer all the questions. You can choose to answer the parts you are good at. The final score is based on the total score. Time passed bit by bit. 2 hours passed in a flash, and the system was shut down. Ji Jiushu walked out with the crowd. The expressions of the people around her were either relaxed or sad. She was calm and found Tianji in the crowd. Tianji, how is it? Are you sure? Ji Jiushu hesitated and said, it doesn't feel very difficult. It's simpler than many of the materials provided by the program team. As soon as she left the examination room, the program team's machine surrounded her. This is an instrument as small as a mosquito, which will not disturb passers-by during live broadcast. As soon as this sentence was said, the audience squatting in the live broadcast room began to swipe the screen again. The program team is also paying attention to the situation here. The performance of other guests is obvious to all, and the test results are predictable. But Ji Jiushu is different. During the time when the program was broadcast, she actually read books for 3 months. I have seen her reading. She reads so fast and doesn't take notes. What can her brain remember? There are such people in every class. They study hard every day, but their grades are always at the bottom. Using tactical diligence to cover up strategic laziness, you get nothing except moving yourself. She is really hard-mouthed. I want to see how many points she can get. The official website of Theseus Military Academy has announced the test questions. I will try it. She stood in the middle of the crowd. There were many eyes around her. She ignored everyone's eyes, drank a sip of water calmly, and walked out with Tianji. I'm so hungry, let's go eat. A photo of drinking water was freshly released and uploaded to Xinguang. Oh my god, look what I took. A beautiful picture of drinking water. This post was followed by many comments, and it quickly became popular with the popularity of the variety show. 2 minutes later, a new picture overshadowed the previous one. Princess Diarella actually applied for Theseus Military Academy. There were low voices in the crowd, but there were too many people, and even the smallest voices turned into sound waves. Ji Jiushu was attracted by the movement behind him. He looked back and saw a girl with red hair like flames and blue eyes walking out of the military academy, like a dazzling rose. That's Diarella, the third princess of the royal family. She is not your majesty's biological daughter, but an adopted daughter, Tianji said. Her mental power is healing, and her level has reached A. Her singing voice is very beautiful. Singing a song can provide collective mental counseling for an entire army. Ji Jiushu nodded, great. Tianji pondered. It is said that she is an old human left outside. Could she be from a forgotten planet like us? But Blue Star is the origin of mankind. Where do other human sites come from? Diarella glanced through the crowd and accidentally met Ji Jiushu's eyes. She had a perfect smile on her face, nodded to Ji Jiushu, lifted her skirt slightly, and walked away elegantly through the crowd. Why think so much? Filling your stomach is the most important thing. Ji Jiushu retracted his gaze and urged Tianji to leave. After she finished lunch, the results of the morning exam were announced. The specific scores were not announced, only the list of those who could enter the next round of assessment was released. As expected, Ji Jiushu passed smoothly. No way, she really passed. This year's test questions are very simple. I can answer half of them correctly. She just barely made it. She's really lucky. The next test is not that easy. I don't believe she can really pass. 2/3 of the people are eliminated in the test every year. This is just the beginning. Even after passing the first round of tests, the negative comments on the internet have not decreased, and people think that the questions of Theseus Military Academy this year are too simple. Ji Jiushu knew nothing about the comments on the internet. Tianji handed her water while exploiting the bug of the Interstellar network system to register 100 small accounts, and also logged into the fan group with one small account to call on fans to cheer together. You can't eat grapes and say that grapes are sour. Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Passing the test means you have ability. You can try it? Our Xiao is really amazing. She will definitely be admitted to Theseus Military Academy. Ji Jiushu drank water and looked through the notice of passing the test sent by the military academy. Each military academy has different assessment methods. After the cultural knowledge test in the morning, Theseus Military Academy will conduct a practical test in the afternoon. The so-called practical test is to throw the candidates into an area and let them face real alien plants and beasts. In the process, it is inevitable to get injured, and some candidates are frightened and give up the test, but the purpose of Theseus Military Academy is not afraid of blood and tears. There are no large enterprises or factories on Theseus star where Theseus Military Academy is located. Most of them are small light industries. There are many commercial streets for eating, drinking, and having fun. It mainly relies on the consumption of teachers and students of the military academy to make money. Theseus star is very large. It takes an hour to take a shortcut to the training ground by flying. Before leaving for the training ground, you must first conduct a mental test. All levels below C will be eliminated. Some candidates, who falsely register their mental levels when filling in information, will be eliminated. Ji Jiuxiao's mental test results are consistent with the previous ones. The test teacher handed her a white sign. The assessment of medical mental power will be less difficult than that of attack. The white sign is the proof of medical orientation. Everyone took a flying vehicle to the training ground, and what appeared in front of them was a green meadow, with the wind blowing the grass low, and the birds singing and the flowers blooming. The chief examiner held a loudspeaker and explained the rules of the exam. Now hand over all your electronic products, and then line up to receive backpacks. The bags contain medicines, food, and weapons. The only criterion for the assessment is to survive. The act of handing in the optical computer caused a lot of wailing, but no one objected. This has always been the tradition of Theseus Military Academy. The teacher who distributed the backpacks added, "If you really can't hold on, press the elimination button and you will be automatically teleported out." One by one, the examinees lined up to receive their backpacks. Someone asked, "Teacher, can you tell me some more precautions and details?" The examiner said, "You need to explore all the rules in the examination room by yourself. The one who survives to the end is the winner." The examinees boarded the aircraft again and were kicked down from the air by the teachers one by one. The parachutes opened and fell, swaying like dandelions, and everyone dispersed. Ji Jiuxiu used a parachute for the first time. She didn't know how to control her body in midair. She twisted left and right to avoid a big tree, but she was still hung on the tree. The dagger cut the parachute, and she fell from midair. There was no sound when her feet stepped on the ground. She opened her backpack, which contained a small medical kit, a bottle of water, 5 compressed biscuits, a button flashlight, a dagger, and a particle gun. Looking around, the surrounding trees were about 3 or 4 meters high, and the ground was covered with weeds and low shrubs. The forest was very noisy, insects kept chirping, and birds were singing. The content of the assessment is different every year. Last year's practical assessment was to throw people into a pile of alien plants. The longer they survived, the higher the score. This year, the examiner said that the assessment content is to survive, which means that there must be something very dangerous in the examination room. Now the situation is unclear. She decided to stay where she is and see the situation, and try to maintain her strength. The breeze was blowing gently, making the leaves rustle. Ji Jiuxiu was sitting under the tree and was a little sleepy, nodding his head. A brown snake with the same color as the trunk poked its head out from behind the branch and crawled down silently. The examiner in front of the screen was analyzing this year's batch of seedlings. When the screen swept over Ji Jiuxiao, the invigilator shook his head. "You can fall asleep here. How confident are you?" The examiner passed by and tapped the screen to ask the teacher who was talking to cut back the camera. The invigilator, "What's so good about it? This girl will be eliminated in 1 minute." The examiner raised his eyebrows. "Bet 100 star coins. I don't think she will be eliminated." "Let's bet. I will definitely win." The invigilator was very proud and said, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. The black-bellied snake is right above your head." Before he finished speaking, the girl on the screen stabbed the snake with a backhand knife, and the dagger pierced the snake 7 inches. The black-bellied snake died without struggling for a few times. The girl yawned, turned her wrist lightly, and the dagger lightly picked up the snake and flew it to the side. The invigilator was stunned. She has great potential." The examiner laughed and patted the invigilator on the shoulder. "Thank you for the 100. The girl looked up at the sky, then stood up and picked up the snake's body, gestured on the snake with the dagger, and peeled the snake perfectly with unfamiliarity and accuracy. She walked forward with the bloody snake in her hand, circling in the woods repeatedly. The invigilator became curious. What is she doing? The chief examiner. She is identifying the location to find a water source, and she doesn't look very skilled. Seeing the two chatting happily, another invigilator next to them also came over to watch and exclaimed, "Isn't this Ji Jiuxiao?" They turned their heads to look at her at the same time. "Do you know her?" Ding Sheng scratched his head. There is a variety show recently, recording the process of celebrities taking military academy entrance exams. She is one of the guests on the show, and her appearance is impressive. Wei Hingji, how is her performance? Like a nerd. Ding Sheng replied, I don't watch it much, I glanced at it when my sister was watching. Wei Hingji looked at the person, who was moving repeatedly. This is not the performance of a nerd. In the video, Ji Jiuxiu finally found a water source, washed the snake, pierced the wood with a gun to rub it to start a fire, and began to roast the snake meat. Ding Sheng grinned. Is this the beginning of wilderness survival? Directly skip the previous part of consuming food and obtain resources from nature. Wei Hingji, it's a smart move. Compressed biscuits are not fresh meat, so they won't spoil too quickly. The snake meat was roasted, and Ji Jiuxiu ate it with gusto. Ding Sheng nodded. He was a good candidate for military school, because he could eat such a disgusting thing. Chapter 9. The night was shrouded, and the fire was the only light source. 4 hours had passed since the assessment, and 2,000 candidates had been eliminated. For attacking spiritual power, there was also a requirement to kill alien beasts and plants, while for healing spiritual power, it was only necessary to keep oneself safe and survive for a long time. The fire was too obvious in the dark night, which would attract alien plants and beasts. Ji Jiuxiu put out the flames, and suddenly everything in front of him was pitch black. This was not the blue star, and there was no moon surrounding the planet. There were many planets around Theseus. When night came, the artificial light sources were turned off, and these stars seemed to have lost power, and no longer glowed. The button flashlight was clipped on the clothes, and the brightness could be freely controlled. The strongest light could illuminate the scenery 10 meters ahead, and the lowest light could only illuminate half a meter ahead. Ji Jiuxiu climbed up the tree, and her climbing skills were not practiced in vain. She climbed the tree flexibly and quickly. It was more dangerous under the tree than on the tree, so she would spend the night on the tree first. It was impossible to fall asleep completely in an unfamiliar environment. When she heard a slight vibration from the treetops, she immediately turned on the light source to the strongest. The sudden strong light stopped the monkey on the treetop. Its eyes and the area around its eyes were red, revealing its ferocity. Its sharp nails flashed coldly under the light. Ji Jiuxiu's bullet had already been fired and hit the monkey's ear. The monkey was frightened and turned to run away. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the gun in her hand. The variety show did not provide her with such a weapon to practice. She was unfamiliar with it, and her accuracy was not very good. She could not stay here any longer. The appearance of the monkey was a signal. They were social animals, and often appeared in large numbers. She moved quickly and changed her position without hesitation. The roar of the monkey group echoed behind her, and then gradually returned to calm. A large tree with black fruits appeared in front of her. The tree was full of fruits. It was a black date tree. The black date fruits were sour and astringent and hurt the stomach. She put the dagger on the ground, stood in front of the black date tree, raised the particle gun in her hand, and aimed at a black date. The gun made almost no sound when it was fired. The energy bullet formed by the particles flew out, and the black date the size of a fingernail was unscathed. She pressed the trigger again, stared at the target, and fired one shot after another steadily. Some hit the target, and some missed the target. The focused expression on her face remained unchanged. She kept adjusting her position until she hit the target without missing a single shot. The sky was already bright. She shook her sore arm, turned around, and shot the thing behind her. With a pop sound, the black semi-solid thing in front of her, which looked like oil, split into 2 halves. The image reflected by the dagger was not clear. She had seen a blurry shadow before, and wondered why it was in such a shape. This thing looked really weird, and the flesh on the surface was still twitching slowly. She fired 2 more shots, and it split again. She shot again and again, until it stopped splitting and died. She stepped forward and tested it twice. The ground under her feet felt hard. This beast called Black Shadow would turn into solid after death. It was the most common and lowest level monster. So far, the dangers that appeared were still within the simple range. As long as you remember their characteristics, you can kill them without much reaction or strength. She shook the gun in her hand. The feeling of shooting dead things was still different from shooting living things. The accuracy of living things was much lower than that of dead things, and she still needed to practice more. Jiuxiu picked up a dead branch and threw it to the treetop. The branch shook, and large pieces of yellowish leaves fell. She raised her gun and shot again. Behind her, countless green tentacles emerged from the grass. They continued to extend and attach themselves to the body of the shadow beast. The bulging body slowly sank, and finally only a skeleton was left. The green tentacles swayed in the air, silently approaching the person, who was concentrating on practicing shooting. The dagger on the ground flashed with light and shadow. Jiuxiu turned back and avoided the green tentacles. The bullets he fired passed through the tentacles. They were too thin to hit. Small-scale thermal weapons are not suitable for dealing with such enemies. She picked up the dagger on the ground that served as a mirror, cut off a piece of the tentacle that tried to approach, and then ran away decisively. This kind of alien plant must be killed from the root to kill it, and the root is buried in the ground. If she had a long knife, she might be able to try it. Now it is better to be safe and focus on saving her life. Staying in one place for a long time will attract enemies, so she randomly chose a direction to stroll. Moving is not safe either. From time to time, an alien beast or alien plant will pop out. As long as you can recognize what species it is and remember their weaknesses, it is not difficult to deal with them. The annoying thing is that they appear one after another, and no one knows where they hide. Even when resting, they cannot relax, and their spirits are always tense. Jiuxiu walked and stopped, and did not meet any candidates along the way. This training ground is very wide. It is better to say that it is a primitive hunting ground that is fenced off, and people are thrown into it for training. As time goes by, the strange plants and beasts encountered gradually upgrade and are no longer as easy to kill as at the beginning. Jiuxiu rushed out of a dense forest, and a group of fist-sized poisonous bees followed behind him. The buzzing sound when they flew together could stir up a storm. In front of her, there is a stream, and there is a deeper water. She ran madly, threw her backpack aside, and quickly rushed into the depths of the stream, holding her breath and looking at the poisonous bees hovering on the water. The poisonous bee could not find its target, so it circled in place for a few circles before flying away. Hiss, a sharp pain came from her calf, and she looked down. A palm-sized blackfish opened its mouth and bit the back of her calf, and its sharp white teeth bit a row of holes in her pants. A touch of red spread, and the smell of blood would attract more fish, so she immediately swam ashore. The fish on her calf bit her tightly and dragged her back with great force, which made the wound more painful. She carried a dagger with her, but the tip of the knife could not penetrate the fish's flesh, and she had to repeat several times before she pierced the fish. A group of fish with the same sharp white teeth swam over, and she was almost chased and bitten by the buttocks, and she rushed to the shore rolling and crawling all the way. The air in her lungs was exhausted, and she felt a dull pain when she breathed. The fish with a hole in its abdomen was still biting her leg, and followed her out of the water. She took a deep breath and took the fish off. Several blood holes suddenly appeared on her calf. It was okay. It was not too deep, and the artery was not bitten. She opened her backpack and took out the medical kit to treat the wound. For this actual combat, she spent a lot of money to buy a professional set of clothes that were quick-drying and wear-resistant. Unfortunately, it was no match for the fish's mouth, and a row of small holes appeared. There are many small insects in the forest, and it is difficult to prevent them all the time. Exposing the skin means increased risk. Fortunately, the hole is not big. She looked at the hole in her pants and silently memorized this combat precaution. No matter how detailed the information provided on the Star Network is, it is not as good as a personal experience. The clothes were dry, and she wanted to rest for a while. A vague black shadow attacked her, and she rolled on the ground to avoid it. The black seeds were embedded in the ground. Jiuxiu looked at the attacker. It was a seemingly ordinary plant, growing by the water and swaying in the wind. At this moment, it was spraying seeds. A plant led to a large area, and the seeds gushing out were like a black rainstorm. A few of them hit her body, and her skin was instantly painful and numb. I can't afford to offend them, so Jiuxiu quickly slipped away. The strange attacks of the alien plants and animals kept coming out. Whenever she thought she was cautious enough, reality would give her a vicious mockery. After killing a giant mantis, Jiuxiu sat on the ground and panted. She didn't encounter any edible animals today. Either the meat was too hard to chew, or there was not much meat to eat. She took out a handful of grass from her backpack. Fortunately, the book she read most was a complete collection of edible plants in the wild. Without a pot to cook, she could only choose the types that can be eaten raw, stuff them into her mouth, chewed them, and swallowed them. The taste was average, not as good as boiled cabbage, but it could fill her stomach and replenish water, reducing her water intake, which was very cost-effective. There are many parasites in the water in the wild, so it cannot be drunk directly. She did not have a container for boiling water, so she had to save the only bottle of water and try not to drink it unless she was in a desperate situation. She ate grass. Her eyes kept scanning the surrounding environment. There was a faint movement in front of her. She held the grass in her mouth and chewed it slowly, holding a gun in her left hand and a dagger in her right hand, sitting still. What came out of the grass was not a strange plant or a strange beast, but a person. Ji Jioshu stopped pulling the trigger. The other party was a boy with a messy brown curly hair, stained with leaves and cockleburrs, and a pale face. When he saw Ji Jioshu, his panic expression turned into ecstasy. People. It's a person. I finally saw a person. On the second day of the practical assessment, Ji Jioshu met a candidate who seemed to be driven crazy. Half an hour later, the grass collected by Ji Jioshu was transferred to the hands of a candidate named Yin Pei. Yin Pei devoured the food. Thank you so much. I haven't eaten for a day. If I can't find food, I will probably be eliminated. This damn place is really a mental breakdown. There is not even a person. Ji Jioshu caught the key words. Mental breakdown? You are an attack-oriented mental power? Yes. Is there any problem? Yin Pei asked back with big eyes. No. Ji Jioshu answered. She didn't expect the other party to be so embarrassed. Shouldn't the attack-oriented be to kill everyone? It seems that she was wrong again. She inquired. What kind of strange beasts and plants have you encountered? How do they attack? How do you deal with it? This is the first time she met a candidate in the examination room. It's a good opportunity to exchange information, and she can make the right response faster when she encounters it in the future. Yin Pei said while eating grass. I saw a few snakes and mice, and the strange plants are grass that spit seeds and vines that can hang people up. If you encounter them, just run fast. That's it? Ji Jioshu questioned. Yin Pei nodded blankly. Yes, I only encountered these 4 species in the past 3 days. Ji Jioshu half believed and half doubted. Don't you think it's strange? There are so few species. Is this reasonable? Fewer? Yin Pei scratched his head and thought, maybe it's indeed a little less than others. I'm lucky. Maybe I just happen to avoid places with a lot of alien plants and animals. Generally speaking, it's normal to encounter about 10 species in the first 3 days. Ji Jioshu couldn't believe it. What did you say? 10 species? Yin Pei quickly comforted. Don't be afraid. As long as you run fast, you'll be fine. The alien plants and animals placed in the examination room are of low level, with low IQ and attack power. There are probably thousands of species like this in the interstellar space, and they have not become extinct purely because of their strong reproductive ability. Ji Jioshu looked up at the sky, beat his chest and stamped his feet, questioning God. About 10 species is normal, so what are the 21 species she encountered? Is it her bad luck? Chapter 10. Ji Jioshu stared at Yin Pei, who was happily eating grass, and couldn't help clenching her fists. She was so lucky that she was jealous of him, even though she was just a poor and helpless medical worker. A gust of wind blew, and a large number of thin feather-like things floated in the air. They were round balls, with countless lines gathered inward to form the core of the ball, extending outward to form a conical beak base, and white crown hair on the head. The white balls floated by, up and down, like soft clouds, with the background of plants green, which made them look softer like gauze, intoxicating in the physical sense. Yin Pei stopped eating grass and looked at the beautiful scene intoxicatedly. Ji Jioshu kept her eyebrows down, and seeing that the group of white balls was still floating towards this side, she raised the gun in her hand without hesitation, and several rays of light flashed, and the group of white balls scattered. She rubbed her temples, stood up and brushed off the grass on her body. Let's go, we can't stay here any longer. Seeing Yin Pei didn't respond, she slapped him on the head. Wake up. Yin Pei seemed to wake up from a dream, speeded up his eating speed, got up and caught up with Ji Jioshu. What is that? Ji Jioshu said casually. Dandelion. Dandelion? Yin Pei repeated blankly. Ji Jioshu, the name in the book is white hair ball. I saw it looks like a dandelion, so I called it that. Yin Pei's eyes lit up. What is dandelion? How do you know it's a white hair ball? I haven't seen it in the book. Dandelion is a dandelion. Maybe the white hair ball is a mutation of the dandelion. Ji Jioshu casually shot a mantis that wanted to attack and continued to answer Yin Pei's questions. White hair ball is not common. It is not mentioned in ordinary books. Maybe the military academy deliberately found it to test the reaction ability of candidates. If they are all common races, the challenge is not high, and everyone's performance is similar, and the superiority and inferiority cannot be reflected. The danger of white hair balls is that they absorb a lot of oxygen and then release hallucination gas. If you stay in a group of white hair balls for a long time, you will easily suffocate to death. Yanpei, why haven't I seen it in a book? What books do you read? Ji Jiuxiu shared his book list with Yanpei. Until they walked a long distance away, she realized another thing. Why are you following me all the time? Yanpei, it's rare to meet a companion. Let's go together. I don't need a companion. Ji Jiuxiu calmly narrated. I will find food and kill enemies. What can you do? Yanpei, chat with you to relieve boredom? Ji Jiuxiu's expression was hard to describe, and he quickened his pace and walked forward. Goodbye. Wait a minute. Yanpei caught up with her, scratched his head and racked his brains. I want to apply for the mechanic major. You help me. You can come to me when you need to repair mecha in the future. Ji Jiuxiu looked at him as if he was looking at a liar. It's a question whether you can pass the exam. Yanpei, unable to refute. Yanpei stopped where she was, watching Ji Jiuxiu leave. Before she had walked a few meters, she came back and asked in his frustrated eyes, Do you have money? Yanpei, do you have money? Ji Jiuxiu repeated, If you have, you can hire me to protect you. Yanpei's heart was pounding, but... Yanpei, I don't have money. His eyes were pitiful, and Ji Jiuxiu ran away without any mercy. I can write you an IOU. Yanpei chased after him. Mechanics can make money. Even if I fail the exam, I can find other jobs to pay back the money in the future. Ji Jiuxiu turned around and said with a smile, Follow me. Yanpei asked carefully, How much do you want to charge? If the fee is too high, he can't afford it, so he can only give up with pain. Ji Jiuxiu, you are the first customer. I will give you a discount price. Just charge 3,000. Deal. Yanpei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. There was no agreement. The transaction was reached verbally. Ji Jiuxiu was not afraid that Yanpei would cheat her. If he didn't pay back the money, she would find someone to pay back the debt wherever she went. She opened up a new idea. Before, she was walking slowly, and she would not walk if she could not walk. But now she chose a direction and kept moving forward. Yanpei, are there any hidden questions in the test? Ji Jiuxiu, I don't know. Yanpei, where are you going now? Ji Jiuxiu chuckled, to find the next you. Yanpei, ? The road to wealth is right in front of him. Ji Jiuxiu opened the door to a new world and even walked with extra energy. The trees in front were sparse, and the ground under his feet was no longer sticky, but mixed with some sand. In the range of vision, a candidate ran out panting, followed by a strange beast with 4 limbs and hooves. Ji Jiuxiu immediately shot him in the head. Yanpei raised his hand and applauded. Before the candidate could react, Ji Jiuxiu stepped forward and said enthusiastically, Student, are you still worried about the test? Are you confused about the future? For only 5,000 star coins, I will escort you on your way to the military academy. The price is fair, and I will not cheat anyone. The other party was confused and blurted out, Huh? If you want to have a greater sense of participation, I can also cripple the alien beast and let you kill it. Ji Jiuxiu raised his hand and fired a bullet at each of the 4 legs of the beast. Yanpei said flatteringly, Don't worry about hunger. There are all kinds of delicious green grass for you to choose from. The examinee who had just escaped from danger was deceived into boarding a pirate ship and owed 5,000 yuan. At night, the 6 people chewed a piece of grass in their mouths, and Ji Jiuxiu opened his own pack of compressed biscuits and distributed them to the customers to improve their meals. The customers chattered and shared their information with each other. On the 3rd day of the assessment, I don't know how many people are left in the examination room. The assessment will not end until the last person is eliminated. Today, Ji Jiuxiu picked up some examinees who were about to give up. She collected money to give them a breath and let them live a little longer. Yanpei, the 3rd day is the watershed. Starting tomorrow, the difficulty will double. The longest assessment in the past was only 6 days. Now that half of the time has passed, it is estimated that less than half of the people are left in the examination room. One of them said worriedly, The more people there are, the more dangers we will encounter. She did not regret giving out 5,000 star coins, just as a reward for being pulled back from the edge of elimination by Ji Jiuxiu. In the examination room, the longer you live, the more chances you have of being admitted. Ji Jiuxiu said, Even if you are eliminated, I will try my best to buy time for you. Of course, if it is really dangerous, you should run separately. She told the truth and did not engage in false propaganda. She had to take the military academy entrance exam. Saving people was a matter of convenience. She would not risk being eliminated to make money. You can choose to leave now. It is dangerous to have too many people. I cannot guarantee that I can protect everyone. Maybe it is safer for you to act alone. She continued. No one said they wanted to leave. A girl put her hands on her hips and said, "Consider the 5,000 as the money you saved me today. If I am eliminated next time, it has nothing to do with you. Besides, I have a gun, so I can save myself when I encounter danger. You don't have to fight alone." Others echoed. That's right. If it wasn't for the lack of food and dizziness, the bear would have died under my gun today. No one who has survived until now is a fool. When we encounter danger, we will fight together. Who would have thought that the biggest challenge is hunger? It's all because those grasses look too similar. I ate the wrong ones and felt uncomfortable all day. What are we afraid of with so many people? We should be afraid of the enemy. Everyone discussed the weaknesses of the beasts. Jijioshu sat aside and played with the dagger in his hand. As the night deepened, sleepiness swept over. Jijioshu signaled everyone to rest. You go to sleep, I keep watch. Yinpei rubbed his eyes. I can't let you keep watch alone. I sleep for a while. When you're tired, wake me up. There is no optical computer, and no timekeeping. This is the only way. Jijioshu nodded and urged him to rest. The night on the plain was not peaceful, and the noisy chirping of insects was more reassuring than silence. Jijioshu extinguished the fire, leaned against a dead branch, scanned the area, and then closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, even the insects quieted down, and a long object emerged from the ground, with its pointed tip piercing the back of a candidate's hand. The candidate scratched the back of his hand, muttered, and fell into a deeper sleep. The ground slowly sank, and the whole process was like a pantomime. The candidate sank little by little, unconscious, and sleeping soundly. When the ground was about to cover his ears, a hand grabbed his collar, lifted him up and threw him aside. The other candidates were also picked up and thrown to the same place. Even though they were treated like this, they did not wake up. Jijioshu turned on the flashlight to observe their condition. It did not look like they were poisoned. They were most likely unconscious. She checked the 5 human-shaped pits on the ground and caught a glimpse of a long black shadow that flashed by. She took out a dagger and inserted it. She dug into the ground and dug it. The land was still land. Nothing else was found. The traps arranged around were not triggered. The attack came from underground. I don't know what it was. She touched the back of her hand. If it hadn't tried to attack her, she really wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. Tonight's thing was more powerful than before. There were 5 dead people lying on the ground. She looked up at the sky again and sighed. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. It was dawn, the sky was white, the sky was bright, and at noon, the 5 people still hadn't woken up. Jijioshu sat on the ground and killed a mosquito. Next to her lay a pile of strange beast corpses. The gun in her hand was so hot that it was a little hot. She reflected whether she had collected too little money. This job was really hard. The others couldn't wake up, so she couldn't move and could only stay where she was. While sitting, she met another candidate who was in a mess. The other party was covered in blood and stumbled over, followed by a long-legged fish. Jijioshu took a look at the strange fish, and looked at it carefully again and again. It was ugly, really ugly, very ugly. The candidate ran past Jijioshu panting. His movements were not fast, but the ugly fish was slower. The ugly fish passed by Jijioshu, and under the hopeful eyes of the candidate, the ugly fish and Jijioshu stared at each other. Perhaps because he felt that the person in front of him was not easy to mess with, the ugly fish did not change the target of attack and insisted on chasing the candidate in front. Are you sick? You don't chase the near ones but the far ones? The examinee cursed and asked Jijioshu for help. You help me, I can give you money. He was full of despair, and he was unsure when he said this. Everyone in the examination room was a competitor who would help others. Jijioshu had never seen this kind of beast, and was still trying to observe it. She concluded that it had some intelligence and knew to pick on the weak. When she heard the examinee's words, she immediately shot and blew up the ugly fish's head. The examinee was very moved. Thank you, you are such a good person. Jijioshu was thoughtful. It was much easier for the examinee to ask for help, and he didn't have to spend time promoting himself. She was happy, the examinee was happy, and everyone was happy. Chapter 11. In the monitoring room, Ding Sheng couldn't help scratching his head as he watched the growing team. In the picture, Jijioshu organized the newcomers together, lit a fire on the ground, and covered it with wet branches. Thick smoke immediately rolled up, attracting a large number of candidates. Not only people came, but also alien plants and beasts. She was able to command everyone to cooperate in hunting, allowing everyone to experience the feeling of killing alien plants and beasts for free. In just half a day, she had gathered a team of 100 people, and no one was eliminated. Ding Sheng took a look at the number of people in the examination room. There were only 1,000 left in total, and 1/10 were with Ji Jiuxiao. Alien plants and beasts appeared in multiples. Ji Jiuxiao's injuries were too late to be treated. Blood and sweat mixed together to wet his clothes, and he just protected the hundreds of people. On the 4th day of the assessment, people were eliminated every moment, and every hour they survived, their ranking would move up a little. Ding Sheng called Wei Hingji over, pointed at the surveillance screen and asked, "How do you calculate this?" Before Wei Hingji could answer, a head leaning over from the side exclaimed, "What's going on?" There were no examinees in some areas, and other invigilators heard the noise, and came over to watch the fun. With so many people gathered together, the alien plants and beasts would swallow them up immediately. Who is this student? With such a strong strength, is his mental strength still okay? With such a strong strength, which family is this child from? He actually charges money? You've really lived long enough to see everything, and you can still play like this? There was a lot of chatter, most of which were discussing Ji Jiuxiao's identity. In the Interstellar era, genes are also divided into different levels. After generations of genetic screening, the probability of children from large families awakening their mental power is 10 times higher than that of ordinary people. In addition to family cultivation, they are better than ordinary people. Ding Sheng, does this count as disrupting the order of the examination room? Generally speaking, candidates who form teams in the examination room are at most 2 or 3 people in a team. The risk is high with more people, which is not cost-effective, so the rules do not prohibit forming teams, but the number of people in Ji Jiuxiao's team is really eye-catching. Isn't it a bit unfair that people who should have been eliminated are still alive, and have obtained high rankings? Luck is originally part of strength. Wei Hingji looked at the screen, and said with interest. Just like Ji Jiuxiao was unlucky to meet more alien beasts, others can also be lucky to meet her. An invigilator interrupted, there are not many candidates left, and the surrounding alien plants and beasts will approach them. They can't hold on for long. Staying in the examination room at this time, receiving the admission notice is already a foregone conclusion, but students will try to stay in the examination room longer to compete for rankings. All the invigilators gathered in front of this monitor, to see how long the people inside can hold on. The sky darkened, and then brightened again. The 5th day came, and the attacks of the alien plants and beasts did not stop. Many students were eliminated automatically due to serious injuries, and some were attacked by alien plants and beasts, and were forced to be eliminated. By noon, there were only 83 people left. While Ji Jiuxiao was getting benefits, he was also under great pressure. He looked like he was fished out of the water, sweating, the particle gun in his hand was hot, and his arm was gradually sore. A student stuffed half a compressed biscuit in his hand to Ji Jiuxiao. I'm leaving first. I'm very satisfied to be here until now. I don't force a ranking. It's okay to be admitted. I won't add any burden to you. See you later. She pressed the elimination button, a white light flashed, and the person disappeared from the examination room. After that, people left one after another. Everyone knew what it meant to survive to the 5th day. Since they had passed the test, there was no need to stay and torture themselves. The longer you stay in the examination room, the more pressure you will feel. The number of terrifying plants and beasts keeps increasing. No rest and endless attacks will make people mentally collapse. Waves of white light lit up one after another, and most of the people chose to leave. In the end, there were only 20 people left. The number of people dropped sharply, but the number of plants and beasts remained the same. Ji Jiuxiao decisively chose to lead people to escape. Does any one of you have a medical background, and can do mental counseling? I feel like I'm going to have a mental breakdown. A boy couldn't run anymore, and stopped to catch his breath. Ji Jiuxiao put his hand on the other person's shoulder without saying a word, and took it back after 5 seconds, asking, "Are you feeling better?" She deliberately shortened the time, and didn't use too much force, so she didn't know how effective it was. Since she had done mental counseling for He Guangyuan and Guangqi once, they never let her do it again, even though she worked hard to control her strength and promised that it would never hurt. The boy's face was still pale, his lips trembling, and under Ji Jiuxiao's expectant gaze he said, "I'd better get out first." He didn't hesitate for a moment, and reached out to press the elimination button. Ji Jiuxiao, Yan Pei opened his mouth wide. What did you do to him? Wait, no, mental counseling. You are a healer? Ji Jiuxia was immersed in the regret that no one understood her unique mental counseling. After hearing Yanpei's words, she asked back, yeah, isn't it obvious? Yanpei's eyes twitched. Obvious ghost, the attack power is so strong that even the alien beasts avoid it. Is this what a healer should look like? Now he understood why the boy just now couldn't wait to eliminate him. It was hard to imagine what it felt like to be mentally counseled by Ji Jiuxia. The remaining candidates struggled hard, trying to get their names higher in the rankings. The ground shook. Ji Jiuxia grabbed a tree trunk beside him to stabilize his body, and the others fell to the ground. Vines broke out of the ground, twisting wildly in the air, and wrist-thick vines slammed down, aiming at a candidate. There are risks in the exam, so be careful when registering. Ji Jiuxia suddenly remembered the reminder on the webpage when registering, raised his hand, and blew up the candidate's elimination button, and the other party teleported away before being hit by the vines and breaking his bones. A few thinner vines quietly emerged from the ground and gently pierced the candidate's exposed skin. The person who was struggling and rolling in the last second immediately closed his eyes. Ji Jiuxia's pupils shrank, and he turned around and ran. I have done my best as a bodyguard. I hope for the best. I won't die anyway. I leave it for the invigilator to rescue. The vines behind me were waving their claws and teeth. Fortunately, they were not that long. Ji Jiuxia ran fast and far enough to quickly run out of its attack range. Looking back, she saw Yanpei running behind her. She stopped to rest and praised, not bad, quick reaction, faster running. When Yanpei said he ran fast before, he was not bragging. He really ran fast, and was a first-class escape skill. Yanpei smiled and said, I can't beat you. Ji Jiuxiao, that's true. Yanpei, No, shouldn't we say no modestly at this time and flatter each other? The two were in a mess. Ji Jiuxiao's face was stained with various grass juices and blood spots. Yanpei's hair was like a bird's nest made of branches and grass leaves. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. The vines behind them did not catch up, and the two of them enjoyed a rare rest time and quickly treated their injuries. Ji Jiuxia sighed. You are very hard-working. You have persisted until now. Seeing that he was weak, he survived. Yanpei said with anticipation, I want money. Theseus Military Academy will give bonuses to students with high rankings. What? Ji Jiuxia was shocked. Why didn't I see this statement on the official website? Yanpei, the bonus setting is not stated explicitly, and other military academies will do this more or less. If the amount is written out, military academies with larger amounts will inevitably be suspected of using money to snatch students. Ji Jiuxia asked, how much is the bonus? The amount is different every year, but the higher you are, the more you get. After answering, Yanpei asked in confusion, don't you know about this? Seeing Ji Jiuxia working so hard, he thought she was also going for the bonus. After all, she looked poorer than him. Ji Jiuxia said frankly, I don't know. I come from a remote planet, and only came into contact with the interstellar world a year ago. If you have money, you should have said it earlier. The motivation is coming up. I wanted to test the limit of my ability before, and planned to leave after playing for a while. Fortunately, I didn't leave. A year ago? Yanpei's pupils trembled, scanning Ji Jiuxia up and down, and concluded that she was lying to him. If she had only come into contact with the interstellar world a year ago, she could pass the first round of assessment and be at ease in the second round. Then what was his 10 years of hard study? He silently skipped this topic, and just as he was about to say something else, his eyes suddenly froze and stared at the back of Ji Jiuxia. Ji Jiuxia was very familiar with this state, and quickly raised his gun and looked back. However, what appeared in the field of vision was not the ferocious alien plants and beasts, but the examinee wearing light purple combat uniform and long red hair. Ji Jiuxia's eyes lingered on the other person's clothes. This set of clothes sold for 100,000 in the interstellar space. The material was superior, and the functions were diverse. She drooled at the sight, and gave up with tears. I really couldn't afford it. The high price also made sense. After so long since the exam started, there was not even a scratch on the clothes, not to mention any grass debris and holes. Her envious eyes were glued to the clothes. When someone approached, she reluctantly tore off her eyes, and looked at the newcomer. The other party looked familiar. I had seen her outside the examination room before. It was the royal princess Dairula. Dairula was clean and tidy, as if she was not of the same race as Ji Jiuxia and Yanpei who had rolled in the mud. She raised a polite smile on her face. There are snakes ahead. I suggest you change direction. Yanpei was a little reserved. Okay, There are vines where we came. Don't go over there. Ji Jiuxiao looked at Dirula. She was full of energy, her lips were slightly pale, and her smile was reserved and perfect, as if she was not in a dangerous examination room, but in a gorgeous palace banquet, but the faint smell of blood spoiled the scenery. Maybe we can go together? Dirula made an invitation and blinked. I won't hold you back. Yanpei was about to agree, but swallowed his words and looked at Ji Jiuxiu. Under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, Ji Jiuxiu had a blank expression on his face. Do you mean your torn thigh won't hold you back? Or your immobile arm won't hold you back? The atmosphere froze instantly, and the smile on Darila's face froze slightly. Yanpei signaled to Ji Jiuxiu. His eyelids were about to cramp. That was a princess. A living princess. Ji Jiuxiu received Yanpei's signal and asked with concern, Is there something wrong with your eyes? Yanpei, no. He turned his head to look at Darila, and made a money gesture with his fingers towards her. Darila understood. Her eyes swept across the surrounding cameras, walked to Ji Jiuxiao, raised her hand, and slightly covered her lips as if coughing, and whispered, I can pay you. Ji Jiuxiu realized that she didn't want the camera to record this scene, so she didn't speak, just shook her head. Bringing a burden at this time would hinder her pace of earning bonuses. Theseus Military Academy is rich, and the bonus should be quite a lot. Darila, 10,000? Ji Jiuxiu continued to shake his head. Darula, 20,000. Ji Jiuxiu still shook his head. 50,000? 100,000? Darula continued to increase the price. 150,000. I won't increase it anymore. Ji Jiuxiu, Ji Jiuxiu nodded immediately. There was no way. She really gave too much. Chapter 12. The three of them formed a temporary team. Ji Jiuxiu was not in a hurry to leave. There was no truly safe place in the examination room. If they could rest, they should take the time to rest. She said to Darula, Stretch out your hand for me to see. Darula's lips were pale, and she shook her head. I can't move. It may be a fracture. Ji Jiuxiu approached Darula to check her hand. There was no obvious external injury on her arm. It seemed that it was indeed a bone problem. When Darula came over earlier, she found that her arm was very stiff. Since she decided to take Darula with her, she must try her best to heal her so that she can escape faster. Ji Jiuxiu gently pressed the wound. Does it hurt here? Darula gritted her teeth and nodded. My arm was grabbed when I was fighting with a strange beast, and it has been painful since then. She described the situation as detailed as possible, but the listener was careless, and his fingers kept stroking and pressing her arm. She couldn't help but frown, took a step back, and tried to break free from Ji Jiuxiu's hand, whispering, We can only go out and solve it. I will pay attention. You are very patient, don't move. Ji Jiuxiu interrupted her. While speaking, she firmly grasped Darula's arm with both hands to prevent her from retreating, twisted Darula's arm with both hands, and gently broke it. Her expression was as cold as a butcher. What? Darula didn't react, and was very dissatisfied with Ji Jiuxiao's pulling. Before she could say a warning, she couldn't help but scream out in pain. Ah! She subconsciously shook off Ji Jiuxiao's hand, and the pain disappeared with the end of the tremor. She shook her arm in shock. The hand that was so painful just now was healed. Ji Jiuxiao, fortunately it's not a fracture, just a slight dislocation. If it was a fracture, I couldn't help you. You actually cured her directly? Yanpei stared at Darula's arm. His eyes were so sticky that it would be considered rude under normal circumstances. If he didn't have a little bit of rationality, he would have wanted to touch it directly. Ji Jiuxiu, I learned a little from my family when I was a child. She jumped up and down every day when she was a child. After a dislocation, she was caught by Tianji and learned a lot about bone setting. She also used Tianji's mechanical arm to simulate many times. Darula looked at Ji Jiuxiao. Her blue eyes like the sea were rippled. If it was in the treatment cabin, it would take at least 10 minutes to lie down. But in Ji Jiuxiu's hands, it took less than 10 seconds. Ji Jiuxiu casually said, If you want to learn, I can teach you. Darula retracted her gaze. Thank you, but I don't need it. The familiar earthquake occurred again. Ji Jiuxiu reacted very quickly, holding Darula's hand and running forward. Yanpei didn't need her to remind him, and his movements were faster than hers. What is it? Darula's voice was scattered in the wind. Ji Jiuxiao, the vine, I didn't expect it to chase me, it's really haunting. Darula was dragged to run, and because of the leg injury, she couldn't run fast, so Ji Jiuxiu simply hugged her waist and almost half carried her to run. She resisted the discomfort and glanced at Ji Jiuxiao's expression. Ji Jiuxiao's face was cold, and the profile of his face was clear and soft. Behind her, the vines had caught up, and Darula pulled out. She cut off a section of the vines with a dagger, and fired again to slow down the vines. Jijioshi was surprised and said, "You are not so useless." Darula clenched the dagger, and her good upbringing allowed her to maintain her facial expression. "I said I wouldn't hold you back." Jijioshi, "I believe it now." Darula, Speak less? Yunpei couldn't help but shout. Every sentence was offensive. How did Jijioshi do it? And that was a princess. The current scene was like a dream. The princess, who had only been seen in the optical brain, appeared in front of her, being carried forward by Jijioshi, her red hair flying wildly, and she didn't show any noble and elegant temperament. Did I say something wrong? Jijioshi reflected, thinking of what Tianji said about high emotional intelligence communication, and changed his words to praise. Look at how full of vitality you are now, not at all like the dolls specially displayed in the window. The Darula scene outside the examination room was like a doll with exquisite packaging, perfect and meticulous, without any popularity. Yunpei's eyes went dark. Shut up. Jijioshi was dissatisfied. I was obviously praising them. Is this something that cannot be said? Yunpei could not answer, and sped up her escape. The silence of the two was the best answer. Jijioshi muttered, "Okay, I study high emotional intelligence and the art of speaking when I get back. Dealing with people is really troublesome." A fork in the road appeared in front of her. Yunpei ran to the left. When Jijioshi was about to catch up, a vine brushed past her face, forcing her to change direction and run to the right. The vine followed them like a shadow, and did not chase the weaker Yunpei, but followed them all the time. She glanced at the spreading green and whispered, "Wait for another fork in the road, and we run separately." Darula received her meaning and nodded. "Okay." At another fork in the road, Jijioshi threw Darula to the left fiercely. The momentary stop allowed the vines to catch up and whip her back like a whip. She took a breath, rolled on the ground, got up and continued to run. The vines followed closely behind her, and others chased her if they didn't chase her. This persistence made people cry. Jijioshi cursed, and was a little angry. She slid along the vines to drill into the piles of strange plants and strange beasts she knew. If you want to play, everyone will play together. The melee started. Those who spit out seeds, those with teeth chewed them, those with beaks chattered and pecked, and there was another one who flexibly wandered in the chaos. This area is rich in water and fertile soil, and many strange plants have taken root here. When Jijioshi was about to leave, he saw an oval white sphere half a person's height in the pile of strange plants. She moved closer to see more clearly, and a huge red spider blocked her way. A white spider silk as thick as a thumb spurted out from its tail. She backed away a little slowly, and the front of the toe of her shoe was stuck by the spider silk. The spider silk was extremely sticky, and just this small area of contact directly pulled her upside down. Another spider silk spurted out, and she twisted her body in the air to avoid it. The spider spit out silk again, and she tried her best to dodge it. This repeated several times, and the plants and animals around her were all covered with dense spider silk. The spider was not giving up, and shook the only spider silk that stuck to Jijioshi, trying to throw her onto the spider web. Jijioshi was dizzy from the shaking, and couldn't help cursing. Don't be too greedy as a spider. It's not enough to have so many prey, so you have to eat her meat, right? She didn't dare to cut the spider silk with a dagger for fear of getting stuck, so she grabbed the particle gun and shot at the spider silk. But the spider silk shook too much. She was dizzy, and missed several shots in a row. The particle gun was aimed at the spider, but the bullet did not penetrate its skin. Looking at the smaller bullet, Jijiyoshi's head ached. Can't the military academy issue better guns? The particle gun issued was of average quality. After Jijiyoshi's overload use in the past few days, it was too worn out, and could not absorb the particles in the air as quickly, and in large quantities, as at the beginning to form bullets. She swung in the air, her brain was almost evenly swung, and she threw the dagger in her hand directly, stabbing the vine that had been chasing her all the way. The vine quickly crawled towards Jijiyoshi and entangled with the spider. The spider silk that was attached to her feet swayed more violently, and a vine touched the spider silk, and the two stuck together. She endured the dizziness and nausea and fired, and finally hit the target. Losing the fulcrum, her body was in free fall in midair. She fell on the oval white cocoon, her hands and feet were sore for a while, and she covered her chest and retched a few times. The white cocoon was soft and a bit elastic, as if it was made of spider silk. There was a layer of dust on the surface, so it was no longer sticky to people. She simply lay on it to catch her breath for a while. She carefully felt her limbs. Fortunately, her hands and feet were not injured. The white cocoon was not on the ground, but was hanging in the air by a big tree. Fortunately, she fell on the white cocoon. If she had landed directly on the ground, she would have been out. After recovering a little, she climbed up and studied the white cocoon. She didn't know if it was a spider egg. The gun fell from her hand when it fell. Now it is on the ground. The height is estimated to be 10 meters. She analyzed the feasibility of climbing down and climbing up again, and decided to give up the idea of burning the white cocoon to retaliate against the spider. She glanced at the battle situation and prepared to escape first. As soon as she stood up, she felt a violent mental fluctuation. It expanded outward in waves, shaking the fighting alien plants and beasts away in the blink of an eye. Irritability, pain, discomfort. The emotions conveyed by the mental power swept like a hurricane. The leaves rustled, the vines that were so majestic just now shrank into the ground. The alien plants all pretended to be dead, and the environment was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Another mental wave, the alien plants began to wither, the dead leaves fell down, and blood flowed on the ground. It was the blood of the hidden alien beasts. These were all low-level alien plants and beasts that could not withstand mental attacks. The violent mental power attacked indiscriminately, with the madness of destroying everything. Jijioshu stepped on the white cocoon under his feet suspiciously. Why did he feel that the mental power fluctuations came from inside, and it didn't look like an alien plant or an alien beast, but more like a person? She climbed down the tree to pick up the dagger, and returned to the white cocoon. The dagger pierced from the top and tore a hole. The feeling of weightlessness came, and she fell into the white cocoon with a thud. There was a person in front of her, or maybe not a person, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, with long silver white hair down to his waist, and his facial features seemed to be carved by the Creator, perfect and impeccable. It was very dark in the cocoon, and the only light source was the hole on the top of his head. She looked at the other person carefully, and then carefully observed his clothes, and suddenly saw the elimination button on his waist. It turned out to be a candidate. Seeing that he was not in a good state, she decisively pressed the elimination button, but the white light did not appear, and he was still in the same place. Jijioshu poked his shoulder with a gun. Hey! The other party's body softened and fell backwards. He opened his eyes, and looked up at the sky vaguely. His eyes were a light silver that was brighter than his hair. More and more violent mental fluctuations spread from his body. Jijioshu had come into contact with this kind of fluctuation. This was the case when the previous candidates showed signs of mental breakdown, but they were not as horribly aggressive as him. Without time to think too much, she grabbed his hand for mental counseling. As soon as she entered his mental picture, she was immediately stunned. Has this person never done any mental counseling? How could his mental picture be so dark? The wind was full of all kinds of violent howls. He had some ability to not have a mental breakdown. The strong wind caused by mental power rolled up in a small area in the cocoon, and his hair fluttered, wrapping her face and neck in it. A beam of light came in and hit his head. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his facial features were bloodless white because of discomfort, while mental power was still pouring out like money. Jijioshu withdrew his hand. The progress of mental counseling was too slow. She simply reached out and hugged him, and she didn't have to be hit in the face by his hair. A black crystal fell out of his chest. It was as small as a little fingernail, and it was connected to a thin chain and hung around his neck. She closed her eyes and abandoned distracting thoughts. All her mental power poured into the other party's mental picture, and her muttering echoed in the small space. If you die of pain, you can't blame me. Chapter 13. An hour ago, all the invigilators in the monitoring room focused their attention on the person who was wrapped in a white cocoon by the spider. Someone worried, is his mental power not stable? Wei Hingji cursed. It has been said that he will not be allowed to take the test. Special admission is also a formal process. I really don't understand what the children nowadays are thinking. What should we do now? Should we bring him out first? An invigilator said with a headache. Wei Hingji, first notify the Jiang family. They insisted on sending people here. Let them solve it themselves. The monitoring screen was transmitted to the Jiang family. In less than half an hour, the Jiang family butler appeared in the monitoring room. Wei Hingji said, it was stated long ago that if he made any mistakes in there, it would not be our school's problem. The Jiang family butler was a man with slightly white temples, dressed in a suit and tie, meticulous, and nodded. We will bear the risk ourselves. Then do you say whether to bring the person out? Wei Hingji pointed at the video, and saw only a small white cocoon. The out-of-control mental power has caused all the tracking and filming equipment to fail. Now only the farthest one is left. I don't know his specific situation now. The Jiang family's housekeeper shook his head. Wait and see. Wei Hingji didn't care. Okay, do as you say. The video was calm, and the Jiang family's housekeeper deeply engraved the word Chuan on his brows. Before the assessment, they had made an agreement that if they really couldn't bear it, they would ask for help, and the rescue device would sound an alarm. The alarm specially developed by the Jiang family is more advanced than the military academy's equipment, and can also operate under the mental storm. Everyone watched Ji Jiuxiu appear in the picture, stirring up chaos in this area. When seeing the scene of the alien plants withering and the alien beasts dying, Wei Hingji immediately mobilized the people outside the field to go in for rescue. The storm before the mental power went out of control was not something that ordinary people could bear, not to mention that it was this person who lost control. If his mental power collapsed, the entire training ground would be razed to the ground. Wei Hingji almost roared, "Butler Jiang, is this what you call ensuring safety?" Butler Jiang was no longer sure and urgently called people in for rescue. When Wei Hingji couldn't sit still and was ready to go out in person, Ding Sheng grabbed her. "Wait, look." The screen was mostly black, with only the last small piece shining on the white cocoon from a distance. The last scene before the screen went off was Ji Jiuxiu jumping into the white cocoon, and the whistling wind outside stopped instantly, as if the pause button was pressed. Housekeeper Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. His tense nerves slightly relaxed. The mental power is under control. Everyone looked at each other. Wei Hingji asked the only surviving camera to get closer to observe. The alien plants no longer withered, and the alien beasts poked their heads out. "Ding Sheng, then do you want to go in now?" Wei Hingji grabbed a handful of hair. "Let's see first." On the evening of the 5th day of the assessment, the last 2 people were left in the examination room. When there was chaos outside the venue, the 2 people in the white cocoon were sleeping. Ji Jiuxiu didn't expect that mental counseling would consume so much energy. When the mental power was almost exhausted, he finally wiped the surface of the other party's mental picture clean. She was so tired that she couldn't even lift a finger. The mental storm had just passed, and there should be no danger for a while. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. The sky was completely dark, and then brightened with time. Jiangju couldn't remember when he last slept well. This sleep was too sweet, and he didn't even have a dream. After waking up, he didn't know where he was for a while. He opened his eyes and saw a cracked sky, with light shining in and falling on the face of the person sleeping next to him. His memory came back, but he couldn't remember when this girl appeared. He sat up and moved his hands and feet, and found that most of the pain in his body had disappeared. Then he suddenly realized that his mental picture was relaxed. Ji Jiuxiu woke up slowly, and met a pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes. Because of the sharp eyebrows and eyes, the eyes looked particularly cold. She blurted out, 200,000. Her voice was hoarse with the first awakening, but the tone was very firm. The other party's mental power stabilized, and his eyes were not the silver white yesterday, as if everything was dead, but turned into the same black as hers. Jiangju lowered his eyes, and the tail of his eyes was pressed into a line, revealing coldness. "Who are you?" The voice was very nice, as clean as a mountain stream, but Ji Jiuxiu had no intention of appreciating it, and his mind was all about money. She got up and tried to look at Jiangju, but she felt dizzy when she moved, so she lay down immediately. Ji Jiuxiu cleared his throat and said, "Don't worry about who I am. I gave you a mental counseling for 200,000 yuan. Don't think it's expensive. I usually don't charge so much, but today is different. In the examination room where you may be eliminated at any time, I am taking a big risk to help you." The other party didn't speak, only her voice echoed in the small space. She explained carefully, "I am dizzy now. If an alien plant or an alien beast eliminates me, my bonus will be gone. Your mental power is too out of control, and it's almost draining me dry. It's already very cheap to charge you 200,000 yuan. If you don't have money, you can write an IOU. Mental counseling?" Jiangju raised his eyes and observed the surroundings calmly. The video equipment was damaged in the mental storm, and what happened in the space would not be known to others. "Do you want to cheat?" Ji Jiuxiu struggled to sit up, but suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground again. She took a breath and gave up struggling. "Don't you know what your mental picture is like? Is there anyone else here besides me?" Jiangju said calmly, "No one can give me mental counseling." "Really? It's really strange. If you want to cheat, you don't need to find such a lame excuse. Just think of it as me meddling in other people's business." Ji Jiuxiu was weird. Jiangju closed his eyes and opened them again. "My name is Jiangju." Ji Jiuxiu did not respond. He lay flat and met Jiangju's gaze. Seeing that he did not continue to speak, he wondered, So what? I won't cheat. Jiangju had a cold face. Ji Jiuxiu said, who can guarantee this? I'm still Ji Jiuxiu. Jiangju opened his mouth to speak, but his expression changed, and he immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth. He bent down and coughed violently a few times. When he let go of his hand, his face was pale. Ji Jiuxiu was stunned. Are you okay? Could it be that she was angry? She endured the dizziness and slowly got up. If you are so seriously injured, just leave early. There are only a few people left in the examination room now. You will definitely be admitted. I won't default. Jiangju's voice was hoarse, and his tone was still as cold as winter wind and snow. Ji Jiuxiu. Okay, I believe you. You should leave the examination room quickly. Jiangju's expression did not change. There are only 2 of us in the examination room. How do you know? Ji Jiuxiu didn't believe it. Jiangju, release your mental power to cover the examination room, and you can see it. Ji Jiuxiu asked curiously, how to cover it? Jiangju, stretch out your hand. He pinched Ji Jiuxiu's wrist through her sleeve, signaling Ji Jiuxiu to release her mental power. When their mental powers touched, he stared at Ji Jiuxiu's face. The breeze blew gently, and Ji Jiuxiu closed her eyes. He frowned gently, guiding her mental power to extend outward, observing her every expression. Ji Jiuxiu was unaware and felt nothing. What she felt were the plants moving with the wind, the strange beasts walking for food, the flowing water, and the chirping birds. Everything seemed to be right in front of her, and people turned into wind and appeared in every corner. Time seemed to stop. I don't know how long it has been, and the violent coughing sounded again. Jiangju covered his chest and coughed as if he was going to cough out his entire lung. His scattered silver-white long hair trembled, like a butterfly struggling with broken wings. Ji Jiuxiu opened her eyes. Your elimination button is broken. I go out and find someone to help you. Before she finished speaking, she heard the sound of a flying machine outside. She crawled out of the white cocoon and saw the invigilators rushing in with the flying machine. The white cocoon was cut open, and Jiangju lost consciousness again. He was carried to the flying machine. Everyone got on the flying machine, leaving Ji Jiuxiu alone. Wei Hingji stretched out his hand to her. The test is over. Let's go. Ji Jiuxiu stood still and asked, Am I the last person? Yes, let's go quickly. Wei Hingji rolled his eyes. Ji Jiuxiu was relieved to hear the answer, and her legs softened and she fell down. Wei Hingji quickly reached out and caught her. She was still dizzy and in pain, and she was completely supported by willpower. After leaving the examination room, she forced herself not to go for treatment. The first thing she did was to take back the computer, drink the 5 bottles of nutrient solution handed to her by Tianji in one breath, and then start collecting money without stopping. Money is life. It is better not to see a doctor than not to collect money. Wei Hingji couldn't stop her. Seeing that she would not die for a while, he simply went to deal with other things and left her to jump around. When Ji Jiuxiu was looking for someone, she was noticed by the live broadcast reporter. The reporter stopped her and asked with a smile, Hello, classmate, how difficult do you feel this assessment is? Ji Jiuxiu was dizzy, and her mind was full of money. She said casually, It's just this level. I thought it was very difficult. Reporter, Ji Jiuxiu got rid of the reporter and continued to ask for money from people. Those who didn't have money wrote a formal IOU with legal significance. Everyone was asked, and finally only Darula and Jiangju were left. Thinking of Jiangju's ugly face when he heard the 200,000 yuan, and his body that seemed to be seriously ill, if he was really in trouble, just think of her doing good for free. After all, the other party didn't ask her for help. She regarded money as life, and she understood Jiangju by her own standards. Hello, are you Ms. Ji Jiuxiu? A neatly dressed woman stopped Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu, yes, who are you? Woman, I am the financial steward of Princess Darula, and she asked me to come here to pay your reward. She tapped a few times on the optical brain, and Ji Jiuxiu's optical brain received the receipt reminder. She said, The reward has been paid, and the extra part is your Majesty's personal thank you fee. Please keep the conversation in the examination room confidential. I wish you a happy life. After paying the money, the other party left without any hesitation. Looking at the 300,000 in the account, Ji Jiuxiu's favor for Darula reached its peak at this moment. Ji Jiuxiu, who returned with a full load, sat on the aircraft and happily sent a message to Tianji, talking about the things in the examination room, and by the way transferred a sum of money to it. The charging interface of Tianji is too old, and it can only be charged with a converter, which is slow and cannot be fully charged. Star people have never seen a robot of Tianji's model. Mechanics who are paid too little are unwilling to repair it, and those who are willing to repair it are too expensive. Now that they have money, they can finally modify the interface to charge directly. Being a Vase does not make money, and making money depends on military academies. If she is stupid and has a lot of money, she will definitely be admitted. Chapter 14. The ranking of the results will be announced in 3 days. Ji Jioshio and Tianji will return to Daiko's Star first. During this period, candidates who think they can be admitted can start to consider the majors they want to apply for. The majors are generally divided into 4 categories, namely medical, command, individual and mechanic. Treatment-oriented mental power can only choose between medical and command, while attack-oriented mental power can choose anything except medical. Some simple mechanical repairs can be done by anyone, but the mechanical major is more in-depth and meticulous, and many special materials need to be processed with mental power. Ji Jioshio applied for the medical major, which feels safer and saves brainpower than the command major, and is very suitable for her. The assessment content of different military academies is different. Small military academies will not stretch the timeline as long as large military academies, and the assessment content is simpler and more brutal. When Ji Jioshio was taking the assessment, several guests who participated in the variety show together had already received the results. The ending was the same as expected. If you should fail the exam, you will fail. The show has been frequently searched during this period, and the internet is full of ridicule. The program team has been very effective in taking advantage of the popularity of the military academy. Everyone rushed into the previous live broadcast replay and made various comments on the screen where they registered. Some of them were candidates who failed the exam and came to vent their emotions, while some came to show off after passing the exam. The variety show became an outlet for venting emotions. The popularity that the guests wanted was also achieved. As soon as the exam was over, the variety show ended. The program team took this opportunity to launch a new show, which had nothing to do with Ji Jioshio. When Ji Jioshio's face appeared on the screen, dense barrages flashed by in waves. Most of them said that her acting skills were just like a Vase, and she signed up for the show with big words. There were fans in the live broadcast replay, and she tried hard to fight against the bad reviews. The many disturbances on the Star Network had nothing to do with Ji Jioshio. She didn't pay attention to the comments on the internet, and focused on making future plans. Guangyuan and Guangqi had no work recently, so they came to chat with Ji Jioshio. They kept in touch, and had a good relationship. Are you really not going to sign with an agency? You will miss a lot of work this way. Guangyuan asked, while splitting a pistachio and chewing it. Guangqi, you are very popular recently, and there should be a lot of work coming to you next. In the past 6 months, Ji Jioshio's obscurity is obvious to all, and they are all afraid that she will starve to death without getting any work. Ji Jioshio looked at the two of them in confusion. I'm going to study at Theseus Military Academy, so I'm not suitable to sign a contract with the company. Guangyuan was startled and said worriedly, I remember you were very sober before, but don't be really confused by the comments on the internet. We should be down to earth. Why do you think I can't pass the exam? Ji Jioshio couldn't help asking. From the beginning, everyone who knew that she was going to take the military academy entrance exam assumed that she couldn't pass it. They didn't even know her learning progress and results, and directly denied her ability. That's Theseus Military Academy. Not many people can pass it even in the interstellar world, and you have never been exposed to interstellar education before. Guangqi said earnestly. Ji Jioshio defended himself. I'm very good, I can do it. I know. Guangqi said perfunctorily, accustomed to Ji Jioshio's confidence. I'm free these 2 days. I can help you screen suitable agencies. If you want to take the military academy, it's still in time next year. Learning more will make you more confident. Guangyuan, yes, it doesn't matter if you don't pass this year. You still have a chance next year, the year after, and the year after. The way they looked at her was like looking at a child in the rebellious period. She was indeed still in the rebellious period at her age. I think I can pass. Ji Jioshio said objectively, the test was not that difficult. I survived to the end. She didn't tell anyone about her identity as an old human. The explanation was just like what the caravan said before, that she was an interstellar person who was left behind decades ago. Guangqi and Guangyuan looked at each other and fell into silence for a while. Tianji finished watering the grass and came over to join their chat. Why don't you try to trust her? Children need trust to water them. Guangyuan sighed heavily. Other people who have studied for 10 years can't pass the exam. How can I trust her when she has only studied for a short time? I'm afraid she is too sure now, and can't accept the reality when the time comes. Tianji, the results will be out tomorrow. We talk about everything tomorrow. He Guangyuan glanced at Tianji and realized that the person talking to him was a Nani robot. He scratched his head. Why did he feel that this robot spoke like a real parent? Too smart. Guangqi and He Guangyuan said goodbye. The two of them went out in a whisper, and were still discussing which agency was better. Ji Jiuxiu was brought into this circle by them. He was alone and helpless, so it was inevitable that they had to pay more attention to him. Under the attention of countless people, the official website announced the admission list on time at 12 noon the next day. On the list with black words on a gold background, the 3 words Ji Jiuxiu were listed prominently. Not only on, but also in the first place. Tianji downloaded the list immediately and said, I want to save it permanently in the database, so that I can look it up later. Ji Jiuxiu held a bottle of special nutrient solution in his mouth. Everyone said I could pass the exam. Don't you know my ability? Why are you still waiting on the official website page for so long? There is a record in my database saying that the system of the human school is very slow, and you need to seize the opportunity to enter. Tianji called up the long electronic list. I didn't expect the current system to be so smooth. Ji Jiuxiu, Tianji times have changed. Tianji pointed to the official website that could no longer refresh the screen, but the school is still the same as before. It is still useful to compete with hand speed, which is the wisdom passed down by our ancestors. The official website of Theseus Military Academy has not been refreshed normally, and Ji Jiuxiu's name has quietly been put on the hot search, quickly climbing from the bottom to the top. Ji Jiuxiu does not have a public personal account on social networking sites, so countless people flocked to the edited variety show, and the program team ushered in huge traffic. Fortunately, the entertainment system is strong, and too many clicks did not cause it to crash, and it still runs smoothly. In the edited variety show, Ji Jiuxiu's shots are not many, but the occasional flash of a few pictures is enough to make netizens crazy. I didn't pass the exam, but you did. How can I live? We are all fun-loving people. How did you pass the exam? How did you learn? What secrets? What magic pills did you secretly take? Number 1? How is it possible? This world must be crazy. I said Xiao is the best. All haters, get out. I don't believe it. It must be a conspiracy. The sequelae of mental exhaustion are still there. Ji Jiuxiu can't muster much energy, and lies on the soft sofa all day. Tianji massaged her head while connecting to the Star Network, quickly launching 110 small accounts to post comments. Ji Jiuxiu's light brain kept flashing. Now there are many contacts in her light brain, some of whom are colleagues she has worked with in the film and television industry, and some are new candidates added in the examination room. When they become classmates in the future, there may be opportunities to make money. As a low-ranking celebrity, the light brain is usually quiet. At this time, all the light brain friends, who seemed to be dead, were resurrected and sent her congratulatory messages. She replied to He Guangyuan and Guangqi, as well as the caravan she met on Blue Star. Suddenly, a communication came in. She clicked it, and quickly moved the light brain aside. A small shadow appeared on the light brain, and the shrill female voice was very penetrating. Ah, my baby, you actually passed the exam. And you are the first? Wahi, who participated in the Military Academy variety show together, has become a new generation of Xiaohua. She is not interested in the Military Academy, but only regards it as a springboard. She was once worried that Ji Jiuxiu would get hurt if he got stuck in a dead end. After she finished speaking, Ji Jiuxiu slowly replied, yeah. Wahi paused, observed Ji Jiuxiu's expression, and asked, you are not in a good state, are you feeling unwell? Ji Jiuxiu was amazed at Huahi's sensitivity, and said honestly, I did a mental counseling, and almost drained my mental power. I think you should know the danger of mental power drying up. You will become a fool. Huahi's tone became serious and repeated, fool. Do you understand? Ji Jiuxiu touched his head. I don't think I have become a fool yet. You are already quite stupid, and you will be finished if you become more stupid. Huahi sneered. Ji Jiuxiu didn't want to continue to dwell on this topic. Do you have anything else to say? No. Huahi hung up the call. Ji Jiuxiu nodded with satisfaction. This time he didn't dither, and spoke very straightforwardly. She clicked on a movie played by a movie queen to learn the delicate acting skills that Guangqi mentioned. She seems angry. Tianji heard the conversation between the two and raised questions. Ji Jiuxiu was at a loss. Really? The makeup on her face is too thick, I can't see it. Tianji was not sure. Maybe? Ji Jiuxiu, what is she angry about? Tianji, I don't know. Ji Jiuxiu, then apologize? Tianji, try it. The light brain dialed over. Ji Jiuxiu apologized sincerely, and when Hua He asked why he apologized, he got stuck and the call was hung up again. Ji Jiuxiu. She should have a reason to be angry, but she asked me why I apologized, so it seems that she is not angry. Tianji nodded in agreement and suggested, you can get in touch with different people more and learn how to be a human being. Ji Jiuxiu had no objection, and then he manually turned off Tianji's speaking mode just like Hua turned off the communication. Well, it's much quieter now. The matter of military academy admission fermented until the evening, and the situation gradually got out of control. A group of people commented on the official website that there was a shady deal, and even wanted to sue the military academy in court. Ji Jiuxiu knew about it, and even if she didn't pay attention to it, she knew what was going on in Tianji's cursing. She registered an account on the largest social software in the galaxy, and in less than a minute, the number of fans increased to 100,000. Tianji carefully edited a public relations response, and after Guangqi and Guangyuan, 2 more professional revisions, asked her to send the message out. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the manuscript, and the long list of responses was tough and decent, very perfect. She asked Tianji, do you think your life is free now? Tianji replied, humans cannot obtain true freedom in society, and are always subject to various constraints. Ji Jiuxiu, I am trying to adapt to the rules of society, and give up the inappropriate pursuit of freedom, but if my feet are completely tied, will I still be myself? Reading is still very useful. Tianji put his hands on his hips. You have learned to beat around the bush when you talk now. Ji Jiuxiu smiled. I'm reading a book about philosophy recently. What do you think? Tianji, I think you can read less. Children grow up and have their own ideas. What can it do? It can only try to create another 1,000 small accounts to see if they will be blocked by the star network system. Ji Jiuxiu's eyes curved and sent out the edited words. I can withstand all the tests. The fairness of Theseus Military Academy has been obvious to all for so many years. If you have time to quarrel, you might as well review the reasons for the failure. If someone has no talent and doesn't work hard, and blames heaven, earth, or society, then it's not surprising that he won't be admitted to Theseus Military Academy, right? Chapter 15. After a paragraph was sent, the related terms that were originally in the middle of the hot search instantly rushed to the top. In the blink of an eye, Ji Jiuxiu's optical brain received another 99+ message notification. She turned off the optical brain and collapsed on the sofa. I feel dizzy. I want to eat potatoes stewed with beef brisket and tomato scrambled eggs for lunch. Ever since she gave Jiangju mental counseling, she has been in a state of dizziness. The damage to her mental power cannot be cured, and she can only recover slowly. Tianji searched for related recipes and walked to the kitchen. Its account kept receiving new messages. When it clicked on it, it saw that Guangyuan and Guangqi had sent it dozens of messages. The optical brain on her body was specially purchased by Ji Jiuxiu, and she also applied for an account in her name that could be used for shopping and browsing the star network. Guangqi and Guangyuan thought that her behavior was no different from a little girl making clothes for a doll. She tried to explain that Tianji was different, but they didn't care. But when there was something that couldn't contact Ji Jiuxiu, finding Tianji was the best way. Tianji can directly log into the star network through the system, but in order to look not too different from the ordinary Nani robot, it still carries this optical computer that Ji Jiuxiu bought from the second-hand market and is about to be eliminated. The content said by the two is similar, both asking why it didn't stop Ji Jiuxiu. The 3 people communicated, and Guangyuan said worriedly, there are so many people who didn't get into the military academy. I don't know how many people she will offend with this sentence. Guangqi stared at Tianji. Why don't you pay more attention to her? Tianji, I'm just an ordinary Nani robot. Guangqi, I should suggest that she modify your program earlier, so that she can pull her back a little when she is irrational. Normal people can't be rational. How long has she been in society? There are so many insults on the internet. I guess she can't even eat. Guangyuan sighed. Tianji glanced at Ji Jiuxiu. She ran to the balcony with a bag of potato chips to bask in the sun. While eating the potato chips, she didn't forget to crush some and sprinkle them in the pot of grass. Tianji, she is already an adult. I don't think she should be controlled too much. I think her mental age is at most 10 years old. Guangqi glared. Your educational program is not well written. One day I have time to download some parenting books for you to learn. Tianji's eyes turned into a flat line, and he said rigidly, I'm going to cook. The communication was closed, and the ears became quiet. It put the ingredients into the water to wash, and was busy in the kitchen. When Ji Jiuxiu's remarks set off a huge wave on the star network, she felt the peaceful life offline. A large number of candidates called the Theseus Military Academy's reporting hotline, saying that Ji Jioshu had cheated, and all kinds of posts reporting the inside story were flying everywhere. As night fell, the situation became more and more serious. Theseus Military Academy finally couldn't stand it anymore and released all the videos of Ji Jioshu in the examination room, and also issued a formal statement. The motto of Theseus Military Academy is courage and integrity. Every student who applied for the exam has placed trust in our school. Now, in the storm, some people have doubts about the school motto. The doubters no longer believe in Theseus, and Theseus will not accept the doubters. I hope you can find a better place in the future. A paragraph of less than 100 words finally allowed the admissions office teacher, who had been harassed by phone calls all day, to breathe, and the communication was silent for a long time as if it was dead. The statement of Theseus Military Academy was too tough, almost clearly expressing the intention of blacklisting those who doubted, so that they would not be able to apply for the exam in the future. The tough attitude was like a beast with fangs bared, making people realize that this was one of the 7 major military academies, a place that trained countless blade-like warriors, not a soft-tempered little rabbit. They had the confidence to do so, and all the assessment processes of Ji Jioshu were presented clearly and transparently, and there was no room for questioning. This slap hit the face of the doubters hard, and the previous long paragraphs of resistance to the dark curtain. Text and posters were like a huge joke. A post from the princess once again pushed the matter to a new climax. Darula, the assessment was a bit difficult. Fortunately, the result was in line with expectations. Thank you for the help of classmate G. A simple sentence. Anyone with eyes knows what it means. The princess actually publicly stood up for Ji Jioshu. This sentence only survived for a minute, and was quickly deleted by Darula, but the screenshot had already spread rapidly like a virus. Darula in the room lowered her eyes, and connected the communication of the life housekeeper. The life housekeeper was a woman with a stern face, and her expression was serious. Your Highness Diarella, I once said that as a princess, every word and action is under public supervision, and you cannot make random comments, especially inflammatory words. Diarella couldn't help but refute, I am just stating the facts. Life housekeeper. Statement of facts also needs to be considered at the time and place. Publishing at the wrong time is doing the wrong thing. She did help me, I just don't want her to be questioned. She obviously did a good job. Diarella was still dissatisfied. Life housekeeper, you should have followed your Majesty's advice, and applied for the Imperial Star Military Academy. It is more suitable for you. Darula remained silent. The life housekeeper continued, Theseus Military Academy will handle this matter, and you don't need to participate. I have deleted the post. I hope that this will not happen again next time. Darula lowered her head, I know. After the life housekeeper left, she stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window were countless lights embedded in the building, shining continuously, and the sky was dark and silent. In the night, Ji Jioshu, Tianji, Waha, and He Guangyuan were playing mahjong. This ancient entertainment was excavated by Tianji. It made a set of mahjong tiles with wood. The rectangular mahjong tiles made a crisp sound when they collided with each other. Waha and He Guangyuan finally accepted what happened during the day. The main thing was that things had come to this point, and there was nothing they could do if they couldn't accept it. Waha, when will you start school? Ji Jioshu held a lollipop in his mouth. 1 month later. I didn't expect Princess Darula to speak for you. How did you two know each other? Waha stuffed a beef ball into his mouth and asked curiously. Ji Jioshu sighed. I just met her in the exam room. She is a generous person, and gave me 300,000 yuan. Ahem. Wahi almost choked on the beef. What 300,000 yuan? Ji Jioshu. I helped her in the exam room. This is the reward. Wahi sat up straight. You actually asked her for money. What's the problem? Ji Jioshu opened his eyes wide. His eyes were full of longing for money. Wahi leaned back in his chair. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. After school starts, help me get her an autograph photo. I'm her fan. I want one too. He Guangyuan interrupted. Ji Jioshu played a two-tube. The princess also has fans? Wahi rolled his eyes. You've been in the industry for so long. Don't you know that the princess is a singer? Her singing voice is so beautiful that it makes people intoxicated, and her mental strength is even stronger. When she was 10 years old, the army came back from the battlefield, and she sang a song for them, which directly gave the entire army a collective spiritual counseling. He Guangyuan said excitedly. Beyond the scope of a singer, she can be called a singer. Wahi, elegant, beautiful and powerful, isn't it perfect? Ji Jioshu's mind flashed the embarrassed look of Diarella in the examination room. It was a rare high EQ, and he didn't tell the truth. Yes, it's perfect. He Guangyuan glanced at the grass on the shelf and asked suspiciously, why do I remember that this seedling looked like this a year ago? Is it fake? It's real. Maybe it's malnourished and can't grow up. Ji Jiuxia's eyes lit up. Nonsense. He Guangyuan, I help you take care of it after you go to school. The 2 leaves the size of a fingernail are crystal clear and very elastic, making people want to pinch them hard. Ji Jiuxia refused. No, I want to take it with me to the military academy. Xiao Xiao is the grass of launching, not a plant, but one of her family. He Guangyuan, no way, take a grass with you. Ji Jiuxiao, what grass? It's a family member who grew up with me. Okay, I won't say anything. He Guangyuan stared at the mahjong gang, 40,000. Hua he, then you won't film in the future? It's a pity that this face won't be on the screen. Film when you have time. Film in winter and summer vacations. Ji Jiuxia answered. No one would complain about the lack of money, especially her. Go to school when you should, and shoot when you should. There is no conflict between the two. 2 days later, the official admission letter was sent to Ji Jiuxia's light brain, and a paper version was made and sent over with a sense of ceremony. The comments on the Star Network gradually calmed down. After the threatening remarks and strong evidence of Theseus Military Academy, those who were clamoring for shady dealings stopped talking. What is popular on the Star Network now is Ji Jiuxia's various secondary creation clips, all the good and bad dramas she has filmed, advertising endorsements, and variety show clips have all been dug out. The beautiful and fragile film and television roles are in sharp contrast with the decisive killing in the assessment, and the number of fans is increasing by the minute. The program team of I Want to Take the Military Academy seized the heat and re-edited the live broadcast content. Ji Jiuxia's role occupied most of the scenes, and they also very considerately released the comparison of her studying and playing with others. The scene of her being pulled by reporters to talk when she was leaving the examination room was found. The contrast between her innocent expression and her extremely crazy words was huge, which once again gave a big slap to the black fans. I know Xiao Xiao is the best. Do you feel bad, haters? How many points can you get? The best thing this crappy show did was to invite Ji Jiuxiu. What books does Xijie usually read? Can you give me some advice? Bye Xijie, I hope I can get into my ideal university. Bye. The comments turned around, the voices questioning the show were suppressed, and the comments praising talent and hard work became the mainstream. Tianji was reading the comments, and the plan of 1,000 small accounts was temporarily shelved. He sighed. When you stand at a high place, you are surrounded by applause and flowers. Have you been reading a philosophy book recently? Ji Jiuxiu raised her head from behind the desk. She was practicing the words of the StarCraft. Her previous words were only readable. Tianji firmly believed that the handwriting was like the person, and asked her to practice calligraphy even though she hardly used handwriting except for signing. Tianji, I'm reading the comments. Ji Jiuxiao, is it good? Tianji, it's good. Ji Jiuxiao, after reading it, I quickly see what kind of work I can take. I find a job that can be completed within this month. I have to rush to school at the beginning of next month. Okay, make more money. I have to go for maintenance tomorrow. Tianji happily clicked on a bunch of invitations and screened them from beginning to end. Ji Jiuxiu covered his chest. Spend less money, I can easily get out of breath. Tianji made a gentle and wailing female voice. I raised you with my own hands, and now you are strong and don't want me anymore. I would rather starve than find you a meal. A pillow was thrown at Tianji, and Ji Jiuxiu had a blank expression on his face. Do more maintenance and watch less bloody dramas. Chapter 16. A week before the start of school, Ji Jiuxiu received 200,000 yuan from an unknown account. Recalling the bloody face in the examination room, it took so long to pay. Could it be squeezed out of Jiangju's medical expenses? She didn't want to blackmail the patient, so she wanted to return the money, but the other party's account showed that it was an empty number. Putting Jiangju's matter aside for the time being, she read the admission instructions sent by Theseus Military Academy. Theseus Military Academy is divided into 2 campuses. The main campus is on Theseus Star, and the other branch campus is on the more remote Tata Star. In the first semester, you have to go to Tata Star for classes, and the reporting place is still on the main campus. The military academy will send students there. A week later, Ji Jiuxiu finished reporting, and before she even had time to put her things down, the teacher in charge of admission stuffed a light computer and something like a metal button into her hands, urging her to put it on quickly. The light computer is light blue, engraved with the Theseus Military Academy logo, and contains the school rules and related learning materials of the military academy. Ji Jioshio took off his mask and tentatively put the button on his forehead, groping and clicking with his fingers. Admissions teacher, you can't bring your personal optical computer. You can leave it at home or give it to me first. The spaceship will start in an hour. You can go eat something now. The registration office was very busy. New students squeezed in one by one, making a lot of noise. Ji Jioshio handed in his personal optical computer, left the crowded crowd, walked to Tianji, who was watching the luggage, and walked around it. Tianji, did your brain get squeezed? Can you recognize me? Ji Jioshio touched the instrument on his forehead. Is this camouflage machine broken? Tianji's eyes and mouth turned into 3 flat lines. The principle of mask camouflage is to distort the light source. The picture seen by the human eye will be broken, but eyes can people, and your muscles and bones have not changed. Its face turned into a mirror, reflecting Ji Jioshio's face. The face in the mirror was ordinary, a common face that people would forget after seeing it, and it would be hard to see it in the crowd. This is one of the most distinctive traditions of Theseus Military Academy. The mask covers the face and changes the voice. Freshmen have to wear masks to study in the first semester, and are not allowed to actively tell others their identity. The gap in status is erased forcefully, and everyone is equal in this semester. Where there are people, there are class differences. There is a gap between princesses and young masters, who were born with a silver spoon, and civilians. They will automatically be divided into different groups according to class. But what the military academy needs is soldiers, breaking up all the people and then reintegrating them. When the original face is covered and the body is uniformly wearing school uniforms, the person fighting together may be a princess of noble status or an ignorant pauper. Many noble children who graduated from Theseus Military Academy have admitted that the most impressive thing about their alma mater is the semester when they lost their identity. When the bright and beautiful appearance is gone, the relationship between people becomes pure. Ji Jioshio didn't feel anything about it. After curiously studying the mask, he ran to eat excitedly. One day later, the spaceship arrived at Tata Star. All the names of the freshmen were erased, and they were called by random student numbers. Ji Jioshio was number 77. It was dark when they got off the spaceship. The freshmen were divided into 4 large teams according to their majors, and then divided into small classes of 100 people each. Each class was managed by 2 instructors. Ji Jioshio was in class 9, and looked around curiously. The female instructor standing in front of her was Wei Hingji, the chief examiner of the practical assessment. The male instructor was called Chi Yunjia. He looked gentle, and was mainly responsible for the trivial matters of the freshman's life. Okay, recruits, put away your curious eyes. Now we will assign dormitories. Pack your luggage quickly. The lights in the dormitories will be turned off on time at 12 o'clock in the evening. Wei Hingji's voice is very penetrating. The dormitory has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. 3 people live together. They have separate rooms and bathrooms, and share a living room area. Ji Jioshio's 2 roommates are number 188 and number 01. When they first met, they were both a little cold. After briefly introducing their student numbers, the 3 of them cleaned their rooms. The military academy has robots specifically responsible for cleaning, which are provided to students whose families are poor and cannot afford robots. Ji Jioshio brought Tianji, and number 01 also brought his own robot. Only number 188 used the robot provided by the military academy. Late at night, the tired freshman fell into a deep sleep. Beep, beep, the noises from small to large woke up the freshmen, who were sleeping. Ji Jioshio opened his eyes, and stared blankly at the void. Ji Jioshio buried her head in the quilt, and said with a faint breath, "What are you shouting outside?" In fact, the sound of the radio was very clear, but it seemed as if there was a film in her ears, and it was difficult to hear clearly. Tianji woke up from sleep mode, grabbed the clothes and stuffed them into her. "We will gather in 10 minutes. Ji Jioshio wiped her face and scratched her curly hair. She felt very bad to be woken up in the middle of the night. She stared at the ceiling with a distorted expression. 10 minutes later, the freshmen gathered sparsely downstairs of the dormitory. Their clothes were messy, and their minds were not fully awake. "Wake up! Remember that you are a soldier. Always obey orders and abide by the rules. Don't let me see you late next time. Prepare to run 10 kilometers now, and add 5 kilometers for those who were late just now." Wei Hingji's throat was pressed against the loudspeaker, and her voice was so loud that it seemed to open a person's skull. Ji Jioshio ran slowly with the crowd, his eyelids half open. "Open your eyes and look forward." Wei Hingji slowed down and ran parallel to Ji Jioshio. Ji Jioshio tried hard, but she couldn't overcome the sleepiness in her body. She yawned and looked at the people around her. Good, she didn't fall behind. Wei Hingji shouted with full energy, I'm talking to you. Well, I heard it. Ji Jiuxiu nodded slowly, as slow as a sloth, and looked at Wei Hingji quietly. Full of blood and vitality, it's really enviable. Wei Hingji, get moving. Cheer up, and show your real skills. Ji Jiuxiu's mind was a little slow. What real skills? Run faster. Wei Hingji stared at her. Ji Jiuxiu, I'm already running fast. She was really sleepy. Sleepiness had entered her brain. Invisible hands were pulling at her body. She just wanted to have a good sleep now, and being able to run was the result of her rationality and body struggling. Wei Hingji frowned. Being lazy is a bad habit. I'm not lazy. Isn't this faster than many people? Ji Jiuxiu felt really wronged. There were still half of the people behind her. How could they accuse her of being lazy? She was obviously working very hard. Wei Hingji, you can run faster. It's the age of struggle. Opportunism is not advisable. The voice went in one ear and out the other. Ji Jiuxiu nodded in a confused manner, and mechanically repeated, struggle, struggle, struggle. Wei Hingji frowned. You should practice another 5 kilometers. Ji Jiuxiu, Wei Hingji ignored her, slowed down, and urged the lagging students to speed up. After running the 5-kilometer round trip, the night was still as black as ink. The students on the ground gathered breathlessly, looking at the people who were caught for being late and had to practice extra time, and the unlucky Ji Jiuxiu, who was inexplicably given extra time for no reason. The latecomers did not resist, and continued to run obediently. Ji Jiuxiu was so sleepy that she didn't want to move. The ordinary advanced nutrient solution was not enough for her body. She was like a plant dying of thirst, desperately absorbing water and absorbing nutrients like a bottomless pit. In the past, she could barely maintain a fragile balance and survive without nutrients. Now that the nutrients have come, her body has been awakened, and the nutrients missing during the growth period must be replenished. The doctor said that a special nutrient solution should be made, which is very expensive and requires waiting. The special nutrient solution has not yet arrived. She usually relies on sleeping to reduce energy consumption. After drinking the nutrient solution, she is more sleepy than when she didn't drink it on Blue Star. She protested to Wei Hingji, I'm not late, why punish me? Wei Hingji, because you're not serious enough. Ji Jiuxiu, this reason can't convince me, I won't run. Wei Hingji raised his eyebrows. You want to disobey orders? If your order is wrong, I naturally have the right to object. Ji Jiuxiu did not give in. Wei Hingji, at this time, your eyelids know to open. Ji Jiuxiu, you can open them, but only for a while. Her eyelids slowly drooped back, and her face became sleepy and lazy again. Wei Hingji, Wei Hingji, the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. Humans are not machines. They cannot abandon emotions and be absolutely rational. Ji Jiuxiu's voice was flat. In the Interstellar era 8910, General Rag was dissatisfied because he was provoked by a junior. Without careful consideration, he directly rejected the junior's suggestion to evacuate, which eventually led to the annihilation of the entire army. Wei Hingji chuckled, you are good at history. Do you think I am deliberately making things difficult for you? Why did I do this? Yes, why did you do this? Ji Jiuxiu and Wei Hingji looked at each other. Wei Hingji stopped talking as soon as she spoke, and laughed angrily. She was actually led by Ji Jiuxiu's words. She was an instructor, and there was no need to explain to Ji Jiuxiu what she did. Wei Hingji, number 77. I order you to run 5 kilometers now. Ji Jiuxiu, I don't. Her voice was very low, as if it floated out of her mouth, without any emotional ups and downs, extremely smooth. Wei Hingji was like punching cotton. If Ji Jiuxiu had been noisy and quarrelsome, she would have had reason to reprimand and punish him, but these 2 words were too calm, which made her furious. On the first day of entering the school, are you going to disobey the order? Ji Jiuxiu, I ran 10 kilometers, but I didn't run 5 kilometers. If she insisted on running, she could run, but she didn't do anything wrong. So why should she run? Wei Hingji looked at her, the mask covering her too stunning face, showing a slightly dull face. Do you think you are great? Ji Jiuxiu reflected seriously and answered carefully. No. She was very puzzled, and didn't understand where Wei Hingji came to this conclusion. Wei Hingji glanced at the other people who were looking around. If she didn't beat Ji Jiuxiu, the first bird to stand out, today, it would be difficult to manage these proud children in the future. She said calmly, we can't get any results from arguing. Why don't we have a competition? Ji Jiuxiu, what to compete? Wei Hingji raised her lips, since the situation is limited, let's have a fighting competition. If you win, you don't have to run. If you lose, you have to run an extra 5 kilometers. Judging from the previous assessment performance, Ji Joshio is good at fighting, and she is not too bullying. Ji Joshio nodded, okay. She followed the rule of strength first, and also wanted to see the gap between herself and the instructor. Wei Hingji asked the others to go back to sleep, but no one left. Now everyone was not sleepy anymore, and they gathered around to watch the fun. Chapter 17. Ji Joshio forced herself to cheer up, looking at Wei Hingji in front of her with taut muscles and a healthy aura, with Indi. Fighting is a compulsory subject for every military academy student, and medical students are no exception. When facing some thick-skinned alien plants and beasts, ordinary hot weapons cannot kill them. Large weapons are not convenient to carry, so they can only attach their mental power to mechas and cold weapons to kill them. For people with strong mental power, hot weapons cannot even penetrate their mental barriers. All of Ji Joshio's fighting skills come from Tianji's teachings, and the ancient martial arts knowledge stored in the database brain has been reproduced in her. Her fist, wrapped in the sound of the wind, hit Wei Hingji's face fiercely. Wei Hingji dodged sideways, and the fist brushed past the side of her ear, causing a burning pain. She took advantage of the situation to grab Ji Joshio's wrist, and threw him out with an over-the-shoulder throw. Ji Joshio adjusted her center of gravity in the air, supported herself with one hand, and turned over with the force. Wei Hingji did not give her a chance to breathe, and swept across with a whip kick. She crossed her arms to block, and the huge impact made her take 2 steps back, and the soles of her shoes rubbed against the ground with a harsh sound. The two collided again, like two wolves fighting for the leader position, and every move was bloody. Ji Joshio half knelt on the ground, with purple eyes. Due to the huge power gap, she failed to win this round. Wei Hingji's fighting skills were not weak, only slightly worse than Tianji. Wei Hingji calmed down his breathing, and pulled up Ji Joshio, who fell to the ground. How? Ji Joshio, I'm willing to accept the loss. I run 10 kilometers. Wei Hingji let go of his hand. Without absolute strength, there is no right to speak. I remember. Ji Joshio stood up and patted her clothes. She was not someone who couldn't stand losing. It would always be her turn to win. The crowd of onlookers was dispersed. The students who had run 5 kilometers came back to rest. There was only one moving figure left on the training ground. Qi Yunja walked to Wei Hingji's side, looked at the figure running in the distance, and said gently, "Geniuses are always more arrogant, but in the end, they can't beat our instructor Wei." Hiss. Wei Hingji's straight back was slightly bent, and he shook his hands to relieve the pain. "Help me. The little bastard is quite good at fighting. It hurts me to death." Qi Yunja, Now there is no one else. Wei Hingji doesn't have to force herself to pretend to be a master. The little bastard was ruthless enough. She felt pain all over her body. If Ji Joshio hadn't been weak and slowed down later, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. If she didn't win the first day against the freshmen, her comrades would laugh at her for the rest of her life. Qi Yunja, she is not one of your soldiers who has been on the battlefield and has thick skin and flesh. It's the first day of school. Don't torture her too much. Wei Hingji, how can you stimulate her potential if you don't push her? You have seen her performance in the assessment. She can do better. She couldn't stand Ji Joshio's laziness and wasting her talent. She is still a freshman. Qi Yunja disagreed. Wei Hingji said coldly, "There are no freshmen or old students on the battlefield, only life and death. She can bear it. Strengthening training is not a bad thing." The two had different opinions, and neither could convince the other, so they watched Ji Joshio running non-stop in silence. Can bear it. Ji Joshio couldn't bear it anymore. She finally finished running, and ran to Wei Hingji with a dead face, and said weakly, "Report to the instructor, the 10-kilometer run is over." Wei Hingji nodded, "Go ahead." Ji Joshio stood still. "Why don't you go back? Do you want to run another 10 kilometers? Wei Hingji wondered. "Tianji?" Ji Joshio saw Tianji walking out of the dormitory building and raised her hand to shake it twice. Tianji walked over quickly, and put a nutrient solution into her mouth. "I'm waiting for someone." She answered Wei Hingji's question first, holding the nutrient solution and lying on Tianji's back. "I'm so tired." "Tianji, be polite when saying goodbye." "Goodbye, two instructors." Ji Joshio sucked the nutrient solution and said vaguely, "Thank you for your hard work." Tianji nodded to the two of them, and left with Ji Joshio on his back. When she bent down, she looked like a hunchbacked old mother, much shorter than Ji Joshio. Wei Hingji, Qi Yunja, After running 20 kilometers, I didn't sweat at all. I had to be carried back by a robot for such a short distance. And the naughty robot named Tianji was too skilled, wasn't it? Ji Jiuxiu returned to the dormitory and took a quick shower. He lost consciousness as soon as he lay on the bed. The next day, at dawn, the horn for getting up blew. Tianji pulled Ji Jiuxiu out of the bed, grabbed her hand to help her dress, squeezed toothpaste on the toothbrush, and pushed her to wash up. 01 had finished washing up and was changing shoes at the door. She just happened to see the whole process of Tianji squeezing toothpaste. Her eyes never left Tianji. Tianji tidied up Ji Jiuxiu's buttons. I go to the cafeteria to get you breakfast. Come here quickly. Ji Jiuxiu didn't even open his eyes. He brushed his teeth and nodded randomly. I want to eat buns and coffee. Hello, classmate 01, I'm going to the cafeteria to queue up to order breakfast. What would you like to eat? I buy it together. Before leaving, Tianji asked 01 in the living room. When he saw 188 walking out of the room, he went over to ask her again. 01 had a complicated look in her eyes, and the words of refusal were turning around her mouth. What she finally said was, sandwiches and milk, thank you. 188 stretched lazily and said casually, I want to eat meat. Tianji wrote down everything and turned to go out. Generally speaking, robots can deliver food directly to the dormitory, but Theseus Military Academy is a bit conservative and requires students to eat together in the cafeteria in the first semester to increase communication between students. The first president of Theseus Military Academy believed that humans cannot only communicate through machines. The lack of face-to-face conversation is one of the reasons for the mental breakdown of interstellar people. Cold metal makes people lonely. This idea has continued to this day, and has become a feature of Theseus Military Academy. 01 watched Tianji go away, and couldn't help but said to Ji Jiuxiu, your robot is very special. Ji Jiuxiu, really? No, aren't all robots like this? 01 looked at 188, what do you think? I don't know, are there any robots that are different? 188 asked back. 01 looked left and right, and finally chose to remain silent. Is it only her robot that doesn't automatically ask others if they need breakfast when there is no order? With Tianji buying breakfast, 01 was not in a hurry to go out, and waited for Ji Jiuxiu in the living room. 188 slumped on the sofa, his posture lazy. Are you waiting for her? 01 sat upright. Her robot bought breakfast for me, and to be polite, I should go with her. 188 nodded, and changed his posture to look at 01. What do you like to eat? The air was too quiet, so 01 took the initiative to talk. 188. I eat everything. You are so tall. Are you 1.8 meters tall? 01 continued to ask. 188. I am 188 now, and according to my student number, I can be shorter. Do you mean the shoes are high? 01 took a look at 188's shoes, which were just the same style of training boots, nothing special. 188. The shoes are a bit heavy. 01 was led astray by her, felt the weight of the shoes, and asked in confusion, are they okay? 188. I don't usually wear them. 01. Ji Jiuxiu came out after brushing his teeth, opened his eyes, saw the two people in the living room, and greeted them, good morning. Her appearance ended the awkward chat between the two, and 01 naturally changed the topic. Where did you buy your robot? What model? It looks very smart. I want to buy one too. It's not smart. It's mentally retarded. Ji Jiuxiu paused, but it's unique? 01. There's really no way to talk about this day. The morning class is a theoretical class. All medical students gathered in a large classroom. The teacher's figure was projected on each student's desktop. Unlike video learning, the teacher can clearly see each student's small movements and remind them. Ji Jiuxiu respects knowledge and also respects teachers who teach and answer questions, but he can't stand the sleepiness. He couldn't help dozing off while listening. 2025. You answer this question. The male teacher on the stage with a thick face raised his voice. The student sitting in front of Ji Jiuxiu was called to answer the question, and she sat up straight in surprise. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the content on the electronic screen. The words kept twisting in her eyes, and she fell asleep again unconsciously. After the first class, she awakened a new skill and slept with her eyes open while sitting. On her left was roommate 188, who had been sleeping soundly on the table for a long time, and on her right was roommate 01, who was concentrating on organizing her notes. She couldn't lie flat or roll up, and that was her. She sighed to the sky, feeling bad, and decided to sleep for a while. A new class began, and Ji Jiuxiu drank 5 bottles of ordinary nutrient solution in one breath, filling himself up and getting more energetic. This class was about mental power, and the teacher was Chi Yunja, who started from the origin of mental power. Chi Yunja. Mental power is divided into treatment and attack. Treatment cannot control mechas to fight, and attack can drive mechas. There are also defects. Mental pollution will make them mentally confused and lead to collapse. Ji Jiuxiao's ears stood up and listened carefully to the difference in mental power. In the Interstellar era, mechas are the most important weapons for human warfare. Today, mechas are common and can be owned by private individuals, but there is a huge difference between civilian mechas and military mechas. It is not easy to operate a mecha. The mental power level must be high enough, otherwise it will be exhausted after walking 2 steps. Chi Yunja. Every student here has awakened their mental power. You may have seen the mental image of attacking mentalists, but you must not know what your mental image looks like. Only by understanding your own mental power can you better control it. Chi Yunja blinked as the small pills with bright shells, like candy, were handed to the students. This is a drug that will make people feel negative. It is poisonous to attacking psychics. You can try it. If you are lucky, you may be able to see your own mental picture. The students half believed and half doubted his words. Healing psychics almost never have mental breakdowns, and they cannot conduct mental counseling with each other. There has always been controversy over whether there are mental pictures for healing. Some say yes, some say no, and whether there are or not cannot be proved. This is in the classroom. Not afraid that Chi Yunja will really give out poison, a group of students curiously swallowed the pills and closed their eyes according to Chi Yunja's instructions. Chi Yunja, feel it carefully. There are invisible lines around you pulling your body. They are everywhere. Imagine if you follow them into your body. In your brain, there is a blank at first, and then you see. Everyone's mental picture is different. It is not a picture or a space. It can be anything, a statue, a palace, a whale, a piece of land. It can be any material. The size and range of different people's mental pictures are different. The higher the level of mental power, the larger the image presented. Ji Jiuxiu had only seen the mental images of 4 people. Guangqi was a half-person high golden trophy, He Guangyuan was a tree, and the mental image of the unknown classmate in the examination room was a castle made of chocolate. Jiangju had the largest range. The vast ocean was boundless. Under the chaos of mental power, the sea was covered with dark clouds, and the raging sea water rolled, raising huge waves. She stood in her own mental image. At first, the sky and the earth were white, and then, like a cracked eggshell, the sky cracked a gap, revealing a large area of black. Several white dots appeared strongly in the black. They flickered and occasionally ran, leaving a white line in the black curtain. The white under her feet was dyed black, and she seemed to be stagnant in the void. A bright red ball emerged from the black, followed by large and small balls of different colors, which were arranged in sequence with the red ball as the center. Further back, the bright white dots gathered in one place, reflecting blue or purple colors, like a flowing river. Ji Jiuxiu recalled a panoramic picture that Tianji had shown her a long time ago. Tianji said, "This is the universe." The universe kept shrinking, and then shrinking, the stars went out, the planets dimmed, and the final size was about the same as the shelter under the blue star. Ji Jiuxiu watched it shrink rapidly like water, and wanted to stop it but was powerless. People's mental images will change with different moods and experiences. What changes is the image presented. I have never heard of it shrinking. Is this reasonable? Whether it is reasonable or not, this is the fact. Ji Jiuxia's consciousness was withdrawn from the mental image, and she was still heartbroken for what happened just now. The discussion of classmates around her drifted over, and she could hear a few words automatically without deliberately listening. Did you see the mental image? No, is the teacher teasing us? I saw it. It was a forest with no end in sight. You can brag. How strong can a B-level mental power be? Anyway, others can't see it. You can say whatever you want. Noisy, many opinions. Half of the freshman's mental power level is B-level, the other half is A-level and C-level, and as for S-level, there may be 1 or 2 people at most, and the data of freshmen every year is about the same. 188 lay on the table and asked, "Can you see the mental picture?" Ji Jiuxiu nodded, "Yes." 01. I can see it too. What does the mental picture look like? 188 was curious. 01. It's similar to the material we see with our naked eyes. You will know if you find an attacker to do mental counseling a few times. Then I can't. 188 whispered, looking a little regretful. 01 was curious. Why? Mental counseling is not difficult. You can find some people with lower mental power than you. 188 perfunctorily said, "Nothing, I'm not in good shape recently." It's best for both parties to do mental counseling to have the same mental power, or for the healing party to have higher mental power than the attacking party. Otherwise it is easy to be backlashed by the attacking party and drag the healing party into mental confusion. Ji Jioshu did not participate in the conversation between the two. His eyes fell on the pictures on the electronic screen, which showed various mechas. There is a mecha underground in the distant blue planet. It is the only one that the old humans developed with all their efforts before their demise. Tianji said that the mecha is still a semi-finished product, so it cannot be turned on. After class, Ji Jioshu went to find Qi Yunjia, teacher. Can I change my major to machinery or study two majors at the same time? Qi Yunjia said in a gentle tone. No, mechanics need to use mental power to observe the fusion materials. Only the attack type can do this. Do you think the treatment major is not good? The charm of mecha is too high, and many students will regret that they are not attack-oriented mental power. Ji Jioshu shook his head after getting a negative answer. No, it's not bad, but I want to build a mecha myself. You can't build or control a mecha. Although it's a pity, it's a fact. Accepting reality is the only way for every adult. Qi Yunjia patiently persuaded, gently patted Ji Jioshu's shoulders twice, and spoke earnestly. Ji Jioshu, I know, thank you teacher, goodbye teacher. Qi Yunjia watched Ji Jioshu leave, feeling very relieved. Who said Ji Jioshu was disobedient? This student was very well behaved. It was Wei Hingzi's teaching method that was wrong. Ji Jioshu, who said I know the last second, turned around and went to the training ground in the east. She had seen the school map. There was a classroom next to the training ground where a large number of virtual cabins were stored. They were usually used for simulation training for students majoring in machinery and individual soldiers. It was lunchtime now. The simulation cabin classroom was empty, and 5 robots were cleaning it. The classroom was similar to an ordinary classroom, except that the seats here were independent seats. There was a helmet on the table with 2 wires under the helmet, and there was an instrument that had been turned off next to it. This was her first time to contact the simulation cabin, and she had no idea where to start. When she was about to ask the robot, a figure appeared in front of her left. The armband on the right side of the other person's clothes has a book pattern printed on it, and he is a student of the command major. The school uniforms are of the same style, and the symbol to distinguish different majors is the armband. The pattern of the medical major is a hand, the mechanical major is a pliers, and the individual major is a mecha, which is outlined with 1 or 2 lines, which is simple and easy to understand. He is relatively close, and Ji Jioshu asked casually, Hello, classmate, how do you use the simulation cabin? 258 glanced at him indifferently, and his voice was cold and distant. It's in the materials, and it was taught in class. If you don't know, don't use it. Okay. Ji Jioshu turned to consult the robot. Her course materials did not include the use of the simulation cabin, so there was no need to explain this. Robots are better, and they can answer whatever you ask. After learning how to operate, she sat down and put on the helmet, stuck the patch on both sides of her temples, started the machine, and 2 grids appeared in front of her eyes, one for disassembly of the mecha and the other for mecha operation. She hesitated for 2 seconds and chose the latter. In the face of the temptation of driving a mecha, everything else was put aside. After a brief feeling of weightlessness, Ji Jioshu sat in the cockpit of the mecha. There were few buttons that needed to be operated manually, and it was basically controlled by mental power. She opened the book borrowed from the library, loaded it into the simulation cabin, and learned while reading. Releasing mental power to wrap the mecha, she tried little by little. When the mental power was completely connected to the mecha, she seemed to become a giant. Her vision became higher and wider, the mecha became her limbs, and the feeling of omnipotence filled her whole body. She couldn't wait to run, so she stretched out her feet and fell to the ground. The mental power was drained away like water, and she tried her best to stabilize her body, stumbled to stand up and took 2 steps, and fell to the ground again. The tingling sensation spread from her head to her limbs, and every cell was screaming to stop the action. She shut down the system, exited the virtual cabin, and leaned back on the seat, with a layer of cold sweat on her back. She took off her helmet and stood up, and her eyes went dark and she fell down. She quickly reached out and grabbed the chair beside her to barely stand. Her hair was swaying in front of her forehead. A robot walked in front of her, and a neutral electronic voice without emotion sounded, Please show me your student certificate. Ji Jioshu was full of question marks. There is no such rule for entering the classroom. Why didn't you ask me just now? Robot. Student 258 reported you for entering Theseus Military Academy illegally. Ji Jioshu looked at the person next to her. The other person stood straight and looked down at her, with no expression on his face. She showed her certificate with a cold face. Robot, I am confirmed to be a student of Class 9, Medical Department, Theseus Military Academy, student number 77. This is not the place you should come to. 258 saw the information on the certificate. His eyes fell on Ji Jioshia's slightly trembling arms. His tone did not fluctuate at all. Ji Jioshio took a deep breath, tried his best to control his body, and asked, "What will happen if the treatment direction controls the mecha?" The robot answered, "The treatment direction's mental power cannot control the mecha to move. It is soft water, and cannot lift heavy objects. What if you insist on controlling it?" Ji Jioshio asked. The robot's answer was very rigid. It cannot be controlled. Ji Jioshio looked at 258 and repeated, "What if you insist on controlling it?" The treatment direction's mental power will pass through metal materials, and cannot actually touch the mecha, so there is no way to control it. 258 answered. Ji Jioshio nodded. "I understand. It seems that she seems to be a special case. She can control the mecha, but she can't move freely." After leaving the simulation cabin, the pain was much relieved, but there was still a little pain from time to time. Her stomach was clamoring with hunger, so she walked out of the classroom and went to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was still full at this time, so she got her food and found a seat to sit down. There were a lot of people, and there was a square seat for 4 people with only one person sitting there. She took her food and sat diagonally opposite the other person. As soon as she put down the plate, the other person said, "You can't sit here." Ji Jioshio, "Why?" The other person said impatiently, "Because I don't want anyone to sit next to me. Get out of here." "I don't want to either, then get out," Ji Jioshio retorted. If it were normal, she might leave if she was in a good mood, but her head was still throbbing with pain, and she didn't want to get up and find another seat. The other party raised his voice. "I told you to get out. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" The crowd within 2 meters around the two of them suddenly became quiet, and looked over here. Ji Jioshio ignored him, and ate his meal. The food in the cafeteria was rich in variety, and tasted good. It would be even better if there were no flies buzzing around. Flies were mad. "Do you know who I am?" "I'm." The masks issued by the military academy not only have 2 uses for changing faces and voices, but can also automatically identify sensitive words. When students say something they shouldn't say, they will emit sound waves to confuse sentences. Content related to personal information is sensitive words. Flies reached out and grabbed the mask instrument, looking like they were going to take it off, but they didn't do it. The mask is one of the assessments of the military academy. Freshmen must live with the mask on for a semester. Taking it off is considered non-compliance with the regulations, and the military academy has the right to expel them. When Flies was struggling and tangled, Ji Jioshio didn't give him any attention, and ate the food seriously. Just as the chopsticks picked up a piece of eggplant, the plate of food was thrown to the ground in the blink of an eye. Ji Jioshio's expression changed instantly, and her hands exerted force a little bit, and the blood color of the fingertips holding the metal chopsticks faded and turned white little by little. She hated people who wasted food the most. No one saw how she did it. Anyway, it was Fly classmate who was hit first, and after reacting, the two of them wrestled together. Ji Jioshio was still rational, and did not affect other tables. Fly classmate could fight back twice at first, but later he could only passively take the beating. Ji Jioshio pressed the other's face on the food that fell and smiled. "Eat it clean." The calm tone was suppressed and crazy, and the aching head was vented at this moment, and the mind suddenly felt relaxed. In the eyes of others, the smiling face was so hideous that the empty circle around it immediately expanded outwards, far away from Ji Jioshio. The head instructor and the discipline instructor who got the news hurried over. The one in charge of discipline was a middle-aged male teacher, tall and thin, with a dead face as if someone owed him 80 million and didn't pay it back. The discipline instructor had great strength and pinched Ji Jioshio's wrist to lift her up. The head instructor looked very gentle, with the corners of her mouth naturally raised, and she smiled at everyone she met. She smiled and asked, "If there are conflicts between classmates, just communicate well, don't make a move. What is the reason for the conflict?" The Fly classmate got up from the ground. His hair was stuck with white rice grains, his nose and face were swollen, and he couldn't see his original appearance. His eyes were full of tears, and he pointed at Ji Jioshio and loudly accused, "She hit me." Ji Jioshio was indifferent, and lowered his head to fiddle with the light computer. "What are you doing?" The head instructor glanced at Ji Jioshio's light computer. "Ji Jioshio. He is so ugly, I took a picture of him as a souvenir." Main instructor, Kanjing, Do you have any objection to what he said? Why did you hit him? Main instructor did not listen to one side of the story. Jijioshu, there is surveillance in the cafeteria, and you can watch the replay. He did two things wrong. One is provoking first, and the second is wasting food. I suggest that we increase the punishment for him, and take it as a warning. Main instructor laughed. She had seen all kinds of students with all kinds of personalities, but it was the first time she had seen someone like Jijioshu. He had even thought of the mistakes and punishments for the other party. The surveillance still needs to be adjusted. Facts speak louder than words. The incident was restored on the screen, and Kanjing shouted, "Look! She was the first to hit me." The instructor disagreed. "You hit too hard. How could you hit him in the face? Look at how badly he was beaten. His face was covered with bruises, and he couldn't even speak clearly." Jijioshu said seriously, "I didn't expect him to be so weak. Fortunately, I held back, otherwise he would be lying in the school clinic now." Her eyes were full of disdain when she spoke. Fly was not only weak but also arrogant. He was simply rubbish. The discipline teacher on the side frowned and said in a deep voice, "You hit people, and you are so confident. You don't repent? Your crime is even more serious." Jijioshu was about to argue with reason, but the instructor interrupted her and asked, "Which class are you from?" Fly, Mechanical Class 13. Jijioshu, Therapeutic Class 9. The instructor, "Very good, now call your instructors to talk." Mechanical Class 13 is Bernard, and Therapeutic Class 9 is Therapeutic? Jijioshu and Fly were taken away from the cafeteria and went to the interrogation room. "You're causing trouble right after the start of school. If you're so capable, why don't you just go to the battlefield? Why come to the military academy to study? If you want to be a young master or a young lady, go home. This is not a place for you to play house." The discipline instructor was full of aura and spitting. Jijioshu shrank her neck and leaned back as much as possible. She was not ashamed of being scolded, but she was afraid that the other party's saliva would splash on her face. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. In the end, she chose to be quiet and be a quail. Now the discipline instructor was spitting at two people. What if she refuted and only spit at her? Wei Hingji and the instructor of Mechanical Class 13 were called over. It stands to reason that the instructor in charge of this aspect of Medical Class 9 is Chi Yunja, but he happened to have something to do and couldn't leave, so Wei Hingji came to rescue him. As soon as the two came, they were scolded by the discipline instructor. He insisted on being fair and impartial, and no one was spared. "Discipline instructor, you can't even manage your own soldiers. Do you have decorations in your brain?" On the way here, the two instructors had watched the playback of the camera. Bernard, the instructor of Mechanical Class 13, argued, "Captain, you have watched the video. It is obvious that the other party started the fight first." Wei Hingji crossed her hands in front of her chest and snorted, "You provoked first. Why can't the 4 seats be sat? Is the cafeteria your family's? Quarrel is quarrel, fight is fight. The latter behavior is too bad and unforgivable." Bernard's face was mocking. "You are an instructor in your first year. It is normal that you don't know the rules." Wei Hingji sneered, "You are leading greenhouse flowers, and I am leading soldiers on the battlefield. The two cannot be compared. If you, a little gardener, see the enemy, you may be so weak that you can't walk." Her temperament is decisive and decisive. Her words are straightforward and powerful, and her aura is extremely strong. "Bernard, so what? You finally came here to be a small instructor. No matter how glorious you were in the past, your body is permanently damaged. Can you still go to the battlefield in the future?" This sentence blocked all of Wei Hingji's words. Her fingers trembled slightly, and veins popped on her neck. She rushed forward and grabbed Bernard's collar, and raised her other hand to smash down. She moved too fast, and everyone had no time to react. The situation collapsed like a landslide. The instructor tried to stop Wei Hingji, but someone was faster than her. Jijioshu grabbed Wei Hingji's wrist with both hands, and his thin and frail body was as steady as a rock, and his pale and small face was as calm as water. The atmosphere was quiet. Bernard stiffened his neck and shook off Wei Hingji's hand, roughly adjusting his collar. Jijioshu held Wei Hingji's hand tightly. His expression moved. "Instructor Wei, you can do this for me. I am so touched." Wei Hingji's face turned from white to red, and then to blue, and he scolded, "Let go." The conflict between the two students almost turned into a dispute between instructors. Fortunately, the punch was not really thrown. "Bernard, you are rude and rude, it's simply." "Have you finished talking?" The instructor sighed. "When can I say a few words?" Bernard shut up instantly, and Wei Hingji turned his head away. The instructor, you two are not disciplined strictly. Each of you will run 50 kilometers with a weight. After running, you will submit a 10,000-word self-criticism. Do you have any objections? Her tone was not fierce, and she spoke slowly, but she had a kind of temperament that made people feel creepy. The two instructors did not speak. The two came in anger and left dejectedly. Ji Jioshu and Kanjing, who were supposed to be the protagonists, watched a play and were just background boards from beginning to end. The students' matter had not been dealt with yet, and the instructor was causing trouble again. The chief instructor shook his head helplessly and punished the two students. You go to the cafeteria to peel potatoes for 3 months, and you go to the training ground to sweep the floor for 4 months. Why should I have 1 month more than her? Kanjing immediately retorted. The chief instructor smiled subtly, because you can't beat the medical soldier. Kanjing, nothing to say. Ji Jioshu walked out of the interrogation room and saw Wei Hingji running when he passed by the training ground. His arms and legs were tied with lead blocks. Bernard didn't see him. Maybe he went to another training ground. She walked over, stood beside and shouted, Instructor Wei, have you eaten? Wei Hingji was furious when he saw her. What's wrong? The distance between the two was a little far. Ji Jioshu didn't hear what she said clearly, and shouted louder. What did you say? I said you have to fart. Wei Hingji roared, and the rhythm of running was disrupted, and he almost got a stitch in the side. Ji Jioshu, I haven't eaten yet, asking if you have eaten. If not, I will pack a portion for you. Wei Hingji, no! Ji Jioshu asked again. Instructor Wei, you have been on the battlefield. Is your mental power for healing or attacking? Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and eat your meal. Wei Hingji was impatient. If it weren't for this little bastard, she wouldn't have been fined 50 kilometers for no reason. Now she's annoyed when she sees Ji Jioshu's face. She actually thought he was cute at the beginning. How blind. Ji Jioshu didn't leave, but ran up to follow Wei Hingji. Do you think it's possible to drive a mecha as a healer? I tried it in the virtual cabin today, and it can make the mecha move. Do you have to chat with me here? Wei Hingji rolled her eyes. Ji Jioshu, then I find you tonight. Wei Hingji, forget it, let's talk here. I'm afraid I shorten my life if I see you too many times. Ji Jioshu, how could that be? The majestic, powerful and smart instructor Wei will definitely live to be 500 years old. Okay. Wei Hingji couldn't listen anymore and tried to adjust her breathing. Some healing psychics can indeed make mechas move, but they can only move a little bit, not even walking, let alone using mechas to fight. Healing is like water that cannot grab specific objects. I can understand your longing for mechas, but there are many things in the world that you have no choice. Ji Jioshu ran slowly without speaking. Wei Hingji said patiently, healing is no worse than attacking. It can command the battlefield and turn the tide of the battle. Medical soldiers are also indispensable. I have seen many children, like you, who don't believe in fate. In the end, they all accepted the reality. People are the same. Do you think you will be an exception? I think I am. Ji Jioshu said, as a matter of course, I am a unique individual, one of a kind. Wei Hingji, It turned out that talking for a long time was in vain. The warm and peaceful atmosphere disappeared. She patted Ji Jioshu's shoulder fiercely. Hurry up if you want to eat. The cafeteria closes on time. Young people will not turn back until they hit the wall. They will understand it naturally after experiencing more in the future. It is useless to say more now. Ji Jioshu ran slowly to the cafeteria and took the last 2 steamed buns at the closing time. Pushing open the dormitory door, 01 was sitting on the sofa in the living room playing with a light computer. He looked up after hearing the movement. I didn't see you in the cafeteria today. I heard that you were taken away by the discipline instructor. Are you okay? 01 stood up and asked. Nothing, I just ran into a psychopath. Ji Jioshu waved his hand and briefly described the matter. 01 was not satisfied with the result of the instructor's punishment of 50 lashes. The cafeteria is a public area. The location is not private. He was wrong first, and you should not be punished. She spoke at a moderate speed, with clear pronunciation, and her words expressing dissatisfaction were like judging right and wrong. It doesn't matter, I remember his face, and I will continue to sit opposite him next time we eat. Ji Jioshu took a bite of the steamed bun. Since the other party didn't like people around him, she had to disgust him. That's a good idea. I hope this classmate won't act impulsively next time. 01 thought, and then looked at Ji Jioshu. Ji Jioshu tried hard to swallow the dry bun, choking and pounding his chest to relieve his breath. I can't read minds. Just say it directly if you have something to say. 01 brooded, take me with you. Your tone is like an order. I'm not used to obeying orders. Ji Joshua didn't follow her. Everyone is roommates, not superiors and subordinates. Living together in the future will inevitably lead to friction. Some things must be agreed upon at the beginning, and being tougher will give you the right to speak. 01 was stuck for a moment, and said again, "Can you take me with you?" "Yes." Ji Joshua nodded. 188 leaned on the door frame of the balcony, tilted his head to watch the conversation between the two, and asked in the same sentence as 01, "Can you take me with you?" "Okay." Ji Joshua swallowed the last bite of bun. Today, classmate Fly did not apologize for wasting food, and she was upset about it. He had never realized his mistake, and she didn't mind helping. The afternoon class was a medical class, learning about the physiological structure of humans. As military doctors, medical students not only need to provide spiritual counseling, but also physical treatment. They have to learn everything that ordinary doctors know. There were many bloody pictures in the class, which led to a loss of appetite after class. The people whose appetite was affected did not include Ji Joshua and 188. They ate meat as they should, and the soup was still duck blood soup. 01 the plate was filled with unappetizing bread and millet porridge. Seeing Ji Joshua and 188 feasting on the braised pork on the plate, she couldn't help but doubt herself. Could it be that her tolerance was too low? Halfway through the meal, Fly finally showed up. Ji Joshua raised his hand to signal, and 01 and 188 picked up their plates and sat next to Fly. Fly looked as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. "What are you doing?" Ji Joshua picked up an egg and asked, "Eating. What else can I do?" Fly's face flushed, but he swallowed his anger and picked up his plate to change seats to eat. As soon as he moved, the other three followed him, and followed him wherever he went. "What on earth are you going to do?" He glared at Ji Joshua viciously. "Ji Joshua, you haven't apologized yet." "Fly, don't push your luck too far. Don't think I can't beat you. I was just not in a good condition this morning." "Oh, let's find another place to fight." Ji Joshua seriously proposed and analyzed the feasibility. "As long as you are careful enough and don't get caught by the instructor, there will be no problem." Fly clenched his teeth, and the slight discomfort from his jaw reminded him how heavy Ji Joshua's fist was. He went to the medical cabin in the school clinic at noon, and still felt a faint pain. He clenched his fist. "Do you know who I am?" "Ji Joshua, I don't know." "Fly, I can ignore what happened today and let this matter end here, otherwise you will regret it in the future." "Do you know who she is?" Ji Joshua pointed at 01. Fly classmate looked at 01 suspiciously. "Who is she?" "I don't know either." Ji Joshua shrugged. "I advise you to apologize as soon as possible, otherwise you will regret it from now on." Fly classmate, "Just kill me." Chapter 18. Fly's student number is 53. He was stared at by Ji Joshua, and had no choice but to apologize in humiliation. "I'm sorry, okay?" he shouted angrily. Ji Joshua, "No, it's not good and not sincere." "Wu-san, don't go too far." Ji Joshua, "You can choose to go to the Greening Grove in the east at 8 o'clock tonight. It happens that I warmed up this morning and will perform better tonight, or I will accompany you for every meal in the future." "I'm going to tell the instructor." Wu-san yelled, "You are threatening me and want to monitor me." Ji Joshua, "We are talking normally and eating together because I am very enthusiastic and like to interact with classmates." Wu-san's face was irritable, and he said painfully, "I'm sorry. Ji Joshua was still not satisfied. "You should specify the person you are apologizing to. Don't look at me, not to me, but to the precious food you wasted." Wu-san was numbly said, "I'm sorry for the food." "That's right, the old saying is good, knowing your mistakes can improve it. You are a good child, take out the light computer, let's add a friend." Ji Joshua patted Wu-san's shoulder, his eyes curved. After adding the friend, Ji Joshua considerately gave the new friend some space to eat quietly. 01 thought, "It turns out that it can be done this way. You can get your goal by grabbing a little thread and playing rogue." 188 nodded. "Humans are always cunning." "Are you scolding me or praising me?" Ji Joshua was speechless and discussed with them the topic of mental power that she had talked about with Wei Hingji before. She put forward her own idea. "I guess the reason for the two different mental powers is that the mental power operates in different ways. If we can learn another operating law, we may be able to realize the idea of a medical soldier driving a mecha." She had briefly experienced the operation of attacking mental power in the examination room. Jiangju released his mental power and took her to feel it. At that time, she noticed the difference between the two mental powers. Mental power is innate, just like some people are born with their right hands and some people use their left hands. It is not impossible to use both hands freely through practice. Both of them seem to be uninterested in Ji Jiuxiao's idea. 01 Eating the fragrant millet porridge, he continued. I just need to learn how to do a good job of mental power channeling. This is the only requirement my family has for me. 188 Crazy braised pork, during which he looked up and said, there is no difference between the two mental powers for me. Maybe my idea is a little crazy, but I still want to try it. Ji Jiuxiu finished the last bite of rice on the plate. If nothing else, it was for the semi-finished mecha underground on Blue Star. She wanted to build it herself. 01 thought of something and reacted. So you are looking for Wu San, because he is a mechanical major, and you want to observe the way his mental power works? First ask for an apology, and after the other party gives in, then further propose other tasks, and the other party will be much more likely to accept it. Ji Jiuxiu spread his hands. I can't do anything about it. Who told me that there are no people who attack mental power in the school? I don't know anyone. Qi Yunjia attacked mental power, but she promised that as long as she proposed this idea, she would be overwhelmed by his various reasons. She had never seen such a long-winded person. 188 suddenly realized, people's cunningness is always beyond my expectations. Use another request to hide the real idea in order to achieve the ultimate goal. She glanced at Wu San, who was unaware in the distance, paused her meal, and sympathized with him for 2 seconds. Wu San, who was eating, suddenly felt a chill on his back and sneezed. There were no classes at night, so students could move freely, but they could not leave the school. The military academy was in a completely closed mode, and they could only go out on weekends. Ji Jiuxiu found an empty classroom, opened the course materials in the light brain, and reviewed the content of the daytime class bit by bit. Perhaps the classroom was a cursed place. She did not feel sleepy when studying alone, but she could not help but feel drowsy when listening to the teacher's lecture in the big classroom during the day. 2 hours later, she closed the book page and jumped to the chat software to send a message to her new friend Wu San. 10 minutes later, Ji Jiuxiu stood downstairs of the boys' dormitory with a small cream cake. Her recent book list included how to become a person with high emotional intelligence, and her learning results were slightly effective. She specially ordered a small cake before coming to find someone. Who would refuse a strawberry-flavored cream cake? Time passed slowly, and Wu San had not shown up. She was a little impatient. Wasting time without meaning was as shameful as wasting food. She had clearly noted that tonight was not a sparring session, so why didn't he come down? She cleared her throat, took deep breath, and shouted loudly, Mechanical Class 13. Wu San! The voice echoed in the dormitory area, and countless people stood in the corridor and leaned their heads to look down, and the noise drowned out her echo. Just as she was about to shout a second time, a figure approached next to her. She turned her head and looked over, meeting a pair of cold eyes that were as calm as a well. It was classmate 258 of the command major, who had met in the simulation cabin classroom. The two looked at each other, and then looked away. 258 continued to walk forward without stopping, and Ji Jiuxiu shouted Wu San's name again. The embarrassed figure rushed down the dormitory building, and passed by 258 when he went out. Wu San collapsed and said, My aunt, what are you going to do? Haven't I apologized? If not, I will tell you 100 times. Ji Jiuxiu stuffed the cream cake into his hand, and his words stopped abruptly. His expression was stiff. Are you secretly in love with me and deliberately attracting my attention? I tell you, I will never like it. Ji Jiuxiu slapped him hard on the head, and he became honest. The pink cream cake in his hand was like a hot potato, and Wu San didn't dare to put it down. He asked with a bitter face, Can you not slap me in the face? I don't hit people. Ji Jiuxiu was puzzled. I don't believe it. Wu San raised one hand to cover his face. You just slapped me. Ji Jiuxiu forcibly took people to the top of the tallest teaching building. Looking down, he could see the night view of the entire training ground. Every road was lit up, crisscrossing. Wu San's expression became more and more terrified. You want to kill me? There are cameras everywhere here. My mother will not let you go. Ji Jiuxiu grabbed Wu San and pushed him to the edge of the rooftop. The two gradually approached the border. Wu San went from struggling and cursing to being as quiet as a chicken. He was really afraid that Ji Jiuxiu, a lunatic, would pull him down. He vaguely remembered that at first, he just didn't want her to sit down and eat next to him. He shouldn't have eaten that meal. Ji Jiuxiu saw that he was no longer noisy, and stopped moving forward. It seems that letting the brain blow the wind can really calm down a lot. She explained, I want you to release your mental power, and take me to cover the military academy together. Wu San was confused. What do you mean? You release your mental power, and I release it too. You guide my mental power to extend outward. Ji Jioshu explained carefully. You are indeed a lunatic. Wu San's expression was distorted. Do you know how difficult it is to drive other people's mental power? This is not like driving a mecha. Ji Jioshu asked sincerely, how difficult is it? Wu San, it's like running in a dream. No matter how hard you try, you can't run fast. The harder you try to do it, the more uncomfortable it is. Try it once first. Ji Jioshu gave the order ruthlessly. Wu San had no choice but to release his mental power. Ji Jioshu put his palm on his shoulder and felt the invisible line spreading from his body. The moment the two people's mental powers touched, Wu San's face turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. He suddenly withdrew his mental power and looked at Ji Jioshu in fear. What did you do to me? Ji Jioshu wondered. What did you do? Wu San, I feel so painful when I touch your mental power. Did you secretly poison me? The corners of his eyes drooped, and he looked like he would cry in the next second. Ji Jioshu's mind flashed with the scene of how he could make people feel so painful every time he did mental counseling. He remembered that he forgot to ask one thing. What level is your mental power? S level. Wu San's eyes flashed with pride. Ji Jioshu, that shouldn't be the case. She input her mental power into Wu San's mental picture, and Wu San shuddered and couldn't even speak. Wu San trembled and said, I know you want to hurt me. Ji Jioshu was surprised. Her mental power was only B level. She was doing mental treatment for Wu San, who was S level. Logically, she should be the one who felt uncomfortable. She pondered over why Jiangju could do it before. It must be Wu San's problem. Try again. Ji Jioshu called Wu San. Wu San refused to obey. Even if you push me down from here today, I will never continue. He had never felt such severe pain in his life. He had never felt so unbearable when he was beaten by Ji Jioshu before. It felt like an ice knife repeatedly stabbed into the bones, cold and painful. Wu San stiffened his neck and would rather be beaten than release his mental power. Ji Jioshu had no choice but to let him go. Maybe Wu San had a problem. She had to find more people to try. The next day at noon, she rushed to the school clinic immediately after lunch and proposed to help the school doctor with miscellaneous tasks in her spare time to learn how to better provide mental counseling for her classmates. The school doctor was a tall woman, and she was very happy to hear that. You are the first student who has offered to help in so many years. You are really a good kid who loves learning. Ji Jioshu, so can I come over? School doctor, of course, I will pay part of the reward, as if you were working and studying here. The reward was a pleasant surprise, and the smile on Ji Jioshu's face became more sincere. There are different levels of skills in mental counseling. Beginners usually erase the more obvious negative emotions in the mental picture, and they also need to learn how to prevent the other person's spirit from being stimulated, and how to clear it more cleanly. Just like sculpting, some people can only pinch out a large piece of clay, while others can carve out delicate facial features. After class all day, Ji Jioshu stayed in the school doctor's office to receive students. Most of the people who came were single soldier majors. They had high training intensity, high mental pressure, and many people were mentally unstable. 8 students came for mental counseling today. The school doctor asked Ji Jioshu to do it. All 8 strong men fell to the ground and wailed with tears in their eyes. School doctor, When they released their mental power and Ji Jioshu tried to contact them, their reactions were the same as Wu San. The school doctor was very surprised, and even gave Ji Jioshu a detailed physical examination, but the results showed that there was nothing wrong with her body. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the day's work was over. The school doctor called Ji Jioshu inside. Your mental power is very special. Things that are born cannot be changed after birth. You may try to switch to the command major. The medical profession cannot provide mental counseling. The main reason is that people who have experienced it once refuse to contact it again. It is really a blow, especially for children who are eager to learn. Ji Jioshu, it doesn't matter. The medical profession is also good. Anyway, it's not her who is suffering. The school doctor said gently, you can come again tomorrow. Even if I can't do spiritual counseling, I can teach you something else. Ji Jioshu, who thought he would be expelled, brightened his eyes. Really? Great, I will definitely come on time. The next day at noon, Ji Jioshu failed to report to the school clinic. As soon as she walked out of the classroom door, a robot appeared and took her away because she did not go to the cafeteria to peel potatoes on time for more than 48 hours, and now she was forced to do so. Ji Jiuxiu sent a message to the school doctor to explain the reason, and followed the robot to the cafeteria kitchen. The cafeteria has 5 floors and a spacious location. Because you can't leave the school gate, the cafeteria is crowded every time it's meal time. The robot took Ji Jiuxiu to the internal passage to avoid the crowded crowd. The cafeteria provides a wide variety of dishes every day, and the consumption is large. There are piles of ingredients in the warehouse. This was her first time in the kitchen, and she was shocked by the piles of ingredients. The robots that wash, cut, and cook in the cafeteria are faster and stronger than humans, and they don't feel tired, but they don't have the soul of human chefs. Ji Jiuxiu didn't quite understand what 01 meant by soul. Anyway, she didn't eat souls, and the food in the cafeteria was so cheap and delicious, it was simply heaven. The robot took Ji Jiuxiu to the potatoes, and the yellow potatoes were packed in boxes, and were being transported to the peeling machine through a conveyor belt. The robot picked up a bucket and took out potatoes from the box, and took out a full bucket. This is your task for lunch today. When you finish peeling, you can rest. Can you give me a small stool? Ji Jiuxiu took the peeler. The robot gave her a small stool and took out another bucket of potatoes and put it on the ground. Ji Jiuxiu said seriously, "If the price of a bench is a basket of potatoes, I will choose to sit on the ground directly." Robot, this is his task. Ji Jiuxiu, who? The shadow at the door swayed, and 258, who had met twice before, appeared outside the door. Under Ji Jiuxiu's gaze, he walked in calmly, picked up the peeler and potatoes, and began to peel them. He didn't give Ji Jiuxiu a single glance the whole time, and was cold, silent, and had a cold aura. He peeled the potatoes skillfully. The robot left, and Ji Jiuxiu grabbed a potato, and the peeler scraped across the potato smoothly, leaving a long yellow skin, and it took 10 seconds to get a potato. The two did not talk, but the space was not quiet. The sound of frying in the pot, the sound of the vegetables sizzling, and the voices of students outside. Ji Jiuxiu couldn't help but break the silence. Why don't you find a bench to sit on? 258 No need. Ji Jiuxiu, you are blocking the light when you stand. 258 paused in peeling, and found a small stool of the same style, and sat opposite Ji Jiuxiu. Are you punished for fighting? Ji Jiuxiu started talking and continued the conversation. 258, no. Ji Jiuxiu, then what is the reason? 258, it has nothing to do with you. His indifference did not dissuade Ji Jiuxiu. She changed the subject. Is your mental power attacking or healing? If you are mentally unstable in the future, you can come to me. I don't charge. After the complaints of the soldiers yesterday, the school doctor forbade her to continue to do mental counseling. She had to find another way. The school clinic charges 20-star coins for mental counseling. She didn't believe that no one would come to her after she put out the free advertisement. When people are poor, 20-star coins are a very precious sum of money. All the money from them is used to buy nutrient solution, and saved to buy atmosphere repair devices. Ji Jiuxiu, who lives a stingy life, speaks from the bottom of her heart. 258, no need. No attacking spiritual power user does not need spiritual counseling. The other party is obviously perfunctory to her. No need now, but I can't say in the future. I am 77 from medical class 9. Come to me anytime if you need me. Ji Jiuxiu was not discouraged. While advertising, the peeler in his hand was moving quickly, and the slippery peeled potatoes were piled together. The speed of the two people was about the same. When they finished their work, the cafeteria hall was empty. Lunch was the remaining dishes that had not been sold out, including braised fish, mincemeat eggplant, shredded ginger beef, and scrambled eggs with green peppers. The two sat at the same table. Ji Jiuxiu ate happily. Halfway through the meal, he looked up and found that 258 had not started yet. He picked out the celery and green peppers one by one with chopsticks. Ji Jiuxiu, are you picky about food? 258 didn't answer and continued to pick up. Ji Jiuxiu asked, you don't eat celery and green peppers? No. 258 responded. Ji Jiuxiu stood up to get another pair of chopsticks and directly picked up the celery and green peppers that he had pushed aside and put them into his bowl. Don't waste them, food is precious. 258 stopped and looked up at her. Ji Jiuxiu thought he was too slow, so she simply picked out the remaining celery and green peppers from his plate. He was so slow that it was unknown when he could eat. Are you happy? 258 held the chopsticks and let Ji Jiuxiu pick up the food from his bowl. Ji Jiuxiu nodded. Isn't it worth being happy to eat? 258 asked again. Is it also happy to peel potatoes? Ji Jiuxiu, I am happy. 258. Why are you happy? Ji Jiuxiao. I am happy to be alive. Why not be happy? She was happy for no reason, and her whole body exuded a vigorous vitality. In the evening, Ji Jiuxiao went to the school clinic on time, and secretly gave a student a mental counseling while the school doctor was away. After the pain made the other party recover, he immediately threw down 20-star coins and limped out of the door, as if he was fleeing. Ji Jiuxiao sighed. If she had to drive her mental power to operate, she could at least bear her mental counseling first, but unfortunately, she had never met such a person. For several days, the news that there was a person in the school clinic who was in great pain while doing mental counseling spread. After receiving dozens of complaints, the school doctor said with a headache, "Why don't you stop for a while?" These days she turned a blind eye and let Ji Jiuxiao do experiments, not wanting to undermine the student's confidence, but now there is really no way. Ji Jiuxiao. Okay, I promise that if they don't want to, I won't force them to do mental counseling. If they ask for it, can I do it? Sure. The school doctor agreed very readily. After all, no one would ask for trouble. That night, a post appeared on the campus internal software with the title, "I tried the school clinic's pain version of mental counseling, and it felt like that. Why do some people feel so painful that they can't stand it?" Less than 10 minutes after the post was posted, it was popular among students. The comments below said everything, and the most discussed was how painful it was. Ji Jiuxiao exited the post, covered himself with a quilt, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. The next day, the school clinic was crowded with students, who all asked to experience the pain version of mental counseling. When the school doctor learned about the post, he was neither angry nor amused, and drove Ji Jiuxiao and the students out. "If you want to play, go out and play, don't disturb me at work." The provocation method was very effective. Ji Jiuxiao obtained a large number of samples, but unfortunately her mental power was limited, so she couldn't test everyone at once. The first student was a soldier tall and strong, 2 heads taller than Ji Jiuxiao, at least 2 meters tall, with eyes as big as copper bells, and a loud voice, "I want to see how painful it is." 1 minute later, the mental counseling ended, and the strong man looked normal. "It's just normal." Ji Jiuxiao said happily, "Classmate, what's your name? Which class are you in? Let's add each other as friends, so we can meet more often in the future." She wanted to shake hands with the other party, but the strong man pushed her hand away. Don't touch me." The retreating action, the trembling syllables, the clenched teeth, each of them betrayed him. Ji Jiuxiao's smile disappeared, and he said coldly, "Next. If you can't bear it, then don't bear it. Why pretend? You've made her happy for nothing." There was a lot of booing around, and the strong man's face turned red. He moved to the side to look at the next person. As expected, the second one couldn't bear it either. She pretended better than the strong man, but her tearful eyes told the whole truth. The third, the fourth. As the students left one by one, everyone's expressions gradually became subtle. It was not because of the strange pain, but whether the number of people receiving mental counseling was a bit too much. Generally, a B-level mentalist can provide mental counseling for up to 9 people of the same level, but which one is it now? Ji Jiuxiao was in high spirits and didn't feel tired at all. This opportunity to conduct mental counseling at will was too rare. The 10th person, she felt a little dizzy, but she could hold on. The 20th person, the dizziness was a bit serious, but she could still do it with gritted teeth. The 30th person. Her head seemed to explode, and she had to stop. She was helped into the school clinic. After hearing what happened, the school doctor didn't expect these students to be so stunned. The school doctor said sternly, "Don't you know the consequences of overusing mental power? Didn't the teacher tell you that there is also a chance of mental breakdown when you are in treatment?" Her eyes swept over the students next to her. "And you, there should be a limit to playing around. You are all bored and have nothing to do. If you want to feel pain, just hit your head with a brick." The gentlest doctor can be scary when he gets angry. The students scattered like birds and beasts. Ji Jiuxiao lay on the bed pretending to be dead, and got a bottle of nutrient solution for free. Her intuition told her that it was best not to speak at this time. The school doctor said unhappily, "If you really feel uncomfortable, I will ask for leave for you in the afternoon. There is no way to treat the damage to mental power. You can only rely on recuperation." Ji Jiuxiao nodded repeatedly. "I still feel very uncomfortable. Thank you, Sister Chiu, for asking for leave for me. There is a physical training class in the afternoon, and you have to run with weights. If you have a legitimate reason not to participate, who wants to suffer?" She lay on the bed and rested with peace of mind. While she browsed the shopping website, and calculated how much money she needed to buy the atmosphere repairer. 2 people sent the unconscious student to the school clinic. There are 2 beds and 2 medical cabins in the school clinic. The unconscious student was not sent to the medical cabin, but was helped to the bed next to Jijoshio. Hey, is it an acquaintance? 258's eyes were closed, his eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and there were some red marks on his chin and cheeks. Jijoshio came closer to observe, raised his hand to touch it, and the dried blood scabs fell down one after another. School doctor Sister Chio was talking to the person who sent 258 over, and his voice was a little hurried. Why did he suddenly become like this? He went to the simulation cabin to drive the mecha, and we couldn't control him. Did you bring the special tranquilizer? It just ran out, otherwise it wouldn't be like this, and a batch is being sent over urgently. Jijoshio observed 258, his eyes were tightly closed, and mental power emanated from his body. She stood up and approached, her fingertips touched the back of his hand, and her mental power entered his mental picture along the skin she touched. The chaotic mental power interfered with the mask on 258's face, and his deep blue eyes dissipated, revealing a pair of light silver eyes. His eyes were too cold, like the night sky where the Milky Way cannot be seen in the stars, and his collar slightly opened, revealing a small black crystal. 2 pairs of eyes, one black and one silver, met. Jijoshio blinked. It turned out to be you. Chapter 19. When his mental power entered 258's mental image, he opened his eyes. His eyes were still a little blank. After realizing that his mental image was invaded, he subconsciously grabbed her wrist. Jijoshio's palm was suspended in the air, and his mental guidance was interrupted. You are the only one who can suppress mental chaos by willpower. She tilted her head to look at him, and he frowned, as if he was suppressing great pain. If the negative emotions in the body are not eliminated, they will accumulate day by day, and once they erupt, they will be even more terrible. His eyes fell vaguely on Jijoshio's face, and she moved the hand he was holding, and her 5 fingers swung back and forth in front of his eyes. Jijoshio, what is this? The blocked word was his name, and she found someone who could guide her mental power. Jiangju, long time no see. Jiangju blinked slowly, gradually came back to his senses, let go of Jijoshio's hand, and said in a hoarse voice, What are you doing? I'm giving you spiritual counseling. If you don't like it, forget it. Jijoshio shook her hand. No one who had undergone spiritual counseling under her wanted to experience it again. They couldn't bear the pain and said it was more terrible than mental confusion. Jiangju's eyelashes moved and he stretched out his hand to her. The slender fingers with distinct joints spread upward in front of Jijoshio. She looked at Jiangju and put her hand on it. Jijoshio complained, Can't you say a few more words? If you don't make it clear, how can I know what you want to do? The mental power entered Jiangju's mental picture, and the sea appeared in front of him again, with rolling waves, jumping dolphins, and seagulls circling in the sky. This feeling was too strange, and Jiangju gradually tightened his grip on her hand. The sea is boundless, and it is impossible to clear all the haze that shrouds the sky at once. Jijoshio withdrew her mental power. Now is not a critical moment. Do what you can. Don't make yourself dizzy for a month. Jijoshio opened her eyes, and wanted to pull out her hand but couldn't. She shook her arm. I know it hurts, but can you not hold it so tightly? Jiangju let go of her hand, and her palm was pinched by his fingers with several red marks. The mental counseling is not finished. Let me rest and continue. Jijoshio got up to wash her hands. Your mental power level is S. You still have the strength to pinch my hand under severe pain. You should be able to withstand the next counseling. Unlike those B-level mental power soldiers, she was so painful that she was paralyzed and unable to resist as soon as her mental power entered. Jiangju, who was silent for a long time, tilted his head to look at her. What pain? It's pain. Jijoshio wondered, don't you feel it? Jiangju shook his head. Jijoshio was stunned. She thought Jiangju was patient enough, but she didn't expect that he couldn't feel the pain. She asked cautiously, Do you have painlessness? Jiangju, this ancient disease has evolved in the process of human reproduction. Jijoshio said excitedly, You really don't feel pain? Jiangju, no. I said how could someone not be able to bear my spiritual counseling? It must be that their spiritual power level is too low. It seems that I have to find an S level like you in the future. Jijoshio was delighted, wiped the water off his hands, took out a wet towel, and handed it to Jiangju. No, Wusan is also S level. She stopped, looking puzzled. Jiangju's eyes fell on the wet towel, took it, and wiped his palm. You won't find another me. Jijoshio, why? Jiangju, There is only one in the world. The name was blocked, but it did not prevent Ji Jiuxiao from understanding what he meant. But there is not only one S level. Ji Jiuxiao thought he had found a new direction and decided to find a few more S-level mental power people to try. She remembered another thing and raised 2 fingers to Jiangju, hinting at his identity. 200,000, you understand? Jiangju, I know. From the beginning, I knew that her temperament was too unique, too lively, and she talked a lot and densely, making it difficult for people not to recognize her. The military academy could not completely prevent students from revealing their identities to each other. As long as they were willing, they could always recognize people from clues. Ji Jiuxiao, give me your account number, and keep the 200,000 for medical treatment. School doctor Sister Chiu, and the people who sent Jiangju here hurried out. From their previous words, they could guess that Jiangju was in poor health and needed special medicine for medical treatment, which was similar to her. Since they were in the same disease, it was not easy for her to take his medical treatment money. Jiangju, no, money is not important. Ji Jiuxiao looked at him with sympathy, thinking that money was not important. Could it be that he was incurable? She was about to say a few words of comfort, but Sister Chiu and 2 people rushed in hurriedly, holding a box of nutrient solution in their hands. Drink it quickly. A potion was stuffed into Jiangju's hand. Jiangju had no expression on his face, mechanically twisted the lid, and drank the potion. Sister Chiu observed Jiangju's state. Are you suppressing your mental confusion again? Jiangju, yeah. I've told you many times not to drive the mecha casually, your body can't bear it, and the virtual cabin is the same. Sister Chiu frowned. Jiangju, I know. Sister Chiu couldn't do anything about him, and sighed. Take a leave of absence from tomorrow's class, and take a day off first. Ji Jiuxiao leaned over and said, Can I take a day off too? Sister Chiu knocked on her head. Have you peeled your potatoes? Ji Jiuxiao covered her head and said sadly, No. Peeling potatoes, peeling potatoes, peeling potatoes at noon and at night. There is a big bucket of potatoes waiting for her to peel on time every day, and the more she peels, the sadder she feels. Before lunch, Ji Jiuxiao was driven out of the school clinic and went to the cafeteria to peel potatoes. The robot salvaged 2 buckets of potatoes as usual, and she knocked on the half-person high metal bucket with a peeler. He won't come today, pour the potatoes back. As soon as the voice fell, Jiangju appeared outside the door. Ji Jiuxiao was surprised. You come here even though you are sick. Do you have to peel these potatoes? Jiangju, yes. He looked stable, and his movements of walking and peeling potatoes were smooth and natural. He seemed to be a different person from the one who was almost dying in the school clinic. Ji Jiuxiao, how long will you peel to end the punishment? Jiangju, it won't end. Ah? Ji Jiuxiao's curiosity was aroused. What big deal are you doing? Peeling to calm down. Jiangju kept moving, his eyes always on the potatoes in his hand. Pieces of potato peels flew out and slowly piled up in the basin. His words were too brief and the topic jumped, just like when Tianji was just learning to speak. When she was just born, Tianji woke up from a deep sleep, the language code was damaged, and her speech was stammering and illogical. She regarded Jiangju as a human machine and accepted this way of conversation well. In the few encounters with Jiangju, he was on the verge of mental collapse twice, which seemed to be a mental instability disease. There is no effective treatment for mental illness. One can only rely on oneself to regulate and control emotions to stabilize mental strength. Regular mental counseling is used as an auxiliary. Simple repetitive labor can help relieve stress and relax. All the thoughts went through her mind, and she seamlessly continued, peeling is tiring and boring. I know something more fun. Jiangju stopped, pinching the half-peeled potato with his fingertips, looking up at her. The obscured face was ordinary, and his memory drifted to the time when they first met. She had a pair of very bright eyes, with pointed eyes that were hooked down, round eyes in the middle, and upturned eyes at the end. She was particularly smart when she smiled. He lowered his eyes, raised his hand to touch the face-covering instrument on his forehead, and put it down to continue peeling potatoes. Don't let anyone know that you are doing mental counseling for me. Okay, see you at the East Training Ground at 8 o'clock tonight. Ji Jiuxiao's voice was crisp. The two of them talked at cross purposes and communicated smoothly. After finishing work and eating, the two went their separate ways. Ji Jiuxiao returned to the dormitory, turned on the light computer, and started shopping. The logistics delivery was very fast, and the goods were delivered in an hour. Ji Jiuxiao took Tianji to the training ground together. There were 2 figures sweeping the ground on the East Training Ground. Theseus Military Academy advocates nature and believes that increasing contact with nature can relax the body and mind, so there are many green plants planted on the campus. When the wind blows, the leaves fall down. Wu-sen grabbed the broom and waved it randomly. He caught a glimpse of Ji Jioshio in the corner of his eye. His body tensed up instantly, and he wanted to escape underground. Seeing her approaching, he took a step back and shouted, "Why are you looking for me again?" Ji Jioshio walked straight past him without giving him a glance. He breathed a sigh of relief, got out of the state of slacking off, and quickly swept the leaves on the train ground, praying that Ji Jioshio would be blind for a little longer and never see him. Jiangju also held a broom in his hand, sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground into a pile. "You want to sweep the floor too?" Ji Jioshio was surprised. After peeling potatoes, he came to sweep the floor. Wouldn't he have to do all the logistics? "Are you going to sweep this area?" Ji Jioshio said attentively, grabbing his broom and sweeping the floor vigorously. "You take a break, I sweep it." Jiangju's hands were empty, and he was about to speak when Tianji, who was following behind Ji Jioshio, interrupted him. "This is wool, this is a crochet hook." Tianji took out the needle and thread in the bag. "I will teach you the most basic needlework today. After you become proficient, you can slowly try other styles. You can knit clothes, gloves, hats, scarves, and decorations." The empty hands were immediately filled with soft wool. Jiangju held wool in one hand and crochet in the other. Jiangju, Jiangju, is this the fun thing you mentioned?" Ji Jioshio nodded. "You can make all kinds of things with wool, which is more interesting than peeling potatoes and sweeping the floor. Tianji knows a lot of tricks and can teach you." When he was on Blue Star, Tianji tinkered with wool by himself and knitted many warm items. Jiangju, "No need, you can send me the video." Ji Jioshio, "It's boring to learn by watching videos by yourself. You have to play together to feel it." "Don't worry, Tianji is not fierce at all. Children are the future of mankind. I won't undermine anyone's self-confidence." Tianji encouraged, "I believe you are an excellent child. Let's get started." The robot in front of him was too emotional, singing in unison with the chattering Ji Jioshio, and the empty training ground became lively. Jiangju lowered his eyes. "I don't need it. Look, she is still working hard to help you sweep the floor. How can you bear to let her down?" Tianji pointed at Ji Jioshio and directly used moral kidnapping. Jiangju refused moral kidnapping. "I didn't ask her to sweep." Tianji, "Indeed, she wanted to sweep the floor herself. Let's ignore her and knit together." The action of changing her words was too natural, and the long-winded words were very similar to Ji Jioshio. Jiangju's tolerance for robots was higher. Under Tianji's repeated nagging, he foolishly imitated its movements to pick up the needle and thread the needle, knitting a small piece of wool the size of a palm. Tianji exclaimed, "Wow, you knitted so well for the first time, and there was no mistake in every stitch." Ji Jioshio came over. Yes, much better than me. It turns out that smart people can learn anything well." Tianji, Great. Ji Jioshio, Great. Jiangju, Looking at the twisted and loose cloth in his hand, he fell silent. He couldn't bear it any more. "What on earth are you doing?" Wu-san, who was listening to Ji Jioshio's movements not far away, heard this familiar sentence and immediately moved further away to avoid being innocently affected. He knew that meeting Ji Jioshio would definitely not be a good thing. Hearing Jiangju's question, Ji Jioshio and Tianji looked at each other, and Tianji tacitly took out the mango cake. Ji Jioshio took the small cake and handed it to Jiangju. "I want you to guide my mental power, just like in the exam room." Jiangju, "Why?" Ji Jioshio repeated the idea he had told countless times, and said shamelessly, "I really can't find anyone else who can bear my mental power. Can you help me?" "No." Jiangju refused. This answer was expected by Ji Jioshio, because she guessed that Jiangju would refuse, so she ran around trying to please him. It was too troublesome to find someone who could withstand her mental power from the crowd. With Jiangju in front, it would be easier to conquer him. "Why?" This time it was Ji Jioshio's turn to ask. Jiangju, "No reason." Ji Jioshio, "Maybe you are not in a good mood now, and the decision you made is not rational enough. Eat something sweet to cheer yourself up. I will wait for your reply." She swept the area clean and ran to the other side to sweep. Her steps were brisk, without any loss or frustration. She left after sweeping. She couldn't hang around in front of Jiangju when he was upset, so as not to let his subconscious mind mistakenly think that she was upset. It was better to take a step back and let him sort out his emotions alone. Not a word of her psychology course was learned in vain. The medical profession is good. The course content covers all aspects, from physiology to psychology. To attack someone, you must attack their heart. With an accurate target, Ji Jiuxiu and Tianji, the dog-headed military strategist, have formulated a strict plan. At the same time, they cannot relax the task of casting a wide net. They must grasp both hands and make both hands strong. However, her and Tianji's understanding of people is mostly on paper, and they need to consult their roommates before specific implementation. Roommate 188 is lazy and doesn't like to move. He never stands when he can sit, and never sits when he can lie down. He is weak and boneless, and can lie down whenever he can. Daily activities are class, eating, and sunbathing. There is no sun in the Interstellar. The strict term is to sunbathe artificial light. 01 is always upright, and I have never seen her appear crooked. She has to think about the wording before speaking. Every sentence is neat and beautiful. When she speaks long sentences, it's like a speech. The two knew that Ji Jiuxia's mental power was painful, and they were used to her wild ideas. After reading Ji Jiuxia's plan, 188 lay on the lounge chair on the balcony with his eyes closed. I don't know much about human nature, so I can't give you any advice. If you have the idea of forcing someone with violence, I can help. Ji Jiuxia thought about her suggestion seriously. Is it not good to hit someone? Of course not. Being too tough will backfire. It's better to take a gentle approach. 01 refuted 188's suggestion. Ji Jiuxiao, what do you think? 01 pointed at Ji Jiuxia's plan. The first one, help him peel potatoes and sweep the floor to get closer. It feels too purposeful. You should observe what kind of person he is first, and then prescribe the right medicine. Ji Jiuxia nodded repeatedly, not stingy with praise. It makes sense. 01 is really amazing. 01 coughed lightly, and raised his hand to touch the end of his hair. In the next few days, Ji Jiuxiu will start the surveillance mode, and keep an eye on Jiangju's movements. She found out that he was a student in Command Class 7. He usually kept to himself, and didn't get close to anyone. His daily routine was eating, attending classes, peeling potatoes, and sweeping the floor. His daily routine was the same, like a robot with a set program. Because he was punished to peel potatoes, Ji Jiuxiu would come into contact with him in the cafeteria every noon and evening. When he talked to him, he would occasionally answer, but never took the initiative to bring up a topic. Ji Jiuxiu told the intelligence he had found out, and asked the military advisors to analyze it for her. She, Tianji, 01, 188 sat around the table, with a basket of pistachios in the middle. Tianji cracked the pistachios and put the kernels into a plate. 01 raised a pistachio and analyzed. According to what you said, he is seriously ill, and has a mediocre family background. He doesn't like to interact with people, and is withdrawn and introverted. It's hard to impress someone like him. What should I do? I have been holding back from talking to him about mental power these days, and I can't hold it back any longer. Ji Jiuxiu cracked the pistachio, and the crisp sound was like her depressed mood. 188 concentrated on eating the cracked pistachio without expressing any opinion. Tianji applied for the floor. According to my profile, in this situation, you should take the initiative to approach him, keep warming him, influence him with love, make him inseparable from you, and be willing to do everything for you. What profile are you reading? 01 asked. Why does it feel so wrong? Tianji, the domineering CEO falls in love with me, my master turns dark after transmigrating into a book, the sickly villain begs me not to leave. Stop, stop, stop! Ji Jiuxiu called a halt. Are you reading a serious book? Tianji, these are all very popular books, representing the aspirations of the general public. 01 put down the happy fruit. Literary works are too abstract, but they are not without reason. You can try it first, maybe it will work. How to do it specifically? Ji Jiuxia asked a soul-searching question. After talking for a long time without getting to the point, everyone got stuck when Ji Jiuxia asked a question. 188 suggested, you can give him delicious food. If someone feeds me, I will like her very much. I try. Ji Jiuxia nodded heavily, and took the remaining pistachios on the table away. 188 said with a wooden face, now I don't like you anymore. Ji Jiuxia pretended not to hear and brought pistachios to Jiangju when he peeled potatoes next time, but the result was not as expected and he returned empty-handed. He doesn't like pistachios, apples, bananas, pears, spicy strips, potato chips, and candies. At the meeting, Ji Jiuxiu put a pile of snacks on the table. 188 picked up a bag of potato chips, opened it, and ate it. He doesn't want it, but I do. 01 asked, what did you talk to him about? Did you talk more deeply? Talking can improve your relationship. Talk more about topics that interest him. Ji Jiuxiu said frustratedly. He ignored me when I talked to him, and he thought it was noisy when I talked too much. I almost couldn't help but beat him up. At that time, Jiangju stared at her straight, and she didn't want to hit him for no reason. She decided to come back and think of a legitimate reason before taking action. He is a stone that is impervious to water and fire, Tianji concluded. The discussion disappeared, the task was in trouble, the meeting could not be advanced, and everyone dispersed. 188 went to prepare sacks. 01 studied books on human nature, Tianji continued to study novels, and Ji Jiuxiu went to water the grass and pondered over 2 small green leaves. That afternoon, before peeling potatoes, Ji Jiuxiu found the canteen manager and asked for the right to order dishes on his own. The canteen manager was a slightly fat man, with a bald head without a single hair. Bald brother, eat whatever is left in the canteen. This is one of the punishments. Ji Jiuxiu argued, if I don't want to eat a certain food, but it appears in my bowl, wouldn't it be a waste of food if I throw it away? Then eat it. Being picky about food is not a good habit. You look as thin as a bamboo pole. Bald brother did not give in. Let's discuss it. Why are you making personal attacks? Don't you know that this is very hurtful? Ji Jiuxiu put his hands on his waist, looking aggressive. Bald brother apologized. I'm sorry, but I still can't agree to your request. Ji Jiuxiu, then what do you want me to agree to? As long as it doesn't involve the bottom line, there is nothing that can't be discussed. It's just that the value given is not enough, or it's not persisted to the end. Before Bald brother spoke, she said first, if you don't agree, I will come to pester you every day. If you agree, I can help you check the machines in the cafeteria, so you can drink without worry. The processing and cooking of ingredients in the cafeteria are all done by machines. She found that Bald brother would check the machines every night, and he likes wine, and he always smells of alcohol. Once he met the discipline instructor, and was severely criticized for drinking. She gave 2 choices. If she couldn't handle Jiangju, who is as hard as a rock, how could she handle a bald man who loved to drink? Seeing the hesitation of the bald brother, Ji Jiuxiu continued to persuade him. Don't worry, I will check it carefully and report it to you immediately if there is any problem. I just want to eat the dishes I like. It won't cause any loss, right? For the bald brother, compared with the chips she gave, what she asked for was really insignificant. In the end, the bald brother gave in and made a deal with her. At dinner that day, the dishes on Jiangju's plate were all the types he could accept. Jiangju was too picky about food. There were dishes he didn't eat at almost every meal before. Ji Jiuxiu was not as picky as him. In order to maintain a balanced nutrition, she ate all the dishes. For the first time, there was a difference in the dishes between the two. Ji Jiuxiu didn't take the initiative to talk about this, and Jiangju didn't ask. The two ate as usual, one talking and the other listening. Tianji is knitting a hat recently. He said he would knit one for you and measure your head circumference. Ji Jiuxiu swallowed the food in his mouth before speaking, and his words were intermittent. Jiangju finished eating quickly, put down his chopsticks, and his eyes fell on the plate in front of Jiuxiu, which was completely different from his dishes, and interrupted Ji Jiuxiu. Aren't you doing this for my mental strength? I reiterate for the last time that I will not agree to you. Don't follow me anymore. His tone was cold, and he stood up and took the plate away. Ji Jiuxiu's eyes widened, and he wanted to say that Tianji knitting a hat had nothing to do with her. Tianji really liked Jiangju as a student. After all, no one would knit a sweater with it except Jiangju. It was the first time he said so many words, but unfortunately they were all rejections, which were not pleasant to hear. Things were going in a bad direction, and Ji Jiuxiu had no choice but to use the final killer. On a breezy night, she caught Jiangju in the simulation cabin classroom and used the optical computer to record the scene of him driving a mecha in the virtual cabin. She threatened, if you don't agree to guide my mental power, I will go to the school clinic to find Sister Chiu and report you for secretly driving a mecha. At the beginning, Jiangju was sent to the school clinic because of his chaotic mental power, because he was driving a mecha in the simulation cabin. Driving a mecha requires mobilizing mental power, which will make his already unstable mental power chaotic. She noticed that Jiangju and Sister Chiu seemed to have known each other for a long time. He was a little repulsive to Sister Chiu, but it was difficult to resist. His driving a mecha could be known by others, but he definitely didn't want Sister Chiu to find out. Jiangju's expression turned cold, and his dark eyes seemed to be suppressing fire. Ji Jiuxiu was not afraid of him. Since he dared to do this, she had already thought about the consequences. Anyway, he hated her, and things wouldn't get any worse. Jiangju said word by word, delete the video. I can delete it this time, But what about next time, and the next time? Can you stop entering the simulation cabin? As long as you enter enough times, I will always catch you. Ji Jiuxiao threatened blatantly. Jiangju was silent, and the rise and fall of his chest betrayed his uneasy heart at the moment. Ji Jiuxiu said seriously, I won't do it for free. You can put forward conditions. As long as they do not violate my principles, and do not exceed my ability, I will definitely complete them. Jiangju's brows were so cold that they almost froze, and his fingers pressed on the back of the chair. He said, Okay, I agree. Chapter 20. It turns out that sometimes coercion can have unexpected effects. Ji Jiuxiu shared the process and results with the dog-headed military advisors, and they all said that they had learned new knowledge. Sugar-coating doesn't work, it's better to use cannons. Bullet. So far, Ji Jiuxiu's schedule has added another item, and every day is full of activities, and he is busy all the time. The inspection work of the canteen cannot be rejected, and coercion and inducement must be carried out together. Jiangju cannot be really regarded as an enemy, not to mention that if you go back on your words too quickly, it will be difficult to exchange benefits from Bald Brother next time. She and Jiangju's mental power training is scheduled after the work-study program in the school clinic, and before the canteen inspection. Tianji checks Jiangju's knitting results every day. Jiangju has to turn down the work of sweeping the floor, and make time to knit sweaters to deal with Tianji. Ji Jiuxiu solemnly declared, all of Tianji's words and deeds have nothing to do with me. Jiangju, it's your robot. The implication is that the underlying logic of its behavior motivation is the program written by Ji Jiuxiu, and it cannot be unrelated to her. Ji Jiuxiu, it existed when I was born. It was built by my mother, and I have never changed any code on it. It's not that she doesn't want to change it. In her most rebellious years, she went against Tianji every day and wanted to change all its codes to make it do everything she wants. It's a pity that Tianji didn't let her change it, and she couldn't beat Tianji, so she could only endure its verbal attacks day after day. The content of its nagging depends on what strange ancient books it read today. Jiangju unexpectedly has a high tolerance for robots. Tianji asked him to knit wool, and he really knitted wool. Tianji was very pleased with this, and found a little joy of raising a child in Jiangju. Ji Jiuxiu was rebellious, loved to jump up and down, and disliked knitting activities. There was no sense of accomplishment in raising him. Ji Jiuxiu asked Tianji to find out why Jiangju was more tolerant of it. Tianji came back at night, and handed her the newly bought melon seeds. When he was a child, he was taken care of by a nanny robot. Later, the robot malfunctioned in an accident, and the core was damaged. I guess he was reminded of his nanny robot when he saw me. Ji Jiuxiu, if the core is damaged, can't we just replace it with a new part? If everything in the database is deleted and the robot is flashed again, will it still be the original robot? Tianji asked a philosophical question. Ji Jiuxiu, what you said makes sense. So poor Jiangju lost his robot, and Tianji's considerate strategy can continue to be used, using love, to warm him and let him work for her. At night, Ji Jiuxiu came to the simulation cabin classroom and handed the hat knitted by Tianji to Jiangju. The hat is the popular blue color nowadays. Tianji made a blue and white gradient, like the summer sky of the blue planet. The stitching is meticulous, and there is no difference from the one made by the machine in the factory. It's just that the factory doesn't have the same hat as this one, so it's special enough. There are 4 hats like this, one for Jiangju, and one for each of the 3 people in Ji Jiuxiu's dormitory. The hats are slightly different, and each one is unique. Before Jiangju could say no, Ji Jiuxiu said, I brought it all the way here, and I don't want to take it back. If you don't want it, just give it back to Tianji yourself. Jiangju pinched the hat, which felt soft in his hand, and didn't say anything. Ji Jiuxiu sat down and put on the helmet. Let's start. The virtual cabins are interconnected, and you can choose the battle mode or the spectator mode, so that multiple people can appear in the same scene. In the spectator mode, you can only watch from the sidelines, and the participation is not strong. Ji Jiuxiu clicks on the battle mode. She opened the hatch of the virtual mecha's head and jumped out, entering Jiangju's cockpit. In general, a co-pilot is reserved in the cockpit of a mecha, so that injured teammates can be taken away when running away, or a medic can be installed to help suppress the driver when he is mentally confused. The guidance of mental power requires contact between the two. Ji Jiuxiu took a look at his hair. Under the mask, his hair was short black hair. She automatically completed the other person's long hair in her mind and asked, Can I grab the end of your hair? The silver-white long hair is brighter than snow, like the winter when the blue star is covered with snow. When you get up in the morning, the sun shines on the earth, and the snow piles on the highest mountain tops are shining, from the top all the way down, stretching and flowing like a silk thread. Jiangju, no. Okay. Ji Jiuxiu was accustomed to his rejection, and put his hand on his forearm. Jiangju started the mecha. Have you seen snow? Ji Jiuxiu asked. She thought of the snow in her hometown. The constant temperature of the interstellar space does not change with the seasons. Although it is comfortable, it always feels too cold, and not as lively as the blue planet. Not all planets in the interstellar space maintain a constant temperature. Some tourist planets maintain a natural environment for tourists to experience. She wanted to go and see it, but she never went. Jiangju, I have seen it. She invited. Then you must not have seen the snow on my planet. I will take you there when I have time. It is super beautiful. Jiangju, your planet? Ji Jiuxiu straightened his chest. Yes, I have a planet. The blue planet was originally the planet of all human beings, but unfortunately after the catastrophe, the people who left have forgotten it. The mental power contacted and entangled. Jiangju injected Ji Jiuxiao's mental power into the mecha. The cold and heavy metal frame was stained with the breath of life, as if it came alive and raised its legs to move forward. Jiangju observed Ji Jiuxiu's state, and Ji Jiuxiu stared at him calmly, fearing that he would suddenly have mental power confusion. She felt the slightly cool mental power running inside the mecha, wrapping the mecha like sea water. Her guess was confirmed that the attack and mental power were indeed different. She imitated him, and used mental power to control the left leg of the mecha. The left and right legs that were still walking normally a second ago tripped, and the mecha fell face down. Jiangju controlled the mecha to stabilize his body, but his left leg escaped his control, and he still couldn't avoid falling. The cockpit has been treated with anti-gravity, so people won't be knocked unconscious when they fall to the ground. After shaking, the cockpit faced the ground, and light struggled to drill out from the gap. In the dim space, two pairs of black eyes met. Ji Jiuxiu coughed lightly, and withdrew his mental power guiltily. You come. Jiangju withdrew all his mental power. You try? Okay. Ji Jiuxiu happily took over the mecha, recalling the feeling just now, as if the mental power that had been frozen for thousands of years was released, causing a layer of frost to form on the outer layer of the mecha. Ji Jiuxiu was unaware, and his mental power was continuously released outwards. The cold air filled the narrow cockpit, and the slightly boiling sea in Jiangju's mental picture silently sank. Jiangju said, concentrate your mental power. Ji Jiuxiu, I'm trying, I'm not very skilled. Jiangju pointed his finger at the back of Ji Jiuxiu's hand. His fingertips were no longer warm, and the warm back of the hand was almost hot at this moment. Your hands are so cold, are they that cold? Ji Jiuxiu was surprised. Jiangju did not answer. His mental power covered the mecha, pulling Ji Jiuxiao's mental power, and took her to experience the whole process of mental power from release to collection. Personal experience is more profound than any theoretical explanation. Ji Jiuxiu instantly understood the description of mental power collection in the book. Nothing is more accurate than doing it with someone. This feeling is like temporarily loading someone else's brain. Jiangju retracted his hand, his face was a little pale, and he leaned on the back of the chair. The frost outside the mecha was retracted, and Ji Jiuxiao's mental power control was more precise, trying to make the mecha stand up. The mecha swayed, and its hands waved randomly like a crazy child. Fortunately, its legs were firmly attached to the ground, and it staggered like a plant in the wind, and slowly stood up with difficulty. She turned her head to look at Jiangju, and saw that his face was not good. Thinking of Wu San's resistance to mental power guidance, her few consciences prevailed. I'm still looking for other S-level people. I won't bother you when I find them. Jiangju, it's useless even if you find other S-level people. Ji Jiuxia, I know most of them are the chosen ones, and probably won't pay attention to me, but I have to try. Jiangju, not everyone's spiritual power can be guided. Really? Ji Jiuxiu asked, so you can do it because you are special, not because you are S-level? She didn't know these things. There was too little information about spiritual power guidance in school and on the internet. Basically, they said it was not feasible. There was no paper that studied it in depth. A trace of imperceptible boredom flashed in Jiangju's eyes, and he said lazily, yes, because it's me. The words that should have been full of dominance came out of his mouth, but they were inexplicably tinged with a bit of decadence, like a flower that was in full bloom and gradually withered. Ji Jiuxiu did not say anything to comfort him. Her words were pale and powerless at this moment, and Jiangju probably didn't want to listen. She said, is that so? Then you are unlucky and I just caught you. Jiangju, Ji Jioshu's ability to interrupt other people's emotions has always been very good. If she wants to get the wool from the sheep, she has to coax them along. No matter what your mental power level is, you will always be the most unique. Others will not guide you, only you can. You are better than many people. The expression of the sheep still looked gloomy, and he brought the topic back on track. Let's go. Ji Jioshu cooperated to control the mecha to move forward. She could not remember what it was like when she was a cub learning to walk, but it should be similar to now, stumbling and falling every 2 steps. After falling many times, he and Jiangju slowly developed a tacit understanding. Before he fell to the ground, he would force the mecha to take over, and try not to fall if possible. The mecha is connected to the spirit, and controlling the mecha is like controlling the limbs. When the mecha falls, the driver will feel the pain of falling physically, but the pain value will be much less. 2 hours passed in a flash, and Ji Jioshu's spirit was drained. His temples were throbbing, and the tingling sensation surged like waves. The slight pain reminded her that her body had reached its limit, so she stopped in time and exited the virtual cabin. The 2 people looked similar, and neither of them was relaxed. Ji Jioshu's legs were a little weak when he just stood up. Ji Jioshu took out a special nutrient solution and drank it. The bland liquid flowed down his throat into his stomach, and the warmth spread from his stomach, and his stiff body gradually relaxed. I'm going out to play this weekend. I bring you a small cake when I come back. What flavor do you like? She didn't leave the school gate for the past few weekends, and she kept a close eye on Jiangju's movements. Now that her goal has been achieved, it's time to take a break and try the soulful meal that 01 mentioned. Jiangju, no need. Then let's have watermelon. I like watermelon too. Ji Jioshu walked to the door and waved goodbye to him. See you next week. Ji Jioshu kept in mind the principle of combining work and rest. After working too hard for too long, of course, he had to eat a good meal to make up for it. The military academy is located in a remote area. It takes an hour to take a flight to reach the city center. It is particularly lively here on weekends. The heat of the food floats up, and the aroma is entangled. The dazzling commercial street is crowded with people, and full of young people's discussions. For this dinner, Ji Jioshu brought his roommates and Tianji together. Everyone disagreed on the question of whether to go shopping or eat first. Ji Jioshu, eating comes first. 188 nodded, I agree. 01 objected, there are too many people at dinner time, go later. Tianji, I agree. Tianji doesn't need to eat, it has been fully charged before going out, and wants to go shopping. Robots count as half a vote, 2 to 1.5, eating wins. 188 made a decision. The restaurant is in another direction, and it is crowded to go straight, so the 4 people took a detour. Halfway through, the thunder-like noise of a flying motorcycle sounded overhead. A black figure fell into the crowd, and a hysterical roar pierced the lively atmosphere. Don't come over, or I will kill him. The crowd in front retreated, and the people behind squeezed forward. Fortunately, the road was wide enough to reduce the risk of stampede accidents. In the crowd, Ji Jioshu was inexplicably pushed to the front. Her sight was not blocked, and she could see the scene of the thug holding a hostage with a gun in front of her. Why did that hostage look familiar? The dark blue uniform on the hostage was the uniform of Theseus Military Academy. The thug's arm was tied around his neck. He tilted his head to breathe, and his arm and clothes blocked most of his face. There was another sound of flying motorcycles, and the patrol police quickly arrived, raising their guns and pointing them at the thugs. The sheriff shouted, "You can't escape, and surrendering now can reduce your sentence." The thug cursed, "What's the difference between going to jail and taking my life? Prepare a spaceship for me within 10 minutes, or I will kill him." He pulled the hostage's body, and the hostage cursed, "Do you know who I am? You dare to touch me, you will regret it." The familiar threatening words evoked Ji Jioshu's memory. "Isn't this Wasteland?" She heard the sheriff next to her curse, and in the whispered discussion of the police officers, she roughly figured out what happened. The thug was an Interstellar wanted criminal who smuggled arms. He knew he was surrounded by the police, and fled here to take hostages. The arrest plan was well set up, but the news leaked out. Not only did he not catch the big fish, but he almost got away with the small one. As for Wusan, he was just unlucky. The wanted criminal caught him at random. The police were evacuating the crowd, and the wanted criminal shouted, "No one is allowed to leave. I know you are preparing snipers. If anyone leaves, I will randomly shoot one." The crowd was boiling. The people in the back were not afraid of death, and continued to watch the excitement. The people in the front did not dare to move casually, fearing that he would really shoot. Wusan was still threatening, "If you let me go now, You still have a chance to live, otherwise I guarantee that you will not see the sun tomorrow. The wanted criminal didn't care what he said. He shot him in the calf and threatened the sheriff. 2 minutes have passed. If we don't see the spaceship in 8 minutes, we will all die together. If I don't live, no one else will live. He opened his clothes to reveal the bomb on his waist. His expression was crazy. Amid the noise, Joshua heard the police report that there were too many people, and the wanted criminal's position was too far away for the sniper to aim. It was impossible to prepare a spaceship. If they couldn't even catch this little fish, their entire team would be finished. The wanted criminal's countdown was like a notice from the god of death. The police tried to appease the crowd. Panic flashed across Wusan's face. Blood kept pouring out of his calf. If it had been a while, he would have died of excessive blood loss without the wanted criminal shooting him. The wanted criminal strangled his neck tightly. This was a practiced wanted criminal. The posture of holding him made him unable to exert any strength and difficult to struggle. His vision was a little blurry, passing over the police team members. They would not prepare a spaceship to let the wanted criminal leave. He knew this very well. Time passed bit by bit, just like his life. In a trance, he seemed to see 77, a medical professional, the terrible woman who beat people fiercely and did mental counseling. Was this what the god of death looked like? Joshua was inconspicuous in the crowd. The crowd was still agitated. The person behind the wanted criminal sneaked away, leaving most of the position empty. She was squeezed to the ground, not far from the wanted criminal, and there was no movement. The wanted criminal, who was in a highly tense state, pointed a gun at her, and she was so shocked that she stuttered. I fell down. It was not intentional. The wanted criminal yelled, "Get out of here. The young student is not worth paying attention to." Get out now, get out now." Joshua got up from the ground, bent his waist, and jumped up suddenly, holding the wanted criminal's foot firmly with his palm, and his mental power instantly poured into the wanted criminal's body, kicking Wusan away. The wanted criminal's eyes widened and his body trembled. Before he could react, 188 snatched the gun from his hand and threw it to 01, holding his chin and twisting it down hard. Kacha, chew, the sound of the dislocated jaw and the gunshot sounded at the same time. 01 hit his left arm joint, and the hand holding the gun was very stable. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The wanted criminal, who was still shouting crazily in the last second, was now lying on the ground, trembling all over. It hurt to do mental counseling, and he couldn't say a word with his mouth open. He couldn't speak because of his dislocated jaw, and blood was flowing. The gun was too powerful, and directly broke his hand. Wusan rolled on the ground, holding his waist and looking up, meeting Joshua's gaze. Joshua shook his head and said in amazement, "How did you get into Theseus Military Academy when you were so bad?" "Wusan, eh?" The tears of emotion were immediately withdrawn. The police reacted and quickly took the wanted criminal and Joshua away, and arranged for robots to clean up the blood on the street. This is the city center, and it is not good to block it for too long. In the clean and bright ward, Wusan's calf and the wanted criminal's arm were bandaged. The wanted criminal's left arm was empty. The hospital could reattach the hand, but there was no need to be too kind to the vicious wanted criminal. The sheriff was a heroic woman. She took off her hat to breathe, revealing a messy hair soaked in sweat. She said sincerely, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, today's chaos would have been out of control." Wusan, lying on the hospital bed, groaned, "You didn't prepare a spaceship, so he can't escape. At most, a few people will be sacrificed, and they will become stepping stones for your achievements." The sheriff said solemnly, "Please believe us, the spaceship has been prepared before. Even if we don't get help, we will never allow any citizen to be in danger of life." "Then tell me why a wanted criminal would escape to a downtown area while being chased." Wusan sneered, with an indifferent attitude. The sheriff reflected, "This is our mistake." Wusan sneered, "Yes, you often make mistakes." The sheriff was speechless. The facts were in front of her. She couldn't defend herself. She rubbed her red eyes and said, "I promise that this will never happen again next time." She looked at Joshua and others and thanked them again. "Thank you, you are very brave. Can you tell me your major and student number? I will write a thank you letter and send it to you." From their uniforms, she could tell where they came from. She knew the rules of Theseus Military Academy and didn't ask their names. The thank you letter issued by the police represented honor, which could be recorded in the file and could also add credits. 01 and 188 did not answer. They were not interested in this. Finally, Joshua came forward to communicate with the sheriff. After hearing what Joshua said, The sheriff was surprised and asked, "Treatment profession?" Ji Jioshu said calmly, "In order to prevent medical disputes, medical students should have some fighting skills so that they can better treat crazy patients." The sheriff was a little dazed, really. After graduating for many years, medical students have evolved to this level? The doctor walked in and said to the sheriff, "His jaw needs a small operation to recover. I'm busy today, so the time is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon." Sheriff, "Okay." The wanted criminal needs to be taken back to record a statement, and his speechlessness needs to be cured. Ji Jioshu, is there no need for surgery? Isn't this something that can be fixed by bending it? The doctor explained. The angle of his injury is very clever, and it must be operated by a more sophisticated machine, otherwise it is easy to leave the sequelae of slurred speech. Don't bother. Ji Jioshu motioned 188 to come forward. 188 leaned against the wall and said lazily, "I can only remove it, not put it back." Her bone removal technique came from Tianji's teaching. She is keen on studying various joints, and loves to destroy rather than treat. Ji Jioshu looked around and found that Tianji was squeezed out of the corridor. The ward was not large, and there were many guards, blocking the door. She walked up and held the wanted criminal's chin. He had just been sedated, and was lying on the bed very quietly, staring at her. Her experimental subject is Tianji. The touch of a human is different from that of a machine. I wonder if it will work at once? Click, the wanted criminal's mouth became more crooked. She coughed lightly and tried again. This time the wanted criminal's mouth returned to its original position. She washed her hands and took out a tissue to wipe the water droplets. It's done. The sheriff and the doctor looked at each other and asked tentatively, "What's your name?" The wanted criminal did not answer. The doctor said suspiciously, "Don't make his chin worse." Ji Jioshu casually slapped the wet tissue on the wanted criminal's face. The wanted criminal cursed, "I'm going to kill you, you bitch." The dry tissue was rolled into a ball to block his mouth. Ji Jioshu retracted his hand, "You can talk, no problem." The doctor walked forward, twisted the wanted criminal's chin and observed him repeatedly, and said in disbelief, "It's fine now." "How did you do it?" "It requires continuous learning and practice." Ji Jioshu answered seriously, "Sometimes human ability is better than machines. StarCraft relies too much on technology, and ignores the power of human beings." The doctor sighed, "But I haven't seen relevant information. There are ancient books left by old humans, but unfortunately the ancient books are seriously lost, and there are only a few words and no system." Ji Jioshu, "I have some, I can share with you." "Really?" The doctor was surprised. "Do you know what new knowledge represents?" StarCraft is very strict in patents. If the knowledge is valuable enough, it is not a dream to get rich overnight. "I don't plan to use this to make money," Ji Jioshu said. She didn't know StarCraft well enough to predict what would happen if the knowledge of Blue Star was spread in large quantities. It was predictable that countless people would target her. Before she was powerful enough to come to the table for negotiations, she would not let the knowledge and wealth of Blue Star be related. She called Tianji and sent some archived e-books to the doctor. Tianji's database had been damaged, and many of the information was incomplete. The warehouse of Blue Star had physical books made of special metals, which have been preserved to this day. They are all treasures of the old humans. The doctor was moved and said, "I will study it carefully. If it is convenient, can we add a communication?" Ji Jioshu, of course. The matter came to an end. 188 was very hungry and urged everyone to eat with a cold face. Whenever she was hungry, her expression looked particularly cruel. After Wusan's wound was treated, he lay in the treatment cabin for a while. The wound healed almost, and he was a lively hero again. He limped and followed Ji Jioshu. "Wait for me, I go with you." Ji Jioshu said disdainfully, "We are going to eat, and I don't have time to play with you." "Wusan, it just so happens that I haven't eaten yet, let's eat together." As an enemy, he felt that Ji Jioshu was hateful, but when they were on the same side, Ji Jioshu felt extremely safe. Ji Jioshu refused, "No. Wusan, let's go to the best restaurant, I pay." Ji Jioshu hesitated, took back what he was about to say, and looked at the three people next to him. "Raise your hands to vote, I agree." 188 didn't bother to listen to his words. The first sentence was enough to pull her position. 01 It doesn't matter, abstain. Tianji, abstain. 2 votes 1. Wusan happily followed the 4 people and talked about the food on Tata Star. The taste of the restaurants on Tata Star is equally good, each has its own characteristics. The more famous one is Hungha Restaurant. Chapter 21. Wusan knows all the delicacies of Tata Star. From high-end restaurants to roadside food, he can tell the taste. Several people adopted Wusan's suggestion and went to another restaurant, saying that the special dishes of this restaurant are better. After dinner, he introduced the attractions of Tata Star. Tata Star is remote, not many people live there, and there are some unspoiled primitive natural scenery. He almost became a tour guide, taking Ji Jioshio and the other 4 to visit the mall, taste snacks, and contact aircraft charter to go to the scenic spots. After half a day, he has integrated into the small group. Ji Jioshio changed his opinion of him slightly. You know a lot of things. Wusan said complacently. I usually like to study these. If I can choose, I would rather be a tour guide. There is not enough time today. Next time, I will take you to a farther attraction. Then why did you come to Theseus Military Academy? Qianji asked. My parents strongly requested it. I can't help it. There is always a gap between reality and ideal. Wusan smiled heartlessly and looked at Ji Jioshio. I'm really sorry for the conflict with you last time. In the first week after arriving at the military academy, he found it difficult to adapt to the strict schedule and heavy training volume. Negative emotions accumulated, and he had conflicts with his roommates. His family didn't understand his distress. Like a balloon that was constantly inflated, it happened to hit Ji Jioshio's thorn, which pierced him directly and made him explode. I have to admit that although Ji Jioshio's mental counseling brought unbearable pain, the effect was still visible to the naked eye. After a mental counseling session, he was much calmer. Ji Jioshio looked at Wusan and always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He looked closely and realized that this was himself who had been around Jiangju before. The gesture of showing courtesy for no reason was too much, just like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken. He had avoided her like a snake and scorpion before, but she helped him once, so he shouldn't be so low in attitude. He must have other intentions. She asked directly, Tell me, you have been following us for so long, what do you want to do? Wusan didn't expect her to be so straightforward, and the words turned around in his mouth and said cautiously, When the score brushing task starts, can I be in a group with you? Theseus will not cultivate students into greenhouse flowers. After the first month of adaptation, they will have to conduct actual combat training to kill alien plants and beasts. The other side of Tata Star is a primeval forest with countless alien plants and beasts. The branch of Theseus Military Academy was chosen on Tata Star to protect local residents and drive away alien plants and beasts. The staff and some subject teachers of the branch are soldiers stationed here to prevent alien plants and beasts from invading human territory. The actual combat training is that students form teams. The so-called scoring is to hunt exotic plants and animals outside the primeval forest to accumulate points. The higher the points, the higher the ranking in the final assessment. The score is one of the bases for future military recruitment. There are differences between armies. The army stationed in remote planets is naturally inferior to the army on the imperial planet. If you want to join a better army, you must be stronger than others. Going out to kill exotic plants and animals is not compared with the assessment. After being injured, there is no invigilator to take you away for treatment. Everything depends on yourself, so everyone wants to team up with the strong. Ji Jioshio heard Wusan's request and asked, How are your grades? Wusan's grades, relatively behind. Ji Jioshio asked, How behind? Wusan looked sad. It's just the last. He was not interested in this, and he was admitted to the military academy by the wayside. He ranked last in the last test. The results cannot be concealed. When the team is formed, everyone will ask each other. He is afraid that no one will choose him. If he ranks last in the end, his pocket money will not be kept. Since Ji Jioshio is so powerful, her team must be not bad, so that he can be at ease as a slacker. He was afraid of being rejected, so he hurriedly said, I can do a lot of things. I have a lot of money to be used as the team's funds. You can spend it as you want. I will pay for all the meals out in the future. Ji Jioshio looked sideways. You are so rich? Wusan straightened his chest, rarely being humble, just a few $100 million. Ji Jioshio did not agree directly. Let's wait and see. I will pay you a salary. 10,000 star coins per person in the team per month. Wusan added. Ji Jioshio was shamefully tempted. She couldn't make movies while in school, so she had no income. 10,000 star coins. That's a lot. She barely managed to stay rational. I haven't decided on a team yet, but I give you priority. The points ranking is very important. She wants to get a good ranking to fight for the school's scholarship and try to find a teammate who won't hold her back. After a short break, Ji Jioshio returned to her busy studies. She brought back a bunch of special snacks and ornaments for Jiangju and took him to the simulation cabin every night to practice her mental power. Now she can control the mecha to walk freely and is practicing running. After her mental power adapts, she can further practice mecha combat. She eats one bite at a time, and she is not in a hurry. Jiangju, you've made rapid progress. It was not a compliment, but a calm statement of fact. Jijiuxiu, if there is no progress, how can I justify my efforts to secretly use the hand grip to train in class every day? The hand grip was sponsored by Wu San, a classmate. It is a small instrument used by mechanical majors to practice mental control. It is about the size of a fist and easy to carry. The mechanical major covers a wide range of areas, from manufacturing firearms to repairing mechas. The mental level is not high, but the control accuracy must be fine enough. The hand grip is small in size, and is more difficult for her to control than the mecha. There is a latent tingling feeling when using it. It is hard to say where it is uncomfortable, but it is just uncomfortable. This is probably the feeling that Wu San said that he couldn't run fast in his dreams. During the day, she really couldn't spare time to train in the simulation cabin, so she simply borrowed the hand grip to practice first, and practiced hard every day, even if it was uncomfortable. With the hand grip in front, the mecha became easier to control. She still remembered that her original intention was to learn mechanical maintenance. While borrowing the gripper, she also took away a lot of materials from the fifth three. She secretly studied during class time. She didn't learn too much, but only read the content about mecha. Jiangju tapped his fingertips lightly on the operating table. Don't let people know that you can control mecha. Everyone knows. Jijiuxiu answered casually. Jiangju, who are they? Jijiuxiu, my roommates 01 and 188, NTNG. Jiangju, keep it secret. Jijiuxiu, why? You are the only person I know who can use two kinds of mental power. Jiangju rubbed his fingertips. He didn't say much, and Jijiuxiu could understand his implication. Unique means unique. Humans have never stopped researching mental power, and have tried to develop new uses. Being different and unique will cause trouble. Jijiuxiu, have you tried to treat the way mental power works? I have tried, but failed. Jiangju said frankly. When he found out that Jijiuxiu was not simply making the mecha move, but actually controlling it, he tried to do mental counseling to see if he could master the two mental powers like her. The result was as expected. He could not enter the mental picture of others, just like passing through the air and through the wall. He didn't even know which direction to work hard on during training. The wonderful ideas she proposed were finally realized only on her. Jijiuxiu, let's go out and practice on the weekend. I saw a shop renting civilian mechas last time. Civilian mechas are easier to use than military mechas. There are more manual operations, which reduces mental power consumption. The disadvantage is that they are not flexible enough. The real mecha feels different from the simulation cabin, so you still have to practice it in practice. Jiangju responded, yeah. The first thing to do after leaving the school gate is to have a good meal. Jijiuxiu repeated what Wu San said before and introduced Tata Star to Jiangju. She ordered 4 dishes, 2 of which Jiangju liked and 2 of which she liked. No one was treated unfairly. After eating, they rented a civilian mecha to go to the venue. The 8-meter-high mecha was put into a special folding space. She also rented a flying motorcycle for transportation. Flying vehicles can also be rented, but the price is too expensive. She held 2 helmets and handed one to Jiangju. Jiangju grabbed the helmet and put it on his head. His movements were unfamiliar, and his ears were red from being stuck. Jijiuxiu couldn't bear it, so he reached out to help him put it on, and his fingers pressed the buckle flexibly. This head needs to be inserted into the lower opening. Press the button next to it to unlock it. She let go and put on her helmet. Jiangju raised his hand to scratch his cheek. Jijiuxiu's fingers had just brushed against his face, and it was a little itchy. Jijiuxiu sat in the front and held the handlebars, motioning Jiangju to get on the bike. She said something, and the old flying motorcycle made a huge roar, covering her voice. Jiangju raised his voice and asked, "What did you say?" I said, "Hold on tight." Jijiuxiu's words were thrown into the air by the flying motorcycle that rushed into the sky. The wind roared past, and Jiangju's pupils dilated slightly. Inertia made him fall back. Just as he stabilized his body, the flying motorcycle stumbled and slowed down, and he rushed forward again. The 2 helmets collided with each other, and he subconsciously hugged Jijiuxiu's waist. "Jiangju, can you really drive?" The voice coming out of the helmet seemed a little muffled, but the meaning of gritting teeth was clearly conveyed. Jijiuxiu coughed twice and said calmly, "Of course I can drive. I passed the test. This car is a little old. I was not familiar with it at first, but I will be fine soon." The car was required for the role during filming. she specially went to learn, and she even has the aircraft certificate and spacecraft certificate. Ji Jiuxiao, hold on tight, don't get thrown out, I will teach you to drive later, it's fun. Jiangju can't even wear a helmet, he should usually take a public aircraft to travel, he feels poorer than her, at least she can make money and experience a lot of things by filming. He is probably the kind of person who was raised by his family with nothing to do, he has no entertainment, and he studies hard every day to improve his class. Mechas cannot move freely on the street, they must go to remote areas where mechas are not banned. Ji Jiuxiu parked the flying motorcycle, and found that it was very close to the training base of the military academy. Since she was already here, she decided to go to the edge of the forest to take a look. The guard on duty saw the two and greeted them. The points task hasn't started yet, why are you here so early to check it out? Ji Jiuxiu, yes, I haven't been here before so I don't know what it's like, come and take a look. Guard, there are only two of us, just take a look at the periphery, don't go in, run away if you encounter danger. Ji Jiuxiu nodded, okay got it. The two walked in, Ji Jiuxiu took out the mecha, and entered the cockpit with Jiangju. She skillfully released her mental power, and controlled the mecha to move forward. The difference between the real civilian mecha and the virtual military mecha is not ordinary, and the first step is the familiar shaking. She had enough experience in falling, and she tried to control it. She rushed forward dozens of meters in a weird half-kneeling posture, stopped the trend of falling, and stood up again. Although the posture was twisted, at least she didn't fall. After the initial adaptation period, it was much more natural later. She ran back and forth, and did a simple radio gymnastics. Ji Jiuxiu caught a glimpse of a rabbit in the woods. The rabbit was snow white without a single stray hair, and was plump and chewing grass. She subconsciously raised her gun and fired. 2 seconds later, nothing happened. The weapons of the civilian mecha were all decorative, and could not be used at all. However, there was a rusty long knife that could barely be used. She quietly approached the rabbit, and swung the long knife forward. The rabbit stood still, and the knife flew over its head. Ji Jiuxiu, the gap between reality and ideal is really big. The rabbit looked up at Ji Jiuxiu, its red eyes seemed to mock, it jumped to the left, and disappeared into the jungle. She didn't give up and chased him into the jungle. Jiangju, don't chase him. Ji Jiuxiu, the rabbit is so cute, of course we have to eat the braised rabbit head, braised rabbit meat, and spicy rabbit cubes. Jiangju, The delicious rabbit ran too fast, and there was no trace of it in the woods. The ground covered with fallen leaves was a little soft, and Ji Jiuxiu missed a step, and the mecha fell to the ground and rolled down the slope. Before she rolled down, she glanced at the ground, which was a rabbit hole covered by leaves. Ah! I hate rabbits. People will not get dizzy if they fall in the cockpit, but if they roll more than 10 times, dizziness is inevitable. Ji Jiuxiu covered her dizzy head, and looked at Jiangju next to her first. She unbuckled her seat belt and rushed over. Are you okay? Are you okay? Jiangju rubbed his head. It's okay. He looked at Ji Jiuxiu, who was fine. She was really born to drive a mecha. Normal people would be dizzy for at least a few minutes after falling like this. That's good. Ji Jiuxiu breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, she would have to rely on Jiangju to drive the mecha. It didn't matter if she had any problems, but Jiangju must not have any problems. She returned to the driver's seat, controlled the mecha to stand up, and slowly scanned the surrounding environment. She whispered, "Close your eyes, don't look outside." What? When she was talking, Jiangju had already looked over. There were snakes all over the ground outside the mecha, red, white, and black, on the trees, on the ground, and on the stones, and maybe a few on the mecha. The wriggling snakes aroused the most primitive fear of human beings, and Ji Jiuxiu had goosebumps. Ji Jiuxiu said nervously, "I told you not to look. You insisted on looking. Look over there." Jiangju was not scared, his eyes were fixed in one direction, and he also spoke in a low voice. Ji Jiuxiu moved his eyes, and saw a green snake as thick as the mecha's thigh coiled on a big rock, with a red tongue sticking out of its mouth, staring straight at them. Oh my god! Help! The mecha slowly raised its right foot, and tentatively retreated. Ji Jiuxiu observed the reaction of the green snake. There were too many snakes, and it was inevitable that some snakes would be stepped on when the soles of her feet landed. The connection between her mental power and the mecha allowed her to clearly feel the touch of the snakes struggling under her feet. Her expression twisted for a moment, and seeing that the green snake did not react, she ignored the snake under her feet, and slowly retreated towards the green snake. The green snake did not move. She retreated about 50 meters. The green snake kept shrinking in her sight. She turned around and ran away. The feeling of staying in the snake cave was too terrifying. Even if she was not afraid of snakes, she did not want to face thousands of snakes. Her intensive phobia was scared out of her. Jiangju released his mental power to investigate and reminded her, "Run faster." "I'm already running faster." Ji Jiuxiu replied to him, thinking about the snake cave in her heart, always feeling uneasy in her heart, and couldn't help but look back. This look startled her teeth and tongue, and the green snake that was originally coiled on the stone was right behind her, without making any movement. The stinging pain on the tip of her tongue made her react quickly, and speed up with all her strength. She speeded up and the snake also speeded up, always keeping a distance of about 10 meters, and she couldn't get rid of it no matter how she ran. When Ji Jiuxiu began to pant slightly, she said angrily, "Is it teasing me?" It didn't attack or leave, but kept following it not far away. What on earth did this broken snake want to do? Jiangju, maybe. Ji Jiuxiu couldn't believe it. "What did you say?" "Jiangju, it's not an ordinary snake, but a strange beast, and a strange beast with a little wisdom. It is intimidating and driving away, making the prey run continuously until it can't run anymore, and then it will attack." "Very good." Ji Jiuxiu stopped and said angrily, "Why are you running? Kill it." "Jiangju, without weapons, we may not be able to beat it. I will control the mecha to run. As long as I run faster than it, it can't catch up. No, I still have a knife without a gun. Let it feel what a tetanus blade is." Ji Jiuxiu pulled out a rusty and tattered long knife that was more decorative than practical. She turned back and swung the knife. The blue snake twisted flexibly to avoid her attack, and swung its tail to Ji Jiuxiu's face. Ji Jiuxiu's long knife danced quickly, and directly chopped the blue snake's tail with a diagonal chop. The imagined scene of cutting off the snake's tail did not happen. Instead, it was the 3-meter-long machete in her hand that was broken in half. The knife broke. "Ji Jiuxiu, I want to report this fake product." The snake's tail attacked again. She took a horse stance and swung her hands in the direction of the snake's tail. Then she grabbed the snake's tail and threw it up heavily. The blue snake left the ground, and the mecha was pulled back 2 steps by its weight. Seeing that the mecha was about to lose balance and fall to the ground, Jiangju held Ji Jiuxiu's hand, and his mental power and hers wrapped around the mecha. The mecha twisted in the air and stood firm again. He took back his hand and let Ji Jiuxiu continue. The blue snake rolled twice on the ground, climbed up, and attacked again. Its speed became faster, leaving a series of blue afterimages on the retina. Not only can its tail attack, but its sharp fangs are also one of its weapons. Ji Jiuxiu is not very skilled in driving the mecha. She is okay at walking and running, but she seems a little stretched in a life and death struggle. "Jiangju, keep the core stable, punch at 3 o'clock." Ji Jiuxiu clenched her fist and swung it hard, hitting the blue snake on the forehead, knocking it dizzy and unable to get up for a while. The mecha stood steadily, and she bent over and punched it again. The blue snake's head was hard, and it didn't die after 2 heavy punches, struggling to counterattack. Jiangju gave a few instructions at the beginning, but later, Ji Jiuxiu could react without him saying anything. She learned so fast that she could even freely control the mecha to fight in this situation of constantly surpassing the limit. The blue snake was tenacious and fought back and forth with Ji Jiuxiu. Jiangju watched quietly and explored the surrounding movements. 2 fangs bit into the arm of the mecha, and the sharp teeth bit 2 dents into the mecha's shell. "Ah! You have to pay for damaging the mecha, do you know?" Ji Jiuxiu was furious. Anger played a role in adding strength. She struggled to grab the snake's tail and threw it to the ground. It bounced up again and pounced on her with its fangs. The mecha's movements were getting faster and faster, and the number of times her fists missed was getting less and less. Her mind was full of hammering the snake. Money, her money! The compensation is very expensive. Jiangju was keenly aware of her emotional changes, and stopped talking, silently reducing his presence. However, the blue snake was too tough, with thick skin and flesh, and it was difficult to kill it with fists alone. Ji Jiuxiu felt a little tired at the end of the fight. She had been controlling the mecha for too long and her mental strength was not enough. One of the blue snake's fangs was pulled out by her. When she came out, its body was covered with wounds of all sizes. When she stopped to rest, the blue snake also stopped to breathe. The man and the snake stared at each other, and Ji Jiuxiu threatened, "I must cut your skin and sell it today to pay for my mecha repair." The snake raised its head high and made an attacking gesture. Ji Jiuxiu took a deep breath and prepared for a new round of battle. The blue snake spit out red tongue, and the skin on its neck swelled like two fans. The green vertical pupils were very aggressive. Then, it turned back suddenly and disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Ji Jiuxiao, who almost punched, ? Jiangju, it ran away. Ji Jiuxiao's face was dark. I saw it. Jiangju suggested, don't chase it, I paid for the mecha repair. In the wild, especially in places with potential crises, it would be very troublesome if teammates were irrational. He was afraid that Ji Jiuxiu would insist on seeking revenge on the snake. Okay, you have some money, save it for medical treatment, this fawn should be able to sell for some money. Ji Jiuxiu's face was not very good, but her mind was still calm. She and the blue snake were evenly matched in combat power, neither of them could do anything to the other, so there was no need to chase. The venom of alien beasts and plants can be used for medical research, and some parts can be made into special weapons or decorations, but I don't know if this fong is enough to pay for the mecha. Ji Jiuxiu was a little tired, and the two exchanged positions, and Jiangju controlled the mecha. She looked up at the sky. It's going to rain. In the wild where no one lives, the weather is not controlled by machines, and the wind and rain depend on the mood of nature. Today, nature doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. In less than a minute, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, the wind was blowing, and the light was dim. Ji Jiuxiu, the mecha is easily struck by lightning under the tree. Jiangju matched her train of thought. You want to walk back? Ji Jiuxiu, I can get wet in the rain, but the mecha cannot be struck by lightning. The large volume of metal in the mecha is almost calling for lightning to strike me quickly. If a lightning strikes, this old and dilapidated civilian mecha will probably be scrapped. She couldn't let Jiangju suffer with her, so she could only hint in a roundabout way. Jiangju's eyes were hard to describe, and he finally got off the mecha and watched Ji Jiuxiu put the mecha back into the folding space with special care. The two walked forward, and the wind was so strong that it blew people's hair and clothes. Ji Jiuxiu felt that it was a bit wrong to let him walk. After all, she brought him up, and his health was not very good. She was afraid that he would be in a bad mood, and would not go out with her next time. She racked her brains to find a way to make him happy. After thinking for a long time, she didn't know what to say, and finally forced out a sentence. Your hair is really beautiful. Jiangju, thank you. Ji Jiuxiao, you're welcome. The atmosphere fell into silence again, and she tried to think, after I go back, I will treat you to a meal, and pay you 100,000 star coins as a reward. Your 200,000 is still with me, and I will return it to you now. In her simple worldview, food and money are the two most important things. Jiangju, no, money is not important. Ji Jiuxiu paused in the transfer, and turned to look at him with doubt in his eyes. Money is not important. Money is more important than anything else. Ji Jiuxiu rationalized his words, perhaps. He was dying, so he felt that money was not important. She consoled him intimately. If you have any wishes you want to fulfill, you can tell me, and I will try my best to help you fulfill them. Jiangju, I want to get into the mecha now. Ji Jiuxiu was silent, thinking if the 100,000 yuan would be enough to compensate for this broken mecha. She said sadly, I'm sincere to you, but you want my life. Jiangju, Seeing her take out the mecha with a bitter face, she was still muttering, we can't let the patient suffer, we can still make money, as long as we don't die, we can make money until we die. He couldn't help rubbing his temples. Jiangju, forget it. Ji Jiuxiu said cautiously, really? Is your body okay? Jiangju expressionless. Mental instability has little to do with the body. I know this knowledge point. Poor health will affect the mentality, and then affect mental strength. Let's drive the mecha. Ji Jiuxiu shook his head. Jiangju, no. Ji Jiuxiu, no. The two of them pulled back and forth, and finally Jiangju won. The broken mecha could stay in his pocket without worrying about being struck by lightning. Bean-sized raindrops fell down, hitting the ground with a patter. Ji Jiuxiu took out an umbrella from her backpack, opened it for a while, and found that the wind was too strong to block it. The rain blew all over her body. She took out a raincoat and continued to dig inside, but she couldn't take out the second raincoat. She turned the bag over and found that there was really only one raincoat. I asked Tianji to prepare raincoats for 2 people. Why is there only one? Jiangju spread out the only raincoat. Is it possible that this is for 2 people? The raincoat has 2 heads and a big hem, and it can be seen at a glance that it is for 2 people. Ji Jiuxiu couldn't suppress the desire to complain. Is the raincoat expensive? Can't you buy 2? You are so stingy. I don't know who you inherited it from. Jiangju looked at her subtly, and wisely didn't say anything. Raincoats are not a common thing in the interstellar space. It rarely rains under machine control. If it rains, it will be warned in advance to remind the public, and the rain will start and stop accurately to a few minutes and seconds. The two put on a raincoat and walked hard in the woods. The rain was heavy, and the rain curtain was hazy. They couldn't see the road ahead clearly. Ji Jiuxiu looked at Jiangju next to her, feeling a little unhappy. Her height was only up to Jiangju's chin, and the rain that slid down from his head flowed towards her. Jiangju noticed her gaze. What's wrong? Ji Jiuxiu, I'm jealous of your height. Jiangju, you are an adult, and jealousy has no chance to grow. Ji Jiuxiu, how can a 37-degree mouse say such cold words? The conversation between the two was blurred by the heavy rain, and gradually drifted away in the noisy rain. After walking for a long time, the rain did not stop, but it had a tendency to get heavier, as if the sky had opened and poured down heavy rain. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the big tree in front and stopped. Jiangju was pulled by the raincoat, and had to stop with him. Ji Jiuxiu pointed at the tree and asked, "Did we see this tree just now?" Chapter 22. The vast green jungle is boundless. They walked for a long time, but could not get out of the green forest. The fog was hazy, and the raindrops brought thick white steam. The eyes could not see the scenery 2 meters away. The two people moved forward to observe, and a lightning struck, illuminating the appearance of the big tree. The banyan tree has thick trunks, and countless black roots push out of the ground. It is deeply rooted here, and it is very conspicuous as a sign. Jiangju, we have been circling in the same place. Ji Jiuxiu pulled Jiangju back. Stay away from the tree. I feel the lightning is right above my head. The rain is too heavy. Find a place to hide first. Jiangju had no objection. It was wise to conserve energy when the environment could not be seen clearly. The water vapor in the forest blocked the vision, making it difficult to distinguish the direction. It was a bit difficult to find a cave. Ji Jiuxiu walked to the sparse trees, and found a short and fat hollow tree. The trunk is very thick, but much shorter than other trees around. The inside is black and carbon, and your fingers will stain it if you touch it. It must have been struck by lightning. New buds sprouted from its top, and the healed trunk blocked the rainwater flowing down. The hollow part remained dry. The trunk was wide and hollow, just right for keeping out the rain. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju climbed into the tree hole. The tree was quite wide, and could barely fit two people. The sound of rain hitting the forest, the whole forest was only the sound of rain, monotonous and noisy. Ji Jiuxiu opened his backpack, and pulled out 2 vacuum-compressed clothes. Once the seal was opened, the clothes expanded rapidly. The clothes are called fleece clothes, made of the fur of exotic animals, with a high degree of warmth. The price is so expensive that it makes you cry. They are generally sold to challengers, who like various harsh natural environments. The 2 fleece jackets she brought were not waterproof, and the price of waterproof ones would be quadrupled, which really distressed her. She gave the big fleece jacket to Jiangju and urged him to put it on. She put on her own clothes, and the moisture and cold were immediately isolated outside, and her cold toes gradually warmed up. She searched in her backpack, drank a bottle of special nutrient solution first, and then took out a self-heating hot pot and 2 pineapple-flavored cream cakes. In order to maintain sufficient nutritional elements, the special nutrient solution discarded the part that can make people full. Drinking 1 bottle is like drinking water, but she is still hungry. Jiangju watched her constantly taking things out of her backpack. The small backpack was like a magical prop in a fairy tale, with everything in it. Jiangju, how much did you take? Ji Jiuxiu, some necessary water, fire, food, medical kits, and emergency supplies, not much, only 30 kilograms in total. Compared with the training in the military academy where she often carried 100 kilograms of weight, this weight is really nothing. Jiangju, you can bring more nutrient solution to save space and reduce the load. I did bring it, but not much. I didn't expect to stay in the forest for so long. Ji Jiuxiu took out 5 boxes of nutrient solution and shook them in front of Jiangju. Jiangju, 1 box has 10 sticks, 5 boxes have 50 sticks, 2 sticks per person per day, enough for 2 people to drink for 12 days. She still thinks it's not enough? He rubbed his temples, and the latent pain began to spread again. He moved his fingers, and remembered that he didn't bring special medicine when he went out. Ji Jiuxiu boiled the self-heating hot pot, and the gurgling sound was particularly beautiful. She handed over the small cake. Do you like pineapple flavor? Not bad, thank you. Jiangju took the small cake and thanked him politely. Ji Jiuxiu, why do you look so bad? Did you get sick from the rain? She suddenly became nervous, and stretched out her palm to his forehead before Jiangju could speak. It was neither hot nor cold, just the normal temperature. The physical contact made her aware of the abnormal movement of her mental power. It seemed that Jiangju's illness had recurred. It's not a big deal. Can you tell me directly next time you feel uncomfortable? Ji Jioshu didn't take her hand back and started to give him mental counseling. The violent mental power calmed down, and Jiangju thanked him again. Ji Jioshu stopped only after she was sure that he was fine. The current environment did not allow her to complete the mental counseling. If she fainted due to insufficient mental power, it was hard to imagine how Jiangju would survive alone. Come to me if this happens in the future, Ji Jioshu said. She didn't expect Jiangju's mental disorder to occur so frequently. Your mental power is too unstable. You need to do mental counseling frequently. Jiangju, no one can do mental counseling for me. Ji Jioshu, am I not a human? Jiangju added, except you. Ji Jioshu expressed his understanding. Maybe Jiangju is similar to her. He feels so painful when others do mental counseling for him, so no one is willing to help him. It's just that the two of them met. What should I do if your mental power is chaotic before? Ji Jioshu asked. Jiangju, suppress and endure. Using drugs to suppress it, he endured the torture of losing control of mental power day and night. He has long been accustomed to such a life. Ji Jioshu clasped his hands together and said devoutly, you don't need to continue to endure in the future. Maybe it was God who arranged for us to meet. She can learn how to operate the attack-oriented mental power, and Jiangju doesn't have to suffer. It's a win-win choice. Jiangju, which religion is God? Ji Jioshu said seriously, it is fate, but also myself. If I hadn't worked hard to get into the military academy, how could we meet? It shows that everything depends on human efforts, and we should not blindly have faith. Jiangju, The self-heating hot pot is cooked, and the hot aroma spreads. The warm tree hole, the delicious food, the noisy white noise. If it weren't for being in the forest, Ji Jioshu could sleep comfortably. The rain has been much lighter, but the fog is still thick, which is not suitable for traveling. After working hard all the way, Ji Jioshu was already sleepy. He put on his woolen coat and hat and wrapped himself up, and laid down on the ground to sleep. When lying down, he didn't forget to move to the side to leave space for Jiangju, sleep for 20 minutes, and rest well to have the strength to travel. Jiangju didn't move. His eyes looked outside the tree hole, observing the surrounding movements. After a while, a long breathing sound came from the side, and the dripping rain sounded into a harmonious ensemble. Unconsciously, he slowly lost consciousness. His dream was too sweet, and when he woke up, he was drowsy and energetic. He blinked his eyes, and his brain resumed working. He didn't know when he lay flat on the ground, with the hood of his fleece coat on his head. It was incredible that he lost his vigilance and fell asleep in a dangerous environment. He subconsciously looked for Ji Jioshu's figure, only to see her body pressed against the tree hole, with her back to him looking out. The rain stopped completely, and occasionally water drops fell from the tail of the leaves, making a dripping sound. Apart from that, there was no sound in the forest. He stood up, and the movement caused Ji Jioshu to turn his head and look over. She raised her index finger and put it on her lips, making a silent hush. His still somewhat confused mind immediately cleared up. He moved lightly and quietly approached. There was nothing outside the tree hole. The white mist had mostly dissipated, leaving a thin layer of smoke lingering between the leaves. Ji Jioshu leaned close to his ear, her voice so low that even right next to his ear, he could hardly hear her words clearly. She said, there is something. Jiangju scanned the environment outside the tree hole inch by inch, and his mental power followed. Some things had high camouflage ability, and were difficult to see with the naked eye. There were only trees and trees, not even an animal, but he noticed the thing Ji Jioshu was talking about. It was staring at them, hiding in the dark, and no one knew where it was. This feeling of being stared at was a bit creepy, as if it was everywhere, locking its eyes on the prey that had nowhere to escape, looking for an opportunity to show its fierce fangs and bite off the prey's neck. Ji Jioshu continued, I don't know when it came. It stayed for half an hour, and didn't leave. It didn't attack. It's really patient. Half an hour? Jiangju's focus shifted. Why didn't you wake me up? Ji Jioshu said confidently, it's already here. What's the point of waking you up? I might as well let you sleep a little longer. Jiangju was speechless for a moment. Give me the mecha and call for help. Ji Jioshu held his hand. The optical brain has no signal, and the mecha's energy is not much left. This mecha rental store is simply a black shop. The energy bars they use are low-quality products bought from somewhere. They were full when they set off, but only the last half bar was left in half a day. With insufficient energy, fighting is not the best strategy. The ideal situation is that the other party will look down on them and turn around and leave, but it is obvious that the other party thinks highly of them and is unwilling to leave. Jiangju said calmly, I will release my mental power to attack it, and you drive the mecha out to ask for help. You said it as if I knew the way. Have you forgotten that we are still lost? Ji Jiushi reminded him. Jiangju. Anyway, you go to a safe place first. Ji Jiushi looked at him. I didn't expect you to be so selfless. I really didn't expect it. Jiangju said coldly. Then you attract attention and I will run. Why do you think it hasn't attacked us yet? Ji Jiushi didn't answer him and asked a new question. Jiangju, is it not strong enough? Ji Jiushi, this possibility cannot be ruled out. She reached out to grab the leaves of other plants outside the tree hole, sneaking like a thief, and picked a leaf as long as her forearm. She wrapped the bottle of special nutrient solution that she had drunk with the leaves and threw it out. The bottle rolled around and nothing happened. Ji Jiushi, it seems that leaves are feasible. The longer we delay, the worse it will be. Come with me. Jiangju understood her operation and reached out to pick leaves together. The tree next to the tree hole was plucked bare by the two of them, and the tree hole was covered with emerald green leaves. Ji Jiushi took out a rope from her backpack. The first one was a big rope as thick as a thumb. She put it back and replaced it with a small rope as thick as a charging cable. The rope passed through the leaves and wove it into two very simple leaf clothes. The leaves wrapped their bodies, and a leaf hat on their heads. The two looked like primitive people. Ji Jiushi climbed out of the tree hole and landed lightly on the ground without making any sound. She walked forward slowly, walked about 7 or 8 meters, and turned back to wave at Jiangju. Jiangju's face was painted green by the grass juice. He left the tree hole lightly. He kept an eye on Ji Jiushi, released his mental power, and his black eyes gradually became lighter. Ji Jiushi turned his head away. Jiangju approached cautiously and lowered his voice. What did you find? I want to laugh when I see you. Ji Jiushi shrugged his shoulders. Jiangju had a green face. Your face is also painted. Ji Jiushi, I can't see my face again. The two of them whispered to each other and moved slowly in the forest. Compared with the towering trees next to them, they looked like two immature saplings. Occasionally, 1 or 2 animals appeared next to them, walking as hurriedly as they did. The feeling of being spied on was always there, no matter which direction they went, but they were never attacked. Jiangju guessed, maybe it's not looking at us, but at this entire area. Everything was under its eyes. They appeared in the woods with other living things, and it would not focus on the 2 small animals inside. The two of them moved forward all the way, and stopped together when they saw the scene in front of them. Jiangju, did you find the way when you left? Ji Jiushi, haha. Yes? Finding the way is a compulsory course in military academies, including but not limited to deserts, seas, forests, grasslands. After occupying the planet, alien plants and alien beasts will destroy all traces of human life. Fighting them is basically in various natural environments. If you don't know the direction, it is easy to get lost. At this moment, 2 recruits who have just learned the first few chapters of the course stood in the forest, confused by the towering trees. It doesn't matter if you are confused, but the weird scene in front of you is fatal. The white mist turned pink, and the pink smoke floated and spread. Wherever it passed, both ordinary animals and alien beasts fell down. In the middle of the thickest pink, a pink plant as tall as a person was twisting. It had no branches and leaves, and the stem extended straight up from the ground. On the top was a cluster of double-petaled flowers with a gradient of pink and white, and the petals on the edge were slender. Its stem twisted, and the slender petals swayed in the wind. With a thin pink smoke, it looked like a dancing beauty, beautiful beyond words. If it didn't split into another flower while dancing, the pink root stem would rise and pierce into the belly of a 4-horned beast, sucking the other party to the point of skin and bones. The picture would be even more perfect. Ji Jiushi, I have information about finding the way in my optical brain. Is it too late to check it now? Jiangju didn't bother to answer, and pulled her back little by little. After retreating to about 100 meters, which was already some distance away from the pink flower, Ji Jiushi breathed a sigh of relief. What is this thing? I haven't seen it. Didn't they say that there are no dangerous alien plants on Tata Star? All alien plants and animals in places where humans live must be cleared. The reason why Tata Star retains a primeval forest is that this is the training base of Theseus Military Academy. It is called a primeval forest, but in fact, After countless rounds of safety inspections, the more dangerous and powerful alien plants and animals have been repeatedly cleared before they can let the freshmen in for training. An animal sound came from behind. Jigoshio glanced and saw two striped piglets playing. The pink flower twisting in front seemed to be paused, and the movement stopped abruptly, and the petals were motionless in the breeze. Jigoshio held his breath, and when he was about to hold his breath, the pink flower began to dance slowly again, and a flower exactly the same split out from its body and merged into the thick pink mist. The strange mist was abnormal at first glance, and there was no sound of insects or birds in the whole area. The mist gradually spread in the direction of the two people, and she took out two gas masks from her bag lightly. Jiangju put on the gas mask and couldn't help but take a look at her bag. How many strange things were there in it? The two continued to retreat. Jigoshi was frightened by the big snake before, and had a psychological trauma. He looked back frequently, fearing that if he turned his head, he would see Fenhua chasing behind him. Fortunately, this terrifying scene did not appear. Fenhua remained where she was. She breathed a sigh of relief. There was a rustling sound from the left front, and the bushes swayed gently. She was nervous and saw a white rabbit jumping out. Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. If they hadn't chased the rabbit, how could they have fallen to this point? She silently recited the rabbit recipe in her heart and ignored the fat rabbit. However, the rustling sound did not stop. A touch of pink poked its head out, and very humanely used the slender petals to push away the leaves, and poked out the head like a cluster of brocade. The heads of the layers of double-petaled flowers were tilted, as if humans were smiling with their heads tilted, with the pride of a successful prank. Jigoshio didn't know why she could see a human expression from a flower. Anyway, she felt this way at this moment, so she ran away, not forgetting to pull Jiangju with her before running. She moved quickly, released the mecha and climbed up, using her hands and feet, and entered the cockpit in the blink of an eye. Jiangju cooperated tacitly, automatically sat in the driving position, and instantly injected his mental power into the mecha. All the few energy sources were used to run, like a wind sweeping quickly, and the fallen leaves on the ground were blown up and covered the pink flower's face. Jigoshio's face was solemn. I don't know how many of these things there are. God knows how long the pink flower splits. According to its speed of about one flower every 2 minutes, it is estimated that the fog range is full of pink flowers. Their intelligence is not low, and they know to surround them secretly. As if knowing that the prey is going to escape, there is an obvious swish in the woods, like branches hanging over the ground. You can imagine that they are now rising from the ground, with the roots close to the ground and chasing them quickly. A pink high wall was built in front of them, and pink flowers overlapped each other to form a huge pink flower. The stem alone was as high as the mecha, and the soft and slender petals floated towards them. Jiangju dodged flexibly, rolled over and stood up again, and changed the direction of escape. The petals hit a thick tree that two people could not hug, and the innocent tree was broken in half. There were about 13 or 14 slender petals, and the afterimages left in the air formed a dense net. Jiangju moved back and forth in the attack, with ease, but unfortunately the mecha did not allow them to drag it on any longer, and issued a warning of insufficient energy. It wants to drive us to the east. Jigoshio noticed the intention of the pink flower, run to the northwest at 10 o'clock. Jiangju followed Jigoshio's command, controlled the mecha to move, and ran straight to the location she pointed to. Do you know how to jump through a fire ring? There's a ring 3 meters up. I count to 3 and jump over it. Jigoshio's voice was steady. 1, 2, 3, jump. There was a hole with vines tangled and knotted in front of it. The mecha jumped up lightly, and its heavy metal body passed through the hole, like a fish swimming in the water, jumping and landing smoothly. The hole, which was neither too big nor too small, slowed down Fenhua's pace a little, and the pursuit continued. The energy was still running out. Jiangju, you run. Jigoshio didn't waste words, and the two immediately exchanged positions, so that he could better control the mecha in the driving position. The mecha continued to run, and the lack of energy caused the pace to slow down. Jiangju released his mental power, and attacked Fenhua directly without any tools. The moment the spiritual power was released, it was like the sea pouring down, with terrifying power constantly emerging, killing, killing, killing. The violent spiritual power was the chains of Hades. The hard petals were crushed, the sharp wind blew away the pink mist, and the sword blade transformed by the spiritual power pointed directly at the pink flower's head. The big pink flower collapsed and turned into countless normal-sized pink flowers. They fled in panic, and even the pink mist was dispersed. The mecha's energy was completely exhausted, and the mecha slowly stopped. Ji Jiuxiu put away the mecha and supported Jiangju. His eyes turned silver white because of the use of mental power, like a piece of thin ice that shattered with a light tap, cold and fragile. He bent down and coughed, and a layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Ji Jiuxiu took out a tissue to wipe the sweat for him, releasing his mental power to calm his chaotic mental picture. Ji Jiuxiu, are you okay? Jiangju, very good. It can be said that he has never been so good. In the past, every time he was mentally confused, he endured the pain alone. The indescribable pain was like an ulcer attached to the bone, and even special medicines could not completely relieve it. But now under Ji Jiuxiu's mental guidance, these pains gradually faded away. He could even say a few more words. Why did you bring tissues? It's very convenient to wipe my hands and mouth. Ji Jiuxiu put away the tissues, put the used ones into a plastic bag, and put them back into the backpack. Ji Jiuxiu, there is too much pollution accumulated in your mental picture. I can't clear it all at once. I will give you mental counseling once a week in the future. Jiangju raised his silver eyes, and the light shone down, reflecting colorful light. Ji Jiuxiu didn't need his answer and continued to mutter, after you go out, you have to tell the guards about the alien plant. Its existence is too dangerous. It's getting dark. You have to find a way out quickly. The trivial voice has the power to soothe people in the silent forest. Jiangju's pupils gradually turned back to black, and he listened to her quietly. It got dark faster than expected, and the dense leaves swallowed up the last ray of light. Unable to identify the direction in the dark, the two found a temporary place to rest. Ji Jiuxiu released the mecha. Although there was no energy, the cockpit could be freely entered and exited. The forest was full of dangers and poisonous insects. It had just rained, and the ground was muddy and wet, not as dry and safe as the mecha cockpit. She turned on the light button, and the white light dispelled the darkness. Sounds gradually came from the forest, the danger retreated, the birds returned to their nests, and other animals came out to walk. She didn't bring much other food, and there was no overnight stay outside in the plan. Dinner was ordinary nutrient solution for emergency use. The optical brain still couldn't receive signals, and couldn't contact the outside world. She found the downloaded course materials, and judged the current location based on the distribution of surrounding trees. Neither of them spoke. As the night deepened, Ji Jiuxiu yawned, I suggest taking turns to keep watch. If there is any danger, I will keep watch for the first half of the night, and wake you up at 3 in the morning. Jiangju was not sleepy. You go to sleep first. Ji Jiuxiu, okay. She adjusted the seat back, and fell asleep, not long after lying down. The cockpit was facing a fixed direction, and the situation on the back could not be seen. Jiangju left the cockpit, and climbed onto the shoulder of the mecha, and everything around him could be clearly observed. It was late at night, and there was no sound. This kind of silence was the atmosphere he was familiar with. The previous bustle made the present even more lonely. He turned on the optical brain and randomly picked a professional course book to read. From time to time, he looked up and looked around. The sleeping forest looked very harmless. He was used to such an environment, and did not feel it was difficult. It was not until Ji Jiuxiu walked out of the cockpit, and found him, that he suddenly realized that so much time had passed. Ji Jiuxiu's eyes were clear, and he sat next to Jiangju. She pointed her index finger at the sky. On my planet, if you look up at night, you can see many stars. Jiangju, stars? Ji Jiuxiu, it's a planet. There are many luminous planets in the solar system. You can see them when the sun sets at night. Jiangju, when the sun sets? This topic is a bit complicated. It has to start with the solar system. Jiangju listened quietly, and didn't find it boring. This is not the first time he has heard Ji Jiuxiu talk about her home. It is a mysterious place that no one has ever stopped to visit. It is very different from the interstellar space. The two chatted casually. Suddenly, a faint light appeared not far away. The brightness gradually increased. It was slightly red in the middle, and gradually turned pink outward. Ji Jiuxiu's first reaction was that it was dawn, and the rising sun dyed the morning glow red. Then he realized that this was not a blue planet, and there was no sun. It was obvious what pink was. The two stood up, put away the mecha, and ran in the opposite direction. The lingering pink flower seemed to see through their bluffing, and doubted their true strength. It appeared again to test. Jiangju frowned tightly. The protection of Theseus Military Academy made him relax his vigilance against Tata Star. He went out without weapons, which put him in a passive situation. Hua Hua caught up with him, and Ji Jiuxiu swung the fangs of the blue snake with his backhand. The fangs were harder than Hua Hua, and tore it apart. Ji Jiuxiu ran forward, and the pink flower chased him closely. The soil under his feet gradually became moist and soft, and the rotten fallen leaves piled up together. When he stepped on it, the depression of the footprint oozed mud and water. The too soft ground hindered his escape. Jijuxia's left foot sank down, and the fallen leaves mixed with soil covered her ankles. She was tripped and stumbled to the ground. The pink flower caught up with them, and the slender petals were aimed at her vest. She looked back, and the petals kept magnifying in her eyes, and were blocked by a dark blue figure. Jiangju stood in front of her, holding the necklace torn off her neck in his right hand, and the black crystal was hanging in the air, refracting a dazzling light. The spiritual power that was thousands of times more powerful than before was released, and the slender petals that were close at hand stopped. A second later, they turned into powder. From the top to the back, the slender petals were broken into pieces, and even its powerful body had no time to dodge, let alone resist, and it was directly broken into ashes under the huge spiritual power. The fate of the surrounding trees was the same as that of the pink flowers. There was no tragic scene of rising from the ground, and there was no sound of resistance. They just died quietly. Chapter 23. With Jiangju and Jijuxiu as the center, the area within a radius of 100 miles was razed to the ground. The trees did not leave any large debris. They turned into a thick layer of debris on the ground, and the forest was completely dead. Jiangju fell backwards, and Jijuxiu quickly caught him and laid him flat on the ground. His eyes were closed, and he lost consciousness. The frenzied mental power was wandering around his body. His lips were pale, showing a kind of decadent decadence. The long-term mental power chaos could not be channeled, slowly damaging his body. His face was as pale as paper, and his palm touched his cheek, revealing a piercing cold. Jijuxiu held Jiangju's cheek with both hands, and tried to warm him with her palms that were almost hot. A very thin strand of mental power entered his mental picture to comfort him. Now his body maintained a fragile balance, and could not bear the weight of mental guidance. She had to be very careful. She pulled out the tightly grasped black crystal necklace from his hand, and put it back on his neck. Jiangju's condition gradually stabilized, and his body temperature recovered a little, but it was not enough. He needed more professional treatment. I don't know if the pink flowers are completely eliminated, but they should not dare to appear again in a short time. The mecha's energy was exhausted, and Jiangju fell into a coma. The success rate of her carrying Jiangju out of the woods was a bit low. She went out to find reinforcements first, but she was worried about leaving him alone. It was difficult to make a decision. The sky was still dark, as if a curtain covered the earth. The only light source was the light button she pinned on her collar. The clean open space was safer than other places. Jiangju's mental power was still residual, intimidating everything hidden in the dark. She decided to rest here first and wait until dawn. It was late at night, and the temperature was very low. She was afraid that Jiangju would catch a cold, so she took off her fleece and put it on the ground and pushed him onto the fleece. She exhaled a breath of white steam, stood up and practiced a set of 8-section brocade. She felt warm after the whole practice. It was too quiet, there was no sound at all. She was not used to such dead silence, so she simply turned on the optical computer and found an e-book to start reading. There are hundreds of millions of metals in the world. The metal used to cast the main body of the mecha is inkstone. Inkstone is divided into many types, and the properties of different types are different. Jiangju's subconscious was not stable. He was floating in the dark and empty universe, unable to see or sense anything. His soul was floating with nowhere to anchor, and he was used to it. He silently waited for the cold and bitter potion to be injected into his body, so that he would have the strength to open his eyes and escape from here. Colorful gold is a metal that emits a beautiful luster. It is soft, and is mostly used in joints to make mechas more flexible. A voice was heard in the silent black space, calmly and confidently reciting knowledge about minerals. He was no longer alone, and the voices from the outside world came in slowly, unable to be driven away or blocked. So a piece of colorful gold appeared in the black space, and the surface of the metal glowed with a gorgeous luster. After a while, a crystal clear white crystal ore appeared. He seemed to be floating among the stars. When Jijuxiu was reading enthusiastically, a message came from the breeze, and the sound of reading stopped. She held the fang of the green snake tightly. This fang was about the size of a sickle, hard in texture, and barely usable. This fang was her only weapon at the moment. If she had known that she would have prepared weapons before setting off, she would have almost forgotten that she just wanted to practice mecha at first. The newcomer stepped into her territory and approached her on the open space covered with debris. When he entered the range of the light source, Jijuxiu relaxed his grip on poison fang, unable to hide his surprise, 188? Why are you here? 188 shrugged. I heard that you were missing, and the school organized people to come and find you, and I sneaked in with them. It's reinforcements. Ji Jiuxiu breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. You don't know how thrilling this day was for me. When will the others arrive? I don't know. I said I sneaked in. I didn't go with them. 188 put his hands in his pockets. Ji Jiuxiu, what weapons did you bring? 188 replied, nothing. Ji Jiuxiu, you dare to come in without anything? Do you know that there are dangerous things in the forest? As 188 approached, she was shrouded in the light source, and the pink dust on her head and shoulders was clearly illuminated. You can actually turn into a human to seduce me? Ji Jiuxiu really learned something new, and patted his head with his hand. Or am I hallucinating? 188 stood still, and noticed that Ji Jiuxiu was staring at her left shoulder. She tilted her head, and casually raised her hand to pat away the pink. I encountered a little trouble on the road. There are a lot of them. If we don't walk quickly, it will easily become a big trouble. Ji Jiuxiu looked behind her. You didn't bring a means of transportation? 188 said, as a matter of course. I don't have money to buy it. Then how do we go back? Ji Jiuxiu pointed at Jiangju on the ground. 188 hesitated. I didn't expect you to be two people. Why don't you wait here for others to come? They have already come in, and they will probably find us soon. She sat on the ground, her fingers brushed the ground, and the remaining spiritual power cut her hand, leaving a tiny red mark on the palm. Ji Jiuxiu followed and sat down. You don't have to come to me, they will rescue me. 188 gently rolled over the wound on the palm of her hand, and her narrow eyes swept over Ji Jiuxiu, with a condescending look. I'm afraid they are too inefficient to find you. My card doesn't have star coins, and I need you to provide food in the future. Ji Jiuxiu said sincerely, or you should go back. Raising a Tianji is already physically and mentally exhausted, and I don't want to raise another one. 188 pretended not to hear, put his hands behind his head, and lay down on the ground, closing his eyes and falling asleep. Ji Jiuxiu hesitated, thinking about whether to go up and stab her with the fangs to see if she is really 188. 188 opened her eyes. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Her eyes were the same deep green as the forest, like a beautiful green gem, and she looked particularly sincere and affectionate when she looked at people. Her upturned phoenix eyes matched with a waist like a willow in the wind, like a malnourished sapling, but every move was full of natural charm. Ji Jiuxiu was entangled between giving her food and stabbing her, and finally took out the nutrient solution and threw it over. 188 drank it all in one gulp and complained, it's not as delicious as the small cake. She closed her eyes, and in less than a minute, she snored lightly, smacking her lips from time to time, as if she was tasting food in a dream. The most important thing in life is either eating or sleeping. It was 188 for sure. The sky gradually brightened, the forest remained quiet, and nothing happened overnight. If 188 hadn't really appeared in front of her after dawn, she would have suspected that what happened last night was a dream. 188 risked his life to enter the forest to find her. The first thing he did after finding her was to drink a bottle of nutrient solution from her, and then lie on the ground to sleep. She touched Jiangju's face. His body temperature returned to normal, but he had not woken up. The sky was bright, and noisy sounds slowly drifted from a distance. They are here. My God, what has this forest experienced? At present, one person is awake, and two people are lying on the ground and don't know what's going on. Quick, quick, hurry up and evacuate, that ghost thing is chasing us again. A group of people rushed over to surround Ji Jiuxiu, and the other two. The one at the front was her roommate 01. 01 breathed a sigh of relief. It's great that you're okay. The number of rescuers was more than she thought. At a glance, there were at least 20 people. The clothes they wore were different in style. Several people in black clothes crowded around Jiangju to observe his condition. School doctor Sister Chiu was also there. After a brief greeting with Ji Jiuxiu, she squatted on the ground, lifted Jiangju's sleeves, and injected a tube of medicine into his arm. They were in a mess, with the special smell of overheated guns. Two of them were injured, and the white bandages on their arms were oozing blood. 188 opened his eyes, and sat up. You are so slow. Why are you here? 01 suppressed his anger. I told you to wait in the school. 188 patted the debris on his hands. You can come, why can't I? 01 didn't want to continue arguing, and quickly said to Ji Jiuxiu, there are terrible alien plants in the forest, let's evacuate quickly. A tall man took the initiative to carry Jiangju on his back, and the group walked in the direction they came from. On the way, Ji Jioshu briefly explained what happened and learned that the pink flower they encountered was an A-level alien plant. The highest level of all the strange plants and animals in the forest is only B-level. This A-level strange plant came out of nowhere, and the guards had not detected its traces before. 3 residents have disappeared in the past month. Normally, residents will not go close to the forest. No one thought about the direction of strange plants, and looked for the murderer as a murder case. It was not until Ji Jioshu and Jiang Ju left for too long, and Tianji could not contact them, and reported directly to the school that everyone suspected that there was something wrong with the forest. The leader of the guards was the uncle in charge of cleaning the military academy, analyzing the pink flowers while walking. This is a new plant, there is no relevant record. Its powder can lure people to get close. The lower the mental power level, the more susceptible it is. The outermost petals are flexible and hard, and the weakness is not known yet. Ji Jioshu added, they reproduce by splitting the mother body. According to the classification, they belong to a group of species with multiple bodies. Killing its offspring cannot completely destroy it. You must attack its mother body. The reproduction method of this plant is slightly similar to that of ants and bees. A mother body reproduces offspring, and the offspring protects and hunts to feed the mother body. The sweeper was surprised. How do you know? Wait! Have you met it? Ji Jioshu nodded. I met it twice. The sweeper glanced at the unconscious Jiang Ju, hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. 01 his eyes swept over Jiang Ju and remained silent all the way. They set out in a hurry, and did not bring all their equipment. Fortunately, the return journey was relatively smooth, and they did not encounter any stupid plants and beasts who came to seek death. When they finally walked out of the forest and returned to the place where there were traces of human life, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ju and Ji Jioshu were taken to the hospital for examination, and 01 and 188 followed. Ji Jioshu lay on the bed waiting for the test results. Wei Hingji and Qi Yunjia rushed to the hospital. She spoke before them. I didn't skip classes without reason. It was an accident. Wei Hingji was angry and amused. I know that no one expected the appearance of the alien plant. If it weren't for you, I don't know how many people it would have killed if it continued to lurk. Woo 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 woo. My poor child, how could you be so unlucky when you go out? Tianji rushed over and lay on Ji Jioshu. Ji Jioshu, I'm really miserable. Use your maintenance money to supplement my nutrition. Tianji wiped the non-existent tears and ignored her words. Do you want chicken soup? Ji Jioshu, yes. Didn't you say you were going out to practice mecha? How did you run into alien plants? Tianji opened the incubator and handed her the chicken soup. By the way, mecha. Ji Jioshu slapped the quilt and took out the folding space device. Return the mecha first. I send you the store address. It will cost 500 star coins more for each hour of rental. Okay. Tianji realized the seriousness of the problem, took the mecha and left in a hurry. The time of renting the mecha exceeded the rent she paid, so Tianji should pay the extra money. Ji Jioshu took a sip of the chicken soup. Wei Hingji heard the conversation between the two and looked down at Ji Jioshu, who was drinking the soup. She asked, what mecha? Ji Jioshu paused with his hand holding the bowl, and answered very naturally, a model. It's very good for taking pictures. She didn't plan to tell Wei Hingji about this now. Jiang Ju was right. It's not a good thing to be too special. You're not still thinking about the wonderful idea of using 2 kinds of spiritual power together, are you? Wei Hingji didn't believe her, staring at her face like a scanner, trying to tell if she was lying. Qi Yunjia was confused and couldn't understand their conversation, so he interrupted and said, what wonderful idea. Wei Hingji repeated Ji Jioshu's theory of grasping both hands, and Qi Yunjia listened with great interest. I thought he would say a lot of reasons to persuade her to give up the idea, but Ji Jioshu put on a listening posture in advance, so that Qi Yunjia's words could enter from the left and come out smoothly from the right. Unexpectedly, he did not object, but spoke for her. It is normal for children of this age to have ideas. When they experience more, they will naturally let go. Wei Hingji, she is a very talented child. I don't want her to waste her time and energy on meaningless things. Ji Jioshu continued, I have no talent. Maybe my good luck has caused you to have some misunderstandings. You should let me go. I have plenty of ways to deal with a rebellious kid like you. Wei Hingji snorted lightly, and tapped Ji Jioshu's head with his fingers. Qi Yunjia, young people always have to experience many things in person to grow up. Your protection is sometimes a burden. You have read too much and your brain is stupid, right? Wei Hingji angrily said, if I don't teach them experience, How can they resist unknown dangers on the battlefield in the future? The soldiers I lead are not used to feed alien plants and beasts. The two have different educational concepts, and neither can convince the other. Seeing that the two are about to quarrel, Ji Jiuxiu can't stop them at all. A medical examination report interrupted their argument. Wei Hingji frowned, glanced over a string of dazzling numerical values, and fixed his eyes on the final diagnosis result. Good news. No internal or external injuries. Mental strength is very stable. Bad news. Severe malnutrition. Wei Hingji couldn't believe it. You are malnourished? During the assessment, he was so strong that he could overturn a wild boar. She saw it clearly outside the screen. Ji Jiuxiao, really? I can't believe it either. Maybe the test results are wrong. Qi Yunjia ignored her nonsense and read the report carefully. His face was solemn. It's a miracle that you can live until now. Ji Jiuxiu, thank you for the compliment. Wei Hingji thought of the first night of school, when Ji Jiuxiu was punished by her to run 10 more kilometers. Now thinking about it, Ji Jiuxiao's tired expression at that time didn't seem to be fake. She was the one who preconceived and believed that Ji Jiuxiu was lazy and ignored the abnormality. Her expression was extremely serious, so heavy that Ji Jiuxiu suspected that he was not malnourished but had a terminal illness. Ji Jiuxiao, is it that serious? Very serious. Wei Hingji nodded. I'm sorry. Ji Jiuxiao, Wei Hingji, I apologize for my prejudice and for what I did to you on the first day. Are you targeting me? Ji Jiuxiu tried to recall from the corners of his memory, but still couldn't remember what Wei Hingji was talking about. Wei Hingji, It seems that she doesn't need to worry about Ji Jiuxiao's mental state. He is so carefree and silly. I really don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Ji Jiuxiu shook his head. Things that are not worth remembering will be eliminated by the brain. The precious brain capacity is of course used to remember more valuable things. After understanding what happened in the forest, Wei Hingji and Qi Yunjia asked Ji Jiuxiu about his health again, and then left in a hurry. Ji Jiuxiu's malnutrition is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, and he can only be cured slowly. This matter cannot be rushed. The appearance of strange A-level alien plants in the forest is a big deal. They have to go back to participate in the eradication plan. Jiang Ju was lying in another ward, and was not allowed to be visited for the time being. As soon as he was sent to the ward, a wave of doctors rushed in. Now his condition has stabilized. 188 lay by the window to bathe in the light, chewing an apple, and 01 tapped on the light brain, not knowing who he was sending a message to. The brain received the message that it was safe here, and the belated sleepiness overwhelmed Ji Jiuxiu. She closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes again, she met a pair of round eyes that were rolling around, and she stared at the other person. Wu San shouted, wake up, she's awake. 188 looked over and said, I said she was asleep, but you insisted that she was dead. Ji Jiuxiu, ? Who can sleep for 2 days and 2 nights? Wu San argued, what if she is in a coma and can't say she's uncomfortable? How can we not worry? Ji Jiuxiu sat up slowly. Her head was still a little dizzy. The ward was full of people. Her roommates, Tianji, and Jiang Ju were all there. She moved her lips, and Wu San approached her. What? What did you say? Speak louder. Jiang Ju sat in a wheelchair, controlled the wheelchair to pour a cup of warm water forward. He pushed Wu San away, lifted the water, and put it to Ji Jiuxiu's mouth. Go get the food, Tianji commanded Wu San. Wu San turned on the optical brain and dialed out the communication. Half an hour later, the smell of food filled the entire ward. The warm water moistened his dry throat and tongue, and Ji Jiuxiu asked, don't you guys have to go to class? We are your roommates, and we have the privilege of taking leave to visit you. 01 answered slowly. Wu San smiled. Everyone is busy cleaning up the alien plants now, so I took the opportunity to sneak out. The bed frame was lowered to become a small dining table, and the food was placed on the table. There were fish, chicken and beef, which was very rich. Will it be too greasy? 01 asked. 188 had automatically taken a small stool and sat down beside Ji Jiuxiu's bed, grabbed a pair of bowls and chopsticks, and started eating. I just woke up, not sick. Ji Jiuxiu stuffed the most plain bowl of millet porridge to Jiang Ju, and competed with 188 for the chicken wings in the bowl. The food was too fragrant, which aroused the appetite, and the other two picked up bowls and chopsticks and joined in. Wu San took credit and said, I booked the best restaurant and asked them to keep the ingredients ready. We used the freshest vegetables and meat. Tianji, wealthy and powerful. 188, arrogant and lustful. 01, Not bad. Ji Jiuxiu, worthy of praise. Everyone looked at Jiangju. Jiangju. Tastes good? How is the alien plant? Ji Jiuxiu swallowed the fish and asked. Wu San, it's not cleaned up yet. They said the mother is too cunning and can't be found after hiding. Now the whole forest is sealed, and no one is allowed to enter. Will the actual combat score be postponed? Tianji asked. There is nothing we can do about it. We can't let students take risks. Wu San flattered Ji Jiuxiu. What do you think about the team building thing we talked about earlier? Tianji interrupted. She rented a mecha before, and she broke it, and paid a large sum of money for it. Now she is upset, and has no time to think about it. Wuda waved his hand. It's not a big deal, I help her pay. Tianji, my skin has been a little rough recently. Wu San, let's take care of it, I go later. Tianji, I support you to join this family. The other four did not participate in this topic. They ate seriously, completely ignoring the two people. Jiangju's eyebrows moved, and he continued to drink porridge silently. 01 was the first to put down her chopsticks. She only ate half of 188, and only ate one bite of each dish, and stopped after a taste. She took out a tissue to wipe her lips. The training will not be delayed for too long. There will always be a way to eliminate the alien plants. Tata Star is not a war zone. There are no alien plants and beasts that can't be seen at a glance. In front of mechas and thermal weapons, a mere A-level alien plant will not pose a threat. Wu San drank a sip of soup, but the alien plants are very good at hiding, and it takes a lot of effort to search the entire forest. Ji Jiuxiu. Naturally someone will worry about these things. She didn't think too much. As a freshman, all she had to do was to listen to the school's arrangements. Everyone had almost finished eating. 188 finished up last, and swept away all the food. Only after eating did they have time to talk. I can find it. Wu San was surprised. You have this ability, how to do it? It's very simple, just throw the bait out. 188 was full, and leaned lazily on the back of the chair. If you need it, I can help. When Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju were discharged from the hospital, 188's words reached the ears of the school, and they said they needed help very much. 188's method was to let Jiangju be covered in blood and walk into the forest alone as bait, but this method was not acceptable to everyone. The school was divided into two factions. One faction claimed that students should not be allowed to take risks, especially Jiangju who had just escaped from danger. The other faction believed that it was worthwhile to take some risks to kill the alien plant, and they would protect Jiangju. The two factions quarreled fiercely, and the matter could not be settled. Jiangju found Ji Jiuxiu privately, and said that he wanted to give it a try. He was not an object that could be manipulated by others. He had his own ideas. As he expected, Ji Jiuxiu nodded in agreement. Ji Jiuxiu first gave him half of the money from selling the green snake fangs, and called 188 to set off together. After 01 and Wu San learned of their plan, they insisted on following them. In view of their provision of weapons and mechas, Ji Jiuxiu reluctantly allowed it. Seeing Wu San take out the limited edition civilian mecha, Ji Jiuxiu drooled with envy. His mecha had been modified privately, and some of the weapons loaded were similar to military mechas. This modification was illegal, but rich people always had a way to rationalize it. The noble and elegant 01 took out various guns and beam cannons, which were placed in the Tata Star villa she bought. Everyone was fully equipped and set off towards the forest. The forest was fenced off and entry was prohibited, but there were always places that the surveillance could not see, so everyone sneaked into the forest with blood bags on their backs. Jiangju was wearing a newly bought plush coat. Wu San paid the bill. Plush was convenient for sucking blood. Everyone squeezed the blood bag with their hands, and the warm chicken blood instantly splashed all over him. The strong smell of blood made the four people immediately distance themselves from him. Jiangju, perhaps this is indeed a flawed method. He walked alone in front, and the other four followed him far behind. They walked for more than an hour, and the road was very peaceful, without any accidents. Wu San was tired and whispered, will this method work? What if the alien plant is very far away from us? Can we smell it? The alien plant has been hurt by his mental power, and its perception of him will be particularly sharp. The enemy is full of the sweet smell of blood that represents injury. If you were an alien plant, what would you do? 188 asked calmly. Wu San shook his head. Can you please stop using the word sweet? It sounds a bit disgusting. 01 asked, won't the alien plants find such an obvious trap? 188 looked into the distance. Don't overestimate their intelligence. 90% of the alien plants are controlled by instinct, and the remaining 9% are rational but not much. Blood still makes them crazy. There are still 0.99% who can control their appetite, provided that they are not injured. Jijiuxiao, what about the other 0.01%? Here it comes. 188 raised his eyes. His green eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not answer Jijiuxiao's question. Chapter 24. Pink mist spread quietly from the front, and a pink flower poked its head out from behind the tree trunk. Jijiuxiao and others were about 500 meters away from Jiangju, and the pink flower was farther away, so it was difficult to see its movements. In the mist, Jiangju took out his gun, and the gunshots continued. The 4 people who were watching from afar did not take action. The pink flower vanguard that appeared would not be the mother body. They had to wait patiently. The gun smoke spread, and the white smoke and pink mist mixed together. The number of pink flowers gradually increased, and they rushed to Jiangju one after another. The weapon in Jiangju's hand changed from a gun to a cannon. The cannon roared and hit a piece of pink flowers, blasting them into pieces, but this was not enough. The pink color extended backwards like an ocean, and there was no way to see how many pink flowers there were at the end. Wu San smacked his lips and said, "They are like crazy." 188 leaned against the tree trunk. Some alien plants can devour spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the more delicious it is. In the eyes of the alien plants, he is a sweet and delicious big cake, and the alien plants are just in a hungry state. Many of the offspring of pink flower had been destroyed before. It was just when it needed energy, and it had no resistance to Jiangju's big cake. Jijiuxiao, when do we take action? It was a bit boring to just stand here and watch. She also wanted to rush out with a gun and shoot. 188's eyes swept across the center of the battlefield and looked further away. The mother body has not appeared yet. 01 observed pink flower's situation. I think its IQ is higher than we thought. Ordinary alien plants will not restrain their desire to devour humans. It will exist for an unknown period of time until it becomes A-level through reproduction and then starts to attack people. When the school cleaned up the training ground before, there was no A-level in the forest. There is no doubt about this, so pink flower can only be promoted from B-level. Being able to lurk and upgrade in secret shows that it has a brain. After reaching level A, it starts to kill people. It has a brain but not much. If it is smart enough, it will know that keeping silent and being an ordinary plant is the best choice. Once it emerges, it will surely die. Alien plants are alien plants after all, and they cannot resist the instinct of hunting. An hour later, the mother pink flower still did not emerge, and the daughters piled up one after another, almost drowning Jiangju. He asked, "Has the mother not appeared yet?" He wore a Bluetooth headset on his right ear, and the public channel was turned on, and the sound was transmitted to the ears of several other people. The 3 looked at 188, and 188 thought, maybe it was scared and stayed in the nest, and would not come out again. Wu Sen said, "Oh. Then didn't we come here for nothing today? If it doesn't come, then we will go." Jijiuxiao made a decision and arranged Jiangju, "You pretend to be injured and let them take you away. The daughter will not digest the prey by itself, but will bring it to the mother to let the mother enjoy it first." Jiangju stopped shooting. The pink flowers approached tentatively. The slender petals came towards him. He dodged sideways. The petals brushed against his arm and touched the blood-stained plush clothes. The intelligence of the offspring was not as high as that of the mother. When the prey stopped struggling and resisted, and smelled the smell of blood from him, the petals that were enough to penetrate the human body became soft and rolled up Jiangju and took him away. Wrapped in the pink mist, when it entered the nasal cavity, it made people feel like they were in the clouds, and their feet were soft, and they couldn't help wanting to sleep. Jiangju took out a gas mask, and put it on to resist the erosion of the mist. The pink flowers were crowded together, and Jiangju was pressed against the petals above his head. From a distance, it looked like a big pink bed with flower patterns sewn on it. The 4 followed the pink flower. The pink flower at the back looked back and met the tallest one, 188. It shook its head, and continued to walk behind its companions. The pink flower's nest was very secretive. It turned back and forth in the forest and finally came to a valley with fertile land, light and wind. The pink mist was floating, and the slope facing the sun was full of pink flowers. They swayed in the wind, and the picture was so beautiful that it was difficult to describe in words. Jijiuxiao, get into the mecha. They had already entered the pink flower's territory. They didn't need to get close to the mother body. As long as they stepped on the ground, their roots would pop out from the ground and pierce the prey's feet, and suck the prey's blood dry. Jiangju opened the mecha and entered the cockpit. The pink and gold mecha had a smooth body and shone brightly in the light. The pink flower ceased since the appearance of the enemy and rippled from the center outward. The pink mist suddenly became thicker and covered the entire valley. Wu San covered his head and spoke incoherently. I feel a little dizzy. There are mental fluctuations, not just poisonous fog. 01's voice came through the gas mask, which seemed a little distorted. The Hua's mental fluctuations will invade the human brain, which is somewhat similar to the human's attack to mental power. If it is strong enough, it can attack entities. Wu San can still remain clear, but it's a bit like drinking too much and talking in a lisp. The ability of Fan Hua is not too strong. Jiangju drove the mecha to bombard Fan Hua. The powerful thermal weapons blew large pits on the ground. Black soil and pink petals were mixed together, and the light fragrance of flowers covered the earthy smell. He didn't need to use too much mental power, and the mecha equipped with countless heavy weapons would attack for him. It's going to run away. 188 suddenly spoke. When the last note fell, she disappeared from the spot and rushed into the area covered by thick fog. Don't move here, I go and take a look. Ji Jioxia threw down a sentence and ran into the fog. Wu San stood in place. His originally relaxed mood gradually became heavy when he saw the sea of flowers. Now the team lost 2 more people, and his whole body tensed up. He clenched the gun in his hand, looked around vigilantly, and said to 01 nervously, You are not going to? I'm not going. 01 shook his head. I am a medical professional, not a soldier who charges at the front. My mission is to protect myself and assist my teammates. Wu San looked in the direction where Ji Jioshu and 188 disappeared, and didn't know what to say for a moment. If 01 hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten that the 3 of them were medical professionals. What are they rushing for? The fog was rolling. Ji Jioshu closed the public channel, and Wu San's chattering in her ears finally quieted down. She switched the Bluetooth headset to Jiangju's private channel, and asked him to throw her a beam cannon. The heavy beam cannon weighed about 50 kilograms, which was not convenient to carry with you, but it was very useful for shooting at the enemy. She carried the beam cannon and released her mental power to explore the location of the pink flower mother body, but the child body also carried a subtle mental power, and they fled everywhere. The mental power in the valley was too chaotic, interfering with her judgment, so she tuned her headphones to 188's private channel. Can you find the mother body? Give me a warning. The background was noisy, and 188's voice was sometimes louder and sometimes softer. Look at the green. Ji Jioxia looked around, and all he could see was pink, and the thick pink rose and felt like breathing. A tiny glimmer suddenly broke through the pink sky, and green flashed by. She followed the green light, and the beam cannon cleared the way for her. Rushing all the way, she saw a pink flower twisting its waist. It was still splitting into daughters. When it was watched, its movement stopped and turned its head. Ji Jioxia fired the beam cannon in his hand, not giving the alien plant any chance to react. He kept shooting at the limit of the beam cannon. The high-intensity impact made the metal shell in his hand slightly hot. The pink flower daughters rushed over to block the shells, but were blown to pieces. The mother body itself was not very aggressive. It fled in panic, and all the daughters swarmed over to cover it. Jiangju followed the movement trajectory of the daughters, and saw the fleeing mother body. It was flexible, and could dodge the shells every time. Ji Jioxia saw Jiangju, raised his hand to adjust the headset channel, let it be still for 3 seconds. Jiangju, okay. The mental power was concentrated in one place, locking the alien mother body tightly, and the pink flower twisting its waist became the only static thing in the dynamic picture. Ji Jioxia pressed the trigger to fire, and the bullet broke through the air, emitting white light when rubbing against the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the pink flower head as big as a basin exploded, and the slender stem twisted weakly twice and fell to the ground softly. Is it dead? Ji Jioxia tried to open his eyes wide to observe. Dead. 188 ran out of the thick fog and passed by Ji Jioxia like the wind. Run. Ji Jioxia, what? Before she finished her words, Jiangju grabbed her and threw her into the cockpit, controlled the mecha, and turned around and ran. 01 and Wusan, who were waiting under the tree, had no idea what was happening inside. They could only see the pink mist becoming thicker and thinner, and the sounds of cannons and gunfire. After a cannon shot, the valley suddenly became quiet. Wu San stretched his neck to look forward. Is the fight over? A dark blue figure and a golden mecha came into view. 188 sat on the mecha's shoulder and grabbed 01 and Wu San as he ran over. The powder mist spread over, and Wu San was shaken to the point of wanting to vomit. What's the situation now? Didn't we kill the mother body, but we're being hunted down instead? 188 looked back and replied, the mother body. Wu San heard the first two words, and the sounds that followed were drowned out by a loud rumble. He resisted the nausea and turned his head to look back. Pink flowers followed them, and one of them exploded, making a violent explosion. The surviving pink flower was bounced to their position, less than 10 meters away from them. Another pink flower exploded too close, and the heat wave surged over, pushing the mecha to stagger a step. Before the mecha could adjust, another explosion was close at hand. The mecha knelt down and bent over, its metal shell protecting everyone. Explosions came one after another, making people's ears buzz. The ground shook, trees collapsed, landslides occurred, and boulders rolled down. Jiangju opened the cockpit and stuffed the 3 people outside in. The already narrow cockpit was suddenly crowded. He held up his mental strength and continued to run forward. The mecha took all the attacks and dodged the fallen tall trees with one incredible and clever posture after another. After an unknown amount of time, the rumble stopped and the explosion stopped. The glass of the cockpit was covered with leaves and mud, and there was still pink debris of alien plants. Nothing could be seen. Wu San said cautiously, "Are you okay?" Jiangju opened the cockpit, and the dust and smoke outside were filled, choking people to cough, and the hatch closed again. "All dead?" 188 said calmly. 01 was still terrified. The sub-body actually exploded. If they hadn't run fast enough, they would have become a pool of mud like the alien mother. After waiting for about 10 minutes, everyone walked out of the cockpit, and the dust and smoke returned to the land. Looking back, the trees, soil and alien plants were mixed together, a mess. Jiangju, this mission was a complete success. Wu San touched the mecha, and there were countless potholes on the surface of the mecha due to the explosion. He said distressingly, "This is the latest model of mecha, and I haven't driven it many times." As for the damage to the mecha, Jiangju could empathize with him. "I'm sorry to damage your mecha like this." Wu San waved his hand. "It's okay, I still have more than a dozen at home, and I drive something else next time. I'm a little hungry, let's go to eat, you treat me." Jiangju instantly withdrew his sympathy and suggested coldly. Wu San put his hands on his hips. "No problem, we are companions who have lived and died together, you can eat at any restaurant you want." The two commented on the dishes of the restaurant last time, and talked enthusiastically, discussing which restaurant to eat later to celebrate today's successful adventure. The other 3 were silent, and did not express any opinions. Jiangju turned around and asked, "Which restaurant do you want to eat?" The voice stopped abruptly. Wu San turned around. "I'm asking you a question, why don't you answer? If you don't say it, then we will decide it ourselves." He also fell silent. Wei Hingji's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. Qi Yunjia smiled bitterly helplessly. The discipline instructor and the main instructor stood next to them, with a strong aura. Wu San covered his chest with a painful expression. "Ah, my heart hurts so much." He closed his eyes, and fell peacefully on Jiangju. Jiangju, shock. Does she want to faint too? In the busy canteen kitchen, 5 people were peeling potatoes in full swing. The half-peeled round potato slipped out of 01's hand, and was picked up by Wu San to continue peeling. 188 peeled and ate one by one. Eating raw potatoes was no problem, and everyone was amazed at her strong stomach function. Wu San couldn't help but question, will eating raw potatoes really not cause poisoning? Will it? 188 asked back, "I have always eaten like this, no problem." Wu San threw the peeled potatoes into the bucket and sighed, "Your stomach is really strong." It's not that her stomach is strong, but you are used to eating carefully cooked food, and your stomach has become picky. Jiangju tossed the potatoes up and down. After domestication, there are very few toxins in the potatoes. She can also eat raw, but the taste is average. There are so many delicious foods. Why should she be harsh on her mouth? The potato peels in front of Jiangju were piled up into a small mountain. The very disobedient potatoes in 01's hand became very obedient in his hand, and the potato peels fell smoothly. Wu San looked at the half bucket of potatoes left in his hand, and moved closer to Jiangju. "How are you so skilled? Can you help me peel some?" Jiangju ignored him, and Jiangju picked up a piece of potato peel and hit his hand. "Do your own things, peel your own potatoes. Why should you be punished for doing good things?" Wu San wailed, "I don't accept it." This was the 5th day of killing alien plants, and the 3rd day they were punished to peel potatoes. The school did not praise them for killing alien plants, but gave them a severe warning. The reason was that they did not obey orders and acted privately, and dared to confront the A-level alien plants. Although the alien plants had just been upgraded and were not stable, they were definitely not something that the freshmen could provoke. Yoshio knew clearly that the heterophyte had been sterilized, and the mother was in a weak period before he dared to take action. It was not a momentary impulse. She kept silent honestly. Arguing would not gain understanding, but would only get more angry roars from the discipline instructor. With Wei Hingji's efforts, the school did not record them, and punished them to peel potatoes for 3 months. The practical training will start in half a month, and the remaining punishment will be moved to the next semester. Wu-san had never peeled potatoes before. The initial excitement dropped sharply as the potatoes in the bucket seemed to never disappear. He shouted, "Who came up with such a boring punishment?" "Yoshio, don't worry, the punishment for the first semester is peeling potatoes. If you make a mistake in the next semester, you can experience the joy of countless hours of weight training. Peeling potatoes is to suppress the temper of freshmen. Repetitive and boring activities make people more irritable than high-intensity training." Wu-san imagined the weight training scene and shook his head, saying, "Then it's still potatoes." After the end-of-month test, the training notice was officially issued, and the school screened the forest inside and out to ensure that there were no fish that slipped through the net. Most of the forests are sea-level plants and beasts, and B-level ones are a minority. After all, they are used for freshmen to practice, and safety is the first priority. Another important function of training is to screen students. Most people see plants and beasts on the screen, and the electronic screen is completely different from reality. The real battlefield is full of blood. Not everyone has the strong psychological quality to face blood and death. If you can't even accept the training, you should drop out in time and choose another path, so as not to waste your precious youth in the military academy. Students began to form teams one after another, and the selection criteria were mostly based on the results of the monthly test. The school started a fixed theoretical class at 8 o'clock every morning, which lasted for an hour. The content taught was all things that could be used on the battlefield. Some more academic things were distributed as materials for students to learn on their own. Yoshio's grades were at the bottom because she was distracted by practicing mechas, and Wei Hingji scolded her for not doing her job properly. Her score was too low, and no one invited her to form a team. The upper limit of the team was 6 people, and there was no lower limit. She was not in a hurry to form a team, and she would slowly score with Wu-san. 0, 1 and 188 ranked high, and each received an invitation to form a team. They were busy running in with their teammates in recent days. Money can indeed do a lot of things, such as impressing Yoshio. She finally allowed Wu-san to join the team, although there were only 2 of them in the team now. She turned on the optical brain and entered the school system, entering the team name and team member information. In the team name column, she was undecided for a while. Wu-san suggested, "How about calling it Cool Overlord?" "No," rejected. Yoshio rejected it coldly. Tianji suggested, "Why not call it My Fate Is Up to Me?" Yoshio, "People obsessed with Long Outyan don't have the right to name." She thought about it, but couldn't think of a good name, so she just typed one in. She had one chance to change the name, and she could change it later if she thought of something nice. Wu-san took a closer look and saw that the name column said Ordinary Team. Team information can include avatars, and Yoshio thought quickly without asking the other 2 for their opinions. Wu-san saw her drawing by herself and was surprised. "You can actually draw?" "Yoshio, it's not a painting, it's a word." "I've never seen this kind of writing. What does it mean?" Wu-san asked curiously. "It's square, thick and thin, like some kind of totem, and every stroke has an indescribable charm." "Yoshio, it has 2 meanings, one is brightness, the other is tomorrow. It's a word that combines the sun and the moon." She wrote the word Ming. The sun and the moon represent the solar system. Wu-san heard her talk about the solar system, which is an undeveloped wasteland. Her family lost their way during the interstellar travel. Fortunately, she met an unlucky businessman who brought her back to human society. The information was submitted successfully, and the team's avatar and name will appear on a large screen in the school. The screen scrolls to display the points and rankings of each team. Many teams have just been formed, and their points are 0. They are not conspicuous among them. Wu-san asked, "Should we quickly recruit people to form a team now?" "No hurry, sleep well tonight, get up early tomorrow to attend classes in your major classroom, and meet in the cafeteria at 9 o'clock. Yoshio was very calm. Wu-san thought, "Do you already have a suitable person to form a team with?" "No." Yoshio shook his head and said frankly, There's no point in being anxious. I sent out 100 invitations today, half of them were politely rejected, and the other half were read but not replied. The team system can see the team situation of students in each major, as well as their self-introductions and real test scores, so that it is convenient to invite each other to form a team. Wusan, He felt like he was on a pirate ship. Is it too late to regret now? I thought Ji Joshua was a big shot, and he could hug her thighs without any worries. He didn't even look at her test scores. Now I think he was too impulsive. With her mental counseling that she was unwilling to accept, who would be willing to form a team with her? And how can a therapist take the initiative to find someone to form a team? This can't be all his fault. Ji Joshua's ferocity often makes him forget that she is a therapist. Seeing him silent, Ji Joshua comforted him. The team was unstable in the early stage, and the personnel changed frequently. You can leave at any time to find a better team. Wusan showed his test results. The last in the major. Ji Joshua didn't react much, and encouraged. The results at the moment don't mean anything. I think you are doing very well. As long as you study more, you will definitely learn well. Wusan was a little flattered, and didn't know how to speak. He put on a smile, and said indifferently, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. My mother spent money to get into the military academy. Anyway, I'm just a scoundrel. If you don't want me, it's okay. Just tell me, and I find other people to form a team. Anyway, as long as there is money, there will always be a team willing to accept me. Ji Joshua nodded and said seriously, I will consider it. You really consider it? Wusan was furious. Ji Joshua, I've thought about it. I really need money. Wusan, Ji Joshua got down to business. The school doesn't allow students to use their own mechas. I don't think the mechas they give out will work very well. You need to learn some maintenance knowledge. Wusan hesitated. Didn't he say that he paid to be a mascot? Why did Ji Joshua say something different from what he imagined? I don't quite understand. He tried to be tactful. Ji Joshua, how much do you not understand? Wusan looked up at the sky. Just a little bit. If you say you don't understand, you really don't understand. Ji Joshua was very puzzled. What on earth did he do in class? Wusan was not justified but also very strong. Playing with a light computer in class, playing games after class, and going out to eat and drink on weekends. My friends around me have always been like this. Ji Joshua, very good, I will take classes with you in the future. Wusan was stunned. Huh? It's too late to learn from the beginning, so you can cram for the morning class every day. The teacher talks about the most common situations in battle, which is full of practical knowledge. There are not many people in the class. Everyone goes into the forest to brush up their scores one after another, and they are impatient to listen to these boring classes. Ji Joshua wakes Wusan up on time every day, takes him to have breakfast, and go to class. After class, go to the outermost part of the forest to fight D-level alien plants and beasts. As she expected, the mecha issued by the school has been in disrepair for a long time. There are no major problems, but minor problems continue, which is just right for Wusan to practice. Not only Wusan is learning, she is also seriously absorbing knowledge. When the mecha breaks down, she can discuss with Wusan, so that he won't be alone. In the first week of the internship, Wusan learned more knowledge than in the past year. Every day when he opened his eyes, he felt hopeless. Ji Joshua was like a robot, executing the plan day after day without any error. He seriously suspected that Ji Joshua was led astray by Tianji, otherwise how could a good person become a robot? Their team's points did not increase much. After a week, they got 34 points and ranked at the bottom. In addition to the team ranking, the school screen also split a small area next to it to play the information of students who have not formed a team in a loop. Wusan saw the familiar student number and ran to find Ji Joshua excitedly. I saw that 258 has not formed a team yet. Ji Joshua thought for 2 seconds and realized that 258 was Jiangju. He asked suspiciously, no one invited him? Wusan, not sure. Ji Joshua logged into the team system and tentatively sent an invitation to Jiangju. Almost the next second after sending it, the system showed that the team was successfully formed. She turned on the optical brain and sent a message to Jiangju. No one wants you either. Chapter 25. After Ji Joshua sent the message, the dialog box showed that the other party was typing. After a while, Jiangju's message was delivered. Jiangju, whom the cold word did not reduce Ji Joshua's gossiping heart at all. She dialed the communication. Didn't you find someone to join the team? Jiangju, they said I was in poor health. The school did not disclose the details of the 2 outings and fights with alien plants. Others did not know what they did and thought that he was in the hospital for physical reasons. They were not wrong. He did have a disease. As a person who was also despised, Ji Jioshu stretched out his hand to him. "Welcome to join our team." The phantom on the light brain stretched out his hand to him. Jiangju raised his hand, and the two shook hands in the air. Wu San squeezed into the picture. "Great, our team now has a commander." The basic configuration of a team is a commander, a mechanic, a therapist, and 2 soldiers. They currently have the first 3. Wu San ran out, and his excited voice came from afar. "I go see if there are any single soldiers who can be picked up." Ji Jioshu simply told Jiangju the team's plan. There was not much to say, and it could be summed up in one sentence. Go to class in the morning, and go to the training base to brush up on the points after class. She was about to close the communication. Jiangju called her. She stopped, and Jiangju didn't say anything. Ji Jioshu thought he had the same concerns as Wu San, and was about to say the theory of the team should be disbanded if they don't get along well, when Jiangju spoke. "Jiangju, why didn't you invite me at the beginning?" "Ji Jioshu, I thought you were very popular, and I didn't have the confidence to successfully recruit you. As an S level, no matter how bad his health was, there should be someone to invite him." Thinking that Jiangju could join a better team, there was no need for him to be trapped in his feelings and join her bottom team. "Jiangju, do you want me to join?" "Of course, it's my honor." Ji Jioshu gave a positive answer. After the communication was closed, Jiangju took a look at the invitation message that popped up on the optical brain and crossed it out expressionlessly. Wu San picked and chose the unseen soldiers on the screen and evaluated them again and again. Through consulting other students in the single soldier major and actual contact, he came to the conclusion that it was not unreasonable for some people not to form a team. 2 days after the 3-person team, Wu San asked Ji Jioshu to send out several team invitations without receiving a reply. He kept an eye on them every day, paying attention to those who had formed a team but could not get along with their teammates, and quit the team and formed a new team. It's a pity that 2 of their team members were old, weak, sick, and disabled, either weak or sick, and people immediately rejected the team configuration as soon as they saw it. Late at night, Wu San sent a message to the group chat of the 3. "Wu San, guess who I saw on the list of unformed teams?" "Ji Jioshu, it's time to go to bed. You have 5 minutes, Wu San. You must go to bed on time at 11 o'clock. Such a rigid schedule is what old people like. Ji Jioshu didn't reply. Wu San continued to send. "I saw 188 on it. I saw it yesterday. I thought she wanted to change teams, but a day has passed, and she hasn't formed a new team yet. Ji Jioshu, maybe she wants to take another look. Time is up. Good night." The last sentence was sent successfully, and she closed her light brain and closed her eyes to sleep. 01's test ranking was the same as her student number. As soon as the team system was opened, she never stopped being invited to form a team. 188's score was in the middle, and she also successfully formed a team early. The next morning, when Ji Jioshu was about to go out, he ran into 188 in the living room. She asked casually, "Have you not found a suitable new team yet?" 188 held a small piece of bread in his mouth. "I don't want to form a team. One person can also form a team, but in terms of practical training, he can't compare with a fully equipped team, and he is bound to be ranked last." "Ji Jioshu, teammate is not good?" "In terms of professionalism, there is no problem with 188's grades being at the top. In terms of combat, he was still calm when facing the alien plants before, and he was able to rush to the front. His mental quality is strong. Since it is not her problem, it must be someone else's problem." 188 recalled, "In the first team, our captain always sent me harassing messages, was slow in combat, and always said something about wanting to protect me. He was both bad and annoying. In the second team, there was a couple who were like inseparable conjoined twins. When they were chased by a monster, they had to decide who went first. I don't like stupid people who drag their feet. In the third team, they said I ate too much and didn't contribute enough to the team. They planned to take some of my points and give them to the captain. I disagreed, so they kicked me out of the team." 188 spread his hands. "They are all very weird, aren't they?" Ji Jioshu was amazed. Are the teens outside so chaotic? She didn't have many classmates to interact with, and the ones she met were relatively normal. Thinking about it this way, it might not be a bad thing to not be able to recruit new teammates for the time being. If she met a weirdo, she would be tortured and eventually part ways. "I'm just unlucky." 188 sat on the sofa. "Let's do this for now. Ji Jioxia thought about it again and said 188th situation to the team group chat, wanting her to join their team first. 01 walked out of the room, heard their conversation, and said casually, I'm also going to change teams. Ji Jioxia, is your situation the same as 188's? Not quite. 01 didn't say much. Ji Jioxia asked, what's the difference? 01 didn't answer, and walked out the door. It's different. I see if there's a better choice. See you later. When Wu San heard about 01, his gossipy heart was aroused, and he went around to get information. He actually found out about the conflict between 01 and his teammates. As the first in the major, 01 had so many people who wanted to team up with her that they could surround the entire Theseus military academy. She changed 2 teams, and both quit after no more than 3 days of cooperation. People think she's too picky and doesn't want to work. Wu San took the cracked walnut kernels from Tianji. Everyone was eating in the restaurant, and Wu San talked about the information he had found out. 01 looked uneasy, picked up a walnut, and smashed it on Wu San's head. Why do I have to clean the mecha alone? They will be tired from fighting, but won't I be tired from doing mental counseling? The school distributes mechas according to the standard team configuration, and each team can get 3. The therapist is responsible for post-battle treatment and logistics work, including cleaning the mecha. Generally, B-level and above attacking mentalists are very stable, and don't have mental breakdowns so easily. Normally, they only need mental counseling once every 6 months, and usually do simple mental calming. In normal battles, therapists are brought in just in case, and there are more cases where they are not used. In the wild, therapists will consume team resources, and they can get points by lying down without doing almost anything. So even if therapists are indispensable, their status is relatively not too high, and they are at the end of the professional contempt chain. Wu San was hit by a walnut, and he covered his forehead and cried out, How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? 01 said disdainfully, I don't care who you are. Wu San said angrily, You deserve not to be able to find a team. 01 raised his chin slightly, It's their loss to lose me. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Ji Jioxia tried to smooth things over. Okay, we are all left behind, so don't hurt each other. Who said I was left behind? I took the initiative to abandon them. 01 denied Ji Jioxia's statement. Yes, you are right. Ji Jioxia nodded perfunctorily. Since no one wants you, let's join our ordinary team first. There is no rule that you must form a team according to the standard personnel configuration. 3 medical staff, 1 commander, and 1 mechanic can also form a team. She looked at Jiangju and Wu San. 2 new members have applied to join. Everyone vote. Jiangju, no objection. Wu San glanced at 01. Can we not let her join? What did you say? 01 glared at him, and said to Ji Jioxia, I don't want to team up with him. This team can only have me or him. Ji Jioxia, 2 people in favor, 1 against, it's passed. She sent a team invitation to 01 and 188. 01 was dissatisfied. I haven't said I want to join your team yet. You kick Wu San out first. The ordered dishes were served. Ji Jioxia picked up a piece of fish belly meat and put it in 01's bowl. You can click on the system to reject. No one can make her give up a wealthy team shareholder, unless they are richer. 01 grumbled, but finally chose to agree. As soon as Wu San opened his mouth, Ji Jioxia knew what he was going to say, and passed the braised pork to him. Shut up and eat. 188 was already eating, and when Ji Jioxia saw her eating the meat, he passed the vegetables farthest from her to her. Eat a few bites of vegetables, balance nutrition. She took back her chopsticks and prepared to eat, but when she noticed Jiangju's gaze, she paused and naturally put the chicken leg on the table into his bowl. Ji Jioxia was tired, and the teacher once said that the commander was the core of a team. During the battle, he observed the enemy situation in the rear and gave instructions, and usually gathered the team spirit and coordinated the team members. She rarely questioned experienced teachers, but at this moment, she couldn't help but doubt the truth of this sentence. Her commander was taciturn and relied on guessing to communicate. Her mechanics grades were the lowest, and he didn't know anything. Her individual soldiers. She had no individual soldiers, only 2 therapists. I always felt that the shabby little boat she had built was heavier, which made her feel a little worried about the future. The worries were quickly overwhelmed by the food, and they were always happy when eating. The strange team was successfully formed, and Ji Jioxia decided to go deeper into the training base. Fighting D-level monsters every day was not challenging at all. The team went on a mission together for the first time. Tianji packed a bag full of things and asked Ji Jioxia to carry it. The folding space could not hold anything other than metal, so she could only carry it by manpower. The mecha was not easy to move in the woods, so the 5 people had to walk. The other team members didn't bring anything. Wu San looked at the big backpack behind Ji Jiuxiao that was taller than a person, and couldn't help asking, "Did you put a house in it to go camping?" Ji Jiuxiao had a cold face. She didn't want to bring so many things, but Tianji kept putting them in. If she hadn't tried hard to stop him, the package would probably be twice as big as it is now. The huge package contrasted sharply with the slender figure. 188 volunteered to take over Ji Jiuxia's backpack. Her muscles were smooth and strong, and she lifted the backpack easily. The place where she met Fanhua last time belonged to the inner and outer periphery. There were some B-level alien plants in the inner periphery that were not weaker than the injured Fanhua. The group walked for more than 2 hours, and only met 2 D-level alien beasts and 1 C-level alien plant on the road. Walking was more tiring than fighting. Wuzan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't walk anymore. He sat on the ground and was about to ask for a rest. The grass shadow on the left swayed, and a black-maned beast jumped out of the grass and rushed straight towards him. The wild boar moved too fast and ran into Wuzan in a panic, hitting Wuzan with his head on his butt and knocking him away. Wuzan, why is it always me who is unlucky? Ji Jiuxiao was closest to Wuzan, and he quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him away. He was 1 step slower than the black-maned beast, but Wuzan was still knocked down. The moment he fell to the ground, gunshots rang out simultaneously. The bullet was fired from the gun in Jiangju's hand. The black-maned beast turned its head, and the bullet deviated from its head and hit its ear. It didn't even look back, and rushed forward, leaving a long blood mark wherever it passed. There was a half-meter-long wound on the right side of the black-maned beast's body. The skin and flesh were turned over, and blood kept pouring out. The bones and muscles of this strange beast are very hard, comparable to metal, and ordinary guns cannot penetrate its skin. Its attack power is not strong, and it mainly relies on defense and agility to survive. It looks round and plump, but its movements are extremely flexible, and it can even dodge bullets. Wuzan shouted, "Kill it! It's time to kill it while it's sick." The black-maned beast has such a big wound on its body. It's a good time to beat the fallen dog. Jiangju entered the mecha and caught up with the black-maned beast. The weapon in his hand changed from a gun to a cannon. The shell flew out and hit the ground with dust. The dust passed, and the black-maned beast stood there and shook its head. The shell did not hit it directly, but the aftermath slowed its pace. Ji Jiuxia took this opportunity to get on the mecha and block the black-maned beast's way. The bullets were aimed at its wounds as if they were free. The black-maned beast's legs softened and fell to the ground powerlessly. The two stopped attacking to avoid smashing the black-maned beast too much and not being able to cut off its fangs and fur for money. 188 clenched the long knife and walked forward, stabbing it into its head with one knife, ending its life. The whole process took less than a minute, and the black-maned beast died. Wu San's eyes shifted from the black-maned beast to Ji Jiuxiao, and he was surprised and said, "You mecha. How can you drive a mecha?" "Shuh, this is a secret. If it is leaked, you will be killed." Ji Jiuxiao jumped down from the cockpit, put away the mecha, and gestured to Wu San to shut up. "Wu San?" ? He looked at the others. "You all know?" 188 asked back, "Isn't this normal?" Wu San's face was full of question marks. "What's normal about this? Can you drive a mecha?" "I can't, but I'm different." 188 glanced at him, with a noble and cold attitude. "I'm not an ordinary person." Wu San, The world has finally become crazy, and he doesn't recognize it. Is there still a normal person in this team? More than a decade of common sense and reality have become a mess in his mind. He silently rubbed his butt and got up from the ground. Under the indifferent expressions of others, he forced himself to accept that Ji Jiuxiao can drive a mecha. This matter. Ji Jiuxiao took out a tool to pry off the curled fangs of the black-maned beast, and a burst of hurried footsteps came from behind the crowd. A mecha and 3 people appeared. The person in the cockpit blurted out, after seeing the black-maned beast on the ground, "Our black-maned beast." Ji Jiuxiao easily pried off a fang and handed it to the nearest 01. 01 did not move. So disgusting. Passed it to Wu San. Wu San disdained, "Let others earn this little money." She looked at 188. 188 shook his head. "It's not delicious." In the end, it was Jiangju who took the slightly yellowed fang and even extended his other hand very considerately, waiting for Ji Jiuxiao to pry off the remaining fangs and hand them to him. Ji Jiuxiao said with relief, "You are the best. I will buy you something delicious when I go back." The teammates were either spoiled or lazy. They didn't know the value of the fangs. This fang can be sold for at least 2,000 star coins. That's 2,000. They really don't know how expensive it is to be in charge of the household. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? The team, which was completely ignored, was angry. The people in the mecha walked out. It was one of the red-haired people who spoke. Ji Jioshu pried off another fang and looked up. I heard you. Since you want it, I'd give it to you. The skin of the black maned beast was scratched too many times. It's not worth selling it. The red-haired man looked ugly. Who wants your broken things? We injured this B-level black maned beast first, so you can easily pick it up. I want you to return the points. Points can be given and bought and sold. Some students from poor families can make money by selling points. As long as they are strong enough, they will have money. Families work hard to support military school students, and military school students can slowly give back to their families. There are gains and losses. Under the rules of this kind of business, it is inevitable that some people will take advantage of loopholes, and bullying the weak cannot be completely stopped. Wu-san choked. What a joke, whoever kills the beast will own it. I said that the one you killed before was mine. Can you give me the points? The tall man next to the red-haired beast pointed at the wound on the black-maned beast. We fought hard to get this wound. If it hadn't been injured before, how could you kill it so easily? With your pursuit speed, you won't catch up with it when its wound heals. Ji Jioshu retorted. The tall man's face was livid. It can't run far with its wounds, and soon the points will be ours. Who asked you to mess up in the middle? The atmosphere on both sides was tense, and each held a gun in his hand tightly. The school prohibits students from fighting, but in the training base, students' bumps are inevitable. Roar, the roar resounded through the forest, and a burly black shadow walked out from behind the trees. Its body was taller than the mecha, and its 4 hooves pressed into the ground as it moved forward. The heavy breathing came one after another, and the overly rapid frequency expressed its bad mood at the moment. An adult black-maned beast appeared, staring at the corpse of the small black-maned beast on the ground. Its eyes, which were bigger than basketballs, were red, and its sharp fangs were covered with blood and a small piece of blue cloth. Everyone moved quickly. Jiangju, Wu-san, and Ji Jioshu took out the mecha, and the latter two took 01 and 188 and ran desperately. This time, the red-haired team did not say that the black-maned beast was theirs. They ran away like Ji Jioshu and others. If they were a little later, they might be buried under the beast's hooves. Ji Jioshu rushed to a place with many trees, and the black-maned beast behind him rushed forward and forcibly knocked a path in the forest. Although the little black-maned beast they killed earlier was B-class, it was a juvenile, and its strength was about the same as that of a C-class beast. The adult black-maned beast was the real B-class beast, and it was even more ferocious than the pink flower whose health bar was half gone. This is why the red-haired team strongly asked them to get points. The real B-class beast is really hard to fight. Jiangju held the fangs of the little black-maned beast in his hand, and the adult black-maned beast chased Jiangju closely. Ji Jioshu fired at the black-maned beast, but the black-maned beast's skin and flesh were thicker than she expected. The beam cannon only left a few shallow blood marks on it, which was equivalent to not even breaking its skin. The black-maned beast was not very aggressive at ordinary times, but now it was in an angry state, and its attack power was rising sharply. It chased Jiangju, and Ji Jioshu took the opportunity to attack again. The only weakness of the black-maned beast was its eyes. When the shells were fired, it twisted its butt to avoid them, making it difficult to hit. Ji Jioshu called Wu-san, used the rope to pull the loop around its head. Wu-san hurriedly took out the metal rope and tied a slipknot. He tried to put it on the black-maned beast's head several times but failed. Instead, he was hooked by the big tree next to him and tripped himself. Ji Jioshu ran to the tree and untied the metal rope. He pressed the switch to launch the metal rope. The black-maned beast braked and stopped. The rope passed over its head and fell to the ground. Its paws allowed Jiangju to distance himself. He turned around and raised his hand to fire the laser cannon. After the dazzling white light, the black-maned beast was intact. It turned sideways to avoid the artillery fire with its head and used its skin and flesh to withstand the attack. Wu-san complained, I know its skin is thick, but I didn't expect that even the cannon couldn't penetrate it. Is it really only B-level? If B-level monsters can be killed easily, humans wouldn't have to fight them for so many years. 01 sat in the co-pilot seat of the Wu-san mecha and answered calmly. Wu-san was dissatisfied. The equipment given by the school is not good enough. If it is equipped with the latest particle cannon, I don't believe that it can't be killed. 01 resisted the urge to roll his eyes. The new particle cannon is only used on the front line of the army. You, a freshman, are not qualified to fight a B-level alien beast. What bad luck, what bad luck, it happened to be a black-maned beast. Wusan was angry and took out a homemade superdose anesthetic gun to shoot at the black-maned beast. As expected, the anesthetic gun shot empty. He persevered and hit in the back and continued to shoot. Facing the black-maned beast were Ji Jioxia and Jiang Ju. They held the black-maned beast on the left and right, trying to hit its eyes. 188 sat next to Ji Jioxia, leaning on the seat with his legs crossed, relaxed and leisurely, as if he was on vacation. She said, "The meat of this exotic beast is delicious. The ribs can be stewed in a clear sauce, and it is also good to make it sweet and sour. The meat in the belly is fat and lean, and it is not greasy. The hoof should be stewed first and then braised, and it has a strong gelatinous texture." Ji Jioxia swallowed his saliva, and the fierce braised pork in front of him. Oh no, the black-maned beast inexplicably turned into pieces of decomposed ingredients. Wu Sen heard 188's words in the headset and shouted, "Don't think about eating it. Think about how to live first. Take it over there." 188 stretched out his finger and pointed to a patch of climbing plants in front. The slender green vines covered the ground and grew up by the trees next to them. They looked no different from other climbing plants. Jiang Ju acted quickly and led the black-maned beast to the direction 188 said. When it was about to enter the range of the climbing vines, 188's next words came out slowly. She said, "Be careful, don't step in." Jiang Ju had already raised his left foot, and his body suddenly stopped after hearing her words, but the inertia of his body could not stop him, and he still fell down. A metal rope was put on the left arm of the mecha. Ji Jioxia pulled him up from the edge of the vine with a force, and the useless metal rope finally played a role. Jiang Ju was rescued, but the black-maned beast was not rescued, and it rushed straight into the green leaves. The calm vines and green plants instantly boiled up, and the vines stood up one by one, like a huge green mouth swallowing the black-maned beast. The green branches entangled its body, and the skin that could not be penetrated by artillery fire slowly oozed blood. The black-maned beast struggled desperately, forced itself to stand up and rush to the exposed land, pulling back and forth with the green plants, and the situation was deadlocked for a while. A light voice interrupted the silence of the crowd. "What are you doing? Why don't you take the opportunity to score points?" Ji Jioxia fired a gun, and this time he hit the black-maned beast's eyes steadily. The huge body fell silently to the ground, and the creepers and green plants arched over it, wrapping it up little by little, until there was no trace of black left, and a huge green bulge appeared in its place. Wu San patted his chest, still in fear. "Oh my god. What is this? It's stronger than the black-maned beast?" Ji Jioxia carefully observed the leaves of the climbing green plant, trying to recall in his mind, this alien plant seems to be called blood-sucking vine, only sea level. Sea level? Wu San didn't quite believe it. It can even eat B-level black-maned beasts. 188. It can't keep the black-maned beast, and most it sucks some blood. It doesn't eat much. If the prey struggles too hard it will choose to give up. Usually it will not take the initiative to attack, find a place to stay quietly waiting for the prey to fall into the net. Ji Jioxia. It looks so similar to ordinary plants, I didn't recognize it at first glance. 188 looked at Ji Jioxia. "So can we eat meat now? The big black-maned beast has been dealt with, and its meat is not easy to get now, but the previous small black-maned beast can be tasted." Ji Jioxia waved his hand. "Let's go. Eat. Today, we captured 2 B-level alien beasts, and the harvest is full, so we naturally have to celebrate." Chapter 26. A dense mass of thorns scattered towards Jiang Ju like flowers scattered by a fairy. The black-brown thorns had a mental attack, and when they fell on the mecha, the same part of the human body became sore and numb. Ji Jioxia held the metal shovel that Wu Sen had temporarily assembled, wrapped the metal shovel with mental power, and slapped it into the air. The metal shovel turned into a shield to knock down the flying thorns. 2 days after killing the black-maned beast, their luck was not very good. In 2 days, they only encountered scattered D-level alien plants and beasts. Today, after discussion, they decided to change their strategy, sprinkle a basin of chicken blood on their clothes, and use a stick to shake it back and forth to let the smell of blood spread, and finally they caught a sea-level alien plant. The thorny alien plant in front of them was dark brown like a tree trunk, and it was not tall overall. The thorny branches spread horizontally. Once it appeared, it was full of black thorns, almost piercing the people who were caught off guard into hedgehogs. When the branches were swung over, A crisp sound of breaking through the air could be heard, and the snapping sound of whipping was extremely oppressive. When countless branches swayed together, the sound inexplicably became rhythmic. Jijiushi complained, "If you want to fight, just fight. What's the point of having your own BGM?" It felt like you were mocking them, which was inexplicably unpleasant. She fired a beam cannon at its stem, and the branches of the alien plant gathered together to block the cannonballs. The branches that were broken by the explosion sprouted new buds from the broken ends in the blink of an eye. Wu-san sat in the co-pilot of the mecha and urged, "I put venom in the interlayer of the metal shovel to inhibit the growth of alien plants. You release the venom and cover the metal shovel with it, and go up and kill it." Jijiushi found the switch, pressed it lightly with his finger, and the black and purple liquid flowed down the metal shovel. "Jijiushi, can't you put the venom in the bullet?" As soon as the cannon was fired, the shell exploded, and the poison splashed everywhere. "Isn't this more lethal than a broken shovel?" Wu-san was excited. "Do you know how difficult it is to modify a bullet? I'm just a freshman, not a special mechanic in the army. The bullet structure is precise, and a small change may cause it to fail. In serious cases, it will explode. By then, he will not kill the enemy but himself. If he has the ability to modify bullets, why is he still studying here? No matter how bad his grades are, he still has basic knowledge of mechanics." Jijiushi's behavior is purely an amateur questioning an expert. Jijiushi comforted her, "It's my fault. I haven't learned this part of knowledge yet. Don't be angry. Being angry hurts your body." She controlled the mecha forward, and the metal shovel danced vigorously. With a wave of her hand, the metal shovel easily eliminated a large area of thorny branches, and the branches stained with poison regenerated more slowly. When she saw that the metal shovel worked well, she asked Wu-san, "Where do you put the remaining shovels?" One had to be given to Jiangju. It was difficult for mental power to attach to the bullet. The moment the bullet exploded, the mental power would also be scattered. It was not as useful as the metal shovel. Wu-san replied, "There are no remaining shovels, just one." "Jijiushi, can't you make an extra shovel for backup? Do you think it's easy?" Wu-san was full of resentment and talked a lot and densely. "It took me 2 days to make a little venom. The value of the raw materials is higher than the venom." Jijiushi automatically filtered his words, and asked Jiangju to use the artillery shell to open a path for her. She went over and cut the main trunk of the thorn. The two cooperated tacitly, and had a smooth journey. When Jijiushi was about to cut the main trunk of the thorn, a bullet flew and hit the metal shovel. Her hand slipped, and the position where the metal shovel fell deviated. The thorns took this opportunity to surround the mecha, and the thorny branches entangled the mecha's arms. The numbness and tingling sensation rushed straight to the brain, and for a moment, the hands could not be lifted. Jiangju blasted the branches away, grabbed Jijiushi's hand, and pulled her out, and the two of them left the vicinity of the thorn trunk and retreated to the open space. The thorns seemed to know that they could not afford to offend them, and they pretended to be dead and stopped attacking. Jijiushi looked back at the newcomers and secretly said that enemies often meet on narrow roads. The other party was the red-haired team that he had seen 2 days ago. The red-haired man walked in the front, holding a gun in his hand and smiling on his face. It was him who prevented Jijiushi from cutting down the shovel. He said hypocritically, "What a coincidence, we met again in such a big forest. I think this strange plant is too dangerous, let me help you." Wu-san was furious, "Get out. Everyone knows what you are up to. You are like a chicken feather stuck on a bat. What kind of bird are you?" A two-part allegorical saying made Red Hair speechless. He frowned. "Last time you took away our black maned beast, we were just exchanging favors. The last black maned beast escaped from your hands, not us who took the initiative to intercept it." Jijiushi's eyes swept over them. "Your current behavior is not very moral. The red-hair team did not show up before, and I don't know how long they had been secretly observing in the dark. They jumped out when they saw that Thorny Thorn was about to be captured by them. It was really a mean act." A tall man rushed out of the red-hair team, entered the mecha, and ran towards Thorny Thorn, with the mecha's guns and cannons aimed at the main trunk of Thorny Thorn. "This is a blatant robbery." Jiangju reacted in time, and the shells hit the opponent's path. When the opponent stopped to dodge, he bent down and grabbed a handful of thorny branches and threw them over. The thorns were affected by his mental power, scattered in midair, and pounced on the tall man's mecha with fangs and claws, causing the other party to feel numb all over. Wu-san quickly said, "Give me the control of the mecha." Jijiushi withdrew his mental power, and Wu-san controlled the mecha to grab the thorn branches and pull out the thorns on them. These black thorns are as big as a palm, hard in texture, and the top is as sharp as a dagger. The connection between the end and the branch is not stable, which makes it easy for the thorns to swing and hurt people. After pulling out a lot of sharp thorns, Wusan stopped the mecha. I'm going to get some weapons. The fact that Jijioshi can control the mecha cannot be spread for the time being. Wusan and her are in the same mecha to cover her. The red-haired team launched a mecha to attack the thorns. The two sides were entangled in a fight. The tall man was stopped by Jiangju and could not spare his hands to help. Wusan taught Jijioshi to assemble weapons. He has been cramming mechanical knowledge during this period and specifically studying how to increase equipment according to local conditions. He grinned as he processed the spikes with residual mental power, turning them into bullets that could be fired. Jijioshi watched and learned. The spikes had little effect on her, and her movements were faster than Wusan. Wusan looked around. Where are 01 and 188? When they were fighting the thorns just now, they were watching the battle on the side, setting up a vine hammock, and they seemed to be in a different space from the fierce battle on the side. He was a little worried. Would the red-haired team attack 01 and 188 while they were dealing with the thorns? Jijioshi concentrated on dealing with the spikes. Don't worry about them. What if something goes wrong? The alien plants and animals may take them away when we are not paying attention. Wusan looked left and right, trying to find the figures of the two. Jijioshi, don't worry, they have brains, and the probability of you being kidnapped is greater than theirs. Wusan, ? How can a mouth with a 37-degree voice say such cold words? He muttered a few words, and seeing that Jijioshi was too calm, he reluctantly put his mind at ease to deal with the spikes. They were quietly working on weapons on this side, and Jiangju stopped two opponents on the other side. The thorns did not attack close, but observed from a distance, spitting out a wave of spikes from time to time, and the battlefield was extremely chaotic. There were 5 people in the red-haired team, and the other 3 bypassed the mecha to attack the thorns, and they had time to chat. Common Face A, where are the others hiding? Are they trying to sneak attack us? Common Face B, maybe they are scared. They only dare to bully the black main beast that we beat half to death. Common Face C, this alien plant is really weak. It can't even beat them. I feel inferior to fight this kind of prey. Common Face A smiled, I'm not here for these points. I just want to discuss them. The 3 of them were chatting enthusiastically. They had already taken the thorns as their own and unscrupulously belittled Jijioshi's team. Wusan listened to their words and raised the gun he had just assembled in his hand to the back of Common Face A. He pressed his fingers and made the shuttle-shaped spikes move very fast, no slower than the time difference growing on the thorn branches. I don't know if the spike gun was not adjusted well or Wusan's accuracy was not good enough. The spikes deviated from the expected route and pierced directly into the left buttocks of Common Face A. Ah! The spikes pierced through the pants and pierced into the flesh, and the screams were like a pig being slaughtered, startling a flock of birds. The other 2 unknown faces turned around in panic, and saw whizzing spikes flying towards them. It's very effective at hitting people, but the accuracy is not good. Wusan came up with the test results. The military academy turned a blind eye to minor frictions between students, but never allowed particle guns to be aimed at their own people. The spike gun can hurt people so much that they can't walk, but it won't kill them. It's a very suitable weapon. He decided to collect more spikes for backup. In the future, if anyone dares to provoke him, he will take out the gun and shoot. The 2-on-3 battle began. The weapons used by the 3 ordinary faces were electric guns with smaller energy. When they were hit by bullets, they would feel tingling and numbness. The effect was a bit similar to Wusan's spike gun. The battle was in full swing, and suddenly a strange fragrance floated. The faint fragrance spread silently, and entangled the 5 people in the battle. The fragrance was inhaled into the lungs unexpectedly, and the hands and feet gradually lost their strength. The eyes were blurry, and the bullets fell on the empty ground. Jijioshi kicked the Common Face C in the abdomen and knocked him to the ground. Her soft hands made her worry that she didn't hit him hard enough, so she swung her hands hard and slapped him on the head. Originally, she wanted to hit him on the head and give him a slight concussion, but her hand slipped and slapped him on the face, and his fair face became visibly red and swollen. Slapping someone in the face is a bit humiliating. This self-reflective thought flashed through Jijioshi's mind, and was quickly forgotten. Anyway, they are shameless, so there is nothing wrong with slapping them in the face. After the slap, she staggered 2 steps, and grabbed the branch next to her to barely stand. Wusan and Common Face B wrestled with each other at some point, and the guns with all the bullets were thrown aside. The fighting style was very primitive. At this time, Both of them were weak and couldn't walk, and they were still tearing each other apart. The two wore the same armbands. Both were mechanics. Common Face be cursed. I know you. You're the last in that major. Student number 53, right? I didn't expect there would be a team willing to accept you. Your team is really a garbage gathering place. What if you're the last? 53 had a ferocious expression. You're not much better than me. You're still fighting with me here. Common Face B was full of anger. Bah! Mechanics compete with brains and hands. You're a simple-minded barbarian with strong limbs. You know you can't win in a gunfight, so you hit people. I hit people, and a good mechanic is one who can play a role on the battlefield. 53 pinched his neck. The two cursed each other. Neither of them wanted to let go. The fragrance became stronger. Giorgio held his breath, clenched the gun in his hand, and looked in the direction of the fragrance. 01 and 188 walked out of the bushes, the latter holding a brown object that was bent like a tree root, with a little dirt on it, and a faint white smoke came out from the other end away from the hand. As they approached, the fragrance became stronger. 188 walked in front of the crowd and handed Giorgio and Wusan two dark purple fruits similar to cherry tomatoes, which were poisonous at first glance. The Common Face Bee who was entangled with Wusan reached out to grab the fruit, but was knocked to the ground by 188. Giorgio asked, "What is this?" 188 replied, "A poisonous fruit. Why didn't you tell me it was poisonous earlier? I thought it was for people to eat." Wusan had already taken the fruit and ate it. Hearing this, he lowered his head and opened his mouth to vomit. "It's okay to eat it now," 188 added. "Wusan, can you please stop panting when you talk?" Giorgio wiped the fruit, opened his mouth, and took a bite. The fruit was full of juice and sour, making people look hideous. The soreness of his hands and feet was relieved. 188 took out a dagger and cut off the burning end of the tree root. The dagger was swung very quickly, peeling the skin of the tree root, revealing the white and tender inside. The tree root was broken into 2 pieces and handed over again. She said, "This is delicious." The two people's facial features were distorted, and their mouths kept oozing sour water. Even though they had seen the tree root covered with mud before, they still grabbed it and ate it hard. 188's evaluation of the taste of the food was a little harsh. She said that the delicious food must taste good. The tree root was crisp, tender, sweet, and had a slight fragrance. There was no residue in the mouth after chewing. It tasted better than ordinary fruits. Giorgio's tongue was sour and numb. He tasted a little bit of it at the end. It's a good poem. Why am I so swollen? A little drunk, a little dizzy, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. 188 said, It's okay for me to eat. Maybe your body can't digest the trace toxins in it for a while. Just rest for a while." Giorgio looked at 01 who had a double image you. "Why didn't you remind me?" "I didn't eat it." 01 knew what she wanted to ask and answered, "I don't eat ugly food." If she hadn't seen 188 looking for the rotten corpse of the alien beast and digging the tree roots out of the soil under the corpse, as well as the ugly appearance of the tree roots before peeling, she might have had a little appetite, but now she would rather starve to death than eat this kind of thing. Fortunately, this unclear state of consciousness did not last too long. Giorgio recovered and looked at Jiangju's situation in the thorn bush. All 3 of them were injured. The situation was deadlocked, and they didn't fight any further. It was not good for anyone to lose both sides. The red-haired commander noticed the situation here, and almost broke his teeth. "You are so despicable. You deliberately sent 2 people to hide in the dark to attack us." "Giorgio, if I say it was not a deliberate arrangement, do you believe it?" Wusan stood up angrily, and stepped on the back of the popular Face B. "We are not as despicable as you. You secretly do bad things to grab points. Soldiers can be killed, but not humiliated. Remember this." Popular Face B gritted his teeth. Giorgio picked up a thorn and approached Popular Face B. The thorn hung on his body and gestured back and forth, "Then kill it. Let me see where it hurts the most." Popular Face B's face turned green, and his mouth was closed. The red-haired commander's face was ashen. This battle not only failed to grab the monster, but also caused his team to suffer heavy losses. He left the cockpit, put away the mecha, and walked to the 3 common-looking companions, removed the poison from their bodies. 188 crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked up and down at the red-haired commander. The naked eyes made the red-haired commander feel uncomfortable. He clenched his fists and said fiercely, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you to see who you are, and how dare you order me to do something." 188's tone was light and floating. Giorgio interrupted and said, "Remove it, 10 points per person. The score for taking down a sea-level alien plant or beast is 10 points, and the score for B-level is 20 points. She is not greedy. If they want to grab sea-level thorns, then they should follow the sea level. The red-haired commander's face turned red, and he said viciously, "Dream on." He bent down and carried 2 teammates on his left and right. The tall man helped him, and the other free hand helped the remaining teammates up. The 5 people lined up and walked away. Before leaving, the red-haired commander did not forget to say something harsh. "Just wait and see, you will definitely regret provoking me." Jijioshu discussed with his companions, "How about we be tougher and rob some points? People should not be too kind, especially when facing unkind people." Wu-san nodded. Okay, I have been annoyed with them for a long time." Hearing the discussion behind him, the red-haired commander immediately released the mecha, grabbed his teammates, and ran away in a hurry. Jijioshu felt a little regretful and summed up his experience. "Next time we encounter someone who deliberately embarrasses us, we must not be soft-hearted. It is said that robbing is faster than killing plants and beasts to earn points." 188 agreed with him. "Survival of the fittest. It is natural for the weak to be devoured by the strong." "You are so cruel." Wu-san rubbed his arms, "But I like it." The thorn was half dead, and was taken down in a few minutes. Wu-san was busy collecting the thorns on its branches. It was getting dark, and it took too much time to run back to school. Everyone planned to spend the night in the forest today. The tent was compressed into a palm-sized metal plate. It could be automatically erected by placing it on the ground and pressing it. Jijioshu took out a pot, bowl, water, stove and bowls and chopsticks from his big backpack. The stove was easy to carry. There was no need to light a fire. Just mix a few chemicals in it, and it would burn stably. Wash the pot and put it on it. Pour water and hot pot base and boil it. The ingredients were obtained directly from the forest. 188 had a natural sensitivity to food and could bring back a lot of ingredients after walking around. Wash the fresh mushrooms and throw them into a stove to cook clear soup. Wild vegetables were not as sweet as cultivated ones, but they had a different flavor. The meat was freshly hunted prey. The meat was tender, half boiled and half roasted. The stove is not hot enough for grilling meat, so just light a fire and slowly bake it, and the fragrance floats up and down in the air. Except for people who like to study cooking and chefs, interstellar people rely on hired people or robots to cook. No teammate can be relied on in cooking. Jijioshu is skilled and does everything by himself. Eat less, it's poisonous and needs to be boiled. She snatched the other half of the root from 188, cut it into several pieces, and threw it into the pot. The taste of the root is a bit like horse hoof, and it is estimated that it can be eaten in soup. 188 doesn't understand where Jijioshu's idea of no poison if it is cooked comes from. Isn't she afraid that the whole pot is poisonous? Looking at the bubbling soup, she sucked her saliva and wisely didn't question it out loud. Anyway, it can't poison her. 01 saw Jijioshu's action and protested strongly. "Don't put the tree roots in." "Jijioshu, it's okay, it's poisonous but not much, it's not dangerous." "It's not a question of whether it's dangerous or not, it's so disgusting, I won't allow it to appear in the pot." 01 reached out to take it out. "Jijioshu, if you don't eat it, you be hungry." She held 01's hand, and the two of them played and quarreled. Wusan looked at the white tree roots and asked curiously, "What kind of alien plant is this?" 188 took advantage of Jijioshu's inattention and cut another one and stuffed it into his mouth. "It's not an alien plant. It doesn't hunt. The above round part has small white flowers. The underground roots are sweet and delicious, and the smoke is more toxic after burning. If you don't join the army as a healer in the future, you can be a botanist, specializing in plants and alien plants," Wusan suggested. 188's erudition in plants is amazing, and the 4 of them combined don't know as much as she does. 188 leaned against the chair made of vines. With a casual posture, "I think about it." Her eyes exuded a fascinating luster under the light of the flames, and the shrinking flames could not ignite the dark green in her eyes. The food tasted more and more fragrant, and everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks to eat. The dark night was driven away by the red color, and the firelight was warmer than the light button. Occasionally, 2 or 3 words pierced the silence. 01 said he would not eat it, and only ate barbecue that was not contaminated by tree roots. Wu-san deliberately picked up a piece of tree roots and said loudly, "Fragrant. Too fragrant." 01 snorted lightly and smiled sweetly. "Do you know where the tree roots were dug from?" She opened her mouth and described the process of digging tree roots vividly, focusing on the rotten corpses of strange beasts and the mud soaked in blood. Wu San's expression was stiff. 01's description was too real, as if the scene was reproduced in front of him. He looked at the snow-white tree roots in the bowl, and it was not right to eat or not to eat. The detailed description had no effect on the other 3 people, who continued to eat with relish. Wu San secretly threw away the tree roots in the bowl without Ji Jioshi's knowledge. If she saw him, he would have to give her a moral lesson on cherishing food. He couldn't look directly at the tree roots recently. He would eat them after a while, when 01's words faded from his mind. The toxicity of the tree roots was mostly eliminated after cooking, but eating too much still made him feel a little dizzy, a bit like being tipsy after drinking. The red pot and barbecue were very spicy. Ji Jioshi noticed that Jiang Ju's chopsticks only fell into the mushroom soup pot, so he called 01 to put less chili powder in the barbecue. 01 paused in cutting the meat, and put down the chili powder in his hand, as if nothing had happened. Actually, I don't really like spicy food. Eating too much spicy food can easily cause runny nose and look unsightly, so you can't eat it. Ji Jioshi picked up the almost roasted ribs, and gave them to Jiang Ju. He looked at 01 and said curiously, "What does it have to do with me whether you like it or not?" 01 choked and looked at the ribs. "That rib is mine." She stared at it for a long time, waiting to put it in her mouth, but Ji Jioshi took it away directly, not for herself, but for Jiang Ju. "Ji Jioshi, there are 10 pieces in total, and you ate 6 by yourself. Then he can't eat this one either, he can eat something else." 01 pointed to another rib. Ji Jioshi asked, "Do you like ribs?" 01 hesitated. "No, I don't. It's not decent to chew something with bones, so you can't like it." "Do you like it?" Ji Jioshi turned around and asked Jiang Ju. "Jiang Ju, can I like it?" Ji Jioshi was annoyed. 1 or 2 mentally retarded children, who couldn't even speak clearly. She directly put the ribs in his bowl. "Eat if you like it." Under 01's gaze, Jiang Ju picked up the ribs and took a bite, and seriously commented, "It tastes good." "My ribs." 01 raised his voice. Ji Jioshi calmly retorted to her, "Don't you like it?" 01, eh? She turned her head away in anger. Ji Jioshi continued to eat, not affected by the little episode. It was normal for the team to have friction. Although her teammates didn't seem normal, some were lonely, some were squeamish, and some were stupid, but it didn't matter, they could slowly get along. She chewed the cartilage in her mouth expressionlessly, and the bones crackled. That night, Ji Jioshi read 10 years of experience command teaches you how to effectively manage a team. Becoming a good commander, 7 habits of effective commanders. Late at night, the fire was still dimly lit, attracting the active plants and animals at night. After the noise of the artillery fire, the camp was filled with the smell of blood. 01 put his palm in front of his nose and fanned it. "It stinks." The stench forced everyone to change camps. After changing 3 times, Wu San couldn't stand it anymore. "Can we sleep tonight?" Ji Jioshi took a look at today's harvest and nodded. "Rest, split into 2 teams to keep watch. Who will keep watch with me for the first half of the night?" 01 and Wu San were so sleepy that they said they would keep watch for the second half of the night. 188, Jiang Ju and Ji Jioshi for the first half of the night. The tent was set up again. Wu San and 01 went to rest separately. This time, no fire was lit. The night was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Ji Jioshi turned on the light button and adjusted it to the lowest level. The weak light could only illuminate a half-meter range. No one spoke. She quietly flipped through the book saved in the light computer. After reading a book, she realized that too much time had passed. She looked up and looked around, but didn't find anything unusual. Jiang Ju sat on her left and met her gaze in confusion. "Jiang Ju, take your time to look. I pay attention." Ji Jioshi nodded and looked at 188 on the right. 188 stood up with his back to her, looking like he was observing the surroundings. She got up and was about to call 188 to take a break when she saw 188's eyes closed, and his breathing was long and even. She repeatedly observed and confirmed, excluding all impossible answers, and the remaining truth was that 188 fell asleep while standing. Chapter 27. 188 slept too soundly. Ji Jioshi did not wake her up, and let her continue to sleep. Ji Jioshi returned to his position, took out 2 boxes of milk, and a heater for Jiang Ju. Jiang Ju input mental power into the heater, and 5 minutes later 2 boxes of slightly hot milk appeared. The heater is a unique heating artifact of their team, produced by Wu San. There is no instrument on the market that converts mental power into heat energy, and ordinary people will not waste mental power like this. Ji Jioshi relied on the idea that Jiang Ju was S-level, and it would be useless to use it, so he dragged Wusan to think about it for a long time, and wasted a lot of materials before successfully making this one. The power is not large, and it is very convenient to heat food. Since teaming up with Ji Jiuxiao, Wusan has been forced to study all kinds of strange things. Not to mention the combat effect, in short, it greatly improves the quality of life of the team. There is no technology to control the temperature in the training base. The milk that is just hot enough goes into the stomach, dispels the coldness in the middle of the night, and the whole person warms up. Silence makes people sleepy. Ji Jiuxiao brought up the topic. Didn't you think of choosing other majors? He didn't ask or talk, and he could remain silent forever. He was far from a commander. He liked to rush to the front and fight alone, never discussing tactics. People who didn't know him would think he was a mecha soldier. Jiangju, my family doesn't allow me to apply for other majors. Ji Jiuxiao thought about it for a while, and understood that compared with mecha soldiers and mechanics, commanders spend less mental energy. Most of the time they command in the rear, unlike soldiers fighting on the front line, and unlike mechanics, who have to maintain mechas and weapons after the battle. She comforted him. I see that your mental energy is usually quite stable, and it's not so easy to get confused. But it was normal for the family to worry about the child, and she did not comment on the behavior of this eager to protect the child. Jiangju lowered his head, and the quiet night made him talk more. I don't know if this is protection, or control? Ji Jiuxiao patted his shoulder, and looked at it very openly. Anyway, there is no single soldier in our team, so I can only use you as a single soldier in the future. If you are mentally confused, I will give you mental counseling. She said it easily and casually. There is nothing that cannot be overcome for her. She always looked so confident. In the second half of the night, Ji Jiuxiao punched Wusan, who was playing tricks and unwilling to keep watch, and woke him up. Both sides completed the shift rotation. In the early morning, the sky was white, and Ji Jiuxiao woke up on time. She walked out of the tent, and saw Wusan wrapped in a blanket, curled up on the ground, and sleeping soundly. 01 was dressed neatly, his hair was carefully combed, and he patrolled around the camp. Seeing Ji Jiuxiao, 01 greeted him. Good morning. This girl demands refinement in everything. Except in battle, she cannot tolerate herself being messy and sloppy at other times. She can even sacrifice the few rest times to tidy up her appearance. Ji Jiuxiao nodded and said casually, Good morning. 01's eyes were slightly dark blue, and she complained, It's not comfortable to sleep in a tent. I didn't sleep well at all. The excitement of sleeping in a tent for the first time disappeared with the sore body. It was more comfortable to stay awake and keep watch in the second half of the night than to sleep in a tent. Ji Jiuxiao, next time, you can sleep on the ground. The ground is soft. 01 did not doubt it. Really? Then when you wake up the next day, you will find that your body is full of bugs. They crawl on your body and enter your skin to suck your blood. 188, who was passing by, heard their conversation and interrupted. 01's expression was stiff. She realized that Ji Jiuxiao was teasing her, and ran away angrily, accidentally stepping on Wusan on the ground. Wusan, who was innocently shot, poked his head out from the blanket, his curly hair all exploded, his eyes were not fully opened, and he looked around nervously. I'm attacked. Is there an enemy attack? Ji Jiuxiao patted Wusan's head. Get up and prepare to attack the enemy. A new day began in the noisy voices. The team stayed in the forest for 3 days and 2 nights. If 01 and Wusan hadn't been clamoring to leave, Ji Jiuxiao would have wanted to stay for 2 more days. 188 said regretfully, The forest is very comfortable. Ji Jiuxiao agreed. Breathing is more comfortable than in human areas. 01 had a different opinion. You two savages. This time, Wusan supported 01. I really don't want to eat your cooking anymore. Ji Jiuxiao was dissatisfied. What's wrong with my cooking? You obviously enjoyed it at the beginning. I was just complimenting you politely. Who knew you would take it seriously? Wusan covered his stomach. He estimated that he could lose 2 pounds in the past 2 days. The first meal was quite interesting. It felt like camping, not the taste. If we really want to talk about taste, what kind of taste can Ji Jiuxiao, who has been eating boiled vegetables for more than 10 years, make? He wants to return to human society and eat exquisite dishes with different tastes of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy. Instead of barbecue hot pot mushrooms every day, the 5-member team returned to school. They had a lot of gains in 2 days. Wusan was eager to see the team rankings. They currently have 160 points, which is in the middle and lower positions. The team was formed late, and was a little behind at the beginning. Ji Jiuxiao was very satisfied with this ranking. If we go out a few more times, we will be able to catch up with the people ahead. Wu San was full of resistance. We can take our time, there's no rush. There's no need to spend the night outside. Ji Jiuxiu patted his shoulder and encouraged. When you can fight a sea-level alien plant or beast alone, we can go out only during the day. Wu San protested, I'm just a weak mechanic. It's not that you can't control the mecha, you can even modify the weapon while attacking. It's simply better than anyone else. Ji Jiuxiu used his lifelong acting skills to ensure that his expression was sincere, enthusiastic, exaggerated, and envious. Wu San closed his eyes. You better kill me. Everyone walked out to discuss what to eat for the first meal after returning. Before they walked out of the hall, a familiar figure blocked their way. The red-haired commander hit Jiang Ju's shoulder very pointedly. With the same clothes and epaulets, Jiang Ju was taller than him, and had to lower his eyes when looking at people. Is this the team you were talking about? A voice came from behind the red-haired commander. The voice was heavy, and the epaulets showed that it was a single soldier major, and the student number was 55. He was tall and strong, looking up and down at Ji Jiuxiu and the others, and said contemptuously, what a messed up team, there are actually 3 healers of this level, and they can steal your beast. The red-haired commander stared at Ji Jiuxiu and said angrily, we beat that B-level beast half to death, who knew that it would struggle to escape and be picked up by them. The two of them kept talking, mainly the red-haired commander accusing Ji Jiuxiu's team of crimes, and his words were fierce. He made up things out of nothing, exaggerated, and made it sound really like that. If the person he was talking about was not Ji Jiuxiu almost believed it. Ji Jiuxiu interrupted him. You know you can't win, so you find someone to help you out before you dare to come to see me? Red-hair commander. Like a rooster with a stuck throat, he couldn't utter a word. See, who was slapped hard, said confidently, you finally showed up. I don't know where you were hiding before. You could only use tricks to poison people. Do you dare to confront me head-on? Wu San stood up and fired at full power. You are really shameless. You didn't dare to say anything in the forest and ran away in shame. Now you are relying on the school rules to speak harshly. Don't you think it's ridiculous? See, who was a common face, grabbed Wu San's collar. If I can find you, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me nicely? Now that you see me, what do you want to do? Do you dare to take action? Or do you come to greet me specially? Wu San smiled and raised his hand to pat C, a common face, on the cheek. When facing outsiders, Wu San is quite good at intimidating people. He looks like a cynical second generation, and he is really threatening people. C, a common face, raised his hand to fight, but was stopped by Wu Wu. He looked at Jiang Ju, who had never spoken from beginning to end, and said, there is no point in saying more. Since you can't control your people, let's meet at the training base. I will wait for you at the east gate entrance tomorrow. He raised his foot and left. The others followed him, and stared coldly at Ji Jiuxiu's team. The red-haired commander walked at the end, and made a death gesture to Ji Jiuxiu. The red-haired commander walked past Ji Jiuxiu, and she suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. You bumped into someone, and you haven't apologized yet. Let me go! The red-haired commander was stunned, and waved his arm to shake Ji Jiuxiu off. Ji Jiuxiu's hand was like a hard clamp holding him tightly, and as he struggled, the pain gradually spread. His expression was distorted. You want to violate the school rules and attack me? How could that be? Ji Jiuxiu raised his other hand and pulled his armband. I'm afraid you're too tired, so I give you some mental counseling. Red-haired commander, let it go. The mental power invaded the mental picture, which was quite clean inside. It seemed that he had just done mental counseling. Ji Jiuxiu smiled and released his mental power. The red-haired commander's expression was distorted, and he swung his hands wildly to break free from Ji Jiuxiu's grip. His face turned pale with pain, and his body began to tremble. The others looked back, and the single soldier 55 was the fastest, rushing over to grab Ji Jiuxiu's shoulder. Jiang Ju grabbed his hand, and he immediately changed his position to resist Jiang Ju. The two of them fought in the blink of an eye. Ji Jiuxiu let go of his hand, and the others rushed over to help the red-haired commander up, shivering from the remaining mental power on his body. Common face, he scolded. What did you do? Ji Jiuxiu, give him mental counseling. Common face, he was furious. Do you think I will believe it? Wait until we meet the discipline instructor, and see if you can still be so stubborn as you are now. They were still in the hall, standing at the door blocking the way of other students. The students who were originally looking at the rankings heard the noise, and came to watch. The situation got out of hand, and the robot maintaining discipline came over with an electric baton. Robot, Command Major number 258, Individual Soldier Major number 55, You violated the school rules and hurt your classmates. If you don't stop immediately, you will be punished by electric shock. Ji Jioshu approached the robot. Number 258 can't beat number 55, and has been passively beaten. Stop him. Wu Wu wanted to stop, but Jiangju took the opportunity to hit him hard on the back. He glared and tried to fight back, but Jiangju began to dodge, and did not fight back. In the eyes of the robot, this scene was just as Ji Jioshu said. Wu Wu was bullying his classmates. The electric baton fell on Wu Wu's back, and his hair was curled by the electric shock. He opened his mouth, and a puff of white smoke came out, shameless. Jiangju tidied up his messy uniform, and looked at him coldly, stupid. The discipline instructor came, and the common face stood up to complain, pointing at Ji Jioshu and said, "She attacked us first." Ji Jioshu spread his hands, with an innocent expression. "I was just giving him mental counseling. Is that wrong? Although it is a bit presumptuous without consent, there is no school rule that says that you can't force students to do mental counseling, right?" She really had good intentions, and wanted to give mental counseling to hard-working students to relax. She is a pure good person. The discipline instructor had a serious expression, and his eyelids twitched when he saw Ji Jioshu. Discipline instructor, why you again? He now gets a headache whenever he sees Ji Jioshu, because she was the 1 in 3 of the 5 conflicts. Ji Jioshu cried out, "I am really innocent this time. The surveillance playback can prove that I just did a mental counseling session." "Is that your normal mental counseling session?" Discipline instructor frowned. Ji Jioshu's special mental counseling session has long been known, and in theory, it is indeed mental counseling, with all the effects it should have. But the physical sensation is similar to the mental breakdown ranked first in Interstellar Pain, which is more like an attack method than mental counseling session. Ji Jioshu said righteously, "I have proof from the school doctor, the hospital, and the testing agency that it is normal counseling session." The discipline instructor had nothing to say. The school rules did not have a rule that people could not be forced to receive spiritual counseling. This loophole must be filled in the future. He looked at Jiangju and Wu Wuxiwu. "You two attacked your classmates. The camera has recorded it. Do you have anything to say?" Ji Jioshu answered quickly. "They started it first." The fight was irrefutable. After watching the replay, the discipline instructor punished both teams. The objection was invalid. Since it was the red-haired commander who provoked first and Wu Wuxiwu showed an attacking posture when Ji Jioshu was doing spiritual counseling, they were punished more severely. The punishment was not just peeling potatoes, but a more cruel way of deducting points. The red-haired team directly deducted half, and Ji Jioshu's team deducted 30 points. In addition, potatoes still need to be peeled, and the time is extended. Peeling is based on the number of days. It must be peeled for a week, which is equivalent to reducing the time for the team to go out to earn points. The two teams rarely have a united front when facing the punishment. They talk so hard that they each deducted 5 points. 55, and the red-haired commander were not in the same team, which was equivalent to deducting points from 3 teams. As soon as the points were deducted, 55's optical brain kept ringing. He did not connect to the communication, but input information on the optical brain, tapping hard with his fingers, his face livid. 55 left with a gloomy face, and the red-haired commander threatened again before leaving. "See you at the East Gate entrance at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Just wait and see." The discipline instructor warned Ji Jioshu, "Discipline violations will accumulate. The more you commit, the heavier the punishment will be. I hope I don't see you next time." "Okay, sir." Ji Jioshu smiled and gestured. "I don't want to see you at all either." The block door was opened again, nothing special. The team walked to the cafeteria. Wu San's fingers clicked back and forth on the optical computer. That 55 is ranked 19th in the single soldier major, with a fierce and aggressive personality. He formed a small club by himself, and is quite famous. Ji Jioshu calmly, "Oh." 188 disdainfully, TSK. 01 dissatisfied, "Heh." Jiangju, "Eh." Silence. "We are passively defending. Why do you deduct our points?" 01 was dissatisfied with the discipline instructor's punishment. Although she didn't work hard throughout the whole process and ate and drank as she should, staying in the forest for a long time was still not as comfortable as human society, and she didn't want to spend the night in the forest. 30 points deducted, a day's work was in vain. No, there are also 5 points for talking back, a total of 35 points deducted. Ji Jioshu, the discipline instructor is unreasonable, so don't try to reason with him. Put him in a sack one day. 188 responded immediately, "I agree." Plan to attack the commander, deduct 2 points. A ghostly voice came from behind. Ji Jioshu turned around, and met the stern face of the discipline instructor. Ji Jiuxiao, She slid down quickly, Commander. I was just talking casually, really. It's more real than gold. I wouldn't dare to put you in a sack even if I have 100 guts. I'm unreasonable. The discipline instructor glanced at her, made a note in a small notebook, and deducted the team's points. Ji Jiuxiao, This life is ruined by this mouth. Isn't it said that the discipline instructor is selfless and strict in discipline? Why didn't anyone tell her that he would be petty and vengeful? Discipline instructor, any objections? Ji Jiuxiao cried, No. The discipline instructor glanced at the others. Do you have any objections? Everyone said in unison, No. The discipline instructor snorted and walked away. The team didn't talk for 10 minutes. Who knows if the discipline instructor really left, or was secretly following them somewhere waiting to catch their little braids. They communicated with their eyes and eyebrows, and they made faces and cursed the dirtiest. They went to the cafeteria and ordered their own dishes. When the dishes were served, Wu Sen thought of what Wu said and asked, Do you need to make any preparations for the appointment tomorrow night? Ji Jiuxiao asked back, Why do you need to go to the appointment? This question stumped Wu Sen. After thinking about it, he realized that there was really no need to go to the appointment. Who said that they had to accept the challenge when the other party issued a challenge? Wu Sen praised, In terms of cunning, I am still not as good as you. Ji Jiuxiao smiled but did not smile. In terms of compliments, I am not as good as you either. The polite mutual compliments ended, and the hot dishes were served. The only sound on the table was the chopsticks hitting the porcelain bowl. The unfinished dishes were finished with 188 as usual. She seemed to be able to eat as much as she wanted until she was full. I couldn't go out for the next week, so I had to peel potatoes honestly. The potatoes were measured. With Ji Jiuxiao and Jiang Ju, 2 skilled workers, the daily amount could be compressed to half a day. In the morning, everyone met in the cafeteria. After eating, they went to attend a 1-hour class in the morning. After the class, they went back to the cafeteria to peel potatoes. After peeling potatoes in the afternoon, they made their own arrangements. As for the declaration of war from the red-haired commander, it had long been forgotten. They were not in the same kitchen. In order to avoid conflicts, the discipline instructor punished the red-haired team to peel radishes. There were countless small rooms in the kitchen, and the two sides never met. On the third day, after waiting for no one, the red-haired commander finally found the location of Ji Jiuxiao's team by searching the warehouses one by one. When he found the people, he didn't know whether he was more relieved or angry. Red-haired commander, you cowardly cowards. Ji Jiuxiao, today's potatoes are a little small. Wu San, difficult to grab and peel. 01, why am I doing this kind of work here? 188, eating potatoes, no time to talk. Jiang Ju, peeling potatoes, don't want to talk. No one paid attention to the red-haired commander, as if he didn't exist. The red-haired commander grabbed a potato and smashed it on the ground angrily. When smashing, he paid attention to the angle and didn't smash it on anyone, so as not to be caught by the discipline instructor and deduct points. The potato fell to the ground and turned into mud. The 5 people looked up at him. The red-haired commander raised his chin high, revealing his 2 nostrils. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Ji Jiuxiao poked the smashed potatoes and shook his head. You're in trouble. Uncle Guang hates people like you who waste food without repentance. She took out her optical brain and quickly sent a message to Uncle Guang, the bald uncle who manages the canteen. Because she was a habitual offender who was in prison 3 times, in order to make her life easier, as long as she didn't spend the night in the forest, she would patrol the canteen for Uncle Guang. After dealing with each other for a long time, you can always get a feel for Uncle Guang's temper. Uncle Guang came after receiving the news, and the red-haired commander and his group were captured, and he was happy to get 2 baskets of new radishes. After finishing the work, Ji Jiuxiao went to the simulation cabin classroom for training as usual. There are currently 2 therapists in the team, and she doesn't need to improve her healing skills for the time being. Jiang Ju accompanied Ji Jiuxiao to practice mecha together, while Wu San went to figure out new weapons. Although his ability is not very good, his mental power level is a solid S level. Today we practiced a little late, and the classroom was empty when we left. Many students would use the simulation cabin to train against the alien plants and beasts they encountered in the forest. Setting the enemies in the simulation cabin to specific alien plants and beasts can be repeated, which saves time and reduces losses. After finding their weaknesses, you can go directly into the forest to brush points. The military academy does not provide weapons for free. Students can and can only buy weapons or parts from the school and assemble them themselves. The price is fair, which prevents students from spending a lot of money to buy heavy weapons to sweep the forest. Ji Jiushi was thinking about whether to sell some points as team funds. Now the weapons expenses are all paid by Wusan alone. Although he has no complaints, he can't be bullied too much. If she wants to raise money, she has no problem. She is afraid that Jiangju and 188 will have difficulties, and squeeze out living expenses to pay for it out of courtesy. She told Jiangju her idea and asked, "What do you think?" "You decide." Jiangju doesn't care about money or points. Seeing that he didn't raise the option of collecting money, it seemed that he really couldn't give money. Ji Jiushi comforted him. "It's okay, there will be money in the future." Jiangju nodded, "I know. The team doesn't have many points now, but the training has just started, and the points will be accumulated slowly, so there is no need to worry too much about the problem of points." Ji Jiushi was moved and said, "You are the best colleague in our team. This level of understanding is not as good as the other 3 people in the team combined." Jiangju, "Thank you." Ji Jiushi, "I will help you make money in the future." With his face, being a vase is not a problem, and he can work part-time during the winter and summer vacations. Jiangju automatically converted the word money into points. It's the same. Everyone in the team has the same points, and no one will get higher points because of who kills more. You are so conscious. Ji Jiushi sighed. Unlike her, when she was poor, she only wanted to make money. How could she have time to think about the philosophical questions that everyone has? Jiangju, ? He noticed that there seemed to be some misunderstanding between them. When he was about to ask clearly, Ji Jiushi walked to the left fork in the road ahead. Ji Jiushi waved at him. "That's it for today. I'm going to patrol the cafeteria. See you tomorrow." She walked briskly, and walked 5 or 6 meters in the time it took to say a word. The previous thought slipped away from his mind, and Jiangju raised his hand, and waved gently, "See you tomorrow." When Ji Jiushi finished patrolling the cafeteria, he returned to the dormitory, and found that the lights in the dormitory living room were still on. 01 was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a serious expression and frowning as if thinking about something. Ji Jiushi greeted, "Aren't you going to take your beauty sleep?" 01 raised her chin and motioned Ji Jiushi to sit on the sofa. After everyone sat down, she hesitated and said, "I found that 188 has some problems." Ji Jiushi did not answer, waiting for her to continue. The two stared at each other, and Ji Jiushi's eyes were a little dry. Then he said half a beat late, "What's the problem?" "She hasn't eaten for a long time." 01 lowered her voice. Ji Jiushi wondered, "Doesn't she have breakfast with us every morning?" "She only eats this one meal a day." 01 replied, "We went to do treatment training together. She said she had something to do at lunch and left first. The same thing happened in the evening. I never met her in the cafeteria." Ji Jiushi guessed, "Is she feeling unwell?" 01, "I asked her, and she said no." Ji Jiushi's expression was serious. "It seems the problem is very serious." 01 nodded, "Yes, that's why I came to you to discuss it." Ji Jiushi, "She is so poor that she can't even eat. It took us so long to find out. She must have been hungry for a long time, right?" 01, "No wonder she likes to stay in the forest. She had food every day at that time. She must be too shy to explain the situation to us." Ji Jiushi, "What should we do?" 01's eyes widened. "I was going to ask you what to do." The two looked at each other, both with worried faces. Chapter 28. Ji Jiushi wanted to ask 188 about the situation directly, but was stopped by 01. Everyone has self-esteem. If he asked 188 directly, she might feel offended. It would be better to observe for a while. Maybe she wanted to lose weight and gain muscle. In the next 2 days, Ji Jiushi observed carefully, and found that 188's breakfast was twice as much as before. He secretly followed her at noon and at night to confirm that she had not eaten anything. Tianji, who stayed in the dormitory, could also prove that she did not eat snacks. Ji Jiushi told Jiangju and Wu San about this matter. The 4 of them and Tianji got together to discuss how to solve this matter. "Isn't this simple?" Wu San said in a relaxed tone, "Young master, I have nothing, but I have money. I will give her whatever she needs. It's no problem to support her until she graduates." 01 rejected his plan. "Please respect the self-esteem of ordinary people. Do you think she will accept inexplicable charity? For the poor, giving with good intentions is no different from charity. Most poor people are mentally sensitive, and giving money will arouse their rebellious psychology." "Really?" Wu San pointed at Ji Jiushi. "If I tell her I give her 1 million, do you think she accept or refuse?" Ji Jiushi, "Really?" She might not want it before, but now she's grown up. Why not want the free money? Wu-san. Fake. Ji Jiuxiao. Oh man. 01 choked. She doesn't count. She's not a normal person. Don't go too far. Let's get down to business. Ji Jiuxiao, who was forced to leave the normal range, interrupted the two. If it doesn't work, you can give her the money under another name. Winning the prize, winning the lottery, social assistance. There are plenty of ways. The three of them discussed with great interest how to deliver the surprise to 188. Jiangju, who was listening quietly, asked, "Where will the money come from?" Wu-san answered quickly, "I will pay. How much will it cost?" "You don't need to pay." Ji Jiuxiao looked at him. "You are a member of our team, not our ATM. Even if Wu-san is stupid and has a lot of money, he can't squeeze him to death. The small money for eating and drinking doesn't matter, but the funding is a long-term thing, and it is also a matter for the team." She took the opportunity to put forward her previous idea. "I plan to exchange the points for money as the team's funds, and the subsidy for 188 will come from it. What do you think?" 01 quickly answered, "I can pay, and it's okay to pay all the time. I don't want to spend the night outside. Points are much more important than money." She doesn't lack money, but she lacks points. She really doesn't want to stay in the training base for a long time to brush points. Ji Jiuxiao. Half vote against. Next one. "Why do I only have half a vote?" 01 caught the key words in Ji Jiuxiao's words. Ji Jiuxiao was ruthless. Those who don't contribute to the team only get half a vote. 01 was speechless, thinking about the total of 0 mental counseling so far, and the wound bandages were all done by Ji Jiuxiao. Because she thought it was dirty, she couldn't say anything to refute for a while. Every time she went on a mission, she was the leisurely one in the team. Ji Jiuxiao and Jiangju were the ones who hunted the alien plants and beasts. Wu-san was responsible for maintaining the weapons, and even 188 could play a role in finding food. Frustration came, and the almost indulgent care made her feel a little unnatural. She asked sullenly, "Why don't you force me to do things?" For example, if Wu-san was lazy, Ji Jiuxiao would kick him, and if 188 didn't work, he would be repeatedly urged, but she could just not do it if she said she didn't want to. She thought of a possibility, and her mood continued to sink. "You know my body. No one in our team needs spiritual counseling." Ji Jiuxiao didn't hear the second half of 01's sentence clearly, and answered her previous question. "Besides spiritual counseling and theoretical courses, your practical skills in rescue and wound cleaning are at the bottom. I don't trust your skills." If the scores of the first two were not far higher than others, 01 would not have been the first. 01, The sad mood disappeared instantly. How could someone have the ability to make people angry to death with just a mouth? Ji Jiuxiao saw that she didn't say anything, and assumed that she had no objection, and turned to look at Wu-san. Wu-san raised his hand. "I agree to exchange points for money." It doesn't matter to him whether the team has more or less funds. It's fun to go out and kill alien plants and beasts. Anyway, he is not the one rushing in front, and his personal safety is guaranteed. The majority of votes support. Ji Jiuxiao posted a post on the school's internal website to sell points. In less than 5 minutes after posting, there were countless comments below. In a famous military academy like Theseus Military Academy, most of the students are from wealthy families. The rich can find people with good genes to give birth to the next generation. After generations of optimization, the probability of the next generation's spiritual awakening is higher than that of ordinary people. Human desires are endless. Even if the production of the stars can make everyone have enough food and clothing and get basic education, there are still class divisions, and wealth accumulates from generation to generation, and is controlled by the top of society. People like 188 who have no food to eat but still hold on are indeed a minority. She can apply for a subsidy from the school, and get a living allowance while reducing tuition fees. In this regard, 01 maintained the idea that poor people value self-esteem and successfully brainwashed others. Surprise subsidy. The first step is to win the grand prize. 01 took 188 to the mall. In order to make the scene more realistic, the lottery set a threshold, and it took 10 star coins to draw once. Is there a lottery event? Let's try my luck. 01 took 188 to the lottery table. 188 refused. I don't participate in probability games. 01 took out 20 star coins. It doesn't matter if you play casually. If you win, it's good luck. If you don't win, it's just spending your bad luck. The staff took the star coins and took out a primitive cardboard box. Electronic product lotteries are easily attacked by viruses, and simple cardboard boxes are safer. I didn't win. 01 took out a card, scratched it, shook his head, and turned to urge 188, try it. 188 frowned and reached into the cardboard box, took out a metal card, and ran his finger across the smooth card surface. The 3 big words special prize appeared on it. 01 was surprised. Wow! The staff excitedly said, you are so lucky. The only special prize was drawn by you. Congratulations on winning the $1 million prize. $1 million prize? 188 was surprised. The staff nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. Please take out the light computer and go through the process, and the money will be transferred to the account immediately. I said you are lucky to win the prize. Give him the account number. 01 encouraged from the side. In a corner of the mall, Woo-san looked out from the corner. What an exaggerated acting. Jioshi's head popped out from above him. It's okay as long as it works. Tianji stretched his head out and connected his head with the 2 people's heads. I feel a little bad. Jiangju stood behind the 3 people and sent a message to the person in charge of the mall. They were doing the lottery in the mall in a rush, and randomly found an extra actor and pulled him over without reporting to the mall in advance. If they didn't say hello, they would be kicked out by the mall security within 10 minutes. There were quite a few people in the mall, and they gathered around after hearing the noise. The reactions of passers-by were much more natural than those of the extras and 01. Amid the envious chatter, 188 pulled 01 and turned around and left. 01 didn't react and said blankly, why don't you take the money? 188 said seriously, you should watch more cases on the legal channel. This is a scam. I will report the mall later. They actually allowed scammers to hold activities inside. 01, ? She struggled and said, maybe it's true? How can such a big mall cheat people? There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially a free lunch that is sent to you on your own initiative. You don't need to think about it to know that it is poisonous. How can a mall hold an activity for no reason, and I easily win the grand prize? The probability of cheating me is higher. 188 is very rational. 01 was speechless for a moment, and tried to make a final attempt. What if you were just lucky? 188 replied, I don't believe it. 3 words blocked 01's words. She was hesitant to speak, and sent the situation to others. In the corner, Woo-san explained, she actually uses her brain, which is beyond my expectation. Tianji, Plan A failed, implement Plan B. Jiangju's optical brain kept popping up messages. 188 did what he said, and reported it as soon as he said it. The inspection team was coming here, and the mall manager who got the news sent him messages frantically. He rubbed his brows, clicked a few times on the optical computer, and followed the others to move positions. 01 received the message, felt relieved, and took 188 to take a detour. Didn't you say to go back to school? 188 asked. 01 said confidently, take this road. I want to go to a store to buy something. 188 had a headache. Next time, even if you treat me to 10 meals, I won't accompany you out. 01 ignored her, and when passing by a lottery shop, raised his finger and said, this is a formal lottery shop. Buy one and try your luck? No. 188 had a cold face. 01 took a few steps forward, bought 10 lottery tickets, and handed them to 188. You are lucky, you come and scratch. Seeing that 188 did not respond, she stood in front of the lottery shop and did not leave. If you don't scratch, I won't leave. 188 glanced at her, sat on a bench by the roadside, leaned against the chair like a boneless person, closed his eyes, and did not move. 01 clenched his fists, and after trying to hold back, he still couldn't hold back, and cursed madly in the surprise plan group. Is this something a human can do? I don't think she will die if she doesn't eat. It's good to be hungry. Let her mind clear up. Woo-san replied, hold it for a while, it will be over after scratching the lottery. 01 took a deep breath and walked towards 188. We will go back after you scratch this lottery ticket, and take you to eat delicious food tonight. Delicious? The 3 words touched 188, and she reluctantly took the lottery ticket and started scratching it. She scratched 1 and 01 took 1. After scratching 10 lottery tickets, 01 barely squeezed out some excitement. Wow! You won the prize. 2 out of 10 tickets won the prize, which adds up to 2 million. She didn't wait for 188 to respond, and went straight to the store to exchange star coins, and transferred half of the money to 188. She didn't transfer all of it to prevent 188 from getting suspicious, and half for each person was just right. After the work was done, she breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's go back. 188 operated a few times on her optical computer, and her optical computer made a beeping sound. When she opened it, she saw that the money was returned in full. 01 didn't understand her operation. What are you doing? You bought the lottery ticket. You can take the money yourself. 188 closed her eyes and answered lightly. The artificial light shining on her body was not very warm. 01. I'm not asking you to help me take the money. The lottery ticket is between the two of us. I'm a generous person, so I give you half of the money. No need. 188 was unusually calm. 01 suspected that she had seen through their plan and tried to ask, You know? 188 asked back, What do you know? Why don't you want the money? 01 didn't say it clearly and continued to pull. 188, It's not my money, I don't want it. 01 had a mouthful of blood stuck in her throat, and she knew, damn the self-esteem of the poor, Plan B failed, and implemented Plan C. 188 also distrusted social assistants and reported the fraud of G. Joshua and others who pretended to be successful people in society. Plan C failed. Even the story of helping the elderly in need and getting a huge inheritance did not work because she was too vigilant. She immediately called the hospital emergency number when she saw the elderly falling down, and ran away as soon as the people arrived. She did not participate in any gambling games. She would think that any news related to winning the lottery was a scam. She was so sensitive that she seemed to have been scammed countless times. All the plans on the list failed, and everyone gathered together to discuss countermeasures behind 188's back. 01 was still angry. There is no need to give her money. Take her with you when you eat in the future. Just don't let her starve to death. 188 couldn't handle the overwhelming wealth. The money was in her hands, but she pushed it away. Why should she stick to it? G. Joshua agreed. It's feasible. 01 nodded, support. The plan changed from sending money to sending meals. Everyone went from gathering together for breakfast to gathering together for every meal. In order not to arouse suspicion, the person who paid was fixed to Wusan, because he had recently won a big prize and paid for everyone's meals. As time went on, new concerns emerged. Meals cannot always be paid by one person, even if it's just for show. Anyone who is not a fool can always find some clues. Wusan suggested, The punishment will end in 2 days. Then we will go to the forest to cook. She will definitely have no objection. G. Joshua added, You can let her do more things to count as contribution points, and then give her more money. Jiangju did not express his opinion as usual, and 01's remaining half-vote veto power did not work, so the matter was settled. Entering the forest again, G. Joshua found that 188's spirit was different. He stretched out and looked more energetic than before. Everyone entered from the west entrance. Someone in the dark saw them and quickly passed the information. A group of people entered the forest and went deep into the inner circle. A white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and it was gone in a flash. Ji Jiuxiao, did you see anything? Wu San hesitated. I thought I was dazzled. It seemed to be a strange beast or a strange plant. The speed was too fast, and I couldn't see anything clearly. Your bag, 01 said, looking at Wu San's backpack. There was a big hole in the backpack, and things fell down as he walked. A handful of green grass among the metal parts was particularly eye-catching. 188 said the name of the green grass, fragrant grass. Ji Jiuxiao, why did you bring a bunch of grass? My stuff. Wu San wailed as he looked at the things on the ground, and explained with a bitter face. The tree roots last time gave me inspiration. Fragrant grass is poisonous when ignited, and it will make people paralyzed and unconscious after inhalation. I think it can be used to confuse strange beasts and make it easier to capture, so I brought a bunch to try. Jiangju squatted down to observe the edge of the backpack. Wu San's bag was brought from home. The material is better than the bag issued by the school. The material is tough and will not be easily torn. Fragrant grass was scattered all over the ground. It was originally tied into a bundle with a rope. The rope was gnawed open, and part of the fragrant grass was also gnawed off. Jiangju, I came for the fragrant grass. As soon as he finished speaking, a similar white light flashed in front of everyone again. Jiangju reached out to grab it, but it was empty. The fragrant grass on the ground had a gap again, confirming Jiangju's words. 188 pondered. I remember there is a kind of white rabbit with long teeth and fast running that likes to eat this grass. Rabbit? You are amazing. You guessed what was attacking us so quickly, which is a great help to the team. Ji Jiuxia quickly took over, skipped the rabbit's information, and started to praise. Wu San followed Ji Jiuxia's words. Yes, yes. If it weren't for you, we would have to find a way to figure out what kind of strange beast it is, and now we can lock the target immediately. 01 felt a little nauseous and couldn't bear to watch it. Hurry up and find a way to catch the rabbit first. Do you know how to catch a rabbit? Jijioshia asked 188. 188 casually said, it's hard to catch it. You can try to set a trap with the herb. I'm not sure if you can catch it. Jijioshia bent down to pick up the herb on the ground, praising, your idea is really good, what kind of trap is suitable? Just as her hand touched the herb, a white shadow flashed again, and before the soft fur touched her, she opened her hand and grabbed the rabbit. Jijioshia, ? Why is there a rabbit that actively bumps into people's hands? This is a wind rabbit, fast and low IQ. It looks quite old. 188 observed the appearance of the rabbit, and added, the meat is delicious. The wind rabbit is a D-level alien beast, herbivorous, low aggressiveness, tender meat, and can survive purely by running fast. Those who can't run fast have become the food of hunters. The air stirred up a slight ripple, and a bullet hit Jijioshia's wrist. She dodged quickly, but the edge of her wrist was still scratched. The wound quickly turned red, thin blood lines oozed out, and blood beads of different sizes formed a line. The degree of injury was not serious, but the rabbit took advantage of her relaxation of strength and ran away with a flick of its tail. I've waited so long, and finally I got to see you, a bunch of cowards. A familiar voice came from behind the tree. It was the haunting red-haired team again, and this time there were a lot of people, including the single soldier number 55 and his teammates. Jiangju's eyes shifted from Jijioshia's wrist to the face of the newcomer. It was number 55 who shot and wounded the man. He swung the gun in his hand, and his expression was full of contempt. Are you okay? Number 53 asked nervously. He was far away, and couldn't see clearly whether the bullet hit Jijioshiu. It's okay. Jijioshiu shook his hand, looked at number 55, and his brows slowly knitted. 188's face darkened since the rabbit ran away, and the smile on 01's face disappeared, staring at the group of people who came out. The atmosphere was low pressure, and the red-haired commander was very satisfied with the effect. Who dared to ignore him again and again before? This is the end. They slowly approached, and the red-haired commander said, you hand over 100 points as compensation, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, he looked at Jijioshia's wrist meaningfully, if you want to score well in the future, you better be honest and obedient. He gradually approached and stepped on the grassy ground. Ah! A short scream sounded, the grass squirmed, and a vine came out of the grass and wrapped around his feet, hanging him upside down in the air. You actually set a trap. It seems that you don't accept the toast and drink the penalty. The red-haired commander was furious and staggered in the air. Take them down and divide the points equally. 55 sneered. A group of weak trash, only worthy of playing some tricks. He raised the gun in his hand and aimed at Jiangju. He would hit the commander and the healer first. It would be difficult to hit too many healers, so he would kill the commander first. The bullet is not fatal, and most it will cause bone fractures and broken ribs, and you can recover by lying in bed for 7 or 8 days. The pain of being hit on the body is unavoidable. It will not cause death, but it can cause pain. There is no better weapon of intimidation than this. Jijioshiu, you hide to the side. She grabbed Wu San and entered the mecha. The opponent was outnumbered and had no advantage in physical combat. If they wanted to win, they had to rely on the mecha. 188 was unusual. He did not retreat to the side to watch the battle. Instead, he took weapons with Wu San and attacked the red-haired team. When the opponent wanted to counterattack, he hid in the grass next to him. She was as agile as Feng-Tu and disappeared in the bushes in a flash. 01 was the only one left. She was stunned for a moment when she saw 188's smooth movements. Usually, the two of them would play together, but why did 188 stand up today? The other side had more people, and 4 mechas surrounded Jiangju and Jijioshiu. They had no guilt at all, and used all their moves to injure and maim them. The other members of the red-haired team watched the battle leisurely, and said sarcastically, we need to fight these two people. Do we think too highly of them? It's boring. It's better to fight B-level alien plants and beasts. Then there is a healer. The members of this team are really weird. Are they all unwanted? Let's make a bet. How many minutes can it take to win? I guess 5 minutes. The laughter was so loud that it was harsh. 01 looked up at the group of people, patted the non-existent dust on his hands, and shouted to Wu San, give me a gun. The gun fell into her hand, and someone whistled at her, Therapist, you'd better stay here. We won't do anything to you, lest you hurt yourself with the gun. Laughter rang out, contempt, ridicule, and condescending. Their eyes were like those of a superior looking down, making people uncomfortable. 01 had no expression on his face, and raised his gun to shoot. Whoosh, the first shot hit the heart. The man who spoke turned pale in an instant, and he stood unsteadily, and half knelt on the ground, opening his mouth and exhaling heavily. The heart is too dirty, it is recommended to take it out and wash it. 01 fired the next shot indifferently, hitting the mouth of the man with the brightest smile. The bullet broke his teeth and blood gushed out. He opened his mouth, and broken teeth mixed with blood flowed from his lips, making his mouth full of bright red. The mouth is too ugly, it is recommended to change a set of teeth. The interval between the two shots was no more than 2 seconds, and the crowd did not even react. Someone cursed fiercely, quickly pulled the two injured people apart, and found trees as cover to avoid the attack. As they moved, bullets from above continued to attack, and no matter which direction they moved, they could not avoid it. 188 climbed up the tree at some point, squatted between the branches and shot down, with a pair of eyes that were amazingly bright, accurately locking the prey. Her accuracy was not as high as 01, but she had a good position and fast movements, and she could hit people with random shots. The people in the red-haired team moved hurriedly, and someone reacted and raised his gun to fight back. 188 grabbed the vines like a monkey and swung on the treetop, and he was intact, and the enemy knocked down too. The vines that originally hung people up appeared again, intertwined with each other like a big net that wrapped people in it. They were dense in number, and it was extremely painful when they whipped people. Someone exclaimed, "It's not a trap, it's a plant." The appearance of the plant disrupted everyone's rhythm. The vines wrapped around the arms of 2 people and hung them up. More vines poured in. 01 fought and retreated. Behind her was a steep hillside. She stepped on the edge, and the gravel under her feet slipped. She was unstable and fell backwards. Wu-san, who was watching the battle, saw this scene and exclaimed, "Be careful." The mecha was too far away from 01. When her feet left the ground and fell down, a vine strangled her waist and pulled her back, hanging in a row with the others. The people in the red-haired team no longer paid attention to 188 and 01. They pointed their guns at the vines. In a fight between people, there was still some room for retreat, but the plants would eat people. 188 moved back and forth between the vines, approached one of the men, pressed the dagger on his neck and pressed down, drawing a bleeding line. 01 saw this scene, not caring that he was still in the air, and hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Chapter 29. The person whose neck was pressed by the knife was a common face in the red-haired team. He was less than 188 centimeters tall, and trembling in her arms. A common face. Sister, be gentle. Fighting is fighting. Killing is killing. Hold the knife carefully. He was really a little scared. Just now, 188 centimeters rushed to him and stabbed him cleanly. His expression was as cold as if he had killed people for 10 years. His face was not ferocious at all. He looked at people calmly, as if he was looking at an ant. What would it feel like to kill an ant? But he was not an ant. The knife did not cut the artery, but pierced the skin, and blood beads began to flow down in a line. He felt the warm liquid and trembled even more. He was never afraid of fighting. He could laugh when a gun was pointed at his head, but the dagger was different. The cold weapon pressed on the weak point, with a cold breath of metal. It only takes less than a second for a bullet to pass through the head. The cold weapon is slower, so slow that you can experience the taste of death approaching. 188 stopped and looked at 01 in confusion. 01 saw what she was thinking, and could no longer bear it. He could no longer maintain his elegant personality, and scolded, "How come you have no legal awareness at all? No matter how hard you beat them, you can't really do it. Do you want to go to jail? If you really kill someone, you will have to spend your next life behind bars. They are annoying." 188 let go of his hand, a little regretful, but I know the law. 01 was strangled by the vines, and had a hard time breathing. He was a little short of breath after finishing a long sentence. He calmed down and said, "You can beat them half to death, but you can't beat them to death." 188 nodded in agreement, and kicked the popular face A on the knee with such force that he broke his bone. "Ah!" The shrill scream startled the mechas fighting in the distance, and the legs of the popular face A twisted at a weird angle. The people hanging above, including the red-haired commander, got goosebumps from the scream. The 4 mechas were slow to take down Jiangju and Jijioxia. They saw their companions trapped by vines, and they didn't care too much and came to rescue them first. 01 shouted, "You saved me first." 188 took out a gun and pointed it at the legs of the popular Face A. Everyone watched helplessly, but was unable to stop him. The trigger was pulled, and the popular Face A closed his eyes and waited for the pain to come. A chill came from his legs, and he opened his eyes, only to see that what came out of the gun barrel was not a bone-piercing bullet, but a light-gray liquid. He met 188's eyes. There was no contempt or sarcasm in her eyes, nothing, calm and peaceful, but it still seemed like she had slapped him. The face of the popular Face A turned from white to red, and then white again. After 188 let him go, he still squatted on the ground in dejection. Light gray liquid flew out of the water gun and landed on 01's waist. The vines quickly retracted as soon as they touched the liquid, and 01 fell from midair. 188 kicked the popular Face A over and caught the falling 01, forcing him to become a meat cushion. Popular Face A, 188 first drew a circle with gray liquid within a 1-meter range around her body, and the vines approaching her avoided it, forming a vacuum zone around her. She changed her gun and shot at the people in midair. Fixed targets are easy to hit, but unfortunately her aim is still not very good. She wanted to shoot at the back but hit the buttocks instead, so she just hit randomly. Everyone was like eggplants hit by frost, withered and drooped. It's not that they don't want to resist, but it's too difficult to use strength and unable to move when hanging in the air, unlike 188, who can run around anywhere. The mechas that came to rescue people were blocked by dense vines. When they broke through the obstacles and arrived, 188 had already beaten everyone. Under the gaze of 6 mechas, she turned the water gun into a shower mode, and one water column became many, easily driving away the vines. The people hanging in the air fell down one by one. Those who were not cushioned at the bottom either fell dizzy or had tailbone pain. The ground was a mess. 6 people could not beat 2 healers. No one would believe it, but it was true. Most of the people brought by the red-haired commander were weak, including himself. There was no point in continuing the farce. For soldiers could not take down a commander and a mechanic, and they were not much better than the rest of the team. 55 put away the mecha and looked at Jiangju coldly. You are lucky this time. The alien plants happened to appear, but your luck can't be good forever. Jiangju didn't answer, and didn't even look at him. Luck won't tell you how to make alien plants retreat. Ji Jiuxiu refuted Wu's words. Short-sightedness will only make you unlucky. Wu San raised his fist and threatened. Do you want to take another punch from me? Just now, when Ji Jiuxiu was controlling the mecha, he punched Wu in the face at close range, and the attack with mental power synchronized the power to the human body. He now has a circle of blue and black under his eyes. Wu's face was ugly. There was no alien plant interference in the battle between mechas. He couldn't beat a mechanic. This matter could be nailed to the pillar of shame. He threatened stubbornly. This time you win. There will always be a time to meet again. Be careful. He was the only one who was speaking harshly. As soon as the others had the intention to speak, 188's club would fall on their heads, hitting them one by one. Who are you going to call to deal with us? Ji Jiuxiu said impatiently, one after another. Are you annoyed? Wu's face turned black, and he gritted his teeth and said, there is no one else. Ji Jiuxiu, that's the best. I suggest you don't make trouble casually. If you are beaten and lie in bed for 10 days or half a month, your points will not go up. Wu's face was cold, and he called the others to leave. Did I let you go? Ji Jiuxiu blocked their way. Wu's expression was gloomy. What else do you want? Ji Jiuxiu settled the account. You let our sea-level wind rabbit run away, you have to pay 3 points for compensation, and fighting wastes our time and energy, you have to pay 5 points for mental damages. 1 pound of wind rabbit. How much is 1 pound? 1 pound of 1,005 star coins. 01 supplement. Ji Jiuxiu continued, the one just now was about 5 pounds, a total of 7,500 star coins, you can leave after paying. 55's face turned green. He could understand the points in the front, but what did the star coins mean in the back? I am a kind person, and the price I ask is very reasonable. Ji Jiuxiu stretched out his hand. 55 had no right to refuse, and handed the money and points to Ji Jiuxiu, saying sarcastically, are you crazy because of poverty? If you have money, you can give me 1 million, I don't mind. Ji Jiuxiu didn't care about his ridicule. 1 million? No. 55 glared at her and left with the others. This time, the injuries of the red-haired team were much more serious than last time. 188 was ruthless enough, and she shot all 5 shutters. Wu San said happily, fighting is more profitable than killing alien plants and animals. I will get 8 points immediately. I don't mind them coming a few more times. We are indeed lucky today. Jijioshu saw it clearly. If the vines hadn't appeared, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. 01 threw the gun back to Wusan, took out a wet towel to wipe his hands, and said regretfully, "It's a pity that the wind rabbit ran away." She had eaten the meat of the wind rabbit, which tasted tender and delicious. Wind rabbits cannot be raised. Once they are raised in captivity, they will die of depression. Wild wind rabbits are fast and difficult to catch, so they are expensive. 188 dragged a wind rabbit out of the bushes and threw it on the ground. The rabbit was not dead yet, and its feet were tied by dry grass, struggling hard on the ground. "When did you catch the rabbit?" Wusan was surprised. 188 clapped his hands. "It just happened." Jijioshu picked up the rabbit. "Today's lunch is settled. Let's make braised rabbit meat." She has studied cooking techniques with Tianji seriously and memorized many recipes. The seasonings for braised dishes are similar, so it will definitely be done well. Jiangju took the rabbit from her. "I do it." Jijioshu didn't let go. "You have never cooked before. I'm afraid you can't do it. Let me do it." "I've seen the recipe." Jiangju's hand grabbed the rabbit's ears. 188 held Jijioshu's arm. "Don't do it." 01 nodded. "Let him try." Wusan supported Jiangju second. "Is the food I cook not delicious?" Jijioshu wondered. "How can you trust him to cook? The dishes I cook are obviously innovative and delicious." No one responded. Sometimes silence is also an answer. Jijioshu was forced to put down the rabbit, and Wusan approached her and suggested, "It's better not to be innovative in cooking in the future." She was too innovative, and was keen on pouring all kinds of seasonings into the pot to create strange flavors. She was good at two things. One was boiling, and the other was roasting. The latter was easy to say, and you could eat it after roasting it, but the taste of the former depended on what ingredients she had on hand. It's not that it can't be eaten, but it's a little hard to swallow. In comparison, everyone trusted Jiangju more. Although he was a little indifferent, aloof, and couldn't chat with everyone, he looked like he could cook according to the recipe process and rules. I don't know where Jijioshu found this strange commander, who was strong and cold, and didn't look like a commander, and didn't look like a single soldier. Before, there was only Jijioshu as a cook, and everyone didn't dare to question her cooking skills. Now that there is a choice, Jijioshu can be put aside for now. The despised Jijioshu calculated the money in her hand. Some time ago, she sold her points in exchange for 50,000 star coins, plus the 7,500 just now. The team funds are very rich. She gave 2/3 of the money to the team members for free distribution, and the remaining 1/3 was used as collective funds for the purchase of weapons, team dinners, and other expenses. The people who needed money the least in the team were 01 and Wusan, and the money was still distributed to them. The points were earned by the joint efforts of every team member, and every penny was earned by themselves, so they deserved a part. Wusan was in a complicated mood. "This is the first time I have earned money." Jijioshu, "How does it feel?" Wusan felt it carefully and answered, "It feels great." Jijioshu, "Use this money to treat us to a meal?" "No." Wusan refused. "I can't bear to spend it." He spent the money given by his family without any regret, and spent tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands without any regret, but the star coins in his hand, which were less than 5 digits, always felt particularly precious. Jijioshu smiled and shook his head, and said generously, "Then I treat you." 188 checked the money in the optical computer, and said casually, "This money is good, I can eat." As soon as he said this, the other 4 people fell silent. Jijioshu tried, "Didn't you have food before?" 188 said frankly, "Yes, it lasted for a long time, and I only had breakfast every day." "Why didn't you tell us?" Wusan asked. 188 said casually, "No need, I can live without eating. The energy stored in the body will not be consumed so quickly." Everyone, 01 asked, "Are you poor?" 188 nodded. "I only have the funds allocated to me now, and I have spent all the money before." Jijioshu, "Since your family is not good, why don't you apply for a subsidy from the college?" 188 was surprised. "Can I still apply for a subsidy?" Everyone, It turns out that 188 knows nothing. Where is the self-esteem of the poor? What is their previous busyness? Asterisk. Life returned to peace. Jijioshu and others should brush points and take a rest. Occasionally, they encountered a few difficult beasts or plants, and stumbled to brush up their points. Red-haired commander and his team did not provoke again. If the two sides met by chance, they would avoid them in advance. Single soldier 55 became more and more courageous, and came to challenge several times. After a long time, It is said that conflicts arose within the team, and they stopped coming later. His teammates were not so cooperative in this kind of thing, that wasted energy without any benefit. Halfway through the semester, the personnel of all the scoring teams were basically stable, and there were few changes. 01 and 188, who had said they would stay in Jigyoshio's team to find a new team, had not changed teams. Going to the training base to score has become a daily job. Seeing that the students were too bored, the school gave them new stimulation and issued a new task in early this month: professional competition. The total score of the students for the entire semester is determined by 3 scores. The training score accounts for 50%, the final score accounts for 30%, and the professional competition accounts for 20%. For teams whose scores are in the middle and can't go up, the professional competition is a good opportunity to overtake on the curve. The venue of the professional competition is set on the desert planet. The desert planet is a battlefield between humans and alien plants. The enemy has just been driven out, and there are only scattered alien plants on the planet, which is very suitable for students to use as a competition venue. The school rented a spaceship and pulled the students from Tata to the desert planet. It is said that a long time ago, the desert planet was a planet that was very suitable for human habitation without too much mechanical regulation, with fragrant flowers and green trees. After being occupied by alien plants, the fertile land dried up. They multiplied without restraint, expanded their territory, absorbed nutrients from the land, and continuously squeezed the living space of humans, eventually turning the beautiful planet into an interstellar battlefield. Alien plants and alien beasts do not live in harmony. On the battlefield planet, one side must have more power than the other. The desert planet is dominated by alien plants. When the spacecraft was about to land, Jigyoshio saw a large area of cracked land. At a glance, a large area of yellow was exposed. Drought is the norm for planets occupied by alien plants. Unlike ordinary plants, they will plunder planetary resources crazily and spread seeds into the universe. When everyone got off the spaceship, a gust of wind blew, carrying some dust and dryness. Wei Hingji organized the class members to gather and go to the dormitory area for rest. On the way, she explained the rules of this professional competition. We will stay here for half a month. As medical students, what you have to do is to rescue the wounded. There are no specific regulations. You decide when to treat, and how many people to treat every day. The indigenous residents of the desert planet moved away when the war broke out. They will move back only after the planet's ecology is restored and can be inhabited. Now, in addition to these students, the only people on this planet are the troops stationed here. There are no temperature control machines on the war zone star, no shopping malls for entertainment and relaxation, and no weekends. The conditions are very different from those on the Tata star. Some people complained in a low voice that the environment was not good, and the dry wind made people's skin dry. Wei Hingji said calmly, "This is the real battlefield. If you go to the front line, you will understand the horror of war. You are the therapists of Theseus Military Academy, and will be the backbone of the battle in the future. If you are afraid, disgusted, or unbearable, it is recommended to quit as soon as possible." Everyone whispered, and no one said they wanted to quit. Since the start of the military academy, many students have dropped out one after another, and one of them is from class 9 where Jigyoshio is. The threat of alien plants and beasts, the bloody teammates after being injured, the primitive wild environment. Not everyone can adapt to these. Compared with Tata, the dormitories on the desert planet are more crowded. There are no private rooms. The private area only includes a bed and a cabinet. 6 people live in one dormitory. Jigyoshio put the flower pot on the balcony and watered the grass. Tianji was unable to come with her, and was left on Tata. The school assigned 2 robots to each dormitory to take care of daily cleaning. 01 saw Jigyoshio take out the flower pot from his bag, and he hesitated to speak. He couldn't help asking, "It's only half a month, so is it necessary to move the pot of grass here?" "You don't understand." Jigyoshio pinched the round leaves of the grass and said seriously, "This is my spiritual belief." 01's eyes were subtle. Some people believed in God, some believed in science, some believed in flying noodles, and Jigyoshio believed in a grass. The world is so big that there is nothing strange. Understanding, respect. The new roommates are all classmates in the same class. Everyone knows each other. After a simple greeting, Jigyoshio packed up his things, and went out with 01 and 188. In the cafeteria, Wusan and Jiangju had already taken their seats. They were playing with their laptops, and had 5 meals on the table. Wusan saw Jigyoshio and the other 2 and waved, "Here." The 3 walked over and sat down. Wusan said excitedly, let's go out for a walk after dinner. I haven't been to the battlefield planet yet. I can only spare an hour. Ji Jiuxiu said seriously. Wu San wondered, what do you want to save time for? Ji Jiuxiu, treatment, isn't this the purpose of our coming to the desert planet? It's starting so soon? The instructor hasn't assigned the task yet. Wu San was speechless. Ji Jiuxiu, there is no hard and fast rule on the time and amount of treatment, which means that the game has already started from the moment you get off the plane. It's so tiring to ride a spaceship, won't you take a break? Wu San didn't understand Ji Jiuxiu's behavior. Ji Jiuxiu shook her head, I want to get first place. The scholarship for first place is like a carrot hanging in front of her donkey, making her keep running forward. The team is currently ranked in the middle, and there is still a long way to go from the top. The revolution has not yet succeeded. No one in the team questioned her goal. As long as Ji Jiuxiu wants to do something, she can always do it. The desert planet is not like the sun in the solar system that provides heat energy. The heat mainly depends on the heat emitted from the interior of the planet. The heat spreads upward from the ground, which is a bit low for humans, and they need to wear heated clothes to keep warm. A long time ago, the desert planet had not been invaded by alien plants, and the temperature was kept at 24 to 26 degrees for a long time, which was suitable for human survival and crop growth. The alien plants absorbed the fertility of the land, and even plundered the heat energy, leaving dry and cracked land, with their grass and trees, and the ground was barren. The land was dry and hard, and it was hard to walk on. The flying dust stuck to the shoes, and they turned yellow after walking for a while. Wu San suggested, why don't we go to the frontline area to have a look? The place where they were was in the battlefield reserve area. The environment was clean and tidy, the land was vast and sparsely populated, and it was all yellow soil at a glance. There was nothing to see. It is said that there are countless uncompleted alien plant debris piled up on the front line. During this period, the desert planet will be open to the public, and people can enter freely. There are many parts of the alien plants that can be processed and used. People will come in to collect useful parts and sell them, and help clean up the battlefield to prevent the accumulation of alien plants from producing viruses. 01 refused. No, what's the point of looking at corpses everywhere? It's disgusting. Ji Jiuxiu's eyes lit up when she heard that it could be exchanged for money. 01 knew what she was thinking and immediately said, have you forgotten your scholarship? I can't wait until tomorrow to pick up money. Ji Jiuxiu answered quickly and prepared to go back to get the sack. 01 shook his head, short-sighted. Ji Jiuxiu, I have thought about it seriously. What if the money I earn is not less than the scholarship? The scholarship of Theseus Military Academy is 100,000 yuan a year. How much can you earn by picking up garbage? The rare parts have been picked up by others. Even you know about this good thing. Do you think you will get the benefit? 01 saw it clearly. After hearing the clear and calm words, Ji Jiuxiu was convinced, and gave up the idea of going to the front line of the war zone. The way of each professional competition is different. She asked Wu San and Jiangju, what is the content of your competition? Wu San replied, repairing guns, repairing mechas, repairing aircraft, repairing protective shields. Repairing everything. The instructor will record the quantity and quality of their repairs, and use it as the basis for scoring. It is not uncommon for the mechanical major to focus on maintenance and renovation, but Jiangju's answer was unexpected. He said, play chess? What chess? Ji Jiuxiu asked curiously. Jiangju, I take you to see it. The command major is a bit special. The school can't really let the recruits go to the battlefield to command, so their soldiers become chess pieces on the chessboard. The chessboard is the battlefield in the simulation cabin, and the NPC soldiers are the chess pieces. The chess pieces even have their own tempers. They will quarrel and disobey orders. The commander must also adjust the relationship and emotions of his soldiers when regulating the battle. The command major adopts a battle mode, where students compete with each other, with no limit on the number of times, and the score starts from 0. The winner gets 1 point, and the loser loses points. The means seem to be milder than other majors, but the simulation cabin is extremely realistic, making people feel like they are really on the battlefield. The smell of sweat mixed with blood is fishy and unpleasant, and the wailing adds a cruel color to the battlefield. Overall, the difficulty of the command major competition lies in the great mental pressure. Facing one immersive battle after another, the pressure can be imagined. Ji Jiuxiu, can we watch you when you compete? Yes. Jiangju nodded. I told you in advance when I started. After a circle in the rest area, everyone separated. 01 was not anxious about his score, and went back to catch up on his sleep. 188 followed Ji Jiuxiu to the hospital. The hospital is their home court for the competition, and the wounded were sent here. At present, the desert planet is in the final stage, and there are still scattered alien plants wandering outside. These alien plants are cleaned up by students of the single soldier major. The patients who need their treatment in the future are likely to be these students. The air is full of the smell of disinfectant, very faint, but everywhere. Ji Jiuxiu and 188 were stopped by the nurse at the door, as soon as they entered the hospital. The nurse spoke crisply and quickly, like pouring beans. Students, right? Go left to the general room at the end of the corridor, to get clothes. You have to change into work clothes when you enter the hospital in the future. The task is also received in the general room. The two went to the general room, and got clothes and ID cards. The supervisor of the general room was a slightly fat female doctor, with a kind demeanor, and spoke slowly. You are the first to come. I like diligent children. I will give you 2 more points. Now go to room 301 on the 3rd floor of Building A in the West District. There is a patient there who needs your help. Remember, be more patient with patients. The two received the task, and groped their way to room 301. As soon as they opened the door, a blue pillow with fluffy fur flew straight at them. Chapter 30. Ji Jiuxiu grabbed the pillow, and more fluff poured out from the hole, covering the faces of the 2 people who came in. She threw the pillow away, pulled the fluff off her face, and saw the people in the ward clearly. A blonde and gray-eyed boy sat on a white bed, his cheeks flushed with anger, and looked angrily at another person in the ward. The data card on the bedside showed that he was only 15 years old, and his condition was a comminuted fracture of his left lower leg. The military academy student arrived at the desert planet this morning, so it was unlikely that he would have a fracture in the afternoon, and as far as he knew, there were no freshmen so young in the school. A 15-year-old boy was even less likely to be a soldier in the army, so he was a family member of a soldier. The battle on the desert planet lasted for hundreds of years, and the army was stationed here for a long time, and could not leave without orders. It was too inhumane to separate people from their loved ones, and the atmosphere on the battlefield was depressing. Over time, mental breakdowns occurred frequently in the army. In order to solve this problem, the desert planet built a family building so that military families could live here, and the company of relatives could relieve mental stress. All the thoughts flashed through his mind, and Ji Jiuxiu walked into the ward. The name was written on the data card. The boy's name was Haas. The other person in the ward was wearing a white coat, which was slightly different from theirs. He should be a formal employee of the hospital. There was a white pillow of the same style lying on the ground, and fluff was bulging from the crack in the middle of the pillow. The nurse was also covered with fluff. It seemed that the pillow just now was aimed at the nurse, but the person who threw it was not accurate, so they pushed the door in and suffered for no reason. The room fell silent because of the 2 people who pushed the door in, and their eyes met in the air. Ji Jiuxiu greeted the nurse politely. Hello, we are students of Theseus Military Academy. Dr. Jiangxing asked us to come here to treat the patient. Can you tell us what the specific situation is? The nurse said quickly. The most important thing now is to get him to eat. I leave this little thing to you. She hurried out the door without looking back. Ji Jiuxiu seemed relieved to see her, and his expression was as relaxed as if he had finally gotten rid of a hot potato. She and 188 looked at each other. Ji Jiuxiu, you can't judge a person's character based on his demeanor and words and deeds. 188 agreed. That's right. Who would have thought that Dr. Jiangxing looked gentle and considerate, but ended up selling them out with a smile. Bone fractures are not a big problem in the interstellar space. They can be cured by lying in the medical cabin for a few hours and resting for 5 or 6 days. Now Haas has a white plaster on his leg and is full of energy. How can he look like he needs treatment? There is no big problem with the body and no need for care. If you have to say what needs treatment, it is probably the arrogance and rebellion in your bones. Students of Theseus Military Academy? Haas crossed his hands over his chest, looked up at people, and squinted his eyes to look at the 2 people. What's wrong with this broken hospital? They actually sent people like you to take care of me. I don't want you. Go and call that person back to me. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the food on the bedside table. There were both meat and vegetables, balanced nutrition, color, fragrance and taste. It tasted good at a glance. She remembered what the nurse had told her and asked, Why don't you eat? Haas said impatiently, It's unpalatable. I don't want to eat. I would rather starve to death than eat. Whoever wants to eat can eat. Ji Jiuxiu turned his head to look at 188. Can you still eat? 188 nodded, no problem. So, the delicious food entered 188's stomach. She devoured the food in a whirlwind and commented, It's a little cold, but it tastes good. Vase was stunned. You? Who told you to touch my things? Ji Jiuxiao, didn't you say that whoever wants to eat can eat it? The 2 pillows had been thrown away. Vase had nothing to throw, and angrily pounded the bed. I don't want to see you, get out. Ji Jiuxiao didn't care about his attitude. Seeing that 188 had finished his meal, he put away the plate and took 188 out. A head popped out of the next ward, with a thick white gauze wrapped on his head, winking at the 2 of them. Is the gentleman inside in a bad mood again today? Ji Jiuxiao asked. Who is he with such a bad temper? Colonel Hood's youngest son, just 2 months old, has a bad temper. I guess his family can't control him, so they threw him here to let Colonel Hood take care of him. The other party lowered his voice, and his gossiping heart was evident. He's like this. Ji Jiuxiao pointed at the ward. Colonel Hood doesn't care? The other party said with a smile. The kid is thick-skinned. He's not afraid of Colonel Hood's beating. After all, his own child won't kill him. Others have to bear it for Colonel Hood's sake. The top leader of the desert planet is Colonel Wayne, who left for other planets after the alien plants withdrew from the desert planet. Hood is the second in command. Now he is the highest official on the desert planet, no different from the top leader. No one will offend him for a little thing. After the young master came to the desert planet, he was idle every day, against his father, and he would go out for a walk and say he wanted to kill alien plants. The day before yesterday, he drove a flying vehicle out to find excitement, and he really ran into alien plants and broke his bones. After entering the hospital, he was not at peace, and he kept clamoring to go out to seek revenge on alien plants. He was not happy when others killed alien plants, and insisted on doing it himself. He was brave and fearless, and it was others who suffered. When he saw the young master fainted under the hands of the alien plant, the rescuers were so frightened that they almost crashed the aircraft to the ground. The white gauze man described it vividly, and Ji Jiuxiao listened attentively. She asked, How do you know so clearly? The white gauze man said, Oh, because I was sent to take care of the young master, and I was the unlucky guy who ran into the A-level alien plant and broke his head when I rushed to rescue. Ji Jiuxiao, it's not easy. Being injured is a good thing. At least I don't have to serve the young master. The white gauze man laughed. Ji Jiuxiao looked at his happy smile, and then looked at his head that was almost half missing. For a moment, he didn't know whether he broke his brain or the young master was more terrifying than the A-level alien plant. The 2 put the plates away and walked around the hospital. The doctors and nurses were well trained and didn't need their help. Walking back to the general room, Dr. Jiangxing asked enthusiastically, Have you encountered any problems? Ji Jiuxiao said righteously, The current work cannot reflect our professional qualities. Can you change our tasks? If she keeps circling around Huaz, and the treatment work cannot be carried out, how can she perform well and get high scores? Jiangxing pondered. The entire second floor of Building B in the West District is for mental counseling. You can go there and take a look. Dr. Jiangxing was unexpectedly easy to talk to. Ji Jiuxiao was afraid of being trapped, so he confirmed, Don't you have anything else to say to us? Are you not angry if we don't obey the arrangement? I will arrange for everyone to contact the young master. What if someone dares not to resist and works honestly? Dr. Jiangxing smiled cunningly. Ji Jiuxiao raised his thumb. Hi. Jiangxing, okay, let's go quickly. Don't tell anyone else this secret. I'm willing to say a few more words, because you're diligent. Ji Jiuxiao, I know, you're really kind and beautiful. I'm so lucky to meet you. Under the influence of countless haiku books, she is no longer the fool she used to be. She can compliment people easily. The 2 of them turned to Building B in the West District, and went up to the second floor. The chaotic mental power intertwined with each other, like an out-of-control magnetic field, making people feel uncomfortable. A girl stood at the entrance of the second floor. She was wearing a white coat. Her hair was long to her neck, and scattered behind her head. The broken hair slightly covered her eyes. She was holding a lollipop in her mouth, and playing with her laptop. The clothes didn't fit her well, and were loosely draped on her body. She leaned against the railing. When she heard the noise, she looked up and whistled. 2 new beautiful girls, you look so young, are you adults? Why does the hospital still employ child laborers? There are subtle differences between the clothes of doctors and nurses. Judging from the style of her white clothes, she is a doctor. Ji Jiuxiao, we are students who just arrived today. Dr. Jiangxing asked us to come here to see if there is anything we can help with. Good students who study hard. The doctor snapped his fingers, holding the stick of the lollipop with his fingertips, and looked at the 2. What can you do? You should go back and take a shower, and go to bed early. Ji Jioxiao met her eyes, and then walked straight forward past her. She greeted him, but you can't say she isn't polite. You have a bad temper. A low laugh came from behind. The further he walked in, the more serious the mental confusion became. A short and fat man with messy hair and military uniform rushed out of a ward and almost bumped into the two. He stared at the two and asked, "Where are you from?" Ji Jioxiao was very patient and introduced himself again. The man scratched his hair. "I'm the person in charge here, just call me Fatty. Since you just happened to come here, go and deal with the patient in room 222. He's not a big problem, you should be able to deal with him. If you really can't, I go over later." He quickly threw down a string of words, pointed in a direction, and ran away to do his own thing without caring whether they knew the way or not. The building is designed in the shape of a circle, with a small circle inside a big circle, and every road feels the same. There is no location map on the wall, and the room numbers are irregular. The previous one is 208, and the next one becomes 211. After walking for 5 minutes, I still can't find room 222. Ji Jioxiao asked suspiciously, "Does it have to test your brain power before treatment?" 188 is a waste, find someone to ask. It happened that someone passed by the fork in the road ahead, and the two quickened their pace to catch up. Before they could ask the question, they saw the door number in the other person's hand. Ji Jioxiao asked for directions, and the words turned into, "What are you doing?" The other party smiled and said, "Hang up the sign. Hang up the sign." While saying this, he took off the door plate of the next room and replaced it with the sign in his hand. 214 instantly became 224. Ji Jioxiao? Question mark. The other party muttered "hang up the sign" and ran away quickly. He has a problem with his brain. He likes to take off and put up signs at random. The hospital has been established for a long time, the equipment is old, and the signs are all physical. Recently, we plan to replace all the door plates with screens. A hoarse voice came from the corner. The other party was the female doctor they met when they went upstairs. The lollipop in her hand turned into a cigarette. Ji Jioxiao asked, "Can you go to the battlefield if you are mentally ill?" Female doctor, "You become mentally ill after going to the battlefield. The patients here have some problems with their brains." The other party was able to communicate well at this time, and Ji Jioxiao took the opportunity to ask, "Do you know how to get to room 222? Go straight to the left, turn right at the second fork, and it's the third ward." The female doctor pointed the cigarette to the left. "You smoke again and steal my clothes. Go back to the ward quickly, and don't wander around." A loud voice, like a bell, exploded, and Fatty came over angrily. He saw Ji Jioxiao in 188, and his voice softened. "Didn't I tell you to go to room 222? Why are you still here?" Ji Jioxiao in 188, The female doctor patted her clothes and said with a smile, "For example, this patient's condition is that he fantasizes that he is a doctor." Fat brother snatched her cigarette and put it out. "Go back to your ward." "See." The female doctor shrugged, "You have to play with him, otherwise he won't give up." Fat brother frowned. "Don't listen to her nonsense. She is a patient in room 211. I will take her back first. You wait here. I will take you to ward 222. The female doctor followed Fat brother and left. Before leaving, she waved to the two of them, spread her hands, and made a helpless gesture. Ji Jioxiao in 188, Is this a hospital or a mental hospital? Which one is real and which one is fake? In the end, Ji Jioxiao and 188 chose to wait where they were. Anyway, they couldn't find the place. They waited and saw whether Fat brother or the female doctor would come back to find them. Not long after, Fat brother appeared, wearing a white coat. The loose clothes on the female doctor fit perfectly on him. Ji Jioxiao asked cautiously, "Who was that person just now?" Fat brother said angrily, "She entered the hospital 3 years ago, and is in the late stage of mental confusion. She has been slowly recuperating, but the effect is average. She steals clothes every day to pretend to be a doctor, and has a heavy addiction to smoking. Are people with mental confusion not normal?" Ji Jioxiao considered the adjectives carefully. In the inherent impression, the manifestations of mental confusion are headaches and irritability, which will gradually evolve into mental breakdown. Once the mental breakdown occurs, they will become crazy or stupid. These people have not reached the point of mental breakdown, but they have signs of madness. Fat brother explained, "Splitting headaches and irritability are early manifestations. If they are in this state for a long time, do you think the mental state can remain stable? It makes sense, and there is no way to refute it." Fat brother looks more normal than the female doctor, but Ji Jioxiao. I dare not draw a conclusion for the time being. let's observe for a while. Under the leadership of Brother Pang, they finally went to Ward 222. The room number was 210, no wonder they couldn't find it. The doctor and the nurse knew the location of the ward on the second floor. From Brother Pang's words, they had a preliminary understanding of the second floor of Building B. At the beginning, there was a map at the entrance, but it was smashed by patients who picked up the door numbers randomly. He liked to play hide-and-seek games in a disorderly order and couldn't stand things in order. There were not many patients on the second floor, a total of 26. Newly set patients would first be diagnosed on the second floor. Minor problems would be cured directly, and more serious ones would be sent to other floors of Building B for treatment. Patients with brain disease that could not be cured for a long time would return to the second floor for unified care, and would be sent to other planets for more advanced and detailed treatment after a period of time. Room 222 is at the exit of the elevator at the other end. It is very large and contains many machines. A man squatted beside the door. He held his head with both hands, his expression was painful, his breathing was rapid, he muttered something, and his neck was throbbing with veins. Fat Brother pulled him up and pushed him into a machine. You have been taught how to use this machine in school, right? If you don't know how, just watch me operate it, and you will try it next time. The machine scanned and made an assessment. After the person came out, Fat Brother grabbed the other person's hand and probed into his mental power. His right hand tapped on the machine and wrote a human diagnosis and treatment result. The diagnosis of the machine and the person was different in details, but the overall result was similar. Fat Brother pressed the communication button and called another female doctor. Fat Brother, I uploaded the report to the system. It was sent in late, and the consciousness was a little scattered. You take it to treat it. The female doctor took the person away, and Fat Brother leaned on the back of the chair. He caught a glimpse of the two people next to him, and woke up from his work state. He almost forgot that there were two students here, so he called the female doctor back. The female doctor cursed, Are you sick? You keep tossing people back and forth. If your mental power is confused, and you can't do your job, you better get out of here as soon as possible. Fat Brother was used to the female doctor's temper, and said with a smile, There are two students here. Let them do some mental counseling for the people just now. They have worked hard to come here, so find something for them to do. The female doctor looked at Ji Jioshu and 188, her face still not looking good. What else can you do except make things worse by stuffing a bunch of recruits into the hospital? She had a cold face, and did not object to what Fat Brother said, and brought the patient down again. Fat Brother, now your learning of mental power treatment is not detailed enough. Real mental counseling is like carving, which removes the negative emotions in the patient's mind bit by bit. You are at the stage of wiping glass with a rag, and you can only wipe as far as you can. It cannot be said that there is no effect, but it can be said that it removes surface pollution, and the deeper parts are not cleaned. It is like eating half of a meal. You are not full or hungry at the moment, but you get hungry quickly. Female doctor, I am in a hurry. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and do it. Ji Jioshu looked at 188, you go first. 188 shook his head, I don't know how to do mental counseling. Ji Jioshu, what? It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. This answer is beyond everyone's expectations. Fat Brother disagreed. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. There is no need to lie. I really can't do it. The entrance examination doesn't test this, and no one has asked me if I can do it. 188 leaned against the wall. His posture was casual. Everyone, The female doctor questioned, You really can't do it? 188 walked over, put his hand on the patient's shoulder, and released his mental power. The fresh breath, like the forest, filled the ward, but the patient's condition remained the same. She spread her hands. This is the situation. She has mental power, and the level is not low, but she can't do mental counseling. Fat Brother and the female doctor looked at each other. He scratched his head, and his messy hair became even messier. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Why don't you take her for a checkup? The female doctor took the person away, and Fat Brother instructed Ji Jioshu, You know how to do mental counseling, right? I do. I've done it many times. Ji Jioshu was in high spirits. She grabbed the patient's arm with confidence, and the moment her mental power invaded the other's mental picture, a pig-killing scream resounded throughout the second floor. Fat Brother was frightened and watched the patient frantically shaking his hands to try to shake off Ji Jioshu, but Ji Jioshu's hands clamped him tightly, and he couldn't shake him off no matter what, and soon, he couldn't move. I have no problem doing mental counseling, but the patient may have a few, which is a little painful. Ji Jioshu smiled shyly. That brother, eh? Is this reasonable? What kind of weird seedlings are these two? Theseus Military Academy will be finished sooner or later. The results of 188's examination came out, and all physical indicators were normal. He was as healthy as he could be, and his physical fitness was full. That brother looked at the two students in front of him, who looked like they were sick even though they were not sick, and pinched his eyebrows with a headache, waved his hand, and urged them to leave. It's quite late today, you go back and rest first. If you can't do mental counseling, you can also be a therapist and focus on studying physical symptoms. Medical treatment involves all aspects. The human body is the most sophisticated instrument, and diseases may occur in every part. The content learned by freshmen in the first semester is relatively broad, and in the second semester, they will subdivide different subjects for in-depth research. After several rounds of tossing and turning, the sky quietly darkened. The night fell, the street lights came on, and the huge reserve area was silent. Jijioshu and 188 went to the cafeteria first. The cafeteria serves food 24 hours a day. After the meal, there were only a few people in the cafeteria. After eating, they packed a portion and took it back to 01. As soon as they entered the dormitory, Jijioshu noticed the heavy atmosphere that was almost stagnant. 01 sat on the chair and played with his computer silently. His face was not very good. The other three people in the dormitory stood together and looked at Jijioshu and 188 who came in. The resources in the war zone were tight, and the accommodation conditions were simple. It seemed a bit cramped to squeeze 6 people into a small room. Jijioshu handed the meal to 01. The 3 people focused their attention on her. She turned her head and looked over, meeting the eyes of the girl standing in the front. The other person had a mole at the end of her eyebrow, which was very distinctive. She thought about it in her mind, but couldn't remember whether she had had a conflict with the other person. She didn't like to hide things, so she asked directly, "What's the matter?" 01 squeezed the chopsticks hard and inserted them into the rice, hitting the table with a clear sound, but the words she said were inconsistent with her attitude. She said, "Nothing." "What can't be said?" The girl with the mole at the end of her eyebrow sneered, "Don't you think it's ridiculous that the 3 of you form a team? I'm just telling the truth and reminding you to break up and find a way out as soon as possible." 01 stood up, with an expression more arrogant than the other person. "I don't need you, the second place, to remind me what to do." Jijioshu heard the key words, and a light flashed in his mind, remembering the gossip about the second place in the major that he had accidentally heard before. This second place was very unhappy with 01, because 01 had low scores in hands-on courses such as bandaging and surgery to remove bullets, and even if he had high scores in theoretical courses, he was seriously biased, and the final overall ranking was actually higher than hers. It is said that the second place wanted to challenge 01 in the practical training class. 01 had a fixed partner 188 and rejected her letter of challenge. Unexpectedly, they met on a narrow road and were assigned to the same dormitory on the desert planet. The second place sneered, "People like you who are afraid of hardship and dirt should not be the first. If you can't do the work, you might as well go home and be your little princess. My ranking is decided by the school. Are you questioning the unfairness of the military academy?" 01 retorted. "In terms of thick skin, I am indeed not as thick as you. At least, I will admit that others are better than me, instead of being a jumping clown and only shouting." It seems that 01 was very angry, and the harsh words that he would not say in the past are now pouring out. "Second place, I don't know what means you used to deceive the school, but you will never have the next chance. A small test is nothing. I am looking forward to seeing you at the bottom of the final ranking." 01 sneered, "Are you dreaming? Even if I am not the first, you will not be the first." The two of them parted unhappily. No one left the dormitory. They stayed in the same space and disgusted each other. 01 stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth, and his fingers left a residual image on the light brain. She madly complained about the second place in the small group. "What level? You are in the same dormitory with me. You are only the second place, but you dare to look down on our team. I took the exam honestly, and can withstand all investigations. You also laughed at the bottom score of 77, and said that 188 was a slacker who was lazy and lay flat. Although this point is true, I am still angry." Messages were quickly swiped up, and she was so busy that she didn't even have time to eat. Thousands of words converged into the last sentence. "I don't want to live with her. Is there any way to change dormitories?" Jijioshu glanced at the reply on the light brain and replied, "It can be done now." 01, who was furious, was stunned. "Huh? Jijioshu, pack up your things. We will go to the single room upstairs. While 01 was scrolling through the screen, she sent a message to Wei Hingji to explain the situation. Without much hesitation, Wei Hingji replied to the message straightforwardly. Only the strong are qualified to make requests. Single rooms are rewards for outstanding students. There are a total of 100 rooms. The ranking of grades is updated every 2 days. Only the top 100 have the right to choose. Congratulations, you are ranked first in today's score ranking. Enjoy your privileges.